food is so far away.
Should I say something?
Daddy, pick me up. Mom!
Hey, there's a line here.
Daddy, swing me.
That's like 20 people.
my God.
One person holds the line for 20 people? This is bull.
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, everyone gather round. I have some exciting...
Running her shoe factory, Kendra talks the talk and walks the walk.
We're switching to green energy.
She needs a biotech consultant to erase her carbon footprint.
All operations will net zero emissions.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The heat wave continues. High temperatures in Walnut Creek, 108.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
The Niners play on Sunday.
It's a give to Deebo Samuel, and he's gliding his way all the way into the end zone, and that's a 49er touchdown.
We bring it on Monday.
Michael Irvin here on 95.7 The Game.
I'll put San Francisco right now second in the NFC because they kept Jimmy Garoppolo.
Our Monday football coverage is a monster. On the Bay Area sports station, 95.7 The Game. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir! Good morning, family.
Your voice cracked.
It did crack.
Your voice cracked in the middle of that. The 408 that normally tunes in at the beginning at 5 a.m. during the pregame show, 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. The 408 texts in, if there's no voice crack, that means it's going to be a good show. But if there is a voice crack, it's a bad omen. So I think we're still going to have a good show, Bonte.
Can I do it over?
You can do it one more time.
Damn it. Yes, sir! Good morning, family.
All right, there we go. It's going to be a good show.
No doubt. Baby. Oh, 100%. Baby. Oh, baby. Hey, folks.
It's football.
We made it. We made it.
Today marks the start of the 2022-2023 football season.
We made it, folks. Football season is upon us. Rams and Bills tonight at SoFi Stadium. Of course, Niners and Bears, we're going to get all into that because we have a special guest. I teased that I thought was coming on yesterday. He's actually coming on today. Let's cross our fingers that he actually picks up the phone. But Jaquaski Tartt's going to join us at 8 o'clock. Former strong safety for the 49ers. Jaquaski Tartt. And you talk about a day Shasky's out.
Yeah.
Jaquaski Tartt's joining us.
I know.
Please pick up the phone, Jaquaski. Please pick up the phone. All right?
Yeah.
Please pick up the phone.
I need to redeem myself, Bonte, because we interviewed him once on the weekend when I was filling in with Tommy Call. We were doing one of our first shows, and we had Jaquaski Tartt on, and they were going down to L.A. I haven't really talked about this too much because it's embarrassing. But you know the first question that I asked him? I was like, hey, I know you're going to L.A., and I know that it's only an hour flight down there. But is there a different type of food that you get on those flights when you're on an NFL flight as opposed to a regular flight down to L.A.? And he goes, no, you don't really get too much food. All right, great start to the interview. So hoping to redeem myself today.
He's an idiot.
How did I miss that show? Tommy Call and Stephen Langford?
Yeah.
Damn, that had to be, what was that, 4 years ago? 5?
It was about 3. Lot of Dolphins football talk.
Really? Oh, great. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I tuned out of that one. It's 3 years ago. The Dolphins stunk.
Not really, but
yeah. I know. Tommy Call loves the Dolphins. We know he loves the Dolphins, the Kentucky Wildcats. Mm-hmm. Who's his baseball? Washington Huskies in college.
He's an A's guy.
He's an A's guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Is he an A's guy?
Yeah.
He seems like one of those bandwagon guys. Like, If the Yankees are good, he'll wear a Yankees hat. If the Marlins are good, he'll wear a Marlins hat.
He's a stylish guy, so he'll probably wear a hat.
He tries to be swagged out.
He'll wear whatever hat fits his style, kind of like our very own Kyle Madsen.
Yeah. He's got all these hats, different hats.
Yeah.
We just got to force them. Madsen's got some money. He's got some money. Hats are not cheap these days. They're about $40 a pop. But look, man, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. Good morning to everybody getting to work. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning on those roadways. Be safe. Hopefully the heat dies down a little bit. I felt some wind in the city yesterday and on Treasure Island. So hopefully the heat wave is over. 650, don't interview Tart. No one on the team, no one cares. You sure about that? I think a lot of people want Tart back. No Jimmy Ward this week. No Jimmy Ward for the first 4 weeks. A lot of people want Tart back. He was a good 49er.
One of the things I'd be very interested to ask him, too, is what the biggest difference is between how Shanahan and the 49ers coaching staff runs their training camp as opposed to the Eagles staff and how they run their training camp. Because, they got Nick Sirianni over there, a young guy. I wonder what the biggest differences are and just how he feels right now about being a free agent. And I was looking on his Instagram, Ponte. I mean, at the end of May, he was out at a concert. I believe the artist is called No Cap.
No Cap.
One word, No Cap.
No lie.
I had to research this. No Cap.
So the artist name is basically No Lie.
Exactly.
Because that's what cap means these days.
Yes.
When I grew up, Langford, cap mean, hey, I talk about you. That's a cap. Oh, you capped on them. So if I say, hey, Langford, I don't like your beard.
Right.
Ooh, Bonte's capping on you.
Right.
Now cap means lie.
Right.
Which is totally different than the cap I grew up with.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like people actually say, except for the late teens, early 20s, they actually do say, oh, that's cap. But mostly it's just used with emojis now with the no cap. But anyway, he was out at the concert with Trey Lance and also Trey Sermon, and this was at the end of May. So I'd be very curious to see what that concert was like, what Trey Lance and Trey Sermon are both like. I know Trey Sermon has been waived too.
Yeah, he's in Philly now.
Yeah, and he's in Philly. But I'd be interested, man. I'd be interested to see just everything that's going on with them right now.
Yeah, everything going on with Jacoski Tart, everything going on with the 49ers. And, we will get into the Giants because, I had to talk with the boss yesterday. Look. You have something personal against the Giants. I was like, no. I'm just speaking for a lot of fans who are frustrated about the philosophy and the talent on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But, we're going to take a different approach today. If we do talk Giants, where do you start to fix it? Where do you start? Because they lost another one yesterday down at Dodger Stadium. Trey Turner with the go-ahead double. And, of course, Max Muncy put it away with a 3-run jack. Starting home run in 2 days against the Giants. I mean, what are you going to do about that? But they're a long way away. It's just, where do you start? Where do you start with the San Francisco Giants? I'm not even going to rip them. We know they're lousy. They're not going to the playoffs. It's all good, all right? How do they fix it? Because this is going to be a big offseason for them. We'll get to that. But, a lot of people, Langford, I know you were on Twitter yesterday, and we kind of brought it up in a pre-show meeting. Captain Gate. We're not talking about Klay Thompson.
Right.
We're not talking about Brandon Belt. We are talking about Trey Lance not being named a captain. The Niners named 6 captains yesterday, and Trey Lance was not one of them. And Joe Spinoti, who's running the board today, good morning, Spinoti, good morning, Lovin. Spinoti, he goes, there's only one other team that didn't name its quarterback a captain, and that's up in Seattle. Geno Smith didn't get to see.
Right.
I don't think Seahawk fans are tripping about that, but oh boy, you opened up Twitter yesterday and you hear from people through text messages, how can Trey Lance not be named a captain?
Well, this is also the first time since 2007 that there hasn't been a rookie quarterback that's starting for a team. So I don't know what it was like last year with, Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson, whether those guys were captains or not. This is a different team, though.
Yeah.
Like the captain thing, we're talking about captains. I don't care about captains. We're talking about captains. Not the game, not the player. Captains. I've never cared about a captain before.
Never cared.
We're in here talking about practice.
We're in here talking about captains.
And this is great. And I'm going to stop you right there, Lafer, because Michael Irvin, the playmaker, joined Damon Ratto yesterday. And here's what he had to say about Captain Gate.
Well, I was never a captain. I've never got named a captain. It doesn't mean that you're not a leader or that you can't lead. It's just, it's what it is. The guys understand. Hey, Trey Lance is a young guy. He's learning. He's coming through the ropes and everything. They want him to worry about him. Don't worry about captaining the whole team. You get yourself ready and get yourself right to play. He's a young quarterback. This has no bearing whatsoever.
And Michael Irvin, if you remember those Cowboy teams in the early 90s, dude, I looked at him as one of the leaders of the Cowboys. Troy, Emmett, Michael Irvin, the playmaker.
Right.
The guy walking up and down the sideline, firing people up, getting them right.
Right.
Michael Irvin is a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. He's told everybody, this don't mean anything.
I also think that Kyle Shanahan is just trying. I really think he because 49er fans, I'm going to say about it, they're nuts. 49er fans are insane.
It's getting worse.
This year, they've been insane.
It's getting worse.
Every single thing that's come out, there's an opinion on it right away. Like, you have to jump to some sort of conclusion. Like, they're nuts.
This organization needs a Super Bowl in the worst way.
Right?
Just calm down this fan base.
Something.
This fan base has lost it.
Insane, right? And I'm looking at the captains list right now. Fred Warner, all right, expected, 3rd season. Trent Williams, expected, 3rd season. He was also a captain with Washington. George Kittle, obviously, 5th. Jimmy Ward, 2nd season as captain, all right, 2-time captain. Eric Armstead, 3rd season as captain. Overall, great individual. Sometimes people have problem with his play, but overall, Eric Armstead is the leader type, great individual. Nick Bosa, 1st season as captain. All right. I'm watching practice, Bonte, going to training camp. Nick Bosa did not say a word to anybody.
He never does.
He doesn't talk. I don't even know what the definition of captain is for a football team, at least when you're named a captain.
Right.
But as far as being a leader, like, that's more important for Trey Lance than being a captain. And what I saw on that practice field with number 5 was a leader. That's what I saw. High-fiving every player, yelling at dudes, telling them where to go, telling them that this drill's going to be over here. All right, let's go. Like, yelling them over. That's all that matters. This captain thing, everyone's going crazy. We're talking about captain.
Let me ask you something. Who's the captain of the Golden State Warriors?
Steph.
Does he say a lot? Is he boisterous?
He actually was this year, Bonte. You remember they went on the little 8-game win streak after he kicked a chair. Was that this year or last year?
This year.
That was this year.
This year.
Right.
Or was it last year?
Or was it last year?
Man, I don't know, getting old. But like, a lot of people say Draymond Green, he's the boisterous one. But Steph leads by example.
Yep.
Leads by example. Buster Posey, he didn't say a whole lot, but he was the captain. Didn't say a whole lot, but he was the captain. We just watched the Derek Jeter doc. Didn't say a whole lot. Led by example. He was the captain. So I was kind of blown away, and I was a little fatigued by captain talk, as well as arm fatigue talk, as well as Trey's looking behind the shoulder talk.
Can I try to just convince you that arm fatigue is not necessarily a bad thing?
No, it's not. I know it's not a bad thing. The way it was reported, though, it was like, wait a minute.
Well, they gave you the what, but they didn't give you the why. We learned about the why. These past 3 weeks, which was, and this was included in the Albert Breer article. I think David Lombardi wrote about it at one point. Or no, it was Jeff Howe that wrote about it for The Athletic.
Right.
But his finger, when it was broken, like, I think that finger, it was a lot worse than we thought back in that season. And he's having to try a whole new grip, work his arm back to strength, possibly having to get ready to play. Like, he was working to actually get that arm right. So arm fatigue, I'm looking at that and thinking, you know what? That's not too much of a bad thing. If he's trying to work to get that finger right.
Here's where I'm at with it.
What's that?
Every quarterback goes through arm fatigue. Their arms get a little sore. They're throwing footballs all day long at high, with a lot of velocity, deep, intermediate. You got to be on target. It's all you do. You're throwing footballs every single day. Arm fatigue happens. It happens. That's why I was like, wait, Trey Lance, arm fatigue. Like, it shouldn't have been a story. Because every quarterback goes through it. High school, college. When I covered City College in San Francisco, quarterbacks always had ice on their shoulders after a practice just to get the soreness out. Arm fatigue. It happens.
Yeah.
It happens. So that's why I was just like, arm fatigue, why is this even a story?
Well, I'm sure.
Well, you know why it's a story? Because it's the 49ers and this.
I'm sure Matt Stafford had the same thing when he was reworking his throwing motion after injuring his shoulder. Like, that's why he throws sidearm. He hasn't always thrown like that. It was a little different in his beginning of his time with the Lions. By the way, did you see that he actually had the offseason surgery? Yeah. That's some news. Like, he says he's feeling better than ever, and I'm not gonna think like, oh, this is gonna deter him from the season, because Matt Stafford, it feels like, is always playing hurt. But that's something that was pretty interesting. And when I said the 49er fans are insane, I'm not going to lie, I lost my track of thought, then started going to the captains thing. I really think Kyle Shanahan understands how insane this fan base is and just likes to F with them.
Well, here's a great, maybe. There may be something there. 415, just like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was the captain, Magic was the leader of the Showtime Lakers, and I just got through reading the Showtime book. Magic was the guy. Magic was the guy. Kareem was quiet as hell. They called him Cap because he was the veteran, but Magic led that team. Coop led that team. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kareem was the
get that orange juice out of my face.
Right. I'm not gonna. Hey,
that was my favorite. That was one of my favorite parts of that series. By the way.
Yeah,
that orange juice ain't good enough.
That orange juice ain't good enough. The book is really good. The show is just out of control. But I haven't watched the Hulu one. The Hulu one I heard was pretty good. But Brandon Belt, he's the captain. It should tell you how important that is. I'm not gonna rip Brandon Belt.
Yeah.
But here's what else Michael Irvin had to say about the captain on Damon Ratto.
Trust me, whether he has a C on his chest or not, Trey Lance is captaining the team. Because he's the quarterback. He's the quarterback. We don't have to put a C on his chest. That's no indication that he's not a leader or his team didn't pick him to be a captain. That's just not the truth.
Yeah, so Roasters, good morning on YouTube and Twitch and the Comcast Business Text Line. You heard it from the playmaker right there, the Hall of Famer Michael Irvin on Damon Ratto. Everybody's looking at the quarterback. Whether you got to see it in the chest or not, it's not. I mean, people are really making a big deal about it. People are going crazy about it. Let's go to Eric real quick in Oakland, Lakeford. Eric in Oakland, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Look, y'all, it's not about if just this thing is a big deal. Last week, when Jimmy Garoppolo was re-signed, y'all was saying, oh, you know, whatever, it's not a thing. Now this captain thing isn't a thing. Now when I'm waiting on hold, y'all bringing up arm fatigue and all this. Let me ask you this. If they lose to the Bears on Sunday in Chicago, will all this be a big deal then?
No, it will not. The bigger deal will be the loss to Chicago. Nobody will be thinking about the C on his chest, Eric. Eric, let me ask you this, Eric. You believe this is a big deal that Trey Lance wasn't named captain?
You know what I mean? You're coming into year number 2 now, and there's still questions about him being the starting quarterback.
But let me ask you, Eric, you think it's a big deal that he wasn't named captain yesterday?
No, I think all of the things, if you take them all together, man, you guys got red flags around that situation. That's what I think.
Okay, Eric. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. Like you, Bonte, you're leading the show, but Shasky has to see on his chest.
I mean, what
pretty good.
Is Trey Lance going to be like?
Material.
I mean, if you're going to compare him to Brandon Belt, is Trey Lance going to be like coming out there with is he going to tape a C to his shoulder just so he can convince you that he's the leader? Like coming out with a yacht through the Levi Stadium tunnel. Yes.
You know, there's no water around.
Yes.
Why not?
There's the peninsula to very end in Santa Clara.
There's like a little lake around there,
yeah,
but not much.
No, there's a little bit of a bay at the end.
Not much. Not
it's
much.
right at the very tip.
Dude, it is.
Just the tip.
This is insane. Captain Gate. By the way, the Red Gold Pregame Show debuts this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal at 9 a.m. The Pregame Show is presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. Also at 7:30, we're going to give away a Kirby gift card. That's right, love me. The Kirby gift card at 7:30. 7:30 is going to be the 5th caller. We're going to give out the number in a little bit for that. Kirby. Yeah, that is crazy there. That is crazy. 707. This is, if anybody wants to make a big deal about the captain thing, I'm here to hear about Deebo Samuel. And what about you about that? Look, 707. With Deebo getting less votes, nothing to see or hear anything. Deebo getting less after last year is more telling. And I'm there with him.
I totally agree.
That was telling to me, too. That was the #1 thing. Everybody's focused on the quarterback. But I'm like, man, Deebo had one of the most prolific offensive seasons we've seen in the NFL in the last 25 years. And he was that dude who carried his team in the postseason, carried him into the postseason. And he didn't get the votes to be a captain.
He was the face of your team last year.
The face.
He really was. Anytime you had the 49ers going up against somebody, it wasn't really Jimmy Garoppolo that was put up there. It was always Deebo Samuel.
Right.
You know, when they'd show those graphics, that one time they put Nick Mullins up there with like Drew Brees and these really, really good quarterbacks. So you remember that one time?
Right.
But I think that the Deebo thing is much more glaring. Like,
I'm totally with you.
You gave him a contract extension. You're giving him $25 million a year. Like, that's an indictment on Deebo.
Right.
I mean, I'm seeing here. Where was it? Where was the text? We're getting a lot of texts this morning.
Yeah, about the captain stuff.
Where was it? It was saying something about like if the players didn't vote for Trey, or if the players didn't vote for Trey.
I saw that too. I saw that. Here,
okay, but if the players didn't vote for Deebo,
right?
I know he's a wide receiver, but still. Like, this is the dude who's leading your team in the tunnel with Trent Williams to Super Gremlins.
Right.
I think it's a lot more
even though he was voted 8th and Trey was voted 7th and the Niners decided to only have 6 captains, whatever. But Debo's not a captain. Like, who would you replace and that's the other thing. Who would you replace? Warner? You're not going to replace him.
No.
Not going to replace Trent Williams. Not going to replace George Kittle.
Right.
Not going to replace Nick Bosa now or Jimmy Ward, the leader of the secondary. And you're not going to, so to me, it's tough. You want to have 8 captains. You want to have 12 captains. Remember high school football, you have your captains.
Right.
Sometimes the coach will sit out like 15 guys. And they go out there to midfield and hold heads like, whoa, they have 15 captains? What is this?
Yeah.
Or sometimes you get to 1 captain. Sometimes you get to 3 captains. Does not matter.
What was the movie where they brought out their entire team as the captain just to scare the opponent? I forgot what
It wasn't Friday Night Lights, was it?
No, I forgot which football movie that was. I just like even with the Debo thing in the end, like sure that's something. There's something there, but in the end, Bonte, this is just me. I don't care.
I don't care either.
I don't care. As long as they produce on the field, it doesn't matter.
We're talking about it because a lot of people want to talk about it, but let's go to Dom in Chicago. He wants to talk about Captain Drama, Langford. Captain Drama.
Hell yeah.
Dom, what's happening? You're in Chi-Town right now, huh?
Bonte, what's up and goes, man? I'm in Chi-Town. You ready for Sunday, brother?
Dom goes, man. You got out there early, man. What's going on?
I got out here early, man. I'm juiced, man. I'm actually catching a couple Giants games, too, but that's not really... The Giants ain't really the talk of the town right now, but yeah.
Enjoy. We
out here, man. The Bay Area, San Francisco, we out here this weekend.
I love that, Dom. You got to hit me up. I'll be flying out Friday, so I'll be at the Saturday game, the Giants-Cubs Saturday, even though I'm thinking about going down to Notre Dame, but probably end up at Wrigley Field Saturday, and then, of course, the Niners-Bears on Sunday. You think of you're a lifelong Niner fan, Dom. Captain Gate. Do we even care about the captain stuff?
Why are we talking about this? And I'm not hating on him by no means, but the young man ain't done nothing yet. And that's not a knock, but he ain't done nothing yet. How you gonna name this man captain? He gotta prove himself at least a little bit. Come on now. People out here, like you said, we talking about captain? Come on, man.
Yeah.
We're talking about
let's go.
We're talking Dom, not the player. Captains.
Here. Y'all have a good day, man. I'm juiced, man. Let's go Niners, baby.
All right, Dom. Have fun out there. You got out to Chi-Town early.
That's fun.
That is fun.
I've never been to Chicago, man. Never. I've heard it's a great city.
Great city. And I lived there for a year. I went out there a few times. Chicago's fun.
Yeah, that's like number 1 on my list.
Just don't go in the wintertime.
Yeah, not going to do that. I think it's a little too late now.
All right, 888-957-9570. If you want to talk about Captain Gate, go ahead. If you think it's a big deal. Also, George Kittle.
Let's get to that on the other side.
That's worrisome. You want to worry about something? Not the captain. It's the groin of George Kittle. We'll get into that on the other side. Sponsored by Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid training, excellent medical and dental benefits, and a pension important to you? Then apply to become a VTA bus operator, providing VTA customers with a great transit experience. Visit VTA.org/point A and apply.
Attention. Damon and Ratto take a break from this week of intense 49ers coverage to bring you Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. This is a guy that you just do not walk away from. Today at 4:30. Now, back to our regularly scheduled Football Mania.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo, the spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G to take the trilogy. Bad blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl?
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Take BART to Lake Merritt Station this Saturday, September 10th for a celebration 50 years in the making. BART is celebrating 50 years of service to the Bay Area with the Family Fun Festival. The big birthday party is free and open to the public from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring family and friends for food trucks, music, games, prizes, and more. Get details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate with BART at Lake Merritt Station this Saturday. Let's go!
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Steph, Butcher's out. Nice guys in, Steph. See you in a couple weeks, Steph Curry. 4-time NBA champ, tied with LeBron James.
Rated 96 in 2K.
Yeah, just a 96. Just a 96. Dubs are coming back into our lives very, very soon. I saw somebody text, hey, Bonte, did you check out that U.S. Open match? Not only did I check it out, I had to go to bed early. I went to bed in the middle of the fifth set, and I was like, dude, it's pushing midnight, man. I got to knock out.
Well, yeah.
I got to get at least 5 hours. At least.
I didn't watch it. Are
you a big tennis guy?
I'm a very, very casual tennis guy because growing up with English parents, you watch a lot of tennis. I watched a lot of tennis growing up, but ever since I, moved out, went to college and all that, it kind of went off tennis for a little bit, but I'll watch every now and then. I like watching the championships.
Steven, you're a big Andy Murray guy.
Big Andy Murray, not more Tim Henman. That's my guy, Tim Henman.
Andy Murray, 3-time major champ. And 2 at Wimbledon, 1 at U.S. Open.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that knowledge right there. Come on, Spadoni. Who loves you, Spadoni? Hey, look, Andy Murray, Roddick got the 1 championship at the U.S. Open. Look, you don't got the big 3 in this tournament. Rafael Nadal, Roger Federer, and Djokovic. This tournament's been amazing.
Right.
Alcaraz, I never watched him play until last night. And they're like, oh, he's 19, he's really good.
Yeah.
The behind-the-back shot that we all saw online was just absurd.
Yeah. No, he said he's 19.
19 from Spain.
The first one to win it or to get to this point at that age since Nadal in 2005. I'm within tennis, within men's tennis especially, you're kind of been finding that next up and coming star because it's always been those guys you mentioned, Djokovic, Federer, and Nadal. But maybe Alcaraz is one of the next up and comers here who can actually give them a run for their money and maybe be a guy that we talk about, 10, 11 years time and he's still doing it. Maybe he could be one of those up and comers. That's an interesting one, man. But I'll be watching the final.
Yeah,
no doubt.
The final. No, the final may be on a Sunday. I don't know how much of the final we're going to be watching.
Ooh.
That's going to be tough.
Ooh.
But the semifinal, who's our guy?
Never mind.
First African-American. Tiafoe. Francis Tiafoe. First African-American to hit the semifinals at the U.S. Open since Arthur Ashe, 1972, I believe? Damn.
Yep. First American to reach a semifinal since John Isner in 2018, and first at the U.S. Open since Andy Roddick. Back in 20 years ago.
And he beat Nadal, man. He broke his serve. But Alcaraz was down to his last shot. Sinner from Italy, and he's a good player. That kid could play, too. He's
only 21.
He's only 21. This kid was hitting shots. I was like, damn, these guys are balling, right? This guy Sinner had match point, Langford. Match point. Alcaraz breaks him. He forces that 5th set. And it was just nonstop, over 5 hours action. That's what sports is all about.
Yeah, the finals are on Sunday. So the semifinal, though, I'll be locked into the semifinal.
Yeah, we'll be locked into that.
I was actually watching the Tim Donaghy doc, The Untold.
Man, I can't.
Operation Flagrant Foul.
I need to watch that over the weekend. I haven't had time to watch it.
Yeah.
It's on the docket.
I'll say one of my favorite part about it is there's only like a handful of people that are actually talking. Sometimes it could be like a little oversaturated.
Overkill with all the people.
It's just like there's too many people. It's like, how is this person involved? How is this person involved? It's very straightforward, and it's actually fascinating that this whole operation that was done, it was just done through Tim Donaghy and a couple of friends, and then you had a couple of FBI agents.
Scott Foster talk?
There was a little bit of Scott Foster talk, yeah. Man, Scott Foster young. When you see these guys and how they just show them on the TV, like when they show the owners and stuff, like Mark Cuban when he was young, Mark Cuban is aged like a fine wine, man. Mark Cuban's a lot better looking than he was back in the early 2000s.
Dude.
I don't know. It's just fascinating.
Dude, Donaghy, he made out like a bandit. I can't wait to watch this doc.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Nobody looks good.
Let me ask you this, because I keep hearing that. Nobody looks good. Nobody looks good. Nobody looks good. Scott Foster going to ref next season? How can you bring him back after the doc? You can't possibly bring him back to an NBA court after that doc.
If you watch the doc, it's, just wait till the end and you'll see. I do think that you would ref it next season. I do think so.
He's going to get booed a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, it's going to get ugly for him.
But the Untold series has been fantastic.
Oh, they have been.
My favorite part about all of them is that they really have conflicting sides. So, documentaries don't always do this where they actually tell the person, like, hey, this is what he said about the situation.
Right.
And then they go, oh, that guy's an effing liar.
Right.
Like they do more of that on this series of documentaries than a lot of other ones. So I highly recommend it.
So we had the Manti Te'o doc. We had the and one. I watched that.
Yeah, that's the new one. The volume 2.
The players got just they didn't get any money. So you got the Donaghy. There's another. We got a couple more too.
Oh, there's quite a few. There's Malice at the Palace.
I've watched that one.
That's all volume 1.
Yeah, I didn't. I feel like they rushed through it.
They did.
There was more to it. There should have been more focus on Ben Wallace because he instigated anything but everything. But look, we're going to get into Niners and Bears. We teased that we're going to get into George Kittle. George Kittle, day-to-day with the groin injury. We'll do that after Tom Thayer. Tom Thayer is the color commentator for the Chicago Bears. He's been doing it since 2005 on the radio side. Okay. He's a Notre Dame Fighting Irish, drafted back in 1983. And look at this. He was in the USFL, Langford. I got to give you this book, man. Jeff Pearlman wrote a book about the USFL. Pretty good, and the former president ruined that league. But he joined the Bears before the 95 season, won the Super Bowl with the Bears back in 1985, and he was named one of the 100 greatest Bears of all time. So you know this game is is going to have some meaning to him. Tom Thayer on the other side. But George Kittle, your quick thoughts before we go to Tom Thayer.
Well, George Kittle has made me look like a fool on the air whenever I talk about injuries and whether they're questionable, whether you think they're going to play, because you do that thing on Friday where you're previewing the game, the final injury reports come in, all right, this dude's listed as probable, questionable, blah, blah, blah. George Kittle has proved me wrong more than any other player. Like, I remember in 2019, after I saw the ankle was hurt after that Cardinals game, and then he goes into that Packers game and catches 6 passes for, I think, like 123 yards. He had that deep shot at the beginning of the game. I believe it was at the beginning of the game.
What was the Arizona game on the Halloween when he had the pop capsule in his kneecap?
Yeah, and then I
still don't know what that is.
Turns out he had a pop capsule and a bone chip in his ankle, and he was playing through it. The hamstring, I will say, like, when we talk about the offensive line, George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk should be involved in that conversation. Yep. And George Kittle not going to be if he's not ready to go week 1, okay, it's the Bears.
That's a problem.
But if he's not ready to go, say by week 2, week 3, I mean, the fact that this is already happening right now and he's been suffering hamstring injuries, it's not a good look right now.
We haven't talked enough about the tight end room and how thin they are outside of George Kittle. You have Ross Dwelly, Croft, boy. He's so important in the run game. It is, as well as the passing game. Now you get even more attention on Deebo Samuel. You get more attention on Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
And the safety valve for Trey Lance. So George Kittle has to go. We'll see if he practices today, but he's day-to-day with the groin injury. But we're going to get to Tom Thayer, color analyst on the radio side for the Chicago Bears. Been doing this since 2005. We'll get some insight on the Bears and their game plan possibly against the 49ers this Sunday. Week 1, it's happening. We have Rams-Bills tonight down at SoFi Stadium. What time's that kickoff? 5:15? 5 o'clock? Woo! Cannot wait for that.
Yep.
And we get to go to bed early, man. That's another good thing about that. We love that. All right, this segment was presented by Go to State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. Tom Thayer, color analyst for the Chicago Bears.
After a big win.
Kick rolls down the middle and good! 49ers win it!
Or a brutal loss.
They lost in worse fashion to a worse Cardinal team at home.
Take him out! You have to tune in on Monday.
Jerry Rice live on YouTube and Twitch via Zoom on the Morning Roast.
The guy that's really gonna have a breakout year is Brandon Ayuk.
There isn't a better place to be come Monday morning than 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com. This is not a drill. Produced by AEG Presents.
over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant Cash Offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the its, KBB.com.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh my God!
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Chicago. Going to be a good time this weekend. By the way, Comcast Business Text Line, 650. Morning, Bonte and Nice Guy. Bonte's old buddy Marco Navarro will be out in Chicago at both the Giants and Niners game this weekend celebrating his bachelor party. This is his cousin Hav, and I just want to send a shout out to him. Thanks, guys. Marco, you got to send me a picture of Marco. I know a couple Marcos. I know Marco Polo. I think he's back in Spain.
Luciano?
I do know Marco Luciano. Marco Navarro. Marco from OGSF State, maybe? Marco, hit me up. A lot of people going to be in Chicago. I wish he was out there in Chicago. Nice guy. By the way, 7:30, we're giving away a Kirby gift card.
Yes.
Maybe we just rig it and give it to you.
I could use it right now. Jessie ran over a nail yesterday in her tire. I replaced it. Very temporary fix, but I could definitely use Kirby's right now.
You didn't use Kirby? It comes straight to your house. Should have called Shasky and get Kirby down here right now. I have a flat tire. I have a nail in a tire. Get Kirby down here.
That was my mistake.
That was your mistake. Kirby, giving away a gift card, 7:30. But first, let's go to Tom Thayer out in Chicago. One of the greatest Bears of all time. With the Notre Dame. I kind of want to go to Notre Dame on Saturday, Langford. I'm not going to lie to you. They play Marshall. Would love to go see Touchdown Jesus. But he's an NFL champ. Won a Super Bowl with the Bears in 1985. And now he's a color commentator for the Bears on the radio side. Tom, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast. Nice guy, Stephen Langford and Bonte Hill. How you doing today?
I'm doing well, guys. I appreciate you having me.
Absolutely, man. We appreciate you coming on with us to talk about the Bears and the 49ers. And let's just start with the quarterback. This has been we always talk about Trey Lance out here and Jimmy Garoppolo, but also Justin Fields, because a lot of Niner fans wanted Justin Fields, and a lot of us thought, man, maybe he's going to be married to Kyle Shanahan with all the quarterback camps or whatnot. Where's Justin Fields at now in year number 2? Because I remember last season against the Niners, he had one of his better games in his rookie year.
Yeah, I think last year he was just kind of flying by the seat of his pants. He was a rookie that was uncertain with the terminology, didn't know how the talent fit in around him. And I think if you go back and going through all the OTAs, going through the mandatory minicamp, going through training camp, the development of the relationship between he and Luke Getsy has really helped the development of Justin Fields. He understands what he's saying in the huddle. They've simplified the terminology. He understands his escapability and how it fits in according to the protection that he originally called. So the elements of Justin's traits in terms of his feet talent, escapability, long-distance passing, targeting, it's really shown in training camp. But now I think that he's developed a good sideline relationship with Luke Getsy throughout the preseason. And when they finally got the game plan for a team in the last preseason game in the Cleveland Browns, you got a little bit of evidence of how their relationship is developing. So rather than only thinking this is a one-man show and how Justin is going to play out, I think it's equally as important as how Luke Getsy calls the game for Justin Fields.
Is that the number one thing that Chicago Bears fans want to see this season, in that the improvement with Justin Fields? I don't know if playoffs are really in the realm of possibility for the Bears this season, but is the number one thing that the fans want to see just the improvement from Justin Fields so that they can say, you know what, we have our quarterback, let's build around this guy?
Of course. The thing about it is because of the contract scenarios that these quarterbacks go through, if Justin Fields doesn't step up to the plate and prove that he is really a guy that you can invest in the future at the quarterback position, and now it's a $250 to $300 million investment. So they want to make sure that if they do have to invest in the future in Justin, that he is a bona fide number one starting, division-winning quarterback with or without Aaron Rodgers, considering his age and the age of Justin Fields. But, Justin, he needs to be complemented by the offensive line, that's for sure. And they brought in new offensive line coach Chris Morgan, who's done a really nice job throughout the preseason. But if Justin Fields can put his traits on display and get the best out of David Montgomery at the running back position, continue to develop what they have with Darnell Mooney and the rest of the receivers, because on the offensive side of the ball, that's probably the biggest unknown is the receivers. Mm-hmm. And then you have to have Cole Kmet have a season similar to George Kittle. And I think when you talk about two guys in Justin and Cole Kmet, those are the two guys that have to put their talent, where they're drafted, and what they can do for this offense on display.
Tom Thayer on the Morning Roast, color commentator for the Bears on the radio side of things, played for the Chicago Bears and won a Super Bowl, back in 1985, Tom. Braxton Jones is going to be on a spot. He's going to have a spotlight on him at left tackle. I know Justin Fields was talking about that yesterday because he's going to have to block Nick Bosa. But you talk about the unknown with the wide receivers. But the Bears have to be feeling good, especially Darnell Mooney, because Jimmy Ward's out for the 49ers. How can we expect the Bears to attack the Niners in a passing game?
Well, first of all, they better be able to run the ball. And when you talk about Nick Bosa specifically and Braxton Jones, the young rookie offensive tackle out of Southern Utah, my main objective is going to be able to, or try to dominantly run that outside zone play right at Nick Bosa. Make him play the run before I line up in 3rd and 9 and let him take advantage of a young rookie tackle. So I think if they can run the ball with the physical style of running of Dave Montgomery and that group, and then, you got to put them in realistic down and distances when you are going to throw the ball. Whether it's play action or straight drop back, you got to respect what Nick Bosa can do. So it's about making sure that they call the right types of protection, give Braxton Jones a little bit of look-see, whether it's from the back or the tight end or even Cody Whitehair, the left guard. Just make sure that you don't put him on an unrealistic island out there. Don't put him in 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 with no help to his backside. I think that's really, suicide or, protection I'm just talking about when you talk about what Nick could do to a young offensive tackle.
Yeah, one edge rusher that I want to focus on with the Bears is Robert Quinn, because Trey Lance is going to be on the lookout for him, no doubt, here in Week 1. And Quinn's been in the league since 2011, bounced around from the Rams to the Dolphins to the Cowboys and then, of course, to the Bears. You could always rely on this guy to get maybe 8 to 10 sacks a season at least. But in his first season with the Bears, he only had 2, and last year he has 18 and a half. I mean, how does he get that 16 and a half sack jump on that? I mean, that's crazy.
I think when he came in his first year with the Bears, he was dinged up a little bit, both in his knee and his lower back. So he didn't have any training camp, those necessary one-on-one reps that you need just to kind of sharpen your skill. But, Robert's been out there every day, and he's really, I sit out there and I watch one-on-ones, and I'm watching him as an offensive lineman and watching him as a defensive end. And I always think, where would my aiming point be on Robert Quinn? Because he's got such a difficult aiming point because of the type of stance he comes out of, his bendability, the way he can turn a corner. So if he can get complimented by Al-Quadin Muhammad, who they brought here from Indianapolis, if they can get pressure from the 3-technique defensive tackle and Justin Jones, I think it will put more pressure on the offensive tackle. But then look at the offensive tackle you're talking about. To me, Trent Williams is one of the best offensive linemen in the NFL. So it's not Nick Bosa against Braxton Jones. This is an 18-sack type of defensive end against one of the best offensive tackles in the National Football League. So it's kind of a different type of battle that we'll be watching and talking about.
Yeah, Robert Quinn only had 2 pressures against Trent Williams last year in a game the Niners won at Soldier Field 36-22. We're talking to Tom Thayer, color commentator for the Chicago Bears. He'll be on the call, of course, Sunday when the Bears and Niners hit the field for Week 1 of the NFL season. These young corners, though, in the secondary. I do love Eddie Jackson out of Alabama. I've always been a fan of his. But tell us a little bit about this cornerback room with the Chicago Bears, because I think that's going to be an area the Niners can attack with these young corners.
Right, I do too. Jalen Johnson is a guy that's really had a nice beginning to his career. Super confident, a long guy. He's got good feet, and he's willing to play the physical style of cornerback requirements that Alan Williams, the new defensive coordinator, and Matt Eberflus has put on these guys. The great unknown is the free safety, Jaquan Brisker and Kyler Gordon. But I will say this, for a young rookie cornerback, whether it's one-on-ones out at practice, which is kind of an unrealistic drill, he's super physical at the line of scrimmage. He can make the wide receivers kind of reroute because he's got good hands and he's got really creative feet. He may not have the world-class speed that if he's got a trailer receiver for 60 yards down the field. However, his ability to play the outside with the boundary, but then move inside on that slot corner when they go 5 DBs. I've been super impressed. And then Jaquan Brisker, he's got the willingness to tackle. He'll play at linebacker depth. He'll play deep. He'll come up and hit the running backs, or he'll include himself in tackling in the wide receivers. But when you bring up Eddie Jackson, he's still the guy that has to have a rebound season. When he was here his first couple years, he was a turnover machine, and a lot of them resulted in touchdowns. Last year, he didn't play physical. He was backpedaling when he should be coming forward. So if the guy that can help the defensive backfield the most is probably Eddie Jackson, but he's got to get back to the form he played at 2 years ago rather than last year.
Tom, this has been one of the craziest off seasons for the 49ers that a lot of 49er fans can remember. Just what's been your view from the outside looking in? You know, Jimmy Garoppolo thought he was going to be off the team, and then they ended up signing him back with the pay cut. Trey Lance is still the starter, but Jimmy Garoppolo is still the backup. I mean, what has been your view from the outside looking in at this situation with the 49ers?
You know, because I don't know Trey Lance very well. I just know what we see from the highlights and stuff. I always kind of felt that why would you anoint that this guy is the missing link to the San Francisco 49ers going to the Super Bowl when he doesn't have a great deal of experience. And, I know what they went through with the contract scenario and the trade request and everything with Jimmy Garoppolo, but I always felt that Jimmy Garoppolo needed to be signed there just to give you a security blanket if things went a little bit haywire with Trey Lance. Obviously, the guy has dynamic athleticism, and the Bears' defensive backs won't be able to turn their backs to him, or else he'll take off and make everybody pay. But you know how difficult it is for quarterbacks to, really fall into a rhythm and become the player that they're ultimately going to be. Everybody's not going to be a Joe Burrow. Sometimes it takes a couple years to really to get the best out of you, what you're going to offer a football team. I think he's got a great future, but to me, I think it was the right decision to some way, shape, or form bring back Jimmy Garoppolo in case the worst scenario happens.
Tom, before we let you go, Niners-Bears. You played in a lot of those big games. NFC Championship game at Soldier Field when the Niners came out there and won. You guys played when Refrigerator Perry came out to Candlestick Park and played fullback. What's some of your memories of playing against those great Niner teams? Because Bears-Niners has a very weird history to it. It's a deep history. Gale Sayers, 6 touchdowns, Wrigley Field back in the day. What's your memories of playing against those great 49er teams?
The most physical game I ever played in was we beat the 49ers 10-9 on Monday Night Football in Soldier Field. And, you have a couple collisions as a pulling guard against Ronnie Lott. And they're memorable because he was such a great player. But to me, the biggest disappointing loss in the history of my football life, and I went to Notre Dame and lost against USC all 4 years.
Oh, wow.
The biggest loss in my life was the NFC Championship game when the weather and the conditions and bear weather and everything was on our side, and San Francisco came in here and beat us with the right to go to the Super Bowl. I don't think any of us from the 85 team we've never gotten over that. And even doing some stuff yesterday with Dan Hampton, that game is so memorable to us because it's the biggest disappointment in all of our football lives.
Wow, we could go another 30 minutes with you about those great Bear teams and Niner teams in the 80s because Jim McMahon, I've heard him say, man, we should have won all 4 years. We had home field advantage there in the late 80s. But, Tom, you were great to us, man. We got to do this again soon. Hopefully the Bears have a good year because they are one of the blue blood franchises in the NFL. But we can't wait to get out there. I'll be out there Sunday in Chicago for week 1. I can't wait to get to Soldier Field. Tom, thanks so much for the time today.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Thanks, Tom.
Thayer, color commentator, for the Chicago Bears radio network. He's been doing this since 2005 and never beat USC in all 4 years at Notre Dame. Man. How many fighting Irish can say that? Wow.
Not a
lot. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Don't forget, we're giving away a Kirby gift card at 7:30. If you don't call and get this gift card, I'm giving it to Langford because he has a nail in his girl's tire. By the way, that 10-9 Monday Night Football game, you know why I remember that? I was a kid.
Why?
I had chickenpox that day.
Really?
I had chickenpox. It was around Halloween. I had the chickenpox.
Damn.
I remember being in the tub for so long with Epsom salt. I was like, what's going on with the game? And the Niners just got beat up. Scored 3 field goals there. I remember that game because I had chickenpox. I had chickenpox. True story. Man. Top there, man. And a lot of those Bears teams are disappointed they didn't win more. But, you look at this matchup here, it feels like the playing field is starting to even out because of the injuries with the 49ers, including George Kittle. What was your reaction when you heard the news from Kyle Shanahan yesterday? George Kittle is day-to-day with a growing injury.
Well, the 612 here at the Comcast Business Text line says 100% Kittle is out for Sunday. And I'm like, no, it's not 100%. It's never 100% with Kittle. I'll just say, you can miss out on Kittle. You can miss out on Jimmy Ward for this Week 1 matchup. Tom's the color guy for them. He's very tapped in. Yep. But I'm just looking at this Bears roster compared to the 49ers right now, and I just don't see there being any chance that the Bears can win this game, even if George Kittle is out. I really don't. I don't understand. I'm not afraid to say that, look, this could easily be a 34-13 game for the 49ers.
Wow.
I really think so.
Even without Kittle?
Even without Kittle.
Wow.
Even without Kittle. I don't think the Bears are very good. I know they got Roquan Smith, and I mentioned Robert Quinn, talked about him too, but I just don't. Unless this lingers on into the season, I'm not going to worry about it past Week 1. You know what? Hell, if his hamstring's bothering him, sit him Week 1. It's fine. Let him sit. Let the team win. I don't think the Bears are going to win that many games.
Is it a hamstring or groin?
It's a hamstring. Because
I've seen both reports.
If
it's a hamstring, that's even trickier.
Right.
I don't like either. I don't like either injury because they both linger.
Right. 2017, missed a week of training camp with a hamstring injury. Has had shoulder problems, knee problems. Dealt with a tight hamstring during training camp in 2020. Had a sprained left knee during that season. He's had a bunch of problems. So George Kittle just plays a very physical brand of football. I'm not too worried about it right now, unless it lingers on into the season. When you start facing the likes of the Rams and the Chiefs
and the Chargers
and even the Broncos in Week 3.
That's going to be a problem.
You're facing Russell Wilson.
We're going to do some predictions tomorrow with the schedules and stuff like that. I've already got that next to my calendar as an L.
Really?
I do not expect the Niners to win in Denver.
Yeah, I did the playoff predictor thing this morning, so I did the win-loss record. Sheesh, I don't know. These are a little skewed. I don't know if I believe in these records too much after picking all the games.
I just see Russell Wilson's Sunday Night Football in NBC. I've seen the Niners win in Denver one time in my life, and I was with Alex Smith and Frey Gore. Last game of the season, I think it was 07, maybe 06, but they won in overtime in that game. And I was like, the Niners, they have so much momentum going into the next season. And then North Turner took the Chargers job late in the offseason, and a guy named, was Jim Hostler was the offensive coordinator.
Yes.
And it wasn't pretty.
Eesh.
It was a lot of 36 Fred Beasley draw plays.
Right. But
not good.
Fred Beasley. But after this week, then I'll start worrying about it. But this week I'm not too concerned. What about you? I feel like there's some concern on your end.
It's always hurt.
Yeah.
It's always got an injury. Lingering injury. It's always something. And when you look at the tight end room for the 49ers, you just think, all right, are they deep enough at tight end? I'm watching Georgia last week, right? Against Oregon. And Georgia had 4 5-star tight ends on their football team. Brock Bowers, I think he's from Napa, California. Like George Kittle, he blocked some poor Oregon Duck into the 5th row on their first touchdown. Just manhandled this guy on the goal line. Just blocked him out of bounds. I said, I need that guy on the 49ers. This guy number 0, dude, looked like he was created in the lab. And I said, I need one of those tight ends because Ross Dwelley, is he a factor in the passing game? No. He's a good blocker. He's an okay blocker. But he's not a factor in the passing game. And that's the that's what separates George Kittle from a lot of tight ends.
Right.
Is his threat in the passing game. He's a threat in the passing game. He can get speed. He's just always banged up. And I don't like starting the season, all of a sudden you got a lingering hamstring / groin. It's not good.
No, you're not. Not good. You're not starting off the season on the wrong foot. But I would not be shocked this year, though, if out of nowhere, Ross Dwelley is the one who gets the first touchdown of the season if George Kittle doesn't play.
So you're
just because no one's paid attention to Ross Dwelley. Everyone's focused on Ayuk. Everyone's focused on Debo. It's like Ross Dwelley, watch out. Bet you that happens.
Dude,
I don't know what the betting odds for that prop are.
Here's your backup tight ends. Charlie Warner from Georgia, blocking tight end.
Right.
Ross Dwelley, 3rd string tight end.
Right.
Probably most likely a blocking tight end. Then you have Tyler Kroft.
Right.
Don't know much about Tyler Kroft.
Tyler Kroft made some plays in practice.
Talk about practice or we talk about captains.
But they're not But the thing is, they're not George Kittle.
They're not George Kittle.
That's the conclusion we can come to.
They're not George Kittle.
They're not George Kittle. So unless this lingers on later on in the season, that's when I'll start to worry. But right now, I'm personally okay because I just don't think the Bears are a good roster. Even if you're down to starting tight end and you're down your starting free safety.
See, I get a little freaked out when people do that.
What?
I do. Everybody's writing off the Bears in week 1.
Yeah.
And I don't like when the public does that.
Why?
Because weird things happen in the NFL.
They do.
The Bears are hearing all this, and they're saying, man, we don't have a shot in hell to beat this team.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just pulse all this stuff, because that stuff happens. The Bears locker room right now is saying, nobody's giving us a damn shot. We have Cole Kmet. They don't have Jimmy Ward. We're going to go right at Hufanga in pass coverage.
Right.
All right, we have speed on the outside. Nobody knows about our speed, but we have speed. They have no Jimmy Ward. George Kittle, blocking tight end. Robert Quinn maybe switches sides and saying, you know what, I'm going to rush on this end. I'm going to go at McKivitz. Brunskill's also on the injury report. So the George Kittle thing, it's just like, out of all the things that happened yesterday with the captain stuff and the Jimmy stuff, not having 85 out there, now all of a sudden Devo's getting doubled. Now you could just bracket Devo Samuel. You could possibly bracket Brandon Ayuk. Now you put a lot more pressure on Danny Gray to make plays or Ray McLeod to make plays, and you put a lot more pressure on the run game, and that's where the most impact may happen is in that run game with George Kittle. George Kittle's not in there run blocking.
Right.
Now all of a sudden Elijah Mitchell doesn't have the holes to run through on the outside because George Kittle's probably more valuable in the run game than the pass game for this football team. So maybe I'm freaking out a little bit. We'll get the injury report, but I don't like it, Lakeford. Day-to-day, hammy.
Yeah.
Hammy. You know how tricky those are.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just not scared of the Bears, Bonte.
Yeah, I know.
Like, I think that pass rush is going to get to him. I think Nick Bosa, Javon Kinlaw, whoever's on the other end, maybe it's, Drake Jackson, who Ebicom, I think they're really going to feast on that Bears offensive line. I don't think the offense is going to do anything, so I'm not worried about Jimmy Ward. If I had to pick between the two, I'd say I'm more worried about the offense without George Kittle than I am about the defense without Jimmy Ward.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
will say I'd be a little more worried there, but still, to me, it's the Bears. 650 Comcast Business text line saying he's with you with you on that. You never know what can happen any given Sunday. Here's what's going to happen. I think the Niners are going to blow the Bears out. That's it.
We'll get there right. It's a growing confirmed. Mayoko corrected himself. Okay, all right. Well, growing heavy. He's hurt. He's day-to-day. We'll get the specifics on the injury because I was told it was a groin. But anyway, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. We're going to give away a Kirby gift card at 7:30. Kirby gift card coming up at 7:30. Tukwaski Tart, 8 o'clock. Tukwaski Tart, 8 o'clock. That's appointment radio. Also, Jim McMahon tomorrow, Lakeford. Jim McMahon tomorrow. We're going to play that at 9 a.m.
I'll be great.
It'll also be on YouTube, uncut, unedited, and uncensored. You don't want to miss that tomorrow. We got a jam-packed. We got a great 2-day stretch here as we get ready for Niners and Bears. Don't forget, Rams, Bills tonight, week 1 of the NFL season kicks off. A lot of people jacked up because it is football season. But even if we want to squeeze in some Giants, I think we do it next, Lakeford. How can they fix themselves? How's this going to get prettier? I have no idea. Maybe you have more answers than me, Lakeford. We'll do that on the other side. Okay. When you're happy and you know it, in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at san diego.org.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
You know what? We have a Kirby gift card coming out in 12 minutes. We're giving one away in 12 minutes. The hell with the Giants right now. We'll fix them later. It's NFL Week 1. Kickoff tonight. SoFi Stadium. The defending champion It's tough to say, but they're the champs. The LA Rams going up against everybody's favorite, the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
A lot of hype on the Bills. So much hype that I was drafting Josh Allen early in drafts because I think he's gonna throw for over 40 touchdowns, 5,000 yards. I think he's just gonna be phenomenal. But football's back, so you know what? I'm gonna do our roasters a solid. Giants lost yesterday. They lost 2 or 3 to the Dodgers. They've lost 10 of 11 to the Dodgers. Max Muncy owns them. The offseason's coming for them. We'll get to how to fix them, and got a lot of suggestions. A lot of people say, just go get Aaron Judge. I don't think it's that simple. But, Steven, it doesn't feel appropriate to talk about them right now.
No, I'd say just my quick thoughts, like just a quick fix. Rodon has made it clear that he likes it here, likes the coaching staff. Number one on my list would be, look, you got to sign Rodon. You got to do it. I know you don't sign pitchers to 5-year deals. Someone offers him a 5-year, $25 million deal. You know what? You offer him a 3-year, $30 million deal. That's what I want for Rodon. I'm willing to overpay for him. And then on the other side, man, there's a lot of changes that need to be made, but just sign free agents where you can't platoon them, where you physically can't. Like this year, their roster is full of guys who they feel they need to platoon because they don't trust them against certain pitchers. Well, sign some guys who you could trust against anybody so you do not platoon them. I know it's all part of their game plan or whatever, but they haven't had a roster that has stars like that where it's like, you know what, if we platoon them, that's a detriment to the team. Like, they haven't had those type of stars. Brandon Crawford actually was that guy in 2021. So I want to see if they could sign any guys that are like that. That's really my fix, Bonte. That's my fix.
Let me ask you real quick before we go back into the Diners.
Yeah.
Shohei Ohtani, you believe he's going to be traded this offseason?
If they get new ownership, they'd be smart to try and tear that thing down, I think. Yeah.
He's got a year left on his deal, correct?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Would you trade Kyle Harrison to go get Shohei?
Yeah.
Without a doubt?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I would, because you're gaining a pitcher in Shohei.
Yeah.
If you're telling me that I got to, trade my number one pitching prospect right now, one of the best pitching prospects in all of baseball, yeah, I'd be willing to do that because Shohei's one of the best pitchers in baseball.
Even for a year of control, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You try to re-sign him. I tried to re-sign him this season. I'm
I'd be willing to do that.
with you.
Yeah.
100% with you.
It's Shohei.
I know Kyle Harrison's a local product, and that's all cool. I'm trading him for Shohei Ohtani. Shout out to De La Salle, because I know Kyle Harrison went there and know his family's probably listening.
Yeah.
Look, I love you, Harrisons. I love the Harrisons. I love Kyle. I would love to see him come up. But if Shohei's on the block, nobody's off limits.
Right.
Nobody.
You know me. I'm a big farm system guy.
Yeah, you are.
Kyle Harrison, I saw him play in San Jose. I saw him pitch. I'm a big Kyle Harrison fan too. But if you're telling me that you can get a historic player,
that's what I'm saying,
in Shohei Ohtani, then yes, I'd be willing to do that.
Shohei is a pitcher and a 30 home run hitter. I mean, we're talking about power. I'm just, you watch his at-bats and the plate coverage, just like, where do you throw the guy?
Yeah. Look, I know a lot of fans, maybe here in the Bay Area, have stopped paying attention to what's going around baseball, but go to just ESPN's page, go to the Angels, and look at who's leading in every single category, not only on the hitting side, but on the pitching side.
Yeah.
It is all Shohei.
Well, somebody, and this is why I asked the question. 650 Comcast Business Text Line, 100%, Bonte. What kind of question is that? Well, the reason why I asked the question, because we could ask Mark Willard a little later. The reason why I asked it, because Mark Willard and Shasky looked me dead in the eye and said, no, we're not trading Harrison.
Yeah.
He can't be part of that package. And I'm thinking, wait, for Shohei? Maybe they didn't understand the question. But I was like, wait a minute. You don't want to go get Shohei, and now some reasoning may be, well, you could wait a year and you may be able to sign him. I want to just go get the guy. Get him in my system, trade for him, and I don't want to bid against the Dodgers. I don't want to bid against the Padres. I don't want to bid against the New York Yankees or their Cubs or, I don't want to bid against those dudes. Let me get this guy now. And if it costs Harrison, then it costs Harrison. So we're in lockstep.
No, well, 100%. It all depends on new ownership, though, what they want to do. I thought they should have traded Shohei at the deadline. Like, I really did, because they could have gotten a lot in return for him and started to build up this roster, because it's been proven now since 2018 that even though you have two of the, like Mike Trout too, one of the best players that I've ever seen in my life, No doubt. 5-tool guy.
Yep.
Shohei Ohtani, one of the greatest. Any A's game that you can see with the Angels, like I was out
Watch
there.
it.
You know what I mean? You got to watch that because those two are iconic. But they haven't built a team around him. The ownership has screwed them. So I wonder if the new ownership is going to. And I don't even think the sale is finalized yet.
No.
But I think once they bring new ownership in, I think it'd be smart for them to tear it down. So yeah, of course, the Giants should be in the running for that.
Dude, and I'm seeing on YouTube LQ Shohei going to Seattle. Well, where's Trout going to go? He's got Trout. He's been hurt. He's got 32 jacks this year.
Yeah,
he's got 32 jacks.
He's unreal.
I mean, they got Shohei and Trout. They can't win a damn baseball game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. All right, back to the Niners here. Here's what Trey Lance. Just everybody, we started the show, talking about Captain Gate or whatnot. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about the Niners because I do think too much is starting to be made about the quarterback position. We'll get into that in just a second. But let's put the captain stuff to bed. Here's what Trey Lance had to say about not being named captain yesterday down in Santa Clara.
Obviously, that's a goal of mine, but then I don't think you can look at any 6 of those guys and be like, hey, that guy's a bozo, because those guys have all played football at a very, very high level. So, yeah, situations are different. I'm excited. I voted for every single one of those guys, so I think each and every one of them deserves it. But, yeah, it's definitely a goal of mine moving forward. But those guys have all proved it. That's what this league is all about.
Get more impressed with Trey Lance at the podium every single day.
Did he say bozo or bosa?
Bozo.
Because you could see a bosa as part of the captain. Look, one of the comparisons that I want to make, one of the analogies, and I could be wrong because, look, I'm not that strong of a Marvel fan. I've seen a lot of the movies, but Captain America has the name Captain in it. Supposedly, he's the leader of that team with Marvel. He's the captain. Well, you know who's the real captain of that team? It's Iron Man. Much to the detriment of that team, it is Iron Man.
It is Iron Man.
He's not the one with the captain in his name. He's not Captain Iron Man. Like, Trey Lance is the leader here. Just because the C isn't on his shoulder doesn't mean that he's not the leader of this team. Captain is just a title. It's just a title.
By the way, Mark Willard's texting.
What's that?
You misunderstood the question. Shohei wouldn't command Harrison. You're going to compete with the Dodgers next winter of him either way. All right, I misunderstood the question. That's fine. That's done. If he doesn't command Kyle Harrison, then great. Go trade for Shohei. But that's it. I don't even want to chat about it later. I don't even want to chat about Shohei or Harrison.
Willard just told you didn't understand your own question?
Yeah, I guess. I thought I asked him straight up, would you trade Harrison for Shohei?
Yeah.
But,
no, it's going to be a lot more than that, but...
No, I'm never going to touch it Willard, we're not talking about it. Go walk your dog. Put the dog to bed. Pick up the poopy. Pick up the poop. Michael Irvin on captains.
Well, I was never a captain. I've never got named a captain. It doesn't mean that you're not a leader or that you can't lead. It's just, it's what it is. The guys understand. Hey, Trey Lance is a young guy. He's learning. He's coming through the ropes and everything. They want him to worry about him. Don't worry about captaining the whole team. You get yourself ready and get yourself right to play. He's a young quarterback. This has no bearing whatsoever.
No bearing whatsoever. The playmaker on Damon Ratto. Here's what he added one more thing about Trey Lance not being named captain.
Trust me, whether he has a C on his chest or not, Trey Lance is captaining the team because he's a quarterback. He's a quarterback. We don't have to put a C on his chest. That's no indication that he's not a leader or his team didn't pick him to be a captain. That's just not the truth.
All right, and now Shed. Go ahead. You want to say something?
We get a lot of listeners here, Bonte, who speak out against the participation trophy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They hate participation trophies.
Well, you got a host who hates
You're one of them.
Yeah,
You're one of them, right?
Fruit snacks and Gatorades.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Capri Suns for everybody.
So you think just because this guy is going to be starting for his first full season that he deserves the captain title?
No, he doesn't.
No, he needs to earn it. So if you're one of those people who is saying, well, participation trophy shouldn't count. Oh, this is the participation trophy era, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, you're saying Trey Lance needs to be captain. This is an indictment on Trey Lance. Check yourself.
Check yourself.
All right?
Check yourself.
Because it's just like, you're being hypocritical then.
Yeah.
It's just you can't have both. So
can't.
I don't really... He can earn it. Next year, I think how they do it with the patches is normally they put the C, and then after 1 year of being a captain, they put 1 star on, or is it when you're during your second year?
Yeah, it's like 1 year's 2 star. I don't.
Right.
When the NFL started doing it, I was like, this is stupid. This is just dumb. You don't need to put the C on your. Like, come on, man.
That guy's a bozo.
Yeah, well, you want to hear from Kyle Shanahan?
Yeah.
It's Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, boy. I'm sure he loved answering questions about this.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
Shanahan don't even know who the damn captains are.
He doesn't
care. Know who the damn captains are. Where did Lance finish in the voting for the captains?
Was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. Debo was 8. That's why I mentioned his name on accident. We just wanted to go with 6. They don't allow 8 to the coin toss, I don't believe. So it's also his first year starting for us. I think guys do, there's not many rookies who end up being the captains. I know this is his second year, but he's a rookie for us in terms of his first time being our starting quarterback.
Oh, man. Here's more on the captains. I can't get it up Shanahan at the podium.
We got a lot of people we treat like captains. There's nothing. I mean, I respect the hell out of our captains, and our team does obviously too because they voted on them. But that's not everything to me at all. I always get the final tally, and I could cheat if I wanted to. I actually didn't at all. I agreed with all their choices, and I just made the decision not to have 8 of them.
I mean, like...
Debo's one of them. Oh, wait, no, Debo's not one of them. He didn't Shanahan.
We're just trying to find anything leading up to the season to create some sort of talking point. Literally anything. It's unbelievable. I really it's crazy because you just don't think, you feel like, all right, we've reached the finish line here. All right, we got 2 more days. We have come to the conclusion that Trey's the starter, Jimmy's the backup. That's done. Finito.
What about him saying, I could have cheated, man? I could have cheated.
Like, what the hell, man? Now it's like, he's not a captain.
To some people, 888-957-9570 is a big deal to you that Trey Lance is not named captain. 925, Mahomes was captain his second year. This is a Comcast business text line. Trey hasn't done enough to prove anything to his teammates. He's lacking.
I agree with that.
If Debo was 8th, why did he say his name as the 4th captain? See, there's all this psychoanalyzing of the captains now. This is unreal. This is actually laughable. By the way, Beat the Streak. There's $5.6 million up for grabs with MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. I almost said Shasky.
You were close.
Steven. I was close, but I didn't do it. Steven. Nice guy. Langford. It's time to give away a Kirby gift card. Kirby gift card, baby. 415-951-2386. 415-951-2386. Caller number 5. Cinco. Caller number 5. 415-951-2386. You get a Kirby gift card. Because, like, if you're Langford and Jesse got a nail in the tire.
Brutal. Yeah.
Call. Kirby. C-U-R-B-E-E. Kirby. They come to your house. They come to where you're at. If you need an oil change, they change your oil. If you need a tire change, they change your tire. Need some windshield wipers? They'll come deliver some windshield wipers. Washer fluid, windshield wiper, all that stuff. Kirby. It's really great.
Right.
So, caller number 5, 415-951-2386. And also, Red Gulp pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal.
Yes.
What do you think Low Neal's going to be saying about Sunday, Soldier Field Sunday, Bears Niners Week 1 NFL kickoff? Come at me, you got a Low Neal? You got a Low Neal?
Man, I mean, it depends. I mean, if he was on the morning here when I believe it was Uncle Charlie who was joining the show all year last year.
Lance to make him dance.
Yeah. Lowe would have been all over that, so I'm sure he would have been Lance to make him dance, baby. He's all about that, and I can't wait till they play the Cardinals, and then all of a sudden Lowe throws in a little calamari and throws Krueger off a little bit. I can't wait till the Loweisms come into play with Krueger. I'll be listening to that show. I can't wait. Pregame, and they'll be, and if I'm not mistaken, for home games, they'll be live from the Hilton
Hotel.
Yeah.
Hilton Hotel.
Damn.
The house Shasky and I made famous.
I promise you.
Was Joe Eustace still down there at the Hilton? Joe? No? Because you did training camp. He was the GM there. You have Michelle and Joe Eustace.
Ooh.
I don't know.
There was Michelle.
There was Michelle.
There was Michelle.
That's my whole girl.
I didn't meet Joe.
Didn't meet Joe. Maybe Joe's somewhere else. I don't know where Joe is. All right, the pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality Jim Beam bourbon whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. We just gave out a Kirby gift card. 888-957-9570. Captain Gate. Look at this. Look at the text here. No C on Lance's chest is just limiting extra pressure. Much ado about nothing. I don't even think it's that. I think it has nothing to do with anything.
It's like I'm going to repeat this again. We've talked about this briefly, but there's a difference between being a captain and being a leader.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you have the C on your uniform doesn't always make you the leader. Like, I think we can agree that the leader of the defense, as he's a captain, is Fred Warner.
Right.
I don't really consider Nick Bosa to be the leader of the defense. I don't see him talking up that defensive line.
But his actions, though.
But his actions speak for himself, right? Like he is the best defender on that team. He is the the best player on that defense. So yeah, he's been given the captain's captain's title.
I'm gonna ask you a question based off this text from the Comcast Business Text Line 925. Bonte would never be named captain by Matt Nahegan. Lubman definitely gets to see over Hill, Shasky, and Langford.
Facts.
So who would be the captain here at 95.7 The Game?
The captain?
Get to see patch somebody. A host, a producer. Wow. Would it be Guru? Could you imagine Guru being the captain?
Well, I'd give it to the one and only Joe Spadoni, because that dude works the longest hours out of any board op, and the board op's job primarily is to get the station on the air. That's the number one gig. That's the very basis of it. So without Spadone working in the middle of the day, you want to be on the air.
You know what?
He could easily, he has all the power. I don't think you realize this, all right? We may have the title of technical producer, but we have all the power.
Who was it, Stephen Lil Wayne, Real G's, moving silence like lasagna?
Facts.
Wow. Wow.
Like gnocchi.
Damn. That was impressive.
Yes.
That blew my mind.
Look, man, we've got the power, man. We control the commercials.
That blew my mind.
We control the Guru drops.
Tyler Miller.
Come on.
Tyler Miller.
I don't know.
I got caught up in Garoppolo Mania. Hey, look, Bonte would be shafted like Debo for the captain spot. That's Tyler Miller on YouTube. Lubman, the captain. Is he a captain to save him? Or is he a captain at 95.7 The Game? Maybe that's our poll question of the day, Lubman. Who would be the captain here? Ray Ratto may be the captain. No, probably not. He wouldn't want to see. He'd reject it. Damon Bruce.
That guy.
Wow, look at this. Joe Spadoni, 925, Comcast Business Text Line. He's a Trent Williams at 95.7 The Game. Protects everybody. I like that.
Yep.
I would give to see Pastor Damon. That's from the 408 on the Comcast Business Text Line. Josh in San Jose. Nice guy is my captain for the 925 Comcast Business Text Line. A little strange.
The hell?
We're wording. I would want to see. That's a lot of pressure here at 95.7 The Game.
The thing is, man, with this whole Trey thing, we're just making all these determinations. Like, for example, the thing with, like, we go nuts over Trey. Like, the thing that struck me the most, okay, the Peter King stuff, saying that, up to week 7 in his section of his article, of his column, where it's like 10 things, I think. So in one of his I thinks, he thinks that by week 7, Jimmy could replace Trey. And I'm sitting here going, you know what? First 6 games of the season, 4 of those very winnable games. If he does struggle, I don't know, maybe they would consider it. I don't think they would. I don't think Trey's going to struggle, so that decision isn't even going to come into play. Albert Breer says 3 words: a little annoyed. Trey Lance was a little annoyed with Jimmy G, retracted those comments, and goes on to write a feature on Trey Lance being the starting quarterback, and we're out here calling out Albert Breer. Like, we'll call out anything that we see to talk about Trey Lance in that fashion, whereas, like, I just get, we need to see the season happen. We need to see it take place. We need to see Trey on the field. You're going to realize that this dude's a leader, man. He's going to be controlling the offense. He's going to be telling people where to go, making hand signals, calling audibles. Like, he's going to be the leader, even though he doesn't have to see.
This is fun.
Oh, man.
You're worked up right now, my man.
I am.
Worked up.
I am.
408 Comcast Business Text Line.
I apologize.
The Dimmer Clause is my C. Somebody's got to replace Shasky. You're replacing Shasky. I need a little.
For the 5-1. Sorry, put your game at 7. Oh, man.
Denver's is the only on-air host that has the most scars or earned to see a 95-7 a game. All facts, 415.
From the 510, we got Willard. Willard's a recently acquired addition. We need a full season of Willard first before we consider this. It's like Trey Lance.
How about this one?
He's a great leader. Great to be around. I love Mark Willard.
How about this one? The captain needs to be flexible, always willing to step up. JD, John Dickinson for captain.
Hell yeah.
How about this one? 530, Comcast Business Text Line. The game captains, Dibs, Steiny, Damon, Bonte. Wait, not Bonte.
He was 8th in the voting. Oh, man. Guru is absolutely... Guru is in the running. I mean,
hold on.
Shoot, man.
This is good. There's so many things glossed over from Shanahan yesterday. Here's Shanahan on listening captains. Just listen to this one more time.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
There we go.
There we go.
That's it.
7 and 8. 7 and 8.
I'd put Guru right up there.
Oh, man, those two dudes at night are good. Which ones? We got a lot of people working at night. We got Alan Styles, we got Dan DeVoe, you got Whitey Gleason, you have Shamari Block, you have my boy Chucky.
Well, again, full seasons. We need a full season. Well, Whitey Gleason actually could be in the running for that, but we need the full season under the belt. It's like Trey Lance. A lot of promise.
So,
a lot of promise.
Poll question of the day.
Need a full season, though.
Poll question of the day. Who should be the captain here at 95-7 a game? Bonte, Guru, Joe Spinoni, or Ray Randall to spite him? Is it okay to vote for yourself? I won't.
Is that what a real captain would do, though?
I don't think a real captain would do that. So I'm going to vote
Brandon
for...
Belt did.
I'm going Joe Spinoni. Joe Spinoni. So far, 5 votes. Bonte Hill leads the way, 60%. I'm talking in third person. Bonte Hill, the CEO of the NBC Sports Bay Area. JD is the captain, according to 610-619 on the Comcast Business Text Line. Utility man handling press conferences. That's from our boy Burke in the Creek. What up, Burke?
You know who else is a captain on the Niners? Evil Jimmy.
Oh, gosh.
I'm the captain.
By the way, I got some sound about Jimmy. Something we all glossed over because Benjamin Albright brought the chopper. He brought the flamethrower yesterday.
He did.
But this got glossed over because he brought the chopper and he just, went out there and rock bottom a couple journalists out there.
Was it glossed over, Bonte? Play the sound. Was it glossed over?
It's a situation where I think if you look at from the internal optics of it versus the actual practicalities of it, as soon as the Niners get the trade package they want, Jimmy's going to be gone. I don't even expect Jimmy to be there at the end of the season on that roster, even with that no-trade clause. They wanted to be rid of him. They couldn't get the package they wanted because they had no leverage after surgery, and so now it's just hanging there in the air. But Trey Lance isn't annoyed at the situation. He's like, hey, look, it is what it is. It's a business.
Wow.
I'm telling you, by November 1st, and I said
you've been kind of on this.
Said this with you last week.
No doubt, you've been on this.
They brought Brock Purdy in as the third quarterback. Maybe they just didn't want to let him get on waivers because he wouldn't clear waivers. If Nate Sudfeld could go to the Detroit Lions, I'm sure one of these teams would have picked up Brock Purdy. So maybe they just wanted to keep a third quarterback for the sake of keeping a third quarterback. But that's a lot to risk for a roster spot when you got guys like Trey Sermon, who was tough to waive, and you got these wide receivers. So I really think that before the November 1st deadline, I would not be shocked if the Niners are sitting there. Like, the Niners have the leverage here. For the first time, we thought, Jimmy had the leverage. Oh, he's got shoulder surgery. Now this makes it tougher for the 49ers to trade him. Now Jimmy, is going to stay here possibly and puts the Niners in a really tough position. Now they might not get anything back for him. They might just have to release him. Well, they ended up taking the pay cut with Jimmy. $6.5 million by November 1st, Bonte. Let's just say, I don't know, the NFC's wide open.
NFC's wide open, but I wouldn't trade him within the conference. I would not do that.
You wouldn't?
Gamesmanship. I cannot do that. Trade him to the AFC if you can.
Right.
I can't trade him to a team you may see down the road. What if Philly needs a quarterback by week 8 and Jalen Hurts gets hurt? No pun intended.
I think there's a possibility there because the Eagles are that type of complete team where it's like the only guy that can really have them lose games, or one of the reasons they lose games, the big reason they lose games is because of the quarterback.
Yeah.
The Eagles are a real possibility. Hell, I'll throw this out there, and it's not if this dude struggles, but if he gets hurt. The Packers?
The Packers.
Rodgers, do they trust Jordan Love really to take him to the
They're talking him up. They're talking him up.
Man.
Let's go to Anthony in Fairfield. By the way, Jaquaski Tart, we've been promoting this all day. The graphic just came out. Jaquaski Tart, hopefully he picks up the phone.
Yeah.
But he's supposed to join the morning roast at 8 o'clock. Sometimes I don't trust the players to pick up the phone. They'll sleep in. They'll be playing Madden. They do their own thing. They go by their own schedule. You know, but Jaquaski Tart is scheduled to come on the roast at 8 o'clock. That's 17 minutes.
Well, is he still on East Coast time? It could be 11 o'clock by that.
Central time.
Oh, okay.
He's in the Midwest.
Oh, okay.
He's in the Midwest. Let's go to Anthony in Fairfield. He's on West Coast time. Anthony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Top of the morning, fellas. Top of the morning. Y'all killing it, man. Steven be having the cold little jokes that be going over people's heads, but I catch him all the time.
He's good.
Steven.
Appreciate you, man.
Good.
Take the show on the road.
Hey, you know what, Anthony? Anthony, he should be a captain. He's a rising star. He could be our breakout star in 2022.
Yes, Steven is he's not a sleeper no more, man. I got my money on his pick too because I think he's on to something with that Jimmy gonna be gone by November.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna wait for it. Mark my words, like Steven said at 5 o'clock. But I just wanted to let you guys know y'all was killing it this morning, man. I'm enjoying it, and I think I wanted to ask you guys whatever happened to that nonsense about Jimmy being MIA and all of that. I feel like that story just came and went, and I feel like it was some Jimmy slander for no reason. And I think it's kind of interesting that like we don't talk about that anymore.
Yeah.
Now he's back. But so like I don't know, how you guys feel about that. But as far as like with Trey Lance and everything, I've been listening for the last 2 weeks, and people have been having all these different proclamations and saying all this stuff. And honestly, nobody knows nothing.
Nothing.
It's just crazy to listen without calling for like 2 and 3 weeks, and you just hear all this craziness and all this just stuff coming out of the woodwork.
Anthony, doesn't all this psychoanalyzing of a 22-year-old quarterback just drive you crazy? We don't know what the hell's going on through Trey's head.
It really does, and it's kind of sad, to be honest. We're all adults here. I'll be 36 in a couple of weeks, and I just can't get with that program, man. So I wish him the best. I wish the Niners the best, and I just want to see us win, period. And I just wish people would just zero in on that. If Trey Lance can get us to the promised land, then Trey Lance going to get us to the promised land. And I'm tired of hearing about Jimmy got us within 6 minutes. We didn't win. So who cares?
Yeah.
It was 6 minutes, it was 2 minutes. We didn't win the big game. We want to win the big game, and Trey Lance is the man to do it for us. So
great call, Anthony.
Fans, man, let's see what.
Great call, Anthony. Great call. And you were on that last week about Jimmy Garoppolo possibly being traded in November, and I kept thinking, the Phil Simms thing got me because he got hurt in Week 15.
Right.
And where my mind is like, boy, if Trey goes down late in the season, you go into a playoffs, you're going to have Brock Purdy or Sudfeld. Now, we know Sudfeld's in Detroit. We saw that at Hard Knocks in the final episode.
Right.
But they would have to go out and get another backup quarterback. And I don't know if there's anybody available. So that's why I would just hold Jimmy. I'll just keep him.
Right.
I'll just ride it out.
No, that's why it's going to be a fascinating conversation, I think, if, again, it's all predicated on if.
Right.
Like from the 5-1-0, if Jimmy gets traded and Trey gets injured, are we just going to rely on Purdy?
That's my mindset.
That's going to be the talking point before November, because you got 8 games leading up to that. I believe the last game before the bye week is against the Rams, because week 7, or is it against the Chiefs? It's Rams or Chiefs. It's one of those before the bye week. And I think that's going to be a talking point. I think it's going to be a very real conversation, because we kind of just brushed it off, said, you know what, they're going to keep Jimmy through and through. I don't see that being a case, because teams can get desperate, especially if they feel like they're contending. I mean, if you feel like you can get Jimmy for... they're going to get a third-round compensation pick if Jimmy sticks with the team for the season. They traded a second-rounder for him. I mean, if the Niners can get more than that, certain team says, hey, look, we'll give you a first-rounder for Jimmy.
Right.
Like, we're willing to do that.
And I don't even see that happening. So they play the
Exactly.
Rams October 30th. That's their last game before the bye week. And then they come back November 13th against the Chargers.
Yeah.
So a day before, 2 days before the trade deadline, Niners will be going on.
Yes.
They have their bye week so they can reevaluate the entire football team, see where they're at.
The most important part, though, is Trey. We got Trey. And Anthony's right. We got to see what happens on the field.
Yep.
Like, I was wondering this. I was saying this on the pregame show. If you had to pick an over-under, you guys were doing over-unders yesterday for the season. And I'm wondering, over-under for the first 2 games. Let's just say, he averages 25 pass attempts a game.
Yep.
Like, do you think it's going to be over or under 50 in terms of the amount of pass attempts? Because really, I think we'll see a little bit of Trey these first 2 weeks, but I think a lot of it is going to be predicated on that run game that Kyle Shanahan loves to show off. Loves to show about the run game.
I think 50 is a great number.
Yeah.
And 50 is a number that I wouldn't play, because I could see him throwing 27 passes the first week, right? 27 passes in Chicago.
Right.
And then maybe 23 at home against Seattle. or he could throw 23 against Chicago because in the forecast there's going to be a little bit of rain. Maybe the Niners starters play that ball control offense with Elijah Mitchell and without George Kittle. Maybe he throws it 22 times in week number 1 and then 28 times against Seattle. It's going to be around that number, but we've kind of hinted on this. I always look back at RG3. You look at his game logs, that rookie year of Washington. First week of the season, 19-26. I think that's a sweet spot. You don't want Trey Lance going out there throwing 30 times a game. And like Shasky said yesterday, we could see a lot of 14-22 games, 13-21. You know what I'm saying? It may be 12-22. Kind of like Kaepernick, his first full season as a starting quarterback for the 49ers, where he had a stretch of games where he threw for less than 200 yards, but they were winning football games. I think that's going to be the blueprint for Trey, especially early on before that bye week. Those first 8-9 games, Langford, where he doesn't throw the ball more than 30 times a game. So I could see 48 times the first 2 weeks of the season, 49 times, 47 times. It's going to be around that number depending on how the game flows.
Yeah, when you're going all the way, exactly, when you're going all the way up to the NFC Championship last year, I mean, Garoppolo averaged, I just got about, oh my goodness, did I just lose it? Did I totally just lose it?
Uh-oh.
I just lost it. Where'd it go?
You just lost your marbles?
You just
lost your marbles?
Okay, no, there it is. 29 pass
That's why you can't be
attempts.
the captain, Langford.
Yeah, I know, right? You know, get things wrong every now and then. It's okay. Captain, whatever.
By the way,
I told you my vote.
Somebody asked the question, who would be the coach to vote on these captains? Matt Nahigan? Look. The captains, I think you are all captains. We'll do one captain per show. One captain per show. Look.
You guys choose. You do it, but I'll have final say. It's mine. It's my say.
We got a lot of people we treat like captains. There's nothing. I mean, I respect the hell out of our captains, and our team does obviously too because they voted on them. But that's not everything to me at all. I always get the final tally, and I could cheat if I wanted to. I actually didn't at all. I agreed with all their choices, and I just made the decision not to have 8 of them.
That is something our program director, Matt Nahigan, will say. Look, I could cheat. I could just do it, but I trust you guys to do the final tally, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
But I could cheat just so I can have final say. I am the PD.
Yeah.
Nahigan would totally say what Shanahan just said.
Yeah.
Captain Gate.
I know. There's way too much surrounding it.
It's fun.
I guess
people
so.
live a little bit.
I guess so. Yeah.
By the way,
it's just a classic case. Look, just to teach you a little something about me and the family, like the Langford name. We're overthinkers.
Yeah.
Langfords are overthinkers. Takes one to know one. And trust me, with
Langfords are overthinkers.
With everything going on, with the quarterback situation, we are overthinking everything. Trust me, we're overthinkers.
Some of these texts about the captains, man. It's just 510 Comcast business text line. Put your boy and Guru basically the mascots. Crazy Crab and Lucille. That's not right, man.
No.
That's not right.
Come on.
Bonte is the captain. Do you have the swagger and confidence? I don't like you that much as an opponent, but as a teammate, you will be a good leader. Well, I appreciate that. Guru would be in the captain's hat, according to the Comcast business text line 925. It's the captain stuff. You got to have fun with it. Got to have fun. Got to have fun with the captain stuff. Way too much made of it. It's about Trey Lance. But Benjamin Albright yesterday, COA out in Denver, basically said, I expect Jimmy Garoppolo to be traded by the deadline. Now, that's something to be looked at as we get closer and closer to the trading deadline. But right now, it is Trey's team. It is Trey Lance's team. That's what basically Albright said. This is all about Trey Lance. You traded all the picks for him. This is his time to shine for the 49ers. So that's where I'm at with that. I wonder if Jaquaski Tart thinks it's a big deal about the captain stuff.
We should ask him. Like, this captain thing, okay? I'd be fascinated to hear what Jaquaski thinks just about this whole situation. Like, what Trey and Jimmy's relationship was like in the locker room last year. If he feels like it's going to change this year just because the roles are different. There's going to be a lot with Jaquaski that we can get into. But, man, I guarantee you he's just going to say, oh, yeah, we like choosing the captains. I mean, hell, Jaquaski Tart was still on this team, he probably would have been voted a captain too because he was one of the veterans on here.
Yeah,
like, you know what I mean?
By the way, poll question of the day. Who would be the captain at 95.7 a game?
Oh, boy.
85 votes so far.
Oh, nice.
Roy Ratto in the lead, 44%.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'd vote for Ray. I'm going to do that right now.
Second, 35%, yours truly.
Nice.
Guru, 15%, Joe Spinoti. No respect for Joe Spinoti.
The hell?
Our technical producer. 6%.
Again, he said real G's move in silence like lasagna. You know what we call ourselves behind
that
the
was pretty good.
You know what we call ourselves behind the glass, Bonte?
What's that?
The offensive line.
Ooh.
Nobody ever gets it never gets mentioned. You hear the name and you're like, what's that name? What's that name?
Who's that guy?
He played an important part in that game, played an important part in that show. Oh, and then you tend to learn their names.
Sam Lubman did play left guard at Los Lomos High School.
This is true.
And what else was he? Left guard, defensive tackle?
Defensive end.
Defensive end. Basically means like, we don't have a spot for you, kid. We're just going to put you on the defensive line. It did that to me at Pop Warner. I played center for the San Francisco Seahawks.
Really?
Played center. They didn't have a spot for me. Coach Greg Eisen,
Nice.
what's up, Greg? Coach Greg and Coach Paul.
Let's see.
They put me at center. I'll never forget that. Made me hike the football.
What was I? Started as a wide receiver, fourth string. Scout team running back. That was fun. Scout team safety. That was a lot of fun. Yeah. So a lot of promise. You know?
A lot of people not high on Spadoni. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Spadoni never replies to any of us P1s on Twitter.
Well, just say...
You can't be a captain when you don't reply to the P1s.
Just number one, 510, number one rule, easy. Just tweet Spadoni anything about the Raiders, and he will get back to you.
Wow.
Trust me.
This is why a lot of people think Guru should be the captain of 95.7 The Game.
Gurus.
Close the door.
Game 4 speech.
Oh,
I'm
man.
going to get out of your way, Goo.
Yeah.
To the Golden State Warriors with
Put the
everything
phone
on the
down,
line
I
tonight.
said, Johnny, damn. Listen, man, I don't know what's going to happen in this series, but I'll tell you what, we are champs, 3-time champs. And all I ask you is to look around, look at your brother, look at me, and give it your all. I don't care if we win or lose. You got to go out there and be tough. Not just for you, but for us and our fans. I don't know what's going to happen, but we got to go out there and fight. I'm tired of getting pushed around. I'm tired of being asked why we're not fighting. Again, man, bring it in. All I can ask you to do is fight. Let's go out there and kick the Celtics' ass. Let's go. Because at the end of the day, we're warriors. Oh, 3. Kick their ass. 1, 2, 3. Kick their ass. Let's go.
Wow. I want to see him read a Dr. Seuss book in that tone.
Oh, my God.
1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish.
He slowly turns into his mock Rivers halfway through that. And his voice literally was shot for 4 days after that.
I need to give a vote. By the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't give a vote to Lucas Alexander.
Oh, my God.
I forgot. Sorry, Lucas, if you're listening.
Evan's getting a vote. Evan's too quiet.
Again, like I'm mentioning with a lot of these newer gentlemen here, you got to get a year under your belt.
We got Jokoski Tart coming up in a second. I don't know. But Spadoni, do you remember the pregame speeches we let fans have? It was BS&G, Steiny Guru, and myself. We gave all the listeners a chance to come in with a pregame speech for the NFC Championship game. And do you remember Juice came in with his speech?
Yeah.
I mean, he had the speech. Coach of Los Altos Hills had a speech. Jonathan had the "we're here" and "they're there." Like, it was unreal. Tomorrow, I think, Langford with Shasky, I think we need to have fans call in the 9 o'clock hour because we're going 6 to 10 tomorrow. Morning Russ going 6 to 10 tomorrow.
Yes.
FYI.
Yep.
Back to our 6 to 10. We're going to work 4 hours now. Damn it. They're not paying us extra for that either. Damn it. We need to have fans have a week 1 speech for Bears week.
Yep.
Tomorrow.
Oh, man. Whitley Sandretto. Forgot Whitley. Both Whitley and Kirsten. Damn.
Well, time for the Boxer Gerson injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You know, Guru does fold to Jockberty. We know who doesn't fold to Jockberty. Yours truly. I hold the record for most points in the Jockberty game, most wins. Dibley ducked the smoke. He ducked me. But anyway, the Niners, big news here. Tight end George Kittle did not practice yesterday as he deals with the growing injury. The injury is worrisome enough to leave his status for Sunday's game against the Bears in doubt. Head coach Kyle Shanahan said the injury most likely occurred during a bonus practice session on Monday. Great. A bonus practice session, and 85 gets hurt. Daniel Brunskill, also not a participant in practice as he nurses a hamstring injury. And Drake Greenlaw was limited to a non-contact only in practice as he deals with an elbow injury. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Let's see if Jaquaski Tart picks up the phone. Tart, hopefully he picks up the phone next on the Morning Roast.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward into art class.
A 4-foot replica of the Statue of Liberty using elbow macaroni?
With glue and art supplies from Staples.
By tomorrow.
This week, Crayola 24-count crayons, Staples comp books, and 2-pocket poly folders are each just 50 cents. Get everything on your list at amazing prices. This year, go forward to school with Staples. Shop in-store, online, or buy online and pick up in-store. Ends 9/10, limit 30.
Man, I slept.
New ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep is made for people who are tired of being tired.
I've never slept like this before. I've never woken up like this before.
A melatonin-free sleep aid made with a botanical blend that contains clinically studied and effective valerian root, hops, and passion flower, shown to help promote better restorative sleep. ZQuil Pure Z's Restorative Herbal Sleep. Sleep this good, feel this good. Available at retailers near you.
How do you make the most of your land? Everyone has their way. The Nelsons depend on their John Deere Gator XUV 835R to get
from point A to point B with decoys and the dogs.
As much as we got going on, it's all about efficiency.
And if you ask the Mosers what they use their Gator XUV 590M for, they tell you.
The most fun we have on the Gator is just ripping around the property.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get right into it, man. We have a special guest on the line, and he called this, man. I thought he was going to be chilling, playing Madden. I'm like, he's not going to waste time with us jabronis out here on the West Coast. But Jaquaski Tart, former 49er, strong safety, hard hitter, spent his entire career with the Niners. The Eagles just released him, so he's got some time on his hands here. We'll see if he wants to play ball or not. But Jaquaski Tart on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game with nice guy Stephen Langford and Bonte Hill. Jaquaski, good morning, my man. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
We're good, man. We're good. We're ready for week 1 of the NFL season. What are you up to right now after the unfortunate news with the Philadelphia Eagles last week?
I'm chilling right now. I'm at home. Just bought a house in Texas, so I'm chilling.
Oh, man. So you got a house in Texas, and where at in Texas? South Texas, East Texas, West Texas?
Dallas. Dallas.
Oh, the Metroplex. Oh, yeah. I hear great things about Dallas. It's the Madden game. I know you're a big Madden player. How you feel about the new Madden right now? Because I'm not feeling it right now. The passing game, a little janky right now.
I actually love it. The past 3 years I haven't played, so I mean, I guess I'm getting a new feel for the game. So I think I actually love it.
All right, yeah, I got to work on my passing skills on the PS5, man, the meters or whatnot. I like the last Madden, but this new one's got me going on here. So what? As you're in Dallas right now and you're playing some new Madden, are you looking to play football again? Or you still got something left in the tank? Because I think you got a lot left in the tank.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, at this point in my career, I mean, I think it's more about the business side of football. I mean, it's a lot of stuff out there about, me not, being able to perform at a high level, but that's, it's the business side, and when you reach the business side, it's all about opportunity.
Right.
I assume I would have opportunity in Philadelphia, but from day one, that wasn't what it was. So at the end of the day, I'm all about just chilling until the right situation occurs.
When you were practicing with the team in Philadelphia, Jaquaski, I was wondering, what's the biggest difference that you saw with the way that Philadelphia and the Eagles had ran their training camp versus the 49ers and how they run practice and things in training camp?
I would say they gave a lot of time off. Actually, they allowed you to truly rest your body, which is a great thing. I like how they handle things on that aspect of camp. But I think, far as when you practice, it's the same. It was the same in San Fran.
Jaquaski, we're talking to Jaquaski Tart, former strong safety with the 49ers, had a lot of good years. And look, would you be open? Because a lot of people, we see Jimmy Ward out, your brother, Jimmy Ward, he's out for the first 4 weeks with a hamstring injury. And a lot of people immediately, once they saw you, especially Niner fans, saw you get released by the Eagles, they thought, man, bringing Tart back to San Francisco is a natural fit. Has there been any conversations? Has John Lynch called you? Have you called John Lynch? What's going on with that one? And would you be open to coming back to the Bay Area?
I mean, I've talked to the coaches, but it's been nothing official. But as far as that situation, it's for the right price. Of course, I'll be back. But at the end of the day, if it's not for the right price, I'm definitely not going back. For me, it's just, as far as what makes sense. Putting my body through a lot for a minimum is kind of like, I made enough money. I'm very fortunate to be able to play the game and be with the 49ers for 7 years. So it's like I say, it's just the right situation. If it's the right situation for me, I'll do it. If not, I'm good where I'm at.
So basically, the bag has to be right, but you would be open to putting on that red and gold again if the bag was right.
Yes, sir.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Now, and obviously the bag isn't right there because obviously you moved on there. Were you disappointed when you didn't re-sign with the 49ers this offseason?
No, not really. I mean, it's a business, and you got Young Huff there, T. Moore. They got guys, they want to get an opportunity to, and I think they deserve it. And I think they're good where they're at too, far as safeties. I think those guys will plan out well for them.
There's been a lot that's been made of the quarterback situation here in San Francisco, with Trey Lance being the starter. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't know where he was going to end up. They ended up re-signing him to a new deal. What was Trey and Jimmy's relationship like within the locker room when you were part of the team last year?
I mean, it was always a good relationship, man. I mean, everybody. I mean, that's one thing about the culture. That everybody treat each other like brothers. So it's never. I mean, what the media make things out to be. The media kind of, make things out to be a lot of different things. But it's always been like a brotherhood.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Go ahead, Jaquaski Tart here on the morning. We're also on 95.7 The Game. A lot of people making a big deal about the captain stuff. We'll get to that a little bit later. But you talk about you be open to coming here or whatnot. Take us through the offseason, though, because after the NFC Championship game, it was a tough loss to the LA Rams. I was down there at SoFi Stadium. We're all disappointed. You guys were so close like you were in 2019. But a lot of people point to you and try to blame you for that one play, the dropped interception. And I remember how it affected you during the game. How tough was it to navigate during the offseason with a lot of people just coming at you on Twitter, social media? Take us through that as an athlete, especially after a big loss like that in the NFC Championship game.
Actually, I mean, when you just going back on that, it's more. I was showing more love than hate. I mean, obviously, I mean, you can. It's whatever you choose to look at. But right. Of course, it's trolls. But again, it's trolls. Like at the end of the day, like those people don't matter. It's people who trolling. So I mean, I get it. I was even more disappointed. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I think that situation, it was just a lot more love shown than hate.
Actually, Jaquaski, I've been seeing here on your Instagram that at the end of May, you were at a concert with Trey Lance and Trey Sermon. I believe the artist was No Cap. Are you? Do you still keep up with some of these players here on the Niners?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I say, it's a brotherhood, man. Mm-hmm. A lot of those guys, they brothers for life. So, I mean, those relationships last for a lifetime.
Jaquaski Tart here on the morning, also on 95.7 The Game. When you walked off that field at SoFi Stadium in the NFC Championship game, did you feel like it? And maybe it was tough to process at that moment after you lose a game like that. But did it feel like, man, this may be it for me in the red and gold?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I knew that, but it sucks only because, it ended in a loss. But, I mean, just going back to that play, that play was a momentum play. I'm like, this is my chance, to bring the team some momentum, and it was a drop or whatever. But at the end of the day, we ended up losing the game, and it's history.
Have you watched the game back?
Yeah, I have.
How does it feel? Because I watched it and I kind of turned it off there with about 5 minutes left.
It's tough, man. It's just a tough situation. At the end of the day, definitely wanted to catch that ball, and I did. So, it's just a tough situation. It's tough.
You brought up momentum because a lot of, you get some analytic geeks and you get some people who don't believe in momentum. I believe in momentum. I mean, I didn't play at a high level like you did, but it was real. And I remember being in that stadium when that play happened. And the next play, Beckham gets a 30-yard catch, Ward gets a 15-yard penalty. So you talk about the momentum. Did you feel like that game at that point was like, man, we let it slip away. That was the game. Do you honestly believe if you come up with that interception that game is over?
I mean, I really can't say that, but I just know with momentum how things can go with momentum. You know, it's like it's like putting your we up, and it's like we would have been putting our foot on their neck at that point. You know.
Yeah.
But I mean, who's to say? You know, they do something to create momentum. Like Jalen, he ended up dropping a pick, so it's like many different things could have happened after my pick, but at the end of the day, like, it didn't happen. So, I mean, again, I dropped it, and that's what it was.
Jaquaski, a lot's been made today specifically about the captains that have been named for this team. Kyle Shanahan named 6 of them yesterday, and one of them was not Trey Lance. And people are up in arms about it, thinking that Trey's not the guy. If they're not naming him the captain, is he really the leader? I mean, does it matter if someone's named a captain or not?
Nah, not at all. I mean, it's a bunch of leaders in that locker room. So I mean, it's, you know, you got to name captains to the team, but I think a lot of people on that team is, you know, definitely a leader.
Jaquaski Tart here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. You've watched it from afar. You were in that locker room. Nice guy asked you earlier about the locker room dynamic between Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo, and this offseason has just been nauseating about the quarterbacks and psychoanalyzing Trey Lance or whatnot. Trey Lance, you saw him up close and personal last year. You practiced against him. How ready is he to be the starting quarterback for the 49ers, especially this Sunday against the Chicago Bears?
Well, from what I've seen, his mentality and mindset, he's very hungry. He's eager to work and get better, and that's something you want to see in somebody. You know, with as far as just the media loving up and just him being a high draft pick, and he's everything you want in a quarterback. So I think he's gonna get there, and he's gonna do what's expected. But again, you definitely need patience. He hasn't been a full-time starter yet, and I think fans need to be more patient when it comes to that.
Yeah, it's tough for fans to be patient. You know, fan is short for fanatic, Jaquaski. As far as Jimmy Garoppolo, you surprised to see number 10 back in the Bay Area after his offseason, the surgery, all the noise last season, going through the season. You guys start 3-5, and now he's back in red and gold. Are you a little surprised to see that?
Yeah, for sure. Once you heard they moving with Trey Lance, you automatically assume he's going to be gone. So, yeah, I was definitely surprised.
You think Jimmy, in his mind, is thinking that he's a starting quarterback? And because I think what gets undersold about Jimmy is that, he's not a competitor or whatnot. You know, a lot of heat that he gets. How competitive is Jimmy Garoppolo?
I mean, he's the ultimate competitor. I mean, of course, I know he for sure know he's a starter. And at the end of the day, for me, like my first 2 years with San Francisco, you know, we wasn't good at all. And then once we made a trade for him, he come in and start, we automatically become a winning organization. So that has a lot to, say about Jimmy and what kind of competitor he is.
And lastly, before we let you go, that locker room, that culture in the locker room with the 49ers and John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, can you speak to the culture that you guys have? Because despite the rough times early in the season last year, you guys still advanced to the NFC Championship game. Can you maybe discuss the culture and why it's so solid in that locker room?
Again, football is a business at the end of the day. So it's like when you're able to establish that brotherhood, it kind of takes away from the business side to where you can just go out and compete and have fun and play the game, which makes a lot of things a lot easier when you're going out to perform.
Right, no doubt. Well, we hope to see you back on the football field soon, man. Any other calls, not just from San Francisco, but any teams out there saying, hey, man, Tart, we need you to hit somebody. We need you to hit a tight end or two this season.
Like I said, the right situation. Yeah. It's calls, but again, the right situation for me. Yeah. That's what it's about.
Well, Jaquaski, we appreciate you taking the time out. We really, really do. I think Niner fans wanted to hear from you. A lot of Niner fans still saying, hey, man, Jaquaski, we could bring him back to safety, man. Bring him back. But as you said, man, you got to do what you got to do, and the business has to be right. So I can't knock that. You want your bag. You feel like you deserve your bag. I can't knock that, Jaquaski.
For sure, you got to know your worth in this world, and if you don't, you can be out there lost.
No doubt about that. Well, you enjoy the new mat, and you enjoy your new house down in Dallas. We'll be thinking about you. And look, man, we appreciate the time today, man. I think a lot of fans appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Jaquaski Tart here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. He's a free agent.
Damn.
We talked about the drop. Talked about the momentum. He answered every question, man. I mean, it's tough to get into that. You want to get into the psyche, and we all watched that game at SoFi Stadium. I was there. I remember being bent over when he dropped the pick, and I was like, Oh, boy. And the next play, boom, Beckham 30 yards.
We don't really talk about that dropped interception kind of like the same way we talk about, Kyle Williams and what happened there with the New York Giants.
Right.
Like, I think that he was so stand up about it after the game,
Yep.
and just owned up to it.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think, I think he's a smart enough individual to know, like, in those situations, you don't need to go on social media.
No.
And think and speak and try to take what they say and actually take it as gospel. Like I think he understands that because he's a veteran in this game and he knows. Like he was a rookie up till now. He was in a time where social media has played a huge role within these players' lives. Like I don't think he let it get to him. He's very stand up about it. Like what more could you want from a guy who made a play like that or didn't make a play rather?
He spoke about it. He said he's watched the game back. I can't watch the game back. I mean, we did for our job, but it's just like, oh, gosh, why? Why do we do this to ourselves? But 888-957-9570. I think Jaquaski deserves a lot of props for coming out of the airwaves and speaking up about what's going on. I think it deserves a lot of props. What do you guys think out there? 888-957-9570. YouTube chat is going crazy. Stand up dude, man. I respect that. I respect him coming out of the air saying, look, man, that was a big momentum play. I dropped it. It was a momentum play. It sucked the momentum out. He owned up to it.
Yep. And he just said, look, it's a business. There's no hard feelings. It's not like he was coming on here so that he could rail against the 49ers and how they didn't keep him on this team. And it's like, what, you're starting George Odom over me? Like, you know what I mean? He didn't do any of that. And as looking at the price too, he said for the right price. Like I'm trying to find the cap space totals that I'm seeing for the Niners here because there's a lot of different variables you could take into account, but they look like they have just under $5 million left in cap space. So it's tough to just go out there and sign a free agent. I think Jaquaski might be looking for a little more than they'd be willing to offer him.
No doubt. 888-957-9570. Jaquaski Tart just joining the Morning Rush. So you look at the base salary. Look, for a safety like him, maybe safeties aren't prioritized. And this guy in 8 seasons has made over $11.7 million. He's a veteran. He wants a bag. And I can respect that. He wants a bag. It's not like he's a bum. You could say, you know what, 4 interceptions. He dropped the big one in the AFC Championship. The guy is serviceable.
Right.
The guy's a very serviceable player. He's a thumper. And I thought he played some good football for the 49ers over the last 3 years. So,
from a business standpoint, too, I don't think the Niners are going to be inclined while Jimmy Ward is out for the first 4 weeks. It's like, okay, let's sign Jaquaski Tart to take the place of Jimmy Ward. Like, to me, where Jaquaski Tart was most effective is when he's alongside Jimmy Ward. Those two, I believe, played together in high school. So you're dating all the way back to when they were growing up playing together. Like that doesn't go away. That's something that you just can't replicate. So even if Tart did come back to this team without Jimmy Ward on the field, I'd be interested to see how he plays. But from the business side of things, it does not look like he would be a part of this team. But another team would be willing to. Like the Eagles are a very deep roster. So, I'm sure another team would be willing to pay him something.
They just traded for the safety from New Orleans. Gardner
Johnson. Yeah.
So
he's like a nickel corner.
Yeah. So you kind of you saw the writing on the wall there once they traded for him. Jaquaski Tart, go on the Odyssey app and download that bad boy. If you missed the interview, go on our YouTube page or Twitch page. Jaquaski Tart. He also talked about the locker room dynamic. Shocked to see Jimmy back. Also said have patience with Trey Lance.
Yep.
Fancy to have patience. Is that even possible in the NFL anymore?
No, of course not. Come on, Bonte. This is the NFL. This is sports. We do not have patience for anything within sports, especially the NFL, though, just because there are 17 games.
Right.
like we don't have patience for anything within the NFL. So I think that people are going to overreact to Trey Lance. There's going to be a lot of talk if he somehow struggles in these first few games. Of course, there's going to be a lot of chatter, but I think within that locker room, to be honest with you, Bonte, it does not feel like, and this is just my take. I'm not saying this is how Jimmy Garoppolo thinks, and this could be a wrong take, and this might be, the media trying to drive the narrative, whatever it is. But to me, I just don't even feel like Jimmy really wants to be there. Like he just strikes, like after that press conference, I didn't hear one thing about, I'm really excited to join this team again.
It was about his future.
It felt a lot like, well, this was the situation that was handed to me. I had to get the off-season shoulder surgery. Well, I'm here now. I mean, it's just, the leverage thing, it's just they got shoulder surgery so that they'd stick here with the 49ers. I just don't think that Jimmy's the type of guy that wants to be a backup. Right. And I think this season it's been told to him like, hey, it's Trey Lance's team. I personally don't even think Jimmy really wants to be here this year.
It got me thinking too. When we think about Jimmy, we think about Trey, we think about the offensive line. Are we looking at the Niners the right way? And what I mean by that is too much being made of this quarterback situation. Should we be focused on maybe the offensive line? Should we be more focused on the running back room? Should we be more focused on the secondary? Because there's so many stars on this football team that everything's been hyper-focused on Trey, Jimmy, Trey, captain stuff. It's driving me crazy to the point this week we've kind of looked at the entire football team and not just the quarterback situation, even though every national show is talking about the quarterback situation of the 49ers.
Yeah, it's just all talk, man. It's all talk until they show it. It's a show me league, right?
Right.
So until they show it on the field, I don't think we can make any ending conclusions, proclamations, as Anthony and Fairfield called in earlier and said. I don't think they're going to do that. I think the roster that they have now is the roster they're going to go out there with. I don't expect there to be too many changes. Maybe you see something with the running backs. I don't know. The change that I could see in a starter, what if Elijah Mitchell just isn't the same behind that offensive line and Ty Davis-Price, all of a sudden a rookie shows out. And it's oh, man, you need to move him up the depth chart. I think a lot could be shaken up within the running backs, but other than that, you still have your wide receivers, your quarterback, your defense. A lot of it's still the same. I don't think they're going to sign Jaquiski Tartt to a new deal. I don't think they're going to sign any new safety to a new deal because of the amount of cap space that they have. So we're just it's all talk, Bonte. It's all talk.
It's all talk. Speaking of Tartt, and I'm just looking at some of the messages on the Comcast Business text line and YouTube and Twitch and on Twitter. There's a lot of bitterness towards this man.
Yeah.
And I don't think the two situations, Kyle Williams and Jaquiski Tartt, are so different. Williams fumbled twice on a punt return. That gave the Giants points.
I remember that.
And he dropped a reverse that would have gone for about 40, 50 yards.
Yeah.
That's entirely different.
I was a freshman in college.
I mean, I was about 40 pounds lighter. Listen, Tartt, yes, he dropped the pick, and it was a big momentum swing. We've talked about it incessantly on this show. But there was still 7 minutes left in the football game. Still 7 minutes, and the Rams still had to go 80, 90 yards to go tie the football game up. So those two situations are completely different. I wouldn't even, it's not even on the level of Roger Craig fumbling in the 1990 NFC Championship game against the New York Giants. Not even close.
Right.
Not even close. But I do appreciate Tartt coming on the show and kind of speaking up about that.
Yeah. You know what, though? I'm just... much respect to him. Really much respect to him. Yeah. It's not easy. I mean, he's not on a team right now. It's just hey, some San Francisco radio station wants me on. To be honest, if I was Jaquiski Tartt, I don't think I'd be that stand-up of an individual. I'd probably be no, I'm good. I'm here in Dallas.
He does like to do Madden, though.
Yeah.
Hasn't played in 3 years, likes to do Madden. Not a lot of people like to do Madden. By the way, starting this Saturday at 9 a.m.
Yes.
Boomer and Valenti airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl. Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, a 1-hour show with our very own Boomer Esiason, breaking down the games each week and giving his unique perspective on the NFL on and off the field. That's 9 a.m. starting this Saturday right here on 95.7 The Game. What's coming up? Sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We'll react more to the Tartt interview. Jaquiski Tartt just joined us at the top of the hour to talk about whether or not he will come back to the 49ers. And basically, he said the business has to be right.
But on the other side, Bonte, I got an idea out here. And the callers, if you'd like to weigh in, callers, because I got one, you can weigh in too. You can text in, of course, with the Comcast Business text line. But if you could, if the 49ers season was a movie, how would you write it?
Oh, boy.
Let's just say...
we got to watch we got to see it play out first.
We got to see it play out, Bonte, but we're doing a hypothetical here, and this is a fun one, because coming up next, wait till you hear how I write it out. Now, this ends up in the 49ers...
Evil Jimmy's not coming back, is he?
No, he's not. Right. But this ends up with the 49ers in the Super Bowl, okay? This is how I'd script the movie with the 49ers season. That's coming up on the other side.
Oh, boy. That's brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it, clap your hands? No. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire ways of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today, San Diego.org.
To Crick with BetQL. Everyone needs an edge when it comes to opening week in the NFL season. So here is something to consider. New head coaches are just 7-16 against the spread, which is a 30% winning percentage in the past 4 years of opening weekend. With a whopping 10 teams coming in with a new head coach this year, check those lines closely because fading the new guys could be your way to finding a profitable week one. I'm Trista Crick, helping you be the bookie.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pregame. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo, the spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so.
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See Pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because our Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable. Plus, it's temperature balancing so you stay cool. It's even smart enough to know exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss the final days of the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
The heat wave continues. High temperatures in Walnut Creek, 108.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Pick up the poopy.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
One of my favorite beats of all time. Definitely top 5. Let that ride, Spadoni. Let that ride, man. Turn that up. Turn that up. Let's go. Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal debuts this Sunday. Pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. Of course, Krueger and Lorenzo Neal before every 49er game every Sunday or Saturday or Thursday. And for home games, they'll be at the Hilton Hotel down in Santa Clara, so you can say hi to Krueger and Lo Neal down there.
Come at me, bro.
Yeah, come at him. You know Lo Neal wants you to come at him. He loves the fans. He loves the people. So does Krug. That'll be a lot of fun. Lot of fun. Squawski Tart, in case you missed the interview, go back to the Odyssey app. Download that bad boy. We have it up. Go on YouTube, Twitch. You can find it there as well. It's good. Stand-up guy. As the Niners get ready for the Chicago Bears Week 1. We also have Bills and Rams tonight. First game of the season. And Matt Stafford, before we get to your hypothetical, Langford, because
hey, man, if you could script a movie for the 49ers season that ends up with them in the Super Bowl, how would you script it? 888-957-9570, because I got one.
Oh, boy.
And you got to get creative here. I'm not just looking for, they go undefeated and they win the Super Bowl. No, get creative with it. All right?
Creative. All right. Real quick on Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
Did you realize that he underwent an all-season elbow procedure to deal with the pain he experienced last season and to help prepare for this season? Despite the questions about his elbow, Stafford is now said to feel better today than he did at this time last year. Rams due for a regression?
In my opinion?
Or they're going to be low?
Or is that the question from the tweet? You look like you were reading the tweet. Are you asking the question to me?
I'm asking the question to you.
I was like, wow.
I asked you the question, and then I saw another tweet that said during his 6 seasons, Sean McVay, that is, and 81 games as a Rams head coach, Sean McVay's team has never been under 500. His streak will be put to the test tonight against the Buffalo Bills, as the Bills are favored in this game. Rams are a home dog. I love me a home dog in the NFL.
Yeah?
I do love me a home dog.
You know, I was thinking about it, like, just with the way that the NFL shakes out and you see the Super Bowl team, like, I wouldn't be shocked if we're coming in here tomorrow. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I wouldn't be shocked if we're coming in here tomorrow and the Bills just blew the Rams out.
Wow.
Yeah.
You got a lot of blowouts on your mind.
I know, right?
Blowout.
Well, I mean, what? Niners and Bears. I think it's an obvious one. I'm not too scared. I'm not scared of the Bears.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
I know. I know.
Week 1, weird things happen. Week 1.
I know.
On the road.
Yeah.
Trey Lance's first game.
But we do this. We did this with the Warriors and the Nuggets in the playoffs. We're like, I don't know. They got Jokic. Ooh, man. Will Barton
Nuggets,
and Monty Morris.
Yeah, I told you they were.
Well, we were trying to be rational.
Yeah,
sports
I wasn't
fans,
being rational.
right? Well,
I was saying the Warriors going to smoke.
We were trying, and then they did. I think it's the same thing with the Niners and the Bears. And the Bills and the Rams, I wouldn't be shocked if it plays out that way, but I don't think it's going to. Whatever the I don't even know what the point total is, but whatever the over-under is, take the over.
I agree with Drew Down. You're getting big cocky right now. Big cocky.
Yeah.
Big cocky with your picks. Big cocky.
So what? It's 2 picks. Literally 2. I don't think it's much of a, Niners, Bears? Come on. It's fine.
No more humility from Nice Guy, man.
What?
Damn. Blowouts, man. We'll see.
Wow.
We'll see.
This is the NFL.
Evil Jimmy, calm down. Calm down.
Evil Jimmy's coming on.
Calm down, Evil.
You got to go out there and be tough. I'm the captain.
And kick the Celtics ass.
Kick their ass. You want to know how this movie would shake down, though, if I were to write out this movie for the 49ers?
I do want to hear how this movie. Come at me with the
Actually, you know
movie.
what? Play that Benjamin Albright cut first.
Which
the one
one?
about Jimmy Garoppolo and what he thinks is going to happen with Jimmy Garoppolo this season. Benjamin Albright, who covers the NFL, based in Denver, he had this to say about Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday.
It's a situation where I think if you look at from the internal optics of it versus the actual practicalities of it, as soon as the Niners get the trade package they want, Jimmy's going to be gone. I don't even expect Jimmy to be there at the end of the season on that roster, even with that no-trade clause. They wanted to be rid of him. They couldn't get the package they wanted because they had no leverage after surgery, and so now it's just hanging there in the air. But Trey Lance isn't annoyed at the situation. He's like, hey, look, it is what it is. It's a business.
I'm not going to read this text from Rob. Comcast business text.
Do not do it. Do not read that one.
Shout out to Tom. I'll read that one from Petaluma. He's at SFO right now, waiting to board a flight to Chicago.
Nice. So you want to know how this movie?
I want to know how this movie.
So you hear that from Albright?
Yes, I hear.
And
it.
he believes that he's going to be traded by the November 1st deadline. Well, here's how it's going to go with the 49ers, okay?
Uh-oh.
I don't know what their record is going to be leading up to December 1st. I do expect them to go at least 4-2, but then after that, you do have the Chiefs and you do have the Rams. You know, you never know. You could be 4-4 leading up to the bye week. You know, you really just don't know. But to me, what's going to happen here, and this is how I would script it if I was writing a movie for the 49ers season, this is how I would script it. Brock Purdy, he's the backup. You already got the script, right? You got the roster. You got the 53-man.
Got the script.
Leading up to November 1st. Oh, boy. And this is very unfortunate.
Who plays Garoppolo?
Well, there's an unfortunate part for this individual, and I'm sorry, I don't like to do this, but I'm going to do it. But in my movie here, Aaron Rodgers goes down, gets hurt, then the Packers need something. They need a quarterback. And the Packers, they're in contention. They feel good. First 7 weeks of the season, Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback. Oh, man, all we need is the quarterback. Jordan Love, we don't really trust Jordan Love. We have a first-round pick. And you know what? We're desperate. We feel like this Packers team can make it to the Super Bowl. So you know what? With this first-round pick, we're going to hand it to you, 49ers. 49ers, you traded a second-rounder for him. You could get a third-rounder for him if you keep him for the rest of the season. You know what? We're going to up the ante here. We are going to offer a first-rounder. I know you're in contention. Trey Lance looks good. Here's a first-round pick.
Any Given Sunday sequel? That's what it sounds like.
Here's a first-round pick for you.
Sounds like part 2 of Any Given Sunday.
So Jimmy joins the Packers. And then you get to the conference championship where the 49ers and the Packers are playing. And the 49ers are going up against the one and only Jimmy Garoppolo, who after the playoff game last year, after that divisional round game, he says to Robbie Gould, F the Packers. Well, guess what? That player's on the Packers now. Then the Niners beat him. Then the Niners go on to play the Bills in the Super Bowl, and the Niners win. That's how I'd write out this movie for the 49ers this season. That's how I'd do it.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a Disney movie.
It does. It does.
I'm not sure I'd buy this one.
You're not?
No, I'm not.
You don't think this is going to happen?
I'm not taking baby chance to go see this Disney movie. You go take Spinoni. He loves Disney. Lubman loves Star Wars. He don't like Disney.
Disney is Star Wars, but it's okay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, partially.
Pretty much everything is Disney these days.
Yes.
Bad Star Wars is the Disney.
Yeah. First of all, your movie, it's a movie.
Yes.
It is fictional.
That's what I'm saying.
Because
it is fictional.
Garoppolo's not getting traded to the Packers. Niners would never do that. Remember Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan? Remember that handshake at the end of week 3? Or whatever that was? Yeah, that's not happening. It's not happening.
How crazy would that be, though? That would be the most insane thing to happen this season. Like, I was thinking about that last night. Just the most absolute...
408, strong start. But the movie fizzles out by the third act.
This is true. I didn't have much. I didn't have much of a. To be honest with you, I didn't have much of a script after the Packers and the Niners played in the playoffs.
It's like a Vincent Chase movie in Entourage. You know what I'm saying?
It's kind of like
nothing there.
It's kind of like Miracle, where like Team USA ends up beating the Soviets. Then it's like the semifinal, and they don't even show the final game.
Show the final
That's
game.
what it would be like in this 49ers game. They'd show the 49ers Packers at the end.
Any given Sunday, they show the wild card game where they beat the Dallas team. Barry Switzer and the eyes left on the field, and then they don't show them losing the semifinals.
You can win by an inch. You can win by a mile.
Movie's great. I need to watch that before.
I'm just saying, look, man, I don't think it's going to be as simple as we're all saying, okay, well, Jimmy's the backup. Well, if you put him in, then, oh, man, they can go to the NFC Championship, they can go to the Super Bowl, and they just let him walk in 2023. Yep. It wouldn't go that way, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think Trey's going to do enough to be the starter for this team.
Trey's going to play.
And I think the reason they kept the third string guy, the reason they kept Brock Purdy was because, look, man,
they may try to trade Jimmy.
There could be an opportunity to trade Jimmy. Do
it to an AFC team.
Yeah.
Do it to an AFC team.
Absolutely.
Although I don't fear Jimmy. Hell, you can trade him to Seattle. I don't really care. Let's go to James on 680 real quick. James, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, my idea for the movie is, in our universe, Trey Lance might just not be enough. It might just be too early. He's having struggles in the beginning of the season. This is how we open the movie. And then, at some point, a multiverse Jimmy Garoppolo to tell him how to win the Super Bowl, because in his universe, he wins the Super Bowl. And then he needs Trey Lance to come back to his multiverse to do something that only Trey Lance knows how to do in our universe.
Oh, my
So it's the Niner multiverse.
Oh, boy.
What is going on here?
I don't know what the hell's going on here.
I'll be straight up with you, James.
I don't know what the hell's going on here.
This is the
James, keep going. Keep James on the line.
Okay, keep going, James. I apologize. Was that it?
That's it. My boss is calling. I might be late and in trouble, so I'll see you guys later.
All right, don't get in trouble. Don't get fired. You know what? I don't know about this movie script.
Why not? 49ers win. Jimmy's gone. What more do you want?
I need it to be more... I need little playmakers in there. Remember Playmakers, ESPN? You guys are little young buckaroonies. Early 2000s. Playmakers, a show on ESPN. Only lasted one season. Because the NFL said the show is so real that if you air another season, we're pulling games off your network.
Playmakers, young buckaroony. You think just because I'm a young buckaroony, I haven't seen Playmakers?
Did you ever see Playmakers?
No.
This is a homework assignment for you. Go on YouTube. I did this during the pandemic, and I watched the entire season again. It's all on YouTube. Playmakers. People know about Playmakers on ESPN. So the running back, who was their hotshot rookie, was taking a job of smoking crack at halftime. His dealer would come at halftime, serve him a crack pipe. Now it was the longest halftime ever. Halftimes in the NFL is 12, 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Halftimes lasted like 45 minutes. All right? But he was smoking crack at halftime. You had the wide receiver who came out as gay, and what they did was they released him and just said, hey, he's injured. But they caught pictures of him. The starting running back, was beating his wife.
Right.
He had to apologize. And then he had an affair with the reporter. I mean, Playmakers was ahead of his time. It was like the program mixed with Any Given Sunday. Give me a script like that. I'm in. Or Any Given Sunday, right? When LL Cool J beat up on Jamie Foxx in the bathroom. Is Debo going to sock Trey Lance for not throwing him the football? We need some of that.
Ooh.
We need some of that. It's the NFL.
Well, okay, Bonte, now we're mind melding here. Give me your movie. Come on, you're right.
That's my movie.
You want the worst possible things to happen.
I want the worst possible things to happen. I want steroids. I want Lattimore getting shot up in his booty for steroids. Remember that in the program? Got shot up.
Yes.
And then in the last game, he had all the face paint on. And the coach, James Conn, rest in peace, grabs his face mask, looks him in the eye, and he just looks down like, yes, coach, I did it again. I did it again. He's lifting weights after games. Ballers, maybe. Ballers is a good one.
Ballers is okay. Look,
see, Chris Wall, he said it. Those are fictional. They don't work without drama. Real life isn't always about engaging.
I was just going to say, no wonder that show failed. Who tunes into ESPN to watch a fake sports team show?
Dude.
I'm tuning into ESPN to watch real sports. Am I not?
Storylines, though, were real.
Oh, my God.
The storylines were real. I mean, look what happened to Michael Sam. He was SEC Defensive Player of the Year.
You're tuning into Bryant Gumbel for real sports, not ESPN.
I'm more of a Greg Gumbel guy, but go ahead.
Good evening.
650, we lost him, Comcast Business Text line.
Uh-huh.
I think I might need to smoke a joint after hearing some of these movie plots to understand them.
What's not to understand? Jimmy gets traded before the deadline and the Niners win. It's a very easy movie plot to understand.
I got a better one for the Niners, Steven.
Oh, God.
Derek Carr gets hurt for the Raiders. Jimmy Garoppolo takes over, gets traded to them, leads the team to the Super Bowl, plays Trey Lance and the 49ers in the Super Bowl in Arizona. The Niners beat the Raiders in the Super Bowl. I think that's every 49ers fan's dream right there. Am I right?
To beat the Raiders?
Jimmy Garoppolo led Raiders.
Oh, boy.
That would be wild.
That would be a scary
Could you
game.
imagine that?
That would be a scary
Could you imagine Derek Carr goes down before November, they trade him to the Raiders? I mean, they got to play him.
I tell you right now, the Niners will lose that game. It'd be too perfect. It'd be too perfect. Niners will lose that game.
Look, man.
Be too perfect.
I'm just saying. Could happen. Look, we got Bills-Rams tonight.
Yeah,
we got
I was just about to
football.
go there. Bills-Rams. What do you think about the Rams? Because last year I said they were going to fade. They didn't win a game in November. Next thing you know, they're Super Bowl champs.
Fonte, I'm going to correct you. You said they were cooked.
I said they were cooked.
You said they were done.
They didn't win a game in November.
Rams are cooked. That's what you said.
Rams are cooked.
I believe.
Did that work out well?
I don't think it's going to be a Super Bowl preview like everyone thinks. I do think the Bills are going to be the Super Bowl representative for the AFC. I mean, it's wide open. The Chiefs thing, like everyone is saying, the Chiefs are. The Chiefs are still the same. They got Patrick Mahomes, rightfully so, but Tyreek Hill was a damn dynamic playmaker. Like, for example, George Kittle, he said this about Kyle Juszczyk. He said that Kyle Juszczyk is the type of guy that clears up mistakes.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill does the same thing for Patrick Mahomes. Not every single throw is right on the money. Like, Tyreek Hill can make some unbelievable catches.
Yep.
That's what I'm curious to see with the 49ers this year. So I'm not feeling it with them. I do think the Bills are just too stacked. I know they made a coaching change. I think they're going to be a Super Bowl contender here.
Real quick, a lot of people text me out playmakers. A lot of people love playmakers.
Of course they do.
Tell them, you got to watch playmakers, you young kids. Young kids at home, watch playmakers. It's pre-HD.
Yeah.
It may get to you a little bit, but you got to have patience. Lasted one season. One season. And the NFL basically was like, ESPN, get this off the air.
You know, a lot of 49er fans coming at me for my movie idea. It doesn't sound like they're really into the Niners winning. Wow, you don't want your team to win a Super Bowl, huh? All right, fine. 650, nice guy. Your movie sounds like a 20% on Rotten Tomatoes. Maybe by the critics who don't know anything, but the audience score, try like 25.
That's not a movie I would have paid for, Lakeford. I'm not gonna lie to you. I would have paid for the movie.
Who pays for movies anymore?
I mean, bootlegs, but still, I wouldn't even, at
Bootlegs?
home.
What are you talking about? Just streaming.
Oh.
I pay for movies. I still go to the
myself,
theater.
bootlegs, burners. Remember the burnt CDs
Yes,
and stuff? Yeah,
yes,
okay, all right.
yes, I do. You're not
like 20 years old. I don't know.
What am I, 20 years old? 29, damn it.
Oh, you pushing 30? You getting
Pushing
old.
30, bro.
Getting old, bro.
Let's go. Can't remember a time when the Raiders were good in my life, except for like 2001.
The Rams last year didn't win a game in November. Lost to Tennessee on Sunday Night Football. They lost to the Rams on Monday Night
made
Football.
the playoffs, huh?
They made the playoffs. They win the championship. But they've lost Andrew Whitworth, star left tackle.
Yeah.
He retired. Odell Beckham Jr. is not there. Von Miller's now in Buffalo playing on the other side.
That's a storyline tonight.
Matt Stafford had the elbow procedure.
Yeah.
Allen Robinson, he's now a new member. He's now a member of the LA Rams.
Good for him.
But Buffalo's loaded. Everybody's all over Buffalo, all over them. And I do think they're going to be really, really, really good. They get Tre'Davious White back, who, of course, should have been a Raider. We're not going to talk about that. They opted to draft for Gary and Collie. Whatever. That didn't work out well for them. You know, this game's interesting to me. How would McVay, because he had that long piece of ESPN about, maybe I'll walk away. I go crazy over this stuff. I can't take it. He's now married. He's got a new home. I'm very eager to see. Niner fans are going to be watching this very, very closely to see how the Rams come out tonight.
No, I think so too. And I really don't think I don't think anyone knows what's going to happen in the NFC. Like the AFC, it's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah.
Bills, Bengals, Chiefs, Chargers might be added on there.
I don't know if it's a safe bet. The AFC's wide open.
Man.
It's loaded. I mean, it's Miami. A lot of people love Miami. You can't forget about the Patriots. They're a playoff team.
Yeah.
I know we're all fixated on Aaron, Joe Judge and Matt Patricia calling plays possibly, but Patriots still were a playoff team. We'll see how they look.
No,
Chargers,
they're going to
you
stink.
said.
Patriots are going to stink. I'm telling you, this is going to be like they're going to go under 500.
Colts
are going to be good. Colts are I was thinking about Colts are an old school football team.
Old school.
It's like you're going to run the ball. You got a statue of a quarterback. You know,
good receivers.
Yes, tough defense. Just an old school type of football team. Fantastic uniforms. Yeah. Old school type of coach, Frank Wright.
But you know what? That's another game. We'll go through our picks tomorrow. I think the Houston Texans could upset them in week 1. Houston would sleep on the Texans. I'm not saying they're going to be a playoff team. They're going to be a lot better than what people think.
You're high on the Texans, huh?
6 wins, 7 wins, maybe.
Damian Pierce is a good player.
Very good.
I think I have the Texans at 5 wins on the season. No, 5 wins.
I got to make maybe 6.
You know, we always talk about this, Bonte, within the NBA. Your League Pass team.
Right.
You know, NBA League Pass, they have it where you can watch any game, and you kind of choose a team other than the Warriors to watch every night. I mean, you know, you could take your pick at a League Pass team. Who's going to be like your NFL Plus team this year?
NFL Plus team
where you go back and you feel like you got to watch them.
Couple teams. The Chargers won.
Yeah.
The Chargers are that team for me.
Yeah.
And I think it's the Dolphins. Because I'm very eager to see what Mike McDaniel does as a head coach. You know, Baldy's high on him. I never really knew what he did with the 49ers other than to kind of design formations or whatnot. He's got all that speed. Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill, Gesicki at tight end. Raheem Mostert, Chase Edmonds. And then you have Tua. And I was a big fan of Tua at Alabama, even though he stuck it up in that national championship game against Clemson. Miami and the Chargers. And then I have a close eye on the Raiders. Are the Raiders going to change? People forget the Raiders were in the playoffs last year, and it got down there inside the red zone. They had a chance to tie it. Well, they had a chance to win the game, right?
Yeah, it's close. It was really close. Look, I'm actually with you on the Dolphins. That's my you took my answer. That's my one NFL Plus team this season because I love Mike McDaniel as a head coach.
Yep.
Like you know, last year when he was an offensive coordinator for the Niners, seeing this dude speak at the podium, I'm like, who is this guy? You know, he's super sarcastic. You know, it sounds like he takes the job very seriously. He answers these questions. He's very insightful, but at the same time, he's funny. I'm like, who is this dude? Right. And now he's a head coach with the Dolphins and all that speed.
All that speed.
I mean, hey, be on the lookout. Like, we didn't even mention the Dolphins could be one of those teams. Like, if Tua struggles,
they could be in for the Jimmy Garoppolo.
Watch out before November 1st, man. Because like the things that he was saying about Tua, Mike McDaniel, that is, kind of said the same things about Jimmy last year. Very accurate passer, one of the most accurate that I've ever seen. You know, that has those terms.
Right. Miami's an NFL Plus team. Chargers because they have Khalil back and Bosa on both sides.
Yeah.
Herbert, I want to see what he does in year 3.
J.C. Jackson with the Chargers
J.C. Jackson, yeah, that's a good move for them. And you know, everybody's hyping up Herbert. Got to forget the Chargers didn't make the playoffs last year, and the Chargers, until they prove it to me, are still the Chargers where they're either going to be leading games by a lot, like the Tampa Bay game last year. I thought Brady and the Bucs were done. They come all the way back against the Chargers. We saw the Sunday Night Football game against the Raiders, the last game of the season. The Chargers, they're the Chargers, but they're interesting to watch. They're always in great games. They're always in great games. And now I'll give you a bonus team.
Ooh.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, there's one. It's a good one. Yeah, I like that. They got a speedy backfield. Jalen Hurts, a lot of them question marks at quarterback, though.
Yeah.
Like, is Jalen Hurts going to be that guy? And Bonte, quite frankly, I don't think. Like, if they're going to lead the NFC East, I think the Cowboys are going to take a regression here.
I do think the Cowboys are going to. Yeah, I don't like the Cowboys at all.
If the Eagles end up winning that division, like, I just don't think Jalen Hurts is that dude that's going to take them deep into the playoffs.
Nah, we saw it last year against Tampa Bay. They got roasted, and he did not look good at all.
He's not the guy, in my opinion. I don't think he is.
Devontae Smith, I think he's going to have a big year, though.
Yeah, I drafted him in a couple leagues. I do like Devontae. The attention on A.J. Brown, the attention on Dallas Goedert, one of the most underrated tight ends in all of football. I think Philly's another team, and I'll give you one more. I'll give you 4 teams.
Ooh.
I'm interested to see what Minnesota does. Justin Jefferson's going top 3 in leagues.
Yeah.
He's a stud.
You like that?
Kirk Cousins. Big year for Kirk Cousins. Dalvin Cook. I always love me some Dalvin Cook. He's a Florida State Seminole. I love Dalvin
I know you got to get to the flex moment of the show, and I'm not going to give you a chance to respond to this, but Justin Jefferson, speaking of this, I think the gritty, overplayed, overused.
It's done.
Over it.
Yeah.
I'm over it. I'm over the gritty. I'm just going to say it. I'm over the gritty.
Are you over the dab?
Of course, been over the dab.
The Giants still do it.
Well, that's fine, but the gritty has lasted for 3 seasons, Bonte.
Once Christian Pulisic did it for Chelsea, it was over.
Did he really do it? By the way, Chelsea's struggling, as well as Liverpool. Liverpool got smoked yesterday.
Liverpool will be fine. Manchester City are scary.
How about Tottenham?
No one
About
cares.
Tottenham.
No one cares about Tottenham.
Oh, I do.
Charleston.
Top 4 right now, baby. Tottenham hot. Go Spurs, go.
Yeah, the Richarlison thing, it's like everyone learns about Richarlison because he's part of a top 6 team. Like, that dude has been a beast within the Premier League.
Tottenham. Watch out for him. Right now, they're better than Liverpool. Right now, they're better than Chelsea.
Go Blues.
Don't forget what they did at Stamford Bridge. Or Stamford Bridge, whatever that is called out there in Chelsea. Remember what Tottenham did? Tied that ball game up. Tied it up. Harry Kane with the equalizer.
Was that your English accent?
Harry Kane with the equalizer.
Good Lord.
The equalizer. The equalizer. All right. Flex Moment of the show.
The 612 here at the Comcast Business Text line says 100% Kittle is out for Sunday. I'm like, no, it's not 100%. It's never 100% with Kittle. I'll just say, like, you can miss out on Kittle. You can miss out on Jimmy Ward for this week 1 matchup. You know, I mean, Tom's the color guy for them. He's very tapped in. Yep. But I'm just looking at this Bears roster compared to the 49ers right now, and I just don't see there being any chance that the Bears can win this game, even if George Kittle is out. Like, I really don't. I don't understand. I'm not afraid to say that, look, this could easily be a 34-13 game for the 49ers.
Wow.
I really think so.
Even without Kittle.
Even without Kittle.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, Willard and JD in the building for the changeover, and a lot of hype going on 49ers for week 1, and I get a little worried. I do get a little worried like Guru when everybody starts pinning the Niners as blowout winners Sunday against the Bears. Home dog in Chicago, week 1. And I think there's going to be a couple upsets this week, and I think the Texans are prime dog at home, a sneaky dog against the Colts. But everybody writing off the Bears, and George Kittle's got this injury with the groin, makes things a little more difficult for Trey Lance Sunday.
First of all, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Kwanzaa to whatever you celebrate, okay? Today is the day. So, yes, good morning, gentlemen. Bonte, I'm totally with you. We need less dogs to switch the quote up. We don't need more dogs. We need less dogs because the spreads this week are all based on clouds. We think we know. We don't know a damn thing. We've all got these teams pegged as, well, they are who they were in February, but they're not. They never are. And there's data to suggest that. The number we were playing with last week, every year for 32 consecutive years, at least 4 teams make the playoffs that did not make the playoffs the year before, which means 4 of these teams that were in the playoffs last year, who we've all decided are still good, at least 4 of them are not even playoff teams. We don't know anything.
Yeah.
We don't know. Now, yes, the 49ers are more talented than the Bears, but sure, Kittle, home field, rain, 2 22-year-old quarterbacks.
Overthinking.
Man, no, like... Yes, the 49ers are better. Yes, they could win by 20.
Bears were leading that game last year, 16-15, midway through the third quarter, and then Debo ripped off the long wide receiver screen.
Here's all I know.
All that being said, though, if you're a championship contender, you go handle your business.
No doubt.
Like it does, and style points don't matter for me. Like I know it's almost 2 different scoreboards. We're talking about the spread, and that's one thing.
Just win the damn game.
I can see that number as being a little high. Like, would it surprise you if the Niners win 16-10? Or 19-13?
No.
23-16.
I think almost nothing would surprise me this week.
But you got to win.
Well, hold on, though, because they were in the NFC title game with a lead in the fourth quarter last year, and they spent the whole first half of the year messing around. It's one game. It's 1 week. I promise you this year the 49ers at least one time will have a game where Monday morning you go, what the hell was that? Who knows? Maybe it's this weekend.
They need it to not be week 1, though.
That would be good.
Not with this fan base. Not right now.
I'll promise you this. Monday morning, you will come in at least 3 games. You're like, wow. I didn't see that coming.
To your point, too.
I promise you.
I did the the NFL playoff predictor thing where you can choose every game and they actually keep a tally on it, whatever. And when you look at the standings afterwards, it's like, okay, yeah, that team's not going 15-2. Like, that's not going to happen somehow. Then you go back and you're like, well, I can't see a loss because they seem like the better team on paper right now. But you never know what's going to happen in an NFL season, and that's why it's the best. That's why I can't wait for everything that's going to happen on Sunday. But I'm just saying it with my chest, Willard.
No, it's all good. It's all
saying
good.
it with your chest.
49ers Bears,
also
baby.
Pick the Bills to blow out the Rams tonight.
I didn't pick them, Bonte. I gave you the oh, good Lord, what's the word I'm talking about? I gave you the stipulation that, look, I think it could happen, but it's probably going to be a close game.
Live dog tonight.
Rams.
Live dog. I mean, a live dog. All 3 primetime games this week have home dogs.
I just don't like.
You're crazy.
You're
crazy if you think that the favorites are winning all 3 of those games. I'm just telling you right now.
Primetime games too, because everybody's chasing money at the end. And
your Bills, Bucks, Broncos parlay, I'm out.
Yeah, that's silly. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Because I do think Dallas, even though I think Dallas is going to struggle this week.
I think Dallas going to win
this
that game.
week. Yeah,
I think Dallas going to win that game.
Should have won the game last year when they played the Buccaneers in the season opener. But Bills are getting a lot of hype, and they deserve it. They're a loaded team. But the Rams are the champs. But no Whitworth. No Odell Beckham Jr., no Von Miller on the other side. He was huge for them.
And the Rams, to your point, what you said earlier, the Rams messed around at times last year. And we're behind in some games they had to win. And
they won a game in November.
So the Bills. The Bills, who was it? They lost. They got blown out by the Jags last year.
Oh, they got beat by the Jags. They lost. They lost their season opener to Pittsburgh at home.
Yeah, so does this apply? I don't know, but Kyle found this for me yesterday. They've been doing the Thursday night opener thing for 20 years. And the home team's record is 16-4. And one of the home losses was when they gave that home game to the Bears as the NFL anniversary, not because they were good. So when it's the good team, either the Super Bowl champ.
Was that in Chicago or Green Bay?
In Chicago.
It was in Chicago. Green Bay won 10-3.
Right.
It was a really ugly game.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So
I remember 2019.
I was thinking of the Sunday night game with Khalil Mack making his debut. No, you're right.
So the other 19 games where it was like the Super Bowl winner
and Aaron
or the
Rodgers
Super Bowl,
special.
whatever it was, the other 19, the home team has won 16 of them. And it's always a good team that they bring in.
Right.
And we're just acting like the Rams. Oh, they lost. Stafford's arm. They're fine. They're fine.
Don't sleep on Noteboom. Noteboom's a guy filling in for Whitworth.
You said Odell Beckham's gone?
Allen Robinson.
Allen Robinson's better.
Allen
Robinson's better.
I'm so happy for Allen Robinson, though.
I'm happy for my fantasy
we're not
team
supposed to be
because
happy.
I got him in the 7th round.
I get we're not supposed to be happy for the Rams or whatever, but after you've played with the likes of Blake Bortles,
he's never had a quarterback.
Mitch Trubisky,
he's never had one.
Nick Foles, it's like
he's never had one.
At least you have one now.
Yeah.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. So Niner fans will be watching this game very closely.
We'll watch all the games.
All the games closely, but specifically this one. Though. Yeah, but the Rams, knowing what happened in the NFC Championship game, and if the Rams go out there and win that game, in a weird way, it's going to add even more intensity for Niners fans for Sunday against Chicago with all the Trey Lance dynamics and the Jimmy dynamics, and maybe Kittle doesn't play. Week 1's going to be very interesting for the red and gold, especially with that captain gate, which is not a big deal at all to me.
We'll get into that. Yeah.
Looking at this game, though, if you take the 49ers offense out of it even, to me, the 49ers defensive line should be able to, I look at this game and I think the Bears may struggle to score a touchdown.
You'd think.
And that should set the tone where if the offense is janky, and look, I know Justin Fields played well against them last year, and quarterbacks that can move give the 49ers problems historically, even with but there's just so much depth, I think, in terms of not just defensive line depth, but pass rushing depth that hasn't really been in the fold even these last couple of years, to where I think that's where you force more turnovers. I mean, the secondary without Jimmy Ward, that's problematic, but they're better in the secondary, I think, in terms of coverage on paper. So I think this is, in some ways, the perfect opponent for the Niners.
If I give you Bears touchdowns over under 1.5,
I'd probably go under.
Me too.
Well, if I'm sticking with the 34-13, I am going under. Yeah.
Under.
Well, maybe
Under.
one with a missed extra point. I don't know.
Make it one early. I worry about the garbage time touchdown.
Yeah,
for
sure.
That's a tough bet. I may just lay off of that one.
I'm confident though that enough that it probably won't be a blowout.
Right.
So maybe that garbage time touchdown doesn't happen.
Right. A lot of field goals in this one.
I got it for under 20 points though. I think they can keep the Bears under 20.
Yeah, I could see that. I can see that.
As long as they do that, I'm confident they win the game.
Yeah, Captain Gate. By the way, I couldn't name the 6 captains from last year. Couldn't name the 6 captains from 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Well, you can name 5 of them because they were captains last year.
Well, Kyle Shanahan thought Debo was a captain. It shows you how much he pays attention. Oh, wait, no Debo. No Debo. But, that's more of an indictment on Debo. If anything, if people are going to be outraged or look at the situation and say, oh, wow, Debo's not a captain, I would look at that.
It's interesting.
That would make sense to me, though.
Well, but I mean, you think about what we don't ever see them in the offseason, but you think about what they go through. They go through OTAs. They meet up in Nashville for Kittle camp or whatever they're going to.
It's tight end university.
Whatever they're going to do, and that's bonding and team building and all of that. And Debo was out.
Yeah.
Debo was out for all of that. So does that drop him down a little bit? JD, you answer this first, though, and then I'll go. Yeah, Captain Gate. Go ahead.
It just stunned me. Like, it did. I don't know that it doesn't mean that Trey Lance isn't going to be a good quarterback or as good a quarterback, but he's the quarterback. He's the CEO. You look around the league, and Spadoni and Giddings Inc., did the research on it. I guess there's 28 teams that pick their captains ahead of time. 26 of the 28 teams, the starting quarterback is one of the captains. Right. And the one that's not out of those 28 is Seattle, which okay, that makes sense.
Wait, which 2 teams? Now I'm curious, which 2 teams
it's the
don't
Niners
have
and Seattle.
No, who don't have captains?
4 teams that do it week. They do a week by week.
Okay.
They were Baltimore, Houston, Dallas, and I'm blanking on the other one.
Yeah,
that's more than I knew. But I tell you what,
Cleveland.
Well, that'd be interesting, right? Did Jacoby Brissett? Is he a captain?
I'll bet he probably is on Sunday, though.
What do you do week 12? So here's the research I did, because that's 2022 research, and that's good. But I also think in a situation like this, you got to go backwards. And I did. I spent some time on the internet last night teaching myself about NFL captains.
Nice.
Because how long has this been a thing? Turns out it's about 20 years. It's only about 20 years that the NFL even started talking about captains. And you're right, JD, other teams, every team does it a little bit differently. And some teams have 10 captains and some only have 4. And so that already kind of throws a wrench into whether or not this is a problem, because everybody does the whole thing differently. But I wanted to know specifically 49er quarterbacks through the years, how often are they always a team captain? I found one piece of information that for me ended this entire conversation. After a 5-game win streak and a contract handed to him that made him the highest paid player in the National Football League, and he was a veteran, Jimmy Garoppolo, on opening day 2018, not a captain.
Really?
Not a captain. That team didn't vote Jimmy and his $27 million a year as the quarterback and the savior. Remember the excitement at that time. Not a captain.
Yeah.
Because these groups look at who are the elder statesmen who have been in this locker room for a long time. And if you look at the 6 guys who were named captains yesterday, it's obvious. It's obvious. Those are the dudes. This kid's 22. He's 22 years old.
How many rookies were captains last year? Is Trevor Lawrence a captain with Jacksonville?
I think so.
Don't know.
Zach Wilson?
Willard, you didn't tell me about captain research. You need the answers to this.
I think all those guys
I didn't do the Jags. I did not do the Jags.
Captain.
I did not do the Jags. You're right. So more research needed.
No,
I'll do it on the plane to Chicago tomorrow.
You heard what Playmaker said, right?
Yes.
Playmaker yesterday.
David Ratto. I did. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, here's what he said.
Well, I was never a captain. I've never got named a captain. It doesn't mean that you're not a leader or that you can't lead. It's just, it's what it is. Yep. The guys understand. Hey, Trey Lance is a young guy. He's learning. He's coming through the ropes and everything. They want him to worry about him. Don't worry about captaining the whole team. You get yourself ready and get yourself right to play. He's a young quarterback. This has no bearing whatsoever.
But here's the thing. Not surprising, right? Irvin wasn't named
all
captain.
due respect to the playmaker,
but however, when I go back and when I remember those Cowboy teams in the 90s, Aikman, Emmett, Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin up and down the sideline, pumping up his team, the emotional leader. Always looked at him like, damn, Irvin's He's one of their guys.
Yeah,
he's one of the dudes.
Ken Norton. I mean, you think about like a lot of this is you're going to have some on both sides of the ball. Again, like I will bet anything anyone wants that Trey Lance is going to be a captain on this team next year.
Yeah.
He hasn't played.
Right.
He's 22 years old, and the 6 guys that that did get named are like, I mean, just have leadership and experience oozing off of them.
Jaquaski Tart said earlier today on our show, like he said, it doesn't mean anything. We got captains, leaders throughout the locker room.
We didn't even know that like, how many people, right?
So why is it a thing? Why is it such a big deal for fans?
Well, because there's such a
quarterback.
Because there's such a focus on Trey. And look, I'll admit, it really surprised me. And they've got a murderer's row of captains.
Right.
I think we can all agree on that in terms of leadership and quality dudes. But there was something that I was trying to noodle through yesterday when I was in with for Steiny with Guru, and it's not nothing that the rest of that locker room didn't think of him in the ilk as the starting quarterback with all the attention that he's gotten. Like, it's just, and then that's even that part. Voted 7th. Well, they've had 7 in the past. You can have 7. And then it's like
you can have 20 if you want.
Throw him on.
I wanted
do whatever you want.
I could have cheated.
He clearly didn't care, but just clearly didn't care. But just throw him on there.
Yeah, but I also think people looked at this and thought that this was like some sort of an honor bestowed upon them by the coaching staff. This is just a vote. It's just a team vote. And who's going to vote Trey Lance a captain over Trent Williams? Who's doing that?
Yeah.
Those teammates aren't going to do that. It doesn't even make any sense.
Kittle.
Right?
Well, the odd man out
Fred
was
Warner.
Bosa, right? He was the one that's brand new to this thing. I mean, we said we can't even name the 6 captains from last year. Well, we can name 5 of them, and then the other one was Jimmy Garoppolo.
But perfect example. How's Nick Bosa not a captain last year? Was he not one of the best players? Was he not the guy on defense?
Torn ACL.
But he's a pup.
And he doesn't say anything.
He doesn't. When I think Nick Bosa, I don't think he exudes leadership.
Right.
If anything, I think that the parts, we can quibble about what we all think Trey Lance is going to be to varying degrees as a player.
Right.
But I think the one thing that everybody consistently has agreed on, whether it's us yakking or whether it's the coaching staff or even the other players, it's that Trey comes off as a leader. And he says the right things, and he has it. So that, I guess it just took me, I thought it was just a no-brainer. Like, Trey's going to be a captain. So when it hit me a little different when he wasn't.
Buster Posey, captain, right, of those Giants teams?
Like, Steph Curry's a captain. Forget about how well he plays.
Right.
Just the attitude.
They don't say, Steph Curry's gotten a little more boisterous as he's gotten older. But early on, everybody said, Draymond's a leader. Steph's always been the leader. Always been the captain. Buster Posey didn't say a lot. But he was always the captain, right? Just kind of understated, went about his business. Well, yeah, he was the captain.
I think locker rooms,
probably the perfect
captain. We just watched it die.
Hey, locker rooms need multiple kinds of leaders. They need the quiet ones, they need the loud ones, they need the positive ones, they need the negative ones. With the Lakers, I remember Steve Nash at the end of his career when he played on the Lakers saying, I have to go around this locker room and play good cop. Because Kobe's got bad cop taken care of, right? I can't. This team doesn't need that, and so Nick Bosa can be quiet, just watch me go get 16 sacks, take my lead, and everything feeds off of that. Fred Warner can be the guy that gets in your face or whatever.
That Comcast Business Text line brought up a great point. You think back to the Showtime Lakers, and they call Kareem Abdul-Jabbar the captain. But in our minds, I think everybody in here would say, well, Magic was the leader of those teams.
Of course.
Magic ran Showtime. Vocally. But Kareem didn't say anything. He wasn't talking.
But there's a presence.
There is a presence.
Yeah, I just think
Kareem was there first.
He was there first.
I think this is exhibit 58, if you will, that this is just how it's going to be for Trey Lance now. It doesn't matter what happens. We're going to overreact. And that's for the good, for the bad, and the other. This guy is in a situation that I don't think I've ever seen before in the history of the NFL, where not only are you taking over a big-time team, you came out of what was called the biggest quarterback draft in recent memory. You're joining a Super Bowl-ready team. You're replacing a famous person now. This is a big name in NFL circles. Your team's been to the NFC title game 2 of the last 3 years. You had a whole year to sit, which top draft, all of these things. And then we get to the season, and your big name backup is still here. And, oh, by the way, week 1, you're playing the guy you passed.
Right.
You passed on him.
And it might be the easiest game on your schedule.
Might be. This is just a stew that we have never had a bite of before. And so, quite frankly, we can't deal with it.
I never...
Like, that's what that said to me yesterday. Yeah.
Trey Lance has given every 49er fan, I think, plenty of reasons to like him. Like, he's professional, very affable and all that. But this dude is bringing back the word bozo, and I'm all about it. All about it. He said they don't have any bozos as captains. I'm like, if you're bringing back the word bozo, we don't say the word bozo enough anymore.
And that guy's bozo.
Yeah, he could have said that, a bozo or a jabroni, something like that, although jabroni's used every now and then. But bozo, if he can bring back the word bozo, I'm all in on Trey Lance now. All in.
We could do that with each player we see. Bozo or bosa. And bosa means good, and bozo means bad. We can do that if that's a segment if you want, Steven. You can use that.
Kyle,
5:18 every morning.
Kyle just got in my ear and said that Eric Branch asked the question and said bozo in the question. So I guess it's Eric Branch that I have to thank.
Thanks for ruining it, Kyle. Bozo. Yeah, we had something good going.
I don't like Trey Lance anymore. Start Jimmy week 1.
Just ruins the show. What other angles you guys taking today on Bears?
We're going to get into this because JD, this is great because JD was with Guru yesterday, and I know that it got going about the whole captaincy. So I'd love to hear from fans on that as to whether or not they think it's a big deal or not. We'll be in Bears country a bunch. My buddy Matt Spiegel at AM 670 The Score is going to be on. Former Bear Corey Wooten's going to be on, and it's it's day one.
It's day one.
It's day one.
By the way, real quick before we get out of here, who would be the captain in 95-7 game?
I love your poll question.
Look.
Guru. I voted for Spinelli.
I think Guru would be unequivocally, if you had a point system, I think he'd be at the top.
Yeah, we have a poll up right now.
But if you got so put Guru in the 49er style captaincy where there are 6 of them. We just said you need multiple kinds of leaders.
Sure.
What kind of leader is Guru? What role is he playing?
Well, we have a poll up right now, and Ray Ratto would be the captain, according to the poll.
God, I hate that guy.
Yeah, but who came up?
Guru's coming in third.
Who came up with the poll? Who came up with who made? Yeah,
Sam loved it.
I mean, how come there's only 4
JD
people?
got a lot of love.
Yep.
JD got a lot of love for being the captain.
No, if this is going to be like a players vote, and we have the employees here at 95.7 vote, Guru probably would be the number one. You're right, JD. I think Guru would get a lot of votes.
Guru comes up short,
Guru's a Draymond. He's a Draymond type leader. It's just all emotion all the time. It's going to be in your face. It's going to be out of control sometimes. It's not based on rationale. It's just based on energy and in your face. And we need that here. We need one of those.
and
we're not going to get 2 of them. We need one of them.
It's likability. I think is a big part of that.
Likability issues.
That's different than Draymond. But yes.
We all have our styles. We all have things we like, we don't like. We all can mix it up, get into it about different sports topics or whatever. But I think Guru's the one just above everybody where no matter what, you're like, yes, I like that dude. He can put him at the top.
Only because I was frying some eggs this morning. It was actually already done. Taking Penny on her walk and having her do her business. I was frying some eggs this morning and heard you guys' conversation about Shohei Ohtani. And
That's why you got to do this. I was about to leave, Mark.
I know.
was about to leave.
That's exactly why I did it. I'm like, you're not going anywhere.
Did you pick up the poop?
I did. I had already done it. And again, they've over medium. And some chicken meatballs with it. It was delicious.
Ooh.
Yeah, really good. And some sautéed spinach. And then here we go with let's give up Kyle Harrison for Shohei Ohtani. I don't want you to think that I think Kyle Harrison in a vacuum isn't worth anything is worth giving up for Shohei Ohtani.
Right.
The problem with this is sort of administrative, if you will. Like Shohei Ohtani, you made the statement at one point. I don't want to get him now. I don't want to compete with the Dodgers for him next year. You are either way.
Yeah.
He's a free agent at the end of the year.
No doubt.
So that makes him a rental. And JD made a great point, which is not even a normal rental because a normal rental comes in July when you know you're actually going for a title. So you bring in your rental to get you over the top. The Giants are 0-0 next year.
Yeah.
We don't even know if they're any good.
Yeah, you might get him and be the Angels.
Right.
And then you gave up Harrison, and then he's like, deuces.
Look, I'm just trying to figure out where do you start with the Giants?
To me,
I don't even know where you start.
Take the name Harrison off of it.
Right.
Any baseball team, you don't give up prospect 1 for a rental. Right. I'm not doing that. I want Shohei for 7 years. I don't want him for 1. And that's the disaster. Like, you imagine they trade.
Take that. I would take that gamble.
But what's the
I'd roll the dice
like,
because I'm thinking about it too. You got to put some butts in the seats next year. You got to put some butts in the seats.
That's an expensive price to pay to just get a few tickets sold. Give up your number one prospect.
Box office.
It's interesting. Last night. As I'm prone to do. I went down, got in the hot tub for a little bit.
Nice,
right?
Too hot.
And sometimes I'll just get lost. I'll have a little have a little beverage, adult beverage, and I'll just start.
Sounds like a great night.
Going through. I'll just start going through just things that pop into my mind. Maybe I'll get on YouTube a little bit. I'll relax. And the game that I brought up last year, and it applies to this, was the opening day game from 1993, the Giants opener, which was, and I watched probably to about the third inning of it, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to get out of here.
This is amazing.
And it was what were you
after
drinking? The team had been saved. I grabbed the White Claw.
Okay,
I grabbed the White Claw. I grabbed a couple of White Claws.
Hot tub, watching 1993 opener.
Just relaxing.
Who were they playing?
They're playing the Marlins.
The Giants and Marlins. Okay.
Yeah, first year of the Marlins.
What a win.
First year of the Marlins and the Rockies.
Yeah,
those great teal hats.
And so I was watching the game, and it was Barry Bonds' first home game at Candlestick, and he hit a home run, and they ended up winning the game in a walk-off and all that.
I was there.
Okay,
yeah,
awesome. So, but it was to your point, it was the vibe, and I know the team had just been saved from going to Tampa and all that, but it was a full Candlestick on that day, which didn't happen a lot, in that time, and it was Bonds got his MVP award from the Pirates the year before, and Willie Mays was on the field as his godfather, and but there was an energy to it, and they still had Will Clark, and they still had Matt Williams, and they still
Robbie Thompson.
They still had those guys, but it was
and he hit one into the family pavilion.
Yes, this is a new
family pavilion by then.
Right.
This is a new era of you got the biggest star in the game at that point, and you kind of needed to, and that's one area where I think over the last 2 months I wanted to see it play out. It hasn't played out well.
No.
And to your point, I mean, they do feel like they need an infusion of something to bridge what's no longer and the watching that game in the tub, with a couple of claws.
I get it.
And this is something I've been on all season. It's not just getting a star, because one star's not going to help you win games. This team needs players. They need a couple more starters. They need bullpen. They need an entire new outfield, for crying out loud. This outfield stinks. But you got to get the buzz with the Giants. I've never felt lower about the Giants other than the post-Bonds year, but you knew Lincecum was coming. You knew Kane was coming. You knew Bumgarner at some point, Posey. Right now, I don't know what's coming. I don't know who's next. I don't know what's next. I don't know where you start. I don't know the solution. I mean, they are...
No, it's all fair. I wonder how the building would have felt, though, if Bonds was on a one-year deal.
Would have felt great.
Would that have felt as exciting?
Would have felt pretty great for that day.
It would have felt great.
That day.
You imagine bringing Shohei?
Yeah, but again...
To walk up to that game and Shohei was playing at Oracle Park for the season opener?
And 2.5 months later, people are going, they need to sell him at the deadline because he's a free agent.
See, reasoning and rationale is most likely what's going to happen. I was not prepared for the Shohei Ohtani talk. I was ready to go into my free agency thing about how Trey Mancini and Xander Bogaerts need to be on this team. But then I was asked about Shohei, and when I hear, are you going to trade Kyle Harrison for Shohei without even looking at it? So I would.
Yeah.
So that was an initial reaction.
He was like, no, he's a local guy. I want to keep a look. I was like, I don't care where he's from. He could be from down the street.
It's not about Kyle Harrison. It's about I'm not like I don't want 1 year of Shohei.
No doubt.
Like I want 7. I want 7.
Well, and the other part is
to
give you a little hope, Bonte. I don't think they're necessarily as far. Like it doesn't look like they're close, but I think 2021 does show you that they're probably not as far from being competitive again or good again.
They compete. I agree with that.
You can go from 75 wins to 88 wins, and I think we would feel a little better about it.
But
you're not going 88-win team.
You're not going 32-6 against the Diamondbacks and Rockies anymore.
No,
Diamondbacks are looking.
That's why you're going to win 88, not 107.
Right. And you got the extra playoff spot, and we'll see where the Brewers. Somebody's going to fall off in the National League, but the staying power of the National League: Dodgers, Braves, Cardinals, Mets. They're not; those 4 teams aren't going anywhere.
But there's still spots to be had.
There's still spots to be had. Philly's going to try to make some moves, but we don't really believe in Philly.
Padres Philly get Aaron Judge.
Padres. Y'all see they booed Juan Soto last night? They're booing him already.
Really?
Yeah. And he's two for his last 28.
And he hasn't been good.
2 for his last 28.
Josh Bell's been just as bad.
And then he left the game hurt.
Oh, that's not going to... That's
brutal.
I'm like, wait a minute. San Diego fans, you have one team. You have a Cool City Connect jersey, and it's a party in the stands every night, and you ran victory laps when you got this guy. And 3.5 weeks
Are
later,
you booing Sean Manaea?
You're booing it? Well, he deserves it.
Blake Snell? Josh Hader?
We keep getting jealous about the Padres and forgetting it's not working. Everything they're doing is not working. The Dodgers are sitting on them. So, interesting.
They're going to get in the playoffs, though.
They will get in there.
I think. Yeah, I think they're going to get in.
And they can make some noise. We'll see.
They're
how much noise?
They're 4 up on Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's going to
Milwaukee's not looking good at all. So it'll be interesting what the Giants can do. Who's going to be managing the team? Like, I know here, JD, I know how he feels about Kyle.
All right, who we get? So you think the Bills are going to blow them out? Bonte, what do you got tonight? What do you think is going to happen?
I think the Rams. Oh, man. I like the Rams. I'm going to go with the home dog.
Okay. All right.
I think that's a tough game to pick.
Yeah,
It's just going to be a dandy.
It is.
Lay the points with the Bills. Trust me.
2.5.
Trust you.
I like the Bills by field goal.
I don't trust you at all. Not even a little bit.
There'll be a lot of fun. You guys have fun. We'll be listening up until high noon. And don't forget, Willard and JD, brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible.
Bonte, I see you in
Becky,
Chicago.
What about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Take BART to Lake Merritt Station this Saturday, September 10th, for a celebration 50 years in the making. BART is celebrating 50 years of service to the Bay Area with a family fun festival. The big birthday party is free and open to the public from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring family and friends for food trucks, music, games, prizes, and more. Get details at BART.gov/50 years. That's BART.gov/50 years. Celebrate with BART at Lake Merritt Station this Saturday. Let's go!
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at RogerWaters.com. This is not a drill. Produced by AEG Presents.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever. So you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pregame. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Or you know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me.
But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What a moment. What a moment this is. I'm bathing in it. No, I'm not talking about the NFL opener. I'm talking about, finally, it's almost a 1-year bell that's gone off, and I've not gotten a chance to do a 3-hour show with the great John Dickinson. And right now, that ends.
What's going on, my man? I'm excited.
All right, bud.
I am excited. I would have lost. If the over-under had been, I don't know, January 15th, when we worked together for the first time doing a full show, I would have taken the under.
I mean, you've been on,
lost
right.
hard.
Obviously, we've done changeovers and we've done calls, and you're in Boston, and we've done this now for a while. But yeah, we've never been able to sit here and long form chat it out for 3 hours, and so we do that right now, and we do it on one hell of a day. I don't know, do you celebrate Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa? What is it?
Christmas.
Okay, Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Yeah, here we are. It is September 8th, and it is the day we've all been waiting for. It always feels like this when we get to today. It always feels like, oh, man, that was a long wait. Like sometimes I feel like there's plenty of other things in sports we enjoy. Obviously, we're on the back end of summer, and you know, I love the Giants as much as anybody. But sometimes it feels like when we get to the NFL opener, we were fooling ourselves into thinking that we cared as much about all the other stuff we had to do to get from February to September, because there just isn't. There's nothing like the adrenaline of this. You may love another team as much. Every time someone asks me that, Warriors, Giants, or 49ers, what means the most to you? I'm kind of like, it's really, I don't even know how to answer that. Like, all three of them are in my DNA, but a Giants game and even a Warriors regular season game, it does not have the adrenaline that goes into a football game. Like, I can't even imagine. I'm so excited to be at I've never been to Soldier Field. I'll be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there on Sunday, and I can't even imagine what the adrenaline is going to be like. I only hope that I still have my voice when I come in at 9 a.m. on Monday to do the show the next day. Like, it is going to be an event.
It's going to be awesome, and I'm going to be there as well. I know we've talked about that with the last couple of days with Goo. I'm just not to make it about me right off the top, but I do have a question.
Make it about you.
It relates
no, it's okay. You're here.
It relates to the conversation.
Okay.
So I'm flying tonight to Chicago.
Lucky.
Right?
I'm not going to tomorrow.
Buddy of mine, I say lucky.
I kind of wish I was going tonight.
But the thing that I realized when I booked the flight, and I'm going to be covering the game on Sunday, and I'm doing a show from there on Saturday and all that, but part of this weekend as well is my best friend, his birthday is actually on Sunday, on the 11th.
Wow.
His birthday's 9/11. Happy birthday, D. But
Tough break for those. By the way, I have a nephew whose birthday's on 9/11. Shout out to all of you who were born on September 11th. Sorry that your birthday changed a number of years ago. But anyway, go ahead.
So part of it is he's coming down, his brother's coming down, his dad's flying out from the West Coast, and so part of the weekend is going to be hanging out with him and having a good time and doing all of that stuff, enjoying Chicago. So I booked the flight. It's all right. When are you going to go? When are you going to come back? This is the work part of it. But then I had like, oh my God, I'm flying at 6:30.
You're flying right in the middle of the NFL opener.
And the NFL opener. So did I like
Wi-Fi? Buy the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi. Come on.
I have no problem buying the Wi-Fi.
Buy the Wi-Fi.
But I'm going to get really frustrated when it
dies.
When
right.
When it doesn't work.
Stafford throws over the middle. Cup, he's open.
And everything stops.
Ding.
Oh, Aaron Donald, get loose.
Just wanted to let you know that we're got a little turbulence coming up, and so please, if you could buckle your seatbelts, and we'll get through this shortly.
No problem buying the Wi-Fi, but I'm going to end up throwing my iPad across the plane when it ultimately goes out. So is it just a poor planning, bad call?
No. You weren't fully thinking ahead, and that's okay. I mean, I don't know. You can listen. There's going to be 1,000 of these, and we dove in with the lovely Chrissy yesterday, and she's a great example. She didn't know. She's a big NFL fan, but she didn't know this. Like, do you all know that if you don't have Amazon Prime, tonight's the last one that you're watching? Do you all know that? I don't know if you know. Everyone's like, oh, it's taken up by Prime, and they've got a new song. Do you understand?
Yeah, don't get me started on that one either.
Like, you all get that you're not watching Thursday Night Football anymore without a subscription, right? Does everyone get that? I feel like somehow that got a little lost in translation to the public at large this summer.
That's what I call a next week problem.
Right. Which is Chargers and Chiefs.
Oh, yeah. Good games.
Right? Public service announcement, because so many of you, next Thursday, you're going to be like, ooh, Chargers, Chiefs. Watch what happens at 4:45 when you're like, wait, where's the game?
Massive glass of WTF. A huge glass of WTF and people scrambling.
Start working on it now. Go do whatever, what you want to do. Do you want to get a subscription? Do you want to find a buddy who has the subscription? What do you want to do? But from me to you, you get 7 days to figure this out.
Similar to the Wi-Fi deal, I'm willing to pay. But just it's the navigating of it, and now I got to click over to a different input, and
oh yes,
and that
planning. It takes planning, and we the traditional
just let me pay for it and use my same remote.
Speaking of all of our coverage that is coming up this weekend, we are going to be all over it, and as you just heard, JD is going to be there. Bonte and I will be there. However, JD is going to be there. We're just going to be, there's going to be drinks. But other than that, we're going to have this covered from every single angle, as we will every weekend. And to that, for example, the Red and Gold pregame show, Larry Krueger, Lorenzo Neal, debuting Sunday at 9 a.m. Pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. We're looking forward to everything that those guys and JD will be bringing us throughout the weekend as we get you ready for the NFL opener. And now let me use that word again. Get you ready. So many of you are not. You're just not. You're not ready for this. I can tell because, and I'll just use this as an example, and JD, I know you took this a little bit differently than I did, but as an example, this whole Trey's not a captain thing, to me, just signals yet another exhibit X, if you will, that we're going to overreact about everything that has to do with Trey Lance. And that is circumstantial, and I get it to some degree. Sometimes I actually think it comes from a good place. It comes from our excitement. The 49er fan base is a really, really good one. And this is an interesting move. You have a quarterback who has been good and has brought you to some really nice places, and you're replacing him by choice with a pup. Yeah. And so this is wild. And because of that, we're going to overreact to so many things. But I, for one, felt like the conversation yesterday about Trey Lance not being a captain was just that. It was another overreaction.
We're going to overreact, you're right. And I think we're going to overreact even more because Jimmy Garoppolo's still on the team. And the 49ers have asked for that. And they'll have to deal with it. And I think we all know they're confident that they can deal with it. I keep coming back to just how stunned I was. And yeah, maybe I'm making too much of it, but for everything that has been said about Trey Lance, the person, Trey Lance, the leader, over the course of the last 7 months since he officially became the starting quarterback. February 1st was the day that he became the starting quarterback. Right. Maybe January 30th.
I think so.
As they were going to the bus, leaving SoFi.
What was the day that Jimmy said, see ya? Do we have a date stamp on that, Spadone?
Jan 31 or Feb 1. Yeah, it was one of those two.
Do we have a date stamp on that? Because if we do, that was the day that Trey Lance became a leader. But yeah, you don't have to be a captain to be a leader. There's that.
You don't, but it struck me as, and I know we talked about it in the changeover, like they've got maybe the best collective group of captains in the league when you go, wow.
I mean, look at these names, right? Kittle and Williams and Ward and Warner and Armstead. Sure.
Cream of the crop when it comes to that, but it just makes me wonder, how come those guys aren't thinking of him in that same vein? And I know he was 7th, but part of me, because Shanahan in the answer as he read it and announced it, we could have 7, but we're going with 6, and Trey was 7. It's like, you know what? Just add him. just add him in. And clearly he didn't care.
Right. I think part of it is, and maybe this is just kind of functional, like he said, the NFL does not allow 7 guys to take the field. And go out there for the coin toss.
He said 8. Is it only 6? Because he said they don't allow 8.
They don't allow 8, and that's why Debo's not in there too. Right. Which I like. If you really do, and I don't really do want to dive in to the interesting part of who is not a captain, isn't it Debo? Like, this is their best player. When we left in February, would you? And I said, 49ers best player, go. Would you not?
That's Debo.
That's the answer. It was last year. The version of them we saw last year, it was Debo. He goes into a contract thing. He scrubs his accounts. And then next thing you know, he's 8th. I mean, how about Trey Lance is 7? You can make a deal about that. He finished in front of Debo. He finished in front of. So if you want to make a thing, it's that. I just think that my perception, and it's not always this way, but the captaincy thing in a locker room is about elder statesmen. It is about who a locker room of young people look to as kind of the older people. Now, it doesn't mean Fred Warner and George Kittle are old. They're not. But, man, there's some serious cachet in this league. And if you look at all of the players who were named yesterday, they all fit that definition. They're all at minimum 4 or 5 years in the league. They've all put up numbers. They've all done really good things. They've been through a lot, and I'm sure they've put a lot of guys in that locker room under their wing. Trey Lance is not that. He's not. And actually, Debo became a great player when? About week 5 last year? Before, like, other than that, he was just like, oh, he's a nice receiver. And then last year he became a star. But he hasn't been doing it for years. All of these other guys have been doing it at a star-type level. I mean, I guess Armstead, you can, I'm not going to use the word star, but like a consistent high level for a long time. And I really think that's just what it's about.
Yeah, to go back to the Debo part of it, that doesn't surprise me. And this is an extreme take, and I don't. You could make the case for a time period in the offseason, Debo quit on the Niners. Right? Like, if you're one of his teammates, and you can say, hey, that's all good now, and he still comes into this year as their best player, all is forgiven. But if you tap out on your team for a couple of months, let's say, even if you come back and you're loved, that's enough to maybe drop you out of the captain race.
Maybe.
So that one to me makes a lot of sense. I would not think, Debo should be a captain.
I just think there was probably a lot of stuff that the 49er players went through prior to Debo even joining them. He didn't join them until what? 4 weeks ago? There's OTAs.
Yeah, he's out of sight, out of mind.
So it was like, even when he's there, it's like, he's over there on the sideline running the same way Jimmy was. So, yeah, it makes it, I don't know. I look at this and I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. The order of the first 8 makes total sense to me.
I know it's ceremonial with Trey, and to me, though, it's just a statement of the belief that he's going to grow in. He's their most important player.
No doubt.
For 2022.
No doubt.
So to me, there's just a link between understanding how important he is and making a statement collectively in your voting that you believe that he will grow into that this year. It's almost and again, I know it's ceremonial, but it's almost I view it as, or I wonder, is there just a lack of a vote of confidence in play there subconsciously? It's just, why are you not thinking Trey at a higher level? And again, there's a very logical explanation which you've laid out, but it just makes me wonder, I guess, is probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, and I think that's fair, and I've already been on record a bunch over the last week and a half saying, at least trying to say it the way I view the re-signing of Jimmy Garoppolo, or the contract the keeping of Jimmy Garoppolo. I do feel like the 49ers collectively have questions deep within their minds about Trey Lance. I don't think that's a death blow. I don't think that's all that surprising. But yes, if you got Kyle Shanahan, you put him on a lie detector, and you said, hey, when you drafted this kid, would you hope that by week 1 of year 2, would you hope that he is further along than he is? I mean, the answer is yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. And that's all this means. But the captaincy thing, I really do. I A to B it. I think it's just because he's 22 and he hasn't played. You said he's their most important player. I agree with you. And I suddenly pulled up all of the NFL teams, though, and I said, are there any NFL teams where that's not the case? Give me the guy who's the most important player on his NFL team who doesn't play quarterback. Is there anyone?
It's good. I mean, it's a great question.
And we can go to the teams that don't have good ones.
Yeah, that's where my mind wandered to.
Is Najee Harris more important than Mitch Trubisky? I don't know. You know what I mean?
But then the other part of it is, Mitch Trubisky's a captain.
And he is. Yes, he is.
And that's the thing. Because we got a lot of you got to earn it. We got a lot, like yesterday, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of it today, is you got to earn it. You got to earn being the captain. Well, okay, did Mitch Trubisky have to earn it? Does Justin Fields have to earn it?
So I think there's messaging. I think there's messaging in all of these. So I think Pittsburgh's locker room heard the talk about 3 weeks ago. Oh, Pickett. He looks good. Did you see him? He looked good in the third quarter of a preseason game.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just go with Pickett right away. And I think the Steelers locker room went, hey, young fella, you're going to wait. It does not mean Mitch Trubisky's going to start 17 games. I'd bet a lot of money he won't this year. But for the start of this year, young fella, you're a young fella, and so we're going to make this guy over here a captain. Now, if Jimmy had been voted a captain, now we got a problem. Now we've got a problem.
All right, here's one for you. If Jimmy's around all winter and spring and summer, is Jimmy a captain? Well, and didn't they have 7 last year? I think they had 7 last year.
They did have 7 last year.
And Jimmy was one of the 7. Why do you have 7 this year, Kyle?
Yes, Jimmy was one of the 7. The replacements were, so let's see. Jimmy is out.
Yeah, Bosa was a new one.
Bosa was in, and then someone else fell off. Who am I forgetting? Someone was a captain.
Mostert.
That's right, Raheem Mostert.
Okay.
And he's not a captain because he's a Dolphin. So that's why he's not a captain anymore.
Here's the one thing.
You can make 7, but you know what, bud? Maybe that is part of similar to what I just said with the Steelers. Maybe they do want to send Trey that message. Maybe they do want to dangle the carrot and be like, go chase it. Maybe, I don't know. But I do know that when you're 22 and you haven't played and you haven't been with a group for a long time, for me, when I dove in last night and I found out that when Jimmy Garoppolo was the highest paid player in the NFL, but was not voted a captain in 2018 for the 49ers, I was like, that's all I needed to see. That was that locker room saying, dude, you've been here for 4 minutes. You've been here for 4 minutes. It was great 5-game win streak last year. Bravo, we're excited. You're the highest paid player in the NFL, but you're not one of our captains. You've been here for a minute. Same thing here.
That's a good example. I'm trying to think back. There's a part of me that thinks maybe they did the week-to-week captains back then and then changed it. I might be off on that. I'm not sure. So
I don't think so, but
because I think at a time Kyle did do that. It might have only been the first year that Kyle was here.
Yeah,
that he did that in 2017.
By the way, some of you might be thinking, okay, how about Alex Smith, number 1 pick in the draft? Was he voted a captain the next year? Answer is, not only was he not voted a captain, Trent Dilfer was. So it really, like everything I read based on just the data says to me that a locker room looks at this and goes, who are our old guys who we go to when we have a question, right? Where's the bathroom? Don't ask Trey, ask Kittle. Kittle, where do we go? What do we do? How do we do this NFL thing? You're a number 1 ranked PFF player. I'm going to you. Trey, you've played 2.5 games. You're not a captain. You're not a captain.
And I get it. The flip side to that is, well, you're not going to vote for a guy to be captain that's going to get benched 5 weeks into the season.
Okay.
And I'm having some fun with you on that one.
Yes, you are. Yes.
It's just
yes. Thank you, Peter. I don't think of it that way at all. I really do. The 49ers, and they have no one to blame, I guess, but themselves and Jimmy's injured shoulder. The only 2 things they have to blame here. But they have painted themselves into a very, very tight corner, which is to convince everybody that, A, we are all in on Trey Lance, yet we are also going to surround him with safety nets. And it's really, really hard to do. And it's hard to convince people in a cynical world and I do look at this with a little bit of cynicism. I 100% do. And some circumstance. Jimmy is absolutely on a different team if he doesn't have surgery this offseason, for example.
Agree.
But they've created this that's going to be, they know this. My prediction is, and you've watched it already, and we'll let you hear from Kyle Shanahan here in just a little bit, but you notice that and maybe it's just because it's week 1, I don't hear them getting very annoyed yet with the line of questioning. It's been 1 line of questioning, and it will be all year. And I don't hear them getting annoyed because they absolutely knew that this is the way it was going to go. Like Kyle told you earlier this week, before we signed Jimmy, we went around the locker room to all of basically the guys who just got named captains. What do you think? What do you think? Because they knew this was going to be really hard for them to navigate in a public space.
It's still relatively new, though. I mean, we're only a week and a half into this thing. If you go back to, what was August 29th? I think
it was Monday or Tuesday last week.
So we're talking 10 days at this point. And then they were around for a couple days, and then they were gone for the weekend for a few days, and then they've had 2 practices, I guess, since then, Monday and Wednesday, and they're back at it. So all the focus now is, of course, Trey's the starter. Everybody knows that. You're gearing up for the first game. I think it's easy to not get frustrated with it as long as you keep winning.
No, it's much harder after a loss. Yeah, they haven't played a game yet.
It's still new. Mm-hmm. You beat Chicago. Trey plays respectable. Nothing to see here. You beat Seattle. Trey plays respectably. Nothing to see here. And so I think that does calm some of if there is budding frustration as far as dealing with the topic. But the reality is that
it's not going to be that way all year.
It's not going to go away.
I agree with you on that for sure. JD is in for Dibs, and both of us are going to Chicago over the next 24 hours. But let's go live to Chicago right now. Matt Spiegel, our very good friend, AM 670, The Score in Chicago, with his finger on the pulse and his feet on the ground, is going to join us coming up next with JD. Mark Willard, 95.7 The Game.
After a big win.
Down the middle and good! 49ers win it!
Or a brutal loss.
They lost in worse fashion to a worse Cardinal team at home.
Take him out! You have to tune in on Monday.
Jerry Rice live on YouTube and Twitch via Zoom on the Morning Roast.
The guy that's really gonna have a breakout year is Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. There isn't a better place to be come Monday morning than 95.7 The Game.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Everything. Our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustyle, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Odyssey knows that football fans can't get enough football. That's why we've got nonstop football coverage on the free Odyssey app. Podcasts and live shows dedicated to every pro team. NFL play-by-play and enough game talk for the most diehard fans. Local radio stations talking football, interviews with star players and coaches, and football fans being fans.
What kind of play calling was that?
Listen to everything you love about football, live and on demand with the free Odyssey app. Get in the game and download today.
Hey, I'm Andy, and every morning I wake up thinking about shaving. When I started Harry's almost a decade ago, the shaving industry was a mess. Flashy, overpriced razors as far as the eye could see. I just wanted a great shave at a fair price. Too much to ask? I didn't think so, and that's why I started Harry's. 10 years and 20 million Harry's customers later, we're still obsessed with giving you a quality shave experience. Sharper blades, a better lubricating strip, and making our handle grippy in all the right places. All upgrades based on your feedback. And it all comes at a great price. Seriously, as low as $2 per cartridge. These days, my mornings are a little bit different. Morning, girls. But I still wake up thinking about shaving. Our starter set has everything you need for a close, comfortable shave. 5-blade German-engineered razor, weighted handle, and shave gel. Get yours now for just $3 with free shipping, backed by our quality guarantee. Just go to harrys.com now and enter code FRIEND at checkout. That's harrys.com, code FRIEND.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Haven't said good morning yet to Twitch and YouTube. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Look at JD. Good looking man, isn't he? The only man at 95.7 The Game who wears a collar. You wear a collar to work.
Yeah.
A lot of times. Not always, but most of the time. And I applaud you for the effort.
Yeah, for me, it gets me going. Puts me in the right vibe.
Hey, man, you want to talk about vibe. Our next guest, that's what he is all about. We are sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Nobody brings a vibe like Matt Spiegel, AM 670, The Score in Chicago. And that's what he has been asked to do in Chicago this weekend because there is a steady stream of Bay Area people on planes out of SFO, out of Oakland, out of everywhere to get themselves to Chicago this weekend for the Bay Area invasion. You are in charge of rolling out the red carpet. You've done a wonderful job, my friend.
Thank God. You know, we are the Mecca of the Midwest, and I'm used to denizens of Iowa and, South Dakota making their way here, but the fact that you highly cultured coastal elites from San Francisco still will come and hobnob with us in the pre-summer September air is the latest signifier that I've made the right choice in terms of the city to call home.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because it's about 100 degrees inland here, and even 85, 90 in the city. What's this rain this weekend? What the hell's that all about?
It's the first I've heard of it. Truth be told, you could argue that I host a sports talk show and should know that the Bears and Niners might be in rain, but you could also argue that my show doesn't start until 2 o'clock Central Time. So, so we'll have a little rain. Toughen up, Buttercup. You're in San Francisco. Come on.
Listen.
You're used to this stuff. You're used to this stuff where it's foggy and 47 in the morning, and then
We're not used to rain in September, brother.
Don't you dare tell a coastal elite to toughen up, Buttercup. That's not what we do, Matt.
Here's my real concern. I like that JD is wearing a collar. That's good. But he should have worn the shirt as well. The look with just the collar, to me, is not working. I know it's radio, but the entire shirt would have been.
I know. Well, we're on YouTube as well, so we want to show off and see if we can get a few extra viewers into this thing. But anyway, gosh, it's always good to hear your voice, bud. And I know you're excited for this weekend, the main event. Forget Bears 49ers. How about this Giants Cubs series, huh?
Oh, man, let's go. Let's go. We are plotting and scheming for how the Cubs can hit the spring with an over-under in Vegas of 82.5.
That would be exciting. And maybe they're ready to take that kind of step with some off-season spending. But seriously, man, like Trey Lance and Justin Fields, this should be fun. Both these guys could step forward. I know you've talked about it ad nauseum. You realize that we no longer have Matt Nagy, and that means we are viable against most teams. We do not have the incredibly narcissistic, stubborn Hungarian head coach that was holding us back for several years of multiple quarterbacks, and that is freeing for the fan base.
No, I can tell there's an excitement there from this standpoint, and you tell me if I'm onto something here, because here, what has grabbed our minds, because we love soap operas, what's grabbed our minds for the last 10 days is, wait a minute, Jimmy is still on the team? Hold on a second. What are we doing here? Trey and Jimmy, is that going to mess with Trey? Are they trying to say something? And meantime, we've missed what's a major story, I think, which is that Trey Lance was drafted over Justin Fields when Justin Fields, once upon a time, was supposed to be the clear 1A to Trevor Lawrence going into that draft. So in Chicago, it feels to me like this is some sort of a Justin Fields sort of prove-it revenge game. Is that about right?
You know, that's more for the fans than it is for Justin, apparently. Darnell Mooney, the wide receiver, brought it up, and then Fields was asked about it directly and said, nah, I don't take stuff like that personal. He may or may not be lying, because it seems like the modern athlete takes every opportunity to take everything personal. But it's bigger than that here. I mean, the mismanagement, the miseducation of Justin Fields was so egregious. And now to have seen him anointed as the starter months ago, being given every rep with anybody that's available, and I know they are low quality in terms of the wideouts and targets other than Mooney, but also be lockstep with an offensive coordinator who's just trying to do things simple. It's the Shanahan, Matt LaFleur system. Let's run the ball. Let's have play action. Let's let your skills develop and let you shine into it without some of the
Well, let's get back with Matt. He just drove his car into a Great Lake. I thought he was doing great. I have reason to believe that Matt it just had a dental procedure done this morning, and so there's a lot of Novocaine. So it could have been that. But other than that, I thought he was doing great. He's talking about the Justin Fields situation, and yeah, he's handled it well, although he did throw in a quote when they asked him about the Darnell Mooney thing. He goes, I'm glad the 49ers passed on me, which, he's just kind of going toward his fan base there.
What else you going to say?
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, Justin, your numbers would probably be a lot better this year if you had been taken by the Niners. But that is a thing. That's going to be a thing in this game, I think, once it gets started. Once the Jimmy thing is like you're over there with a clipboard, the Trey versus Justin thing is going to be what the nation is watching. Okay, Matt, go back ahead. Your answer was phenomenal. We'd like to hear the rest of it.
So Justin Fields last year, his first start came after not having any reps at all in the preseason, somehow being labeled the backup, even though he hadn't really gotten any practice. And then he's in there against Cleveland with Myles Garrett and Jadeveon Clowney coming off the edge with absolutely nobody helping a terrible offensive line to block. And he ran for his life. And that was kind of symbolic of the way that he was taught. This is like a redo on a rookie season. So I think the ceiling might be low, but the floor is way higher on what we'll get from Justin Fields. And I think that's true immediately with a much more intuitive system with Luke Getsy in there, who's been very impressive as the offensive coordinator.
All right, Matt, you laid out the Justin Fields component to this, but I'll give you another angle that we're looking at here in the Bay. And you mentioned Matt Nagy, and we're viewing the Bears out here as one of the worst 3 to 5 teams in the NFL. So, yeah, Nagy is gone, and I'm with you. He got over his skis, but the Bears made the playoffs a couple of times. Now they stink. Maybe that's better for the development of Justin Fields, but is that how bad are the Bears? Are we overplaying it, I guess, is where I'm coming from, Matt.
Well, here's the thing. 17 of the last 19 years, a last-place team has become a playoff team in the NFL. Mm-hmm. Every year, it turns over where half of the playoff field just about wasn't in the playoffs the year before. Things can turn quickly in this league. Now, the talent does not seem to be there at some very key positions, without a doubt. But just assuming they're going to be bad based on last year is folly. When you or I break down football, how much is scheme and how much is talent is a never-ending debate. It took Tom Brady leaving for us to realize it was him more than it was Bill Belichick. And I know we went to a perfect system, and we could even debate that. But here's the thing. They're going to be far, far better with a competent coaching staff and a sensible plan. So I don't think they're going to be anywhere near as bad as people think. That said, there is a talent disparity. Look, if the win total in Vegas is 5.5, I would take the over, but not by much. The moral victory total, as set by the Parkins and Spiegel show yesterday.
10-11. Got to be 10-11, right?
11.5. 11.5 on the moral victory total. And that is, a moral victory happens regardless of whether there is a win or a loss. We defined it this way. A moral victory is if two of the following three facts are true at the end of a game. A, Justin Fields was good. B, the team was well coached and we saw competence overall from the coaching staff. And C, Ryan Poles' acquisitions, either the 13 rookies on this team or his few free agent acquisitions, play well. If two of those three facts are true, it qualifies as a moral victory. I'm going over on 11.5, and we might squeeze a few more actual victories in there as well.
You are the one person I've talked to this week who is predicting the Bears and Niners to both be 1-0 at the end of this game. Congratulations.
Happy to do it. I actually think I think there's a shot that the Bears squeeze this out because Fields plays well and because this run defense, while it was brutal last year, is going to be a lot better. Jaquan Brisker, the strong safety, is an absolute beast. You'll see him and Roquan Smith show up strong in the run game. And I have a feeling that Trey Lance is going to feel a little overmatched in his first game as a starter with Jimmy G over his shoulder in Chicago.
Okay, so let me ask it to you this way, because to sort of further what JD was saying, like I don't use the word suck with any team going into the year because they're all 0-0, and as you stated, there's always surprises. But when I look at the Bears, I guess my question is, what's their identity? And that's what I don't know. Like there aren't many teams that are ahead of the Bears in we haven't heard of you around the nation. There's Justin Fields, there's Mooney, we get Montgomery, he's been there for a while. I don't know how many more Bears people could name. So what's their calling card this year, Matt?
Running the ball. And it wasn't last year or the year before or the year before. And that includes a year where, or the year before that, like when Matt Nagy was successful with Mitch and they lost on the double doink in the playoff game, they still didn't run the ball with authority. And then they went further and further away from it. This team is going to run the ball. As long as the game is close enough that they can run it and use play action, then they can be effective on offense. Not explosive, but effective. If they get way behind and Justin Fields has to throw a ton from the pocket, they're gonna be in trouble. But the identity of this team is going to be running the ball, and this Matt Eberflus defense that was the Colts defense last year, that is reminiscent of the old Tampa 2 and the Lovie Smith defenses with Brian Urlacher and Mike Brown and the Bears in the aughts, is going to try and force turnovers. If Roquan Smith, who has not forced turnovers in his career, becomes a hint of what Darius Shaq Leonard has been in the same position in the same defense in Indianapolis, then things are going to be very different. If Eddie Jackson, who was a turnover machine 2 years ago and hasn't had a pick, I think, in like 21 games, something like that, if he reverts, now with a strong safety, they're going to turn the ball over on defense and they're going to run the ball and use play action on offense. And it's simple. It's very straightforward. Think Tennessee Titans without some of the talent on that offense. It's David Montgomery's not Derrick Henry, but you know this league. If you're a strong, aggressive running back, you can be effective in a concerted effort run game, and that's what you're going to see.
All right, Matt. So what's the status of the offensive line for the Bears? Because that's the one area where the Niners feel they have a matchup advantage every single week. A lot in flux, it would appear, on the outside of the offensive line. They want to run it. Can they?
Well, you've reached the trouble spot. You've reached a point where it's difficult to muster Optimism. Braxton Jones, the fifth-round pick, who's the starting left tackle in his first career game against Nick Bosa, was two-time first-team All-Big Sky at Southern Utah. That's right. Yes, he was. But that's, he fits the profile a lot better than Tevin Jenkins, and they trust him. And these guys, Ryan Poles and others, have the arrogance of first-timers. They think they've found themselves a stalwart left guard in the fifth round. If they did, like David Bakhtiari was in Green Bay, where others have, then watch out. They'll be fine on the inside, where Lucas Patrick is expected back healthy. Cody Whitehair's their best player. I worry about the other edge as well with Larry Borum, a fifth-round pick last year. Tevin Jenkins, last year's number one, is either going to be the right guard or he's going to be a backup on this game. But my good friends Chip Help and Max Protect will be there on the edges. Both of them will be active and employed frequently. You'll see Cole Kmet blocking. You'll see Ryan Griffin, the other tight end, blocking. And you'll see some rollouts and a lot of stuff to help Justin Fields. So hopefully that covers up the incredible disparity between your beastly defensive line and the Bears' frighteningly young offensive line.
All right, man. Fantastic stuff. The Novocaine, we couldn't even tell. And where can I find you for a Manhattan on the Rocks Saturday night is what I want to know.
Oh, I like it. I got a gig with the band, but then we're done. But we're out in the burbs. I wouldn't dare make you come to the burbs.
I was going to say, where can we watch you play? But it's what are you? You at an old folks' home or something? Where are you playing?
We're at the 150th anniversary of Suburban Wilmette. They're throwing themselves a party for the centennial. Yeah, I know exactly. And we're doing 2 sets of the Rolling Stones on Saturday night. I absolutely can't wait. But you, my friend, you will avail yourself of all there is to offer in this town. And if you're up late on Saturday night, I'll find you at a rooftop bar downtown.
Up late is happening. Book it, Matt. I'll text you. Thank you, brother. Phenomenal to have you.
Mark, you're the best.
Okay. There it is. That's Matt Spiegel at AM 670 The Score in Chicago, where they are getting ready. I've heard already today, SFO, a lot of people heading out in their red and gold, like the brigade is on the way to Chicago this weekend. The Bay Area invasion should be an interesting weekend. For
I mean, according to Matt, the 510 on the Comcast Business text line, Mark, these teams sound like mirror images.
Oh, wow, really? I mean, in some ways, and then in other ways, not even
just
close.
Have more talent.
Well, so they both have, I guess, some interesting questions at 2 of the same key spots, right?
Yeah.
We don't know about their offensive line, and they both have a 22 or 23-year-old quarterback who hasn't played a whole lot.
Yeah, and it sounds like more the tackles for the Bears and more the interior for the Niners.
Right,
but
exactly.
Overall,
but
offensive
it's
line
the
and QB.
same idea, which is we got a young quarterback, and can you protect him, and does he know what to do in the big situations and all of that? And so, I don't know. That is a little bit of an equalizer here. I don't ever step into week 1 with my chest out. I just don't, because we can sit here and talk about this Super Bowl roster all we want, and yes, there are things that we know. We know that, like, Tom Brady is good at quarterback. We know that Nick Bosa is a good pass rusher, so Fred Warner's good. Yes, they're all good, but, like, a scenario is now starting to build itself like Jimmy Ward and George Kittle aren't playing in this game. And we're all acting like, well, whatever. Like, this is week 1. You've got a 22-year-old at quarterback, and 2 of the 6 captains that we're screaming about might not even play in this game. Like, I'm not here to scream upset, but assumptions, beware this weekend.
I'll say this. The 2 years that the 49ers have been good under Kyle Shanahan, 2019 and last year in 2021, they were gifted week 1 opponents. Tampa Bay in 2019 at Tampa.
Which, by the way, we didn't think was a gift until after the game. I'll remind you of that.
But that was a game that was, you go into that game, you're thinking that's a win. This is pre-Tom Brady.
What was the spread in that game?
It was
were the 49ers big favorites?
I think they were, I don't know. They weren't big favorites, but they were favorites enough. And the point I'm getting at is last year they're at Detroit in week 1. Right. Okay, and I know that game wound up being close, but the Niners put it on them, and I think won by 8 when it was all said and done. But what I'm getting at is it doesn't matter if you blow them out and then hang on. It doesn't matter if that Tampa game, which I had the pleasure of covering, got a little ugly and it was tied in the fourth quarter and Garoppolo had thrown a pick six. And it was like, it doesn't matter how you do it. It needs to be a win.
Yeah, well,
and those are like going
Agreed.
into it. It's just got to be a win. And because there are only, I mean, how many games on the schedule, when you look at the whole thing, do you go, that's like the game you're most confident of among all 17 to me would be that one. It would be the one on Sunday.
You think so?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That's interesting. Hang on, let me pull that up.
It's that one or week 2 against Seattle.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I don't know. Like,
the first 2, that's awesome.
Not the you're not going to pick the Washington game on Christmas Eve at Levi's?
No. It might be third.
Okay, yeah.
But I would have the first 2 are the 2.
I feel what you're saying, and also from this perspective. Yes, this would be one of the top confidence picks of the year, number 1. But number 2, it doesn't need to be pretty. Like, you know what Sunday is? It's a National Football League game. And these surprise us all the time, and they are ugly all the time, and they are closer than we think they're supposed to be all the time. Like, you throw out a 6.5-point spread based on the way I'm hearing people talk. They're like, well, that's a piece of cake. Well, if that was a piece of cake, then Vegas is going to break. Like, there's a reason these numbers are there. Even as a big favorite this weekend, Vegas is telling you this is a one-score game. And so, therefore, one play can flip this thing at the end. So that's all I'm saying. You're right. It's got to be a win, and it should be a win. But I'm not on the, this is going to be just a piece of cake, roll over 31-14. I'm not. I don't think it's going to look like that at all.
And I'm not either. I'd be uncomfortable with 6.5, 7.
I'm not playing this game.
I wouldn't touch 7.5. I wouldn't touch 7.5.
I don't touch a whole lot week 1 to begin with. That's why I hate survivor pools. We were talking about that earlier this week because it's like, here's my money, and then you're out week 1 because I don't know who any of these teams are. I think this week's going to be filled with surprises.
Be worried if you'd like, Mark. That's fine. But I'll also ask you this. What do you think what's the ceiling for this team?
This week or
just
this year?
This season. What's the ceiling for this team this season?
Well,
do you think
they can win it all?
They could win the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well,
I don't think it's likely.
Great answer. I think they could win the Super Bowl as well.
Super Bowl.
But if you think they can win the Super Bowl, you better be sure as heck believing they're going to win Sunday and confident in it.
So it is rare, especially more than a week in advance, that I circle a show and say, that one's going to be different. But 2, 3, if not 5 weeks ago, I circled September 12th. And I said, that is going to be different. And it's for the reasons you're talking about. Like, in the end, we are saying all of these things, and there won't be an answer to any of them until September 11th. And by the way, there won't be answers to all of them on September 12th either. Even if Trey plays well, does that mean it's solidified forever? No. If he doesn't play well, does that mean we start talking about Jimmy? Hell, I hope not. We shouldn't.
But yes, we will.
We will, but not after. We don't
have to do it today, but yes, we will.
It's not a consideration after one game, but understand all of the things that are automatically already on the table for Monday's show, which is just like you're going to know if this team, A, looks ready to rumble already, B, my gosh, has tons of work to do, C, is there controversy already in the minds of some, or does it feel, and this would be my prediction, does it feel like we're just starting building blocks? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what this should be. And I hope that 49er fans would go into this weekend thinking that way, because you remember, doorstep of the Super Bowl a year ago, after being 3-5, a terrible first half. So while you're saying, yes, this better be a win, in another respect, not really, because you can totally mess up early and then be better in December than you were in September.
You can, but I'll say this. If the Niners don't beat the Bears, let's just take the Super Bowl off the table at that point.
No.
That's, and I'm not, usually on that extreme, but it's just like, to me, it's that much of, if you can't beat the Bears, then we're talking about Jimmy. All those things you say are true, but you can, and this isn't, I know people on the text line, oh, Green Bay lost to the Saints last year, whatever. The Saints weren't a bad football team when they had Jameis Winston last year. In fact, like, if the Niners were going and playing the Saints, I'd say they could lose and it wouldn't matter.
I will give you this. Because, again, last year 3-5. So let's look at the tail of the tape. I would say the worst I felt about the 49ers all last year was the Colts game. That was the Colts game. And it was a weather game, and it was a Sunday night game, I think, right?
It was in the
Sunday
atmospheric river.
Yes. And the Colts, quarterbacked by Carson Wentz at a time where people were like, oh, this just Wentz.
It's supposed to be a get-right game.
Right,
and
exactly.
It wasn't.
Right. They had lost 3 in a row, and it was like, okay, you had the bye, get yourself ready. It's Sunday Night Football. You're at home. And they came out and they laid a total egg, and they were 2-4 and ended up in the NFC title game. But to your point, if you list the teams they lost to last year, none of them were the dregs of the NFL. None of them. The Packers, the Seahawks twice. I mean, Seahawks weren't great.
It's a rivalry game.
And you're quarterbacked by Russell Wilson.
And they own you.
Right?
It's a rivalry game, and they own you.
Arizona, twice. So that's 4 of their losses, of their 7 losses right there. Did I mention Green Bay, the Colts, and then the Titans, which was a game I'm still mad about that game. Like, they coughed that thing up so bad. That was one of Jimmy's worst moments, I thought, of the year.
That was, I think you could make the case, the game above all other games in Garoppolo's tenure where you could say he lost them that game.
Correct.
And I don't think you could say that a lot.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the only one. I'm sure fans will come up with a million different ones, because and that's fine. You brought up an interesting question. For me, it was the Arizona game, losing to Colt McCoy.
Well, sure.
Because you got right against Chicago, and then you weren't really right.
It Eno Benjamin who trucked Drake Kirkpatrick there at the goal line? It's all sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. Corey Wooten, host of on the Believe Podcast Network, Bears on Believe, former 6-year NFL veteran, defensive end, Big Ten sports analyst, all of those things. And he joins us next on 95.7 The Game.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to?
We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum?
Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and build that papier-mâché volcano.
I am not cleaning this up.
Ooh, yeah, I meant the kids. Staples will help them move forward. Right now, Crayola 10-count markers and 12-count colored pencils are just 99 cents each, and Staples 1-subject notebooks are only 35 cents. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 9/10, in-store only, limit 30.
I did a site visit, and the space is absolutely incredible.
Estate's Reiki Clinic is opening another studio across town.
But there's a lot to wrap up.
But staffing an entire office requires more than just deep breathing.
Receptionist and at least 4 new practitioners.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Corey Wooten, former Bear, host of Believe in Bears on the Believe Podcast Network, is going to join us here in literally seconds. JD in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs. Tick-tock, tick-tock. We're getting closer and closer to Niners Bears, and very, very close, obviously, to the NFL season, which gets started tonight with the Rams and Bills. We were just going through some of the totals on the games this weekend, and the Niners-Bears total, which we'll get to in a little bit, it brings up all kinds of questions. And so we'll work our way through that, and we'll do it in part with Corey Wooten, former Bear, who joins us now on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Corey, what's cooking?
Oh, nothing much. Just got some workout in. Did a little curls for the girls, a little tries for the guys, man. Feeling good, ready to go opening football weekend.
Look at you. Look at you. Staying in shape. There's 2 ways to go as a former NFL player. Isn't that correct? You can keep it going or let it go.
Exactly. And for me, I wear jerseys all the time except in the winter, so I got to show off these guns. You know what I'm saying?
So my buddy JD and I are just sitting here looking through this, and the chance of rain is up to 90%, and it is, quote, heavy at times for the game at Soldier Field this weekend. It's just a report. It's 3 days away, but in your opinion, two young quarterbacks, supposedly good defenses, a lot of rain. What are we looking at this weekend?
I think it comes down to the quarterback position, and I think Justin Fields has the edge in this one. He's looked good in the preseason, especially that last game. He looked very confident, finding Cole Kmet and company. Trey Lance at times has struggled, to be honest with you. I don't know if they really believe in the Niners, with working everything with Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that's a little telling right there. So I think it comes down to the quarterback position because, like you said, it's going to be rainy. There's going to be a lot of run games, but you're going to have to be able to complete passes. And I'm not buying Trey Lance right now.
Now, the key to that is, I think, protection, and both teams have offensive line issues in their own right. Clearly, both teams are going to want to run the ball to make life easier on the quarterbacks. But when you look at these two teams top to bottom, I mean, don't the Niners have a pretty significant talent edge in every other area, even if you take the quarterbacks off the table?
Yeah, I think they do. When you look at the defensive line, obviously Nick Bosa is a talented bunch, but don't sleep on the Bears. Robert Quinn had over 19 last year. You look at Al-Qadim Muhammad, you look at Travis Gibson, both guys that had breakout seasons kind of in their first year really playing. So I think it's a pretty evenly matched. Obviously Deebo Samuel and Kittles have the edge offensively, but I think defensive front wise, it's pretty similar.
Corey, you said something there that I want to go back to in your first answer because it speaks to, I think, where we are collectively in the Bay, the answer that everyone's waiting for. Your quote was, with Trey Lance, I'm not buying it right now. Why? What's going on there?
Hey, looking at him in the preseason, I think he's just struggled with certain reads, certain throws. He just doesn't seem comfortable, right? It kind of reminds me of Justin Fields a year ago. He doesn't have that full year of playing experience. And now, Justin Fields has that game plan caller that's scripting for success for him. Trey Lance just doesn't seem confident, and it's really his first year truly playing. So I think it's going to take some time, and I guess we'll see how long his leash is.
What do you think the ceiling is for this Bears team this season? Because and we've been talking to a few people. I mean, the view out here is that the Bears are among the worst, let's say, 3 to 5 teams in the entire league. How do you view where this team stands in the landscape of the NFL?
I think they're going to surprise a lot of people. You look at what they're going to do. They're going to run the football. They're going to play great defense. They're going to stop the run. They're going to be disciplined, something they didn't do under Matt Nagy. You look at under defensive coaches, Lovie Smith, back to the Ditka days. That's when the Bears did the best. When they run the football, they control the clock. They play great defense. I think we're going to get back to that. You look at the Tennessee Titans, what they've been able to do with Ryan Tannehill. I think that's what the Bears are going to do. They're going to run the football early and often, try to get Justin Fields' confidence up and really be able to stop them defensively.
Corey Wooten, host of Believe in Bears on the Believe Podcast Network, former Bear with us here on 95.7 The Game. Corey, also on Trey Lance, you said we'll see how long his leash is. As a former player, how would you have felt in the locker room if the quarterback you'd been following for a few years was now still on the team but was suddenly a backup? What are you thinking there?
Yeah, if I'm a guy on the Niners, I'm kind of questioning things, right? Because I can see if Trey Lance lit it up in the preseason and looked really good, but he just hasn't. So Jimmy Garoppolo, he's a winner. It may not be pretty at times, but he's been able to lead that team. So I think sometimes people get caught up this, that, and the other. We have to play him because he's this draft pick. You have to go with the best man on the field. You have to have the best leader there, especially at the quarterback position.
So you think it would be just too much of an ask, or that Kyle Shanahan is inviting internal issues or questions as this thing goes on just by merely having Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster?
I think so. You look at Trey Lance and you're trying to get his confidence up, but he's going to be looking over his shoulder the whole time, because he knows Jimmy Garoppolo has won games in this league. He knows he's a talented guy. So I think, when you talk about not getting somebody's confidence up, you look at what the Bears did with Mitch Trubisky, kind of flopping around and with Nick Foles coming in and this, that, and the other. I hope that's not the situation in San Francisco, just because Trey Lance, I believe he could be a talented quarterback, but right now it just doesn't seem like he has that confidence yet.
Corey, give me the NFC North in order as you see it this year.
So I'm going to say that the Vikings are going to win it, then Green Bay second, and the Bears third, and Detroit last.
So you didn't you apparently didn't watch Hard Knocks. You're not allowed to think Detroit is going to be in last if you watch Hard Knocks.
Oh yeah.
I think they're going to improve a lot. I like what they've been able to do there, but it takes time, And you look at the Vikings; they have a really good roster offensively. I think they're going to be good. They have a talented bunch of pass rushers. Justin Jefferson is one of the best wide receivers in the league. Green Bay, hey, Aaron Rodgers might surprise us all. Every year he does a lot with a little. So we'll see. They've struggled, wide receiver wise with drops, this, that, and the other. He's kind of frustrated with it. But it seems like every time it's crunch time, Aaron Rodgers comes through in the clutch. So those two teams, the Vikings and Packers, are going to be vying for that title.
Corey, great stuff. Great to have you. Thanks for doing it. We'll see you out in Chicago.
All right, thank you, guys.
All right, there he goes. Corey Wooten, host of Believe in Bears on Believe. So if you're going to host Believe in Bears, I guess you need to believe in Bears because Corey really believed in Bears, but he does not believe in Trey Lance.
It's always fascinating to me how those on the outside view the 49ers situation, because when you remove the Bay Area lens from it, almost everybody thinks this is a massive deal and has the potential for catastrophe and chaos and to be a real problem within the locker room and for this team. It's one of those things for me that it can't be nothing when everybody, like if we were talking about the Washington Commanders in the situation that the San Francisco 49ers are in right now, we'd think something's off.
It's only nothing if Trey comes out and plays really, really well. And how many times does a first-year starter at quarterback come out and just set the world on fire like Mahomes did it? Give me another one.
Yeah.
Right? So it's hard. It's like crazy hard. And that's why some of us have sounded the alarm with regard to where the position this puts Trey in. It's never been about his mental side. It's about his physical side. His mental side is fine. He's a strong, young dude that seems like he is just totally got it all nailed as far as that kind of stuff. But you're setting up a scenario where when the obvious struggles come, the world starts a really loud drumbeat. And so that's why this is tough for him. Now, that said, I do think that some of the stuff you just heard Corey Wooten say are totally unfair with regard to Trey Lance. I mean, he talked about, Justin Fields lit it up in the preseason and Trey Lance didn't. First of all, two things. A, who the hell cares what anybody did in the preseason? Number one. But number two, we got to get off this idea that Trey Lance was bad in the preseason. Where did this come from? Go look it up. You didn't love the way he looked in Houston? Fine. He wasn't amazing. But where is this 3-pick incompletion where is this coming from? I didn't see it. He played halves of 2 quarters and he hit Danny Gray flying down the sideline against Green Bay right out of the gate. His number, he was fine. He was fine.
Yeah, he was within, I think, a respectable range either way. I think the way that I've tried to put it, and I think everybody has to put it in their own view that makes sense for them, I viewed it as, where did I think Trey would be? How did I think it would look? And did that meet what I thought? Was it what I thought? Was it better? Was it not quite? For me, it was not quite as smooth as I would have thought it would be or hoped it would be. That also, though, for me, comes with being out at training camp probably 80% of the time and watched. And I know you got to be careful with that. And it's not even the stats for me. I know others keep the numbers and I keep the numbers too. I don't ever tweet them out or anything because I don't want to get caught up in that. But the numbers do tell the story of what the eye test led me down. I've just expected smoother.
Right. And I understand that. But here's the danger in all of this. Trey Lance this preseason played less than one half of football. He played a really bad half against the Houston Texans last year in a real game. And then he came out and played a really good half and they won the game. And on they went in a playoff push. So it's like we've set up a scenario now where we're going to want to assess Trey way too fast. And that's a fact. Aaron Rodgers won the MVP last year off of an horrific Week 1 game. But he's Aaron Rodgers. So you blink, you move on, you go, wow, it was weird. But if Trey Lance has an horrific Week 1, we got a problem. We got a problem. And that's why I've been saying, and I think you have too, everything we've been saying about Jimmy being back on the squad. It sets up a scenario for Trey that's not really fair. He's got to come out and play great right away. And that may not be realistic, or he at least has to play good. He has to play well.
But part of that is the fact that the expectations are high for this team.
Sure.
It's the ceiling of can win the Super Bowl, which we both said we agree on. Agreed. That. Like, they can win the Super Bowl if it all goes well. That means that that means you got to go win, and he's got to be adequate. It doesn't mean he's got to throw for 350 yards and 4 touchdowns in Chicago. And I'm with you on as far as it's not a mental thing. It's just, is he going to go out there and is he going to be good enough? Is it going to look more smooth?
It's a mental thing for us.
It's not
a mental thing for him.
Yeah, I'm not
it's
worried
us
about
losing
him
our minds if they're 0-1 or if they're 1-1 and he hasn't thrown for more than 150 yards.
Right. It's a matter of just, like, he's going to be fine, at least going into it. Now, we'll see. I mean, if they're 2-4 and they're really struggling, all bets are off at that point. Maybe it does affect him. Maybe it doesn't. I'm not going to judge the fact that I think it's going to affect him mentally. We'll find out as that goes on. But it's just, there is a level of play that he has to hit immediately. And I don't think the bar is that high. I think for some people, they think, it's going to be dramatically better. Like, for me, the bar is just be solid, don't turn a football over, move the chains, make a few more explosive plays than were made before, and win with your running game and your defense.
We did get a text, 510. Thank you for texting in because, JD, you have confirmed it. Willard, JD thinks Lance could get replaced at halftime if he throws 2 picks in the first half. Is that an accurate statement?
Now, this was a hypothetical that was discussed last week when I was in for Goo with Steiny, and he asked me, he said, hey, when do you think there could be, what's the earliest there could be a question as to whether Trey Lance is still the quarterback? And I said, I want to be very specific about this. Yep. I said, if Trey Lance throws 2 interceptions in the first half at Chicago, and one of them's a pick 6 and a bad one, and they're down 17-3 at halftime of Chicago, I guarantee you we're having a conversation about it, and he could get pulled out of the game. That's an extreme scenario.
Right. I don't think that. Boy, like Shanahan.
Because it's already a game that you're supposed to win, and so and to me that would be different than if you were playing Green Bay or if you were playing somebody good.
I don't think that they're allowed, with the scenario they've set up, they're not allowed to panic. They can't, because it's putting themselves literally putting themselves in an unfair spot.
That'll be tested.
Like Shanahan would get raked if he did that.
Would he, or would he just come out and say, hey, Trey didn't have it, and this is,
and we're going back to Trey week 2.
We got to
Jimmy comes out, wins the game in the second half.
If Jimmy comes out and wins the game in the second half, you're going to Jimmy.
No, see, I do not see a week 1 or a week 2 scenario. Or even a week 3.
I don't.
Or a week 4.
But I don't, because I have the confidence. I have the confidence enough in Trey Lance to where it won't be that bad.
There is one thing, and I want to go out to the calls first, but there is one thing that we were just talking about 15 minutes ago, which we will bring to the air, that I do think is important for 49er fans to know with regard to their expectations of what this game's going to look like. Okay? So that's about 5 minutes away. But James in Palo Alto next up. JD is in for Dibs. So it's Willard and JD. Hey, James, what are you doing?
Hey, just getting out of working the tomatoes out in the backyard.
I love to work the tomatoes. Perfect. What's going on?
Hey, I think that we're I'd like to get a little more nuanced about win or losing. If the 49ers lose to Chicago 40-38, and Trace throws 5 touchdown passes for over 300 yards, no one's going to be calling for him to leave or to be replaced because they lost, because he did well.
That's correct. That's correct.
But this thing that I want to talk about is, you were completely right. I think Trey's passing rating for the small sample in the pre-season was like 115, and he didn't throw a single interception. And I think Shanahan, more than anything else, hates interceptions because it completely changes him, and it changes what he can do and how he can do it. And Trey didn't throw a single interception. So it's crazy to even talk about wins and losses unless you're speaking that the 49ers lose 20-3 and they gain 100 yards on the ground. That is a problem. But if Trace is well, there's no way that Shanahan is making the change.
Yeah, James, I'm with you. This is about turnovers. Thanks, James. I appreciate it. It is. It's about turnovers, and he didn't turn the ball over. This is not as sexy. It's not as easy to define, but here's my actual concern with Trey Lance, okay? Early in the season. This is my actual. I do not think he's going to stink. I don't think he's going to turn the ball over a ton of times. Here's what I think is my real concern. The 49er offense can often be based on timing and accuracy on 3rd and 2. This is what made Jimmy work. When you look at Jimmy and you watched him play and you went, gosh, I can't figure out why he wins, but he keeps winning. What does he do really well? Well, he doesn't throw the deep ball, and he doesn't always make great decisions, and he's not mobile. So what do we always hear? But he's a winner. Here's what that actually means in a football sense. It means on 3rd and 2, his timing and his accuracy to George Kittle in the middle of the field is elite. He's really good at that. And that is how you win football games, because it moves the chains. And even if you don't end up scoring, you get field position and you have a good defense and all of those things. That's how you win football games without an elite quarterback. So Trey, it's 3rd and 2. Can you nail him between the numbers, between two defenders whose arms are just outreach? Can you hit that spot and move the chains, or are we getting an incomplete pass and we're punting from your own 20? That's what I'm watching this weekend.
The example that I've used, and it's very similar to that, I've used 3rd and 6, but it's the same kind of thing.
Right.
It's Kittle's open over the middle, and Trey Lance throws it behind him, incomplete, punt team comes on. Like, those are the kinds of and it's a different version of the throws that would frustrate 49er fans that Jimmy wouldn't make. Like, Jimmy would use checks wide open, the Tennessee game, you're talking about that. Down the field, like, you completely miss him.
Totally.
Okay? Like, it's Trey Lance may hit that ball, but Trey Lance may miss 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 of the balls that Jimmy would hit that would move the chains. And that's where you get into this, what I call different version of the same, to where statistically it kind of comes out as a wash.
Maybe.
But they're not winning as much.
Yeah, what's better? What's better? Like, once upon a time, like Jeff George is like, oh, we can go vertical, right? I mean, every Raider fan knows what I'm talking about. Well, it's like, but if you can't take care of the little stuff, you're not going to get enough opportunities to do the big stuff for it to matter.
The biggest conundrum the 49ers will have is if the numbers for Trey are similar to the numbers for Jimmy, but they're not winning at the level that they were winning with Jimmy Garoppolo. That's where it gets tricky.
Well, and that in some ways is a little bit what happened with Nick Mullins and C.J. Beathard. Like, you'd look at them and say, right, they are outperforming so-and-so with the Eagles or the Vikings. They're outperforming, what they may have done in previous stops. Like, we always see that. Kyle Shanahan's quarterback numbers, they go up when you're with Kyle, but you're not winning. Why? Because you're turning the ball over. You're turning the ball over, and you're not hitting that little 3rd and 2 that you need to hit in order to move the chains. Now, there's also this. Throw out what you threw out at me during the break as far as the over-under on this football game and where it sits with regard to the whole league.
Yeah, it is the lowest total on the board for week 1 in the NFL, 40.5.
Okay.
40.5.
What do you read into that?
I think it's two young quarterbacks. It's a dominant defense on the 49ers side of things. I think there's a weather component to that as well.
Yeah, has it moved a lot? Like, did you look at it earlier in the week?
You know what? I didn't.
Okay. Yeah,
I didn't, but I think there's definitely a weather component to it. But it's the obvious point is I don't think there's going to be a lot of points scored in this game.
Okay, so like, think about what's being said there. Because, for instance, tonight, over-under is
51.5.
It's 11 points higher tonight because you have established star quarterbacks. You have no weather. You've got offensive weapons all over the field. Now, could Vegas be wrong? Could Trey go out and bust a 30? Sure. But when you read that number to me, makes me want to bet the under.
Yeah, me too.
Makes me really want to bet the under. Because what they're telling you is at least, and maybe it'll be the Bears, they're telling you that one of these teams is going to struggle to get to 14, is what they're thinking. Because that winning team...
26-14 is an under.
Right. 24-14. That's an under. They're telling you, I don't think both these teams can get to 20, and I think it's possible that neither of them get to 20. So use that to visualize what you think this game is going to be. And in my opinion, your 34-17 hope ain't it. That ain't it.
No, and that coincides with what I always you look at any kind of game and you go, well, what's your first read on the game? And the first time somebody asked me, what's your read on this game? Give me a score prediction, JD. I said 19-13 Niners, 19-6 Niners.
I went 24-16, and right now with this weather report, I'm thinking I went too high. Yeah, Kyle, what's up?
I wanted to go back to the third down thing real quick. I was trying to get in, and you guys, Trey can run a little.
Yeah.
I just feel like that had to be mentioned.
Yeah.
Just to.
And 3rd and 2, they probably will.
And that's part of it.
About 3rd and 2 and hitting George Kittle no, they're not going to call the plays that he can't throw.
And I'll go back. I never said, because I know this is the way we like to translate things that go into a microphone.
Who's we?
I never said that he can't do it. I said that's my question. And it's a fair one. For anyone who's watched this guy play, it is a very, very fair one. Okay, they went through that entire first half against Houston, and they could barely get a first down. And a lot of them were 3rd and 2. That's my question. And so if you want to know why Jimmy wins, when you're like, why does he win? He only throws for 180 yards, and he doesn't do anything particularly well. Yes, he does. It's little stuff that you don't care about. He hits George Kittle for 3 yards on 3rd and 2.
And I would call that clutch, and people go crazy.
It is. Jimmy, if you don't think
low-key clutch.
If you don't think he's clutch, your assignment is to go watch Week 18 and call us back. Okay? And speaking of calling us, your phone call's coming up next. 888-957-9570 is the number. JD here in for Dibs. It's all brought to you by Valley Transportation Authority. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers a great experience. Start your journey. Visit VTA.org/Point A and apply today.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Ever since I got the new Galaxy Z Flip 4, I've been learning all these new tricks with my dog Finn. Like how to take the best selfies at the park. I just set my phone down, put it in flex mode, and capture hands-free pics from multiple angles.
Aww.
Or how to capture our training sessions for his followers. I simply wave my hand to start recording video. Good boy! Plus, the Z Flip 4 is compact and fits perfectly in my pocket.
Oh, wow. Visit Samsung.com today to get the new Galaxy Z Flip 4.
O'Reilly!
O'Reilly Auto Parts is here to keep your car on the road with our free loaner tool program. Your local store has more than 80 specialty tools available to rent for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Ask our professional parts people about the loaner tool program today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD is in for Dibs. It is all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Glad you're with us. Twitch, YouTube, hello. Keep the phone calls coming, 888-957-9570. All right, we got to start getting ready for Goo to come in here now in less than an hour.
Can't wait.
And do you have any predictions on whether or not he's going to be calm? Because why don't you, would you please, because I didn't get a chance to listen to everything yesterday, will you recap for everybody what Goo's reaction was yesterday when Trey Lance was not named a captain of this football team.
He was surprised, but as the conversation went on, I think he was more in line with you got to earn it, and that he was more put off by Debo not being a captain.
Okay,
that was the bigger part. It was, well, Debo, they're sending a message there. Is Kyle sending a message or what? Like, what's going on there? Debo has a right to be upset, in essence, more than even Trey Lance.
And I guess this also comes down to how many captains you want to name, because all of the guys you'd expect to be in this conversation are in the top 8, the top 10, the top whatever, however it all shakes out. But the 6 that are named, like, no one's going to take issue with any of those, right?
Murderer's row of captains.
I mean,
it really is.
It's right. Fred Warner, George Kittle, Jimmy Ward, Eric Armstead, Trent Williams, obviously. Who's the one that I'm forgetting? Did I say Bosa? I guess Nick Bosa.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward.
Ward. Ward. It's the 4 guys on defense: Ward, Armstead,
and
Ward,
Kittle and Trent Williams,
and Warner, and then Kittle and. So here's what Shanahan. If you didn't hear it yesterday, here is some of the presser with regard to him announcing the captains.
We got Trent, we got Kittle, we got Bosa, we got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
That is a fantastic slip of the tongue. I mean, Steve Harvey-esque. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Universe, Debo Samuel. Actually, no, wait, it's not. It's not. Debo didn't make it.
It was, well, and it created the illusion, and this is 100% made up, but it did create the illusion of Kyle Shanahan
reading.
Oh, wait, you know what? Debo? Yeah, no, I'm taking Debo off the list.
Like Kyle's like,
in real time.
I voted for Debo. Wait a minute, y'all didn't vote for Debo? What the hell are y'all doing? So then a little bit more on why is Trey Lance not on this list?
He was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. You know, Debo was 8. That's why I mentioned his name on accident. We just didn't wanted to go with 6. They don't allow 8 to the coin toss, I don't believe. So it's also his first year starting for us. You know, I think guys do, you know, there's not many rookies who end up being the captains. I know this is his second year, but he's a rookie for us in terms of his first time being our starting quarterback.
I mean, I find this to be a very, very rational, sensible answer. I really do. It sounded to me like there were 2 things, because you even said it in the middle of the bite when he's like, I didn't want to do 7 captains. And you asked a very fair follow-up, which is, why? Why didn't you want to name 7 captains? He's like, well, I don't think 7 can go out for the coin toss. If that's a thing for you, Kyle.
But he said 8. Did he misspeak? He said, I don't think 8 can go out for the coin toss because they had 7 last year.
Right, because he's given a nod to Debo also, who he clearly voted for. Do the coaches vote at all, or is it just the players?
I think it's just the players.
I think it's just the players.
I think it's just the players.
So maybe he was surprised. It sounds like he was surprised that Debo is not one of the guys. But the other thing he said is, I think, important, and I'm totally fine with this. In these worlds, these fraternities, these brotherhoods that Jaquaski Tart kept calling it, I was listening to him with Bonte and Steven earlier this morning. These brotherhoods, there is a pecking order. There is a way that you do things, and it's not so much that Trey's got to go earn it by passing for 300 yards. It's just a matter of whether or not you've been through this. Trey Lance is not only young, he has literally never been through an NFL season where he's played. So this group is not going to be like, let's make this guy our captain. He's played 2.5 games. And so he sort of says it in there. He's like, it's not normal for the young guys, or the new guys, if you will, to be a captain. So a little bit more on that from Kyle.
We got a lot of people we treat like captains. There's nothing. I mean, I respect the hell out of our captains, and our team does obviously too, because they voted on them. But that's not everything to me at all.
Yeah. So I wanted to immediately go back and take a look at what is the history here. Alex Smith, number 1 overall pick, not a captain. And then the one that really got me, that ended this conversation for me, was the year after Jimmy Garoppolo is acquired. I mean, was there any question that he was the leader of the football team? We all came in going, oh my gosh, it's the Messiah.
1-10 turned into 6-10.
Won 5 in a row on a 1-10 football team. The team breaks him off the largest contract in the NFL, and he's not voted a captain. Why? I would imagine because he's only been there for not even a full calendar year. And so that brotherhood is like, you're not one of our captains yet. You just got here.
The flip side to that, though, is the rest of the league by comparison, which is, and we did the research yesterday on the 12-3 show, which is, hey, there's 4 teams that go week to week, and those 4 teams are Dallas, Baltimore, Houston, and Cleveland. So they go week to week captains, throw them out. That leaves 28 teams. Of the 28 teams, there are 2, including the 49ers, where the starting quarterback is not also a captain. The other one is Seattle, which makes me LOL, of course, because
there's definitely going to be a benching there at some point. Right. Like, I mean, the chances of Geno doing 17 games.
They got the worst 2 quarterbacks. Right. We talk about who has the best 2 quarterbacks. Two quarterback situations. Seattle's got the worst.
Seattle's the worst quarterback room in the NFL.
So of course you're not picking one of those guys.
All right. So I guess based on what you just laid out, Zach Wilson is a captain with the Jets.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Trevor Lawrence is a captain with the Jags.
Justin Fields,
Mac Jones, Justin Fields. They are captains with their teams, and I would throw back at that contextually, I think all of those make sense. All of those 4 were starters when the season ended last year. Also, all 4 of those, maybe set aside Mac for this comment. The other 3, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, Trevor Lawrence, that is a locker room full of 20-somethings that are all trying to build together in rebuilds, bad teams who've gone to get young guys, and that collective young group goes, that's our guy. We know this is a unique situation. This is a very unique situation. And so with that comes a young guy who's never played before, surrounded by all kinds of NFL dignitaries. I mean, his left tackle is literally a dignitary. And so I get it. I really think, for me, it's as simple as that. You're 22. You've started 2 games. We're not looking to you for that yet.
I hear you, and it's ceremonial. Once the season kicks off, does it really matter? No, and I'm certainly not saying that this is going to impact how Trey Lance plays as the starting quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, but it did floor me. It really did. I was blown away, even reading through the names, because I thought, first, well, can't you have 7, which obviously Kyle Shanahan addressed, and then Kyle Shanahan said,
do whatever the hell you want.
But it did surprise me. It did surprise me that Trey Lance his name wouldn't be more at the forefront, given how important he is to this team this year.
Yep.
The other part of it for me, why it surprised me to the extent that it did, was just that everything you hear about Trey Lance from the players and the coaches, they speak glowingly about his intangibles, his leadership, his willingness to learn, his dedication to his craft and getting better. All of those kinds of things, if he's had the ability to put them on display throughout the offseason, to me, I'd want him to be a little bit more in the forefront in that, hey, you're going to get the nod. We're giving it to you because we know how important you're going to be. Maybe the most important player on the team, most important player to our success this season. We're going to give it to you as a statement that we believe in you and the importance and your ability to hold up.
I mean, it's normal for us to just be like the quarterback. Like the quarterback's one of your captains.
I mean, Mitch Trubisky is a captain.
Right, but again, I see that as like that's that locker room going, okay, Pickett, like you're not ready, we don't think. Like I almost felt like that was like, hey, Pittsburgh, we're starting Mitch. You get it? Like we want you to start Mitch. And so that feels very much like the Alex Smith one when Trent Dilfer was named a captain, even though Alex Smith was number 1 overall pick in the draft. And so I just think that these groups, they lean to veterans. They lean to people who've been in the system for multiple years. and that defines every single guy that got named as a captain. So we're going to go to the phones here in a sec, but first, I want to lay out a couple of things. We're going to do something starting today. And JD, you can jump in for it just for today.
Sure.
It'll be very simple. It's simply today, it's just going to feel like we're just going to make a pick on tonight's game.
Perfect.
But I am on this show right now. We are pledging two things, which is A, we are going to give the listeners and ourselves, we are going to pick every NFL game all year long.
All 272?
All of them. We're going to pick all of them. And then we're going to have that final tail of the tape. Like, how many games under 500 are you going to be, Spadone? Like, we're going to have, and this is not just winners, right? This is against the spread. We're going to pick every single game. We're going to keep track of it. And in the end of the year, whoever finishes in fourth place is going to be in charge of coordinating the listener party, and they better bring their credit card. That's all I'm going to say. We're going to have an event. And by the way, if you've got the spot, if you've got the restaurant, the bar, whatever, where you want to host that at the end of the football season, get in touch with me. You can email me, mark.willard@odyssey.com, and let's start getting that discussion underway. But we will pick every game. It'll all be on the digital platforms. I'll tweet and Instagram that thing out every single Thursday, Friday, whatever. But today's show, it will simply sound like a pick for the Rams and Bills game tonight.
Critical point here as I prepare my pick. Now, does my pick count in the Dibs column today? Or is Dibs going to get his own pick?
No,
Kyle's giving me a no.
I've shared this sheet with everybody in the show, and Dibs has already gone in and entered the pick for himself.
Yeah, okay, Dibs is, clearly the baby's napping or something. And but we should probably keep like a ceremonial fifth slot for, whoever is in with us for shows and things like that. And then that can be, look, the bottom line is you can come have pizza too when we're all done, JD. You're invited.
I was just wondering if I would try to tank Dibs or not?
Oh.
That was the the rat on the table.
Since you put it that way.
You want to change your rules?
Yeah, change the rules. Yeah, JD's out to get Dibs. So yeah, that'll be a little baby gift. You're 0-1. Welcome back to the show. So there's that, and then I don't want to forget this. JD, off air earlier today, you said something real interesting to me about Aaron Judge. I thought what you said was real interesting, and so we'll have that coming up for you within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Let's go to Filmo Mike. Filmo on with Willard and JD on 95.7 The Game. Filmo, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm admiring how you checked Cubs from Chicago. His name was what? We believe in Bears. He needs to believe in God, thinking the Bears is good. He needs to believe in Allah. I don't know what do. I love the fact that you checked them, Mark, and then JD came with the follow-up and checked them too. But anyway, this is my point. You got a lot of dumb people, right? And you got a lot of smart people. Sometimes people are like, they dumb, and it's like, bro, you very smart, but why you be doing dumb stuff? You know what I mean? And the other point is, you got people that do the common sense. They common sense is down to the point where they know everything, but they not, they don't know calculus. That's what we dealing with the Niners. Trey Lance can hit the deep pass. He needs to work on the common passes, the little easy throws. I completely agree with you and JD on the fact that it's going to be the same thing, but just different. He needs to work on that short throw, because he can make the deep pass and make it look pretty. You be like, oh, man, you're a genius. But, bro, you don't have no common sense. He needs to work on his common sense.
Well, I don't know. And Philmo, thanks. I don't know if I'm going to use that phrase where Trey doesn't have any common sense. I actually think when you listen to him talk, even when you watch him play, I think he approaches it all with a ton of common sense. I think he's way advanced beyond what he should be. 22 years old, went to North Dakota State. Just listen to him handle a press conference, and it feels like he's 35 years old. So I have zero doubts about Trey's mental capacity, how he wants to approach things. Does he know what to do? It's just going to be a matter, as it is for young players, it's going to be a matter of execution. Kyle brings up a fair point. Okay, can he run for some first downs that Jimmy couldn't run for? Of course. I would expect there to be those. But each play is its own progression. And we know that Kyle Shanahan wants his quarterback to, quote unquote, see it. So does Trey see it? Great. I think he does. But now can you execute it? And it's so many things. It's not just an accurate throw. It's an on-time throw. Is everything around you breaking down? Did some linebacker come flying up the middle and mess the whole thing up? And how do you handle that? So it's going to be, for me, it's the little things. I don't have any doubts that if he drops back and has a clean pocket and Danny Gray's got 5 yards of separation, that you're going to get Robbie Gould running onto the field for an extra point. I don't have any issue with that. But I want to see the natural progression of a quarterback, and I'm not solely focused on it this weekend. I want it to get better each week and have him be really good by the second half of the season. It's those plays. It's 3rd and 3, and how do you handle a little adversity, and can you get through progressions and deliver an on-time, accurate throw? We haven't seen it yet.
No.
So that's literally the number one thing, and beer, that I'll be looking for at this game on Sunday.
And the other part of it is, do you hit so many of those big plays that you can get away with not being as accurate with some of those other plays for a period of time? Because it is almost two different scoreboards in my mind. It's, can you function and be steady and win at the level that this team is expected to win, which is get into the playoffs, win 10, 11 games. I'm not even going to throw Super Bowl on the that's too much pressure for a guy at this point. Although I agree with you, I think it's in the ceiling. But can you hit enough of those plays to where you're winning and then you're much better at making the short throw in week 15, week 18 than you were in week 1 in Chicago in the rain?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm fascinated by that over-under in this game and how quickly. That's why it concerned me when I saw that text and we wanted to talk it out. Like, to me, this is mostly about how quickly we feel like we're going to get to a conclusion. Monday's show is going to be a conclusion, but only to a certain degree. Like, this is the only thing that I'm suggesting this to myself. I'm suggesting this to every 49er fan. Something on one wild end of the spectrum would have to happen this Sunday for us to get to some overall conclusion about what Trey Lance is, who Trey Lance is, who this team can be. If he throws for 4 touchdown passes, I will be shocked. If he throws 3 picks, I will be shocked. Sunday's a building block. It's building block number 1. And my hope is that it just goes up the staircase a little bit each and every week. But Sunday is not going to be the end-all, be-all. And I, as a 49er fan, hope that all of you will come out of this thing thrilled if it's 17-13. That's fine. That's fine.
The good news is, Mark, if he does throw 4 touchdown passes, they will be going to the Super Bowl on Monday's show.
Well, that too.
And that'll have everybody juiced.
That too. NFL seasons, man, I just think we always forget. And it's from a good place. We're just excited. But NFL seasons, man, every one of them are such a journey. There's so much stuff that happens to every single football team. The year Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with the Bucs, they had to do a bunch of playoff wins on the road. Halfway through the year, you'd have been like, nah. Like, you still could have asked the Brady-Belichick conversation in a bar and gotten a bunch of different answers. But then it hit at the end. And what I think happens, and today's a great day for this point, what happens when we enter an NFL season is we believe that we are starting right where we finished. We don't even remember who the 49ers were at week 8. We don't remember who the Bills were at week 8. We have no clue what the Bengals are a great example. You all think they're going to be amazing. They're not. They're good. They're good. They're a 10-7 football team that somehow kind of got 3 miracle wins in the playoffs. Like, they deserve credit for them, but the Raiders were right there. They did the overtime wacky game against Tennessee, and then they overcome a 3-touchdown deficit in Kansas City, and all of a sudden we're like, the Bengals are amazing, and they're going to be right there in the AFC this year. The Bengals could totally miss the playoffs. In fact, I think they probably will. In that division and in that conference,
there's no locks in the AFC.
None.
Because you might have 11 teams capable of making the playoffs, maybe 12.
So we just simply go to last January, and we go, that's who these teams are. And none of them are that. They've all got to go through their thing and get their injuries. And, there's some things that are a baseline. Like, okay, Cincy, you've got a quarterback. So that's great. You've got receivers. Maybe the best, deepest core in the football. So that's great. But football is so much more. And they're going into a black and blue game this weekend right out of the gate. I give you a little tip on one of my picks. Don't lay the points with Cincinnati. A touchdown against their in-division rival Pittsburgh is too much. It's too much for week one. So I just think that's a trap we fall into. Bills and Rams are at the top of the list. I don't know what these two teams are going to look like, and I don't expect them to be in midseason form tonight.
No, definitely not. Although I guess history would tell you, bet the Rams.
You're exactly right. History would say that. Okay. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. It's BMWFairfield.com. JD is in for Dibs. And yes, indeed, the pick is coming up next. And also, you made, look, it's not an earth-shattering statement, but hell, it was an interesting one. Because the Yankees spoke publicly, their front office spoke publicly about Aaron Judge yesterday, and then JD threw out a secondary point that I was like, okay, now I really want to hear more about this. So that and much more, your calls coming up next as we continue on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. San Francisco and their struggling offense won't get much relief Thursday as they face Corbin Burns and Milwaukee. In 2 starts this season, Burns has given up just 1 earned run to the Giants with 21 strikeouts and just 14 innings of work. The Brewers' offense has gone cold as well, hitting just .216 over the last month. So those 2 factors combine to make the BetQL 5-star play of the day, taking the under in the Giants-Brewers game.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Are you tired of being tracked online? There's a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5.
You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag.
That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
When you wash it first, it makes it harder.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
JD is here in for Dibs. Changing diapers. Not JD, the other way. The other guy.
Yeah, you never know.
It's all sponsored by Innova International.
Oh.
We'll get to the pick for the Thursday night game here shortly. I wanted to read this from Emmanuel Sanders. He just sent it out on Twitter. And it was really in response to something that John Lynch sent out yesterday on Twitter, congratulating Emmanuel on his retirement from the NFL. He said his toughness and his tenacity and his dedication to his craft, special, some of the best I've ever seen. If only he could have been like 1 yard further down the field against Kansas City. No, he didn't. That was me. He didn't write that part. But I wanted to read what Emmanuel wrote back for a couple reasons. He just wrote back, "Thanks, John. I appreciate you, brother. The year I was in San Fran..."
Sorry, had to.
"was one of the best years of my life. I love the way you guys are running the organization. Great energy all around the building. A winning formula for sure. Good luck this season. Looking forward to seeing it." So, the curtain falls on the career for Emmanuel Sanders. Have we officially reached critical mass that San Fran is harder to hear than Frisco? I'm officially there, and it's not a big deal, but it's so funny to me because it only takes you only have to say it one time, and I know your social media blows up. The athletes who come from somewhere else and come here, it's just like you'd think you'd know. You make that mistake one time, and everything goes crazy. I promise all the comments underneath here are all going to be about San Fran. Wouldn't you know? Wouldn't you know after just doing it one time not to do it anymore?
I think you'd know, and maybe he did it back in 2019, but might have forgotten. Needs a little refresher course.
But his comments, his comments about great energy in the building and the way that the guys are running the organization, I think are fair. I think they're true, and it's all going to really be put to the test this year. I mean, that's what's so fascinating now about this year is the organizational stability that they themselves are putting to the test. That's what is the soap opera now, because you can believe in Trey, you can think this is going to happen or whatever your prediction is, but there are so many, and you've detailed a lot of them, JD, there are so many scenarios that are out of their control that could lead to a very bumpy ride.
It gives you a thought as to why they believe that they can handle it. Like that's insight as to, and we have this discussion a lot on the radio. Well, why the 49ers, their culture, the way they conduct themselves, I mean, they think they can handle it, but why do they think that? Like, that's something that we kick around. Well, Emmanuel Sanders, Jaquiski Tart, whoever, all these guys that say they go about their things, the culture, you kind of need to hear that from players to believe it.
No doubt.
And so when it's something that still rings true 3 years after the fact, it brings a little gravitas to the table.
888-957-9570. That is the number. Twitch, YouTube. Keep your comments coming. Having a good time reading all of those. Comcast Business text line, very much the same. Okay, let me read you a couple of quotes. Quote, he's an all-time Yankee. Quote, the franchise will be extraordinarily competitive in its approach to keeping the MVP candidate in pinstripes. Quote, we know his worth and what he means. I don't know what's in his mind. All we can do is show him how much we'd like him to remain a Yankee. That is all from Yankees team president Randy Levine with regard to Aaron Judge. Well, you and I were talking about this earlier today, and you said what?
I think Aaron Judge is leaving. I think he's leaving the Yankees in free agency, and I've thought that before yesterday and reading the comments. I've thought it all season. I think things are just reading the tea leaves and watching the Yankees and the way this season has played out and not getting an extension done before the season, and then how everything got weird going into the arbitration hearing and having to it feels like there's a lot of anger, and frankly I think he's ticked at him and thinks you should have been doing all this stuff last winter, and this deal should have been done, and I should have been a $400 million player then, and it's too late. And now you want me. Now that I'm going to hit 60 bombs.
55 home runs.
Now you want me.
Right.
Now you think like you made me prove what you should have already known. And I'm ticked about it.
So I think that's a very, very interesting.
And there's a weird pressure to all they're losing, and I know they're in first place, but they've kind of fallen. There's a tightness to their whole thing.
There's a couple things in sort of trying to unpack this, which is number one, I fully agree with you that if I'm Aaron, I'm like, oh, you're loving me now. Now you love me. Because for those of you who don't remember, here was the offer back at the beginning of the year that Judge turned down. And now that you've gone through experiences like Juan Soto, conversations that are being had about Shohei Ohtani's future, sure, this is a bleep ton of money that I'm about to say, but doesn't it also sound almost offensive when a guy has 55 home runs on September 8th? It's a 7-year offer for $213 million. That was the offer that the Yankees made that Aaron Judge did not take. Per year, by the way, that's $30 mil. Now, Juan Soto, and I know it was for more years, Juan Soto turned down almost $500 million, $440 million, more than double the money that the Yankees offered Aaron Judge. So, the idea that Aaron would be sort of, I guess you're suggesting, holding a grudge?
Yeah, I think that's what started it. That number was such an insult. And then, again, letting the arbitration thing get to the day of.
All the way to the day of.
I mean, I think that was another bleep you kind of a moment from the Yankees to him, and that put him off. And then he's got to go out and do what he's done. I think he's played his whole season bleep you, angry.
I mean.
And good for him.
The balls are going very far.
And good for him.
He looks mad at the ball.
And to me, it's not, hey, I'm doing this so you pay me and I stay and everything's rosy. To me, it's like, I'm showing you exactly how much I'm worth, and I'm showing you exactly how much you're going to miss me.
So if the Yankees bring the number, is it, no, we can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, or, okay, you showed me the number?
Money talks in this thing, but I think it's to the point where equal may not mean he stays.
So here's my take on this, because what I always do when a major voice speaks, and in the Yankees world, this is a major voice. This is the president of the team. When they speak on a certain subject, I always ask myself, why are you speaking on that certain subject? Now, it may be as simple as, well, somebody asked. But these people don't go into this sort of a thing. Like, if you asked Farhan Zaidi right now about Carlos Rodon, what do you think he'd say? Well, we're going to have to see how that plays out. Don't even know if he's going to opt out. Like, that's a conversation for the offseason.
We'd love to keep him.
Sure. But Levine is literally like sending flowers with his words. We know his worth and what he means. I don't know what's in his mind. All we can do is show him how much we'd like him to remain a Yankee. He's campaigning. He's apologizing.
Trying to make up ground.
He's like, dude, I was wrong. I offered you 30 and you hit 55 home runs and the year's not over yet and we're in first place and you're the reason we're hanging on to first place, by the way. So that speaks to me sort of to what you're saying. It feels like they feel some fences need to be mended. So that's interesting to me. I don't know necessarily if he is gone where he goes. I do know a lot of baseball people who have suggested, well, he grew up a Giants fan and the Giants have a whole lot of money to spend. Doesn't mean they'll do it. Doesn't mean they'll offer it. But you know my philosophy. Offer the most and you'll probably win.
Yeah. I've heard you say that a lot, and I think that's where, if there is any kind of bad blood, which I think there is, between Judge and the Yankees, and you can get right up into that, whatever it is, $400 million, $450, 10 years, gulp. The folks on YouTube and Twitch could see me gulp.
Exactly.
But if you can get into that range where you're beating the best offer, I think this could prove to be, because of the dynamic in play between Judge and the Yankees, one of those rare scenarios where maybe the tiebreaker does go to the Giants.
Guru's about to jump in here. A lot of people on YouTube want to know what he's wearing. Is he wearing a Cowboy jersey? We'll find that out. Get on YouTube right now. Guru and Whitey are going to jump in here. Has Guru calmed down on the fact that Trey Lance and Deebo Samuel are not captains? Plus the pick, Rams and Bills, all of that is coming up next. JD's in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Attention veterans, if you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
If you
own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom. A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations, so you get the product you're looking for. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off of your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper BART fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off of those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Triple digits again today in Fremont. Highs near 100.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD, and for Dibs, we're rolling into the NFL season. In fact, the next time that I get the opportunity to speak to you, it will be when the 49ers have a record. The 49ers will have a record. And we'll do that, at 9 o'clock on Monday morning. I cannot wait to get back and talk that all out, but it also starts tonight with the Rams and Bills, and it doesn't matter who's playing tonight. Food was going to be ordered, and the schedule was going to be cleared. And so I'm all in on this one from a bunch of different angles, including one of my sneaky fantasy players for the year, which is Allen Robinson. I think both these teams are going to be really interesting this year.
It's a great game. It's a great first game. And the first game doesn't always live up to the hype, but it does feel like Christmas morning, and you just can't wait to unwrap the package. Yep. And it's a great, big first package.
And we'll pick that game here in a few, but also thinking about Monday morning. And, I mean, do you have, predict it this way. Don't forget, the game and what the 49ers are going to do. Pick a final score. We're all going to get plenty of that between now and Sunday. Give me a prediction on what Monday morning sounds like.
Monday morning is going to sound like, hey, job well done by Trey Lance. That works. Not spectacular, but that'll work. That'll win you a lot of football games.
You think so?
Yeah.
You think it's going to just be that simple?
I do.
That's very not dramatic.
I do. I don't.
That's not the way it usually goes.
If anything, it'll lean toward not sexy enough. It will. I don't want to go as far as to say underwhelming, but I think the talking point will be, boy, that was an ugly win. Boy, that was an ugly win by the Niners. And Trey was okay. Good enough to keep going.
Yeah, I wonder. I tell you what, and Kyle, what is the latest on this? By the way, I know that there probably hasn't been anything that came out today. Have either of you seen anything with regard to George? Because to me, this is something we've learned. This as 49er fans, this team looks very, very different. It is a different game plan if George Kittle is not in, and it makes the sledding for the running backs a lot tougher. So when are we expecting some more on that?
I feel like, you're selling Tyler Kroft very short.
Damn right.
No, nothing yet.
Nothing yet. Okay. So practice coming up. And listen, I'll just say this. Whenever on a Wednesday they're already talking about Sunday, that's not good.
Yeah, it's
when it was kind of like, I'll give you the bigger picture of, remember when Jimmy Ward got hurt and they immediately 4 weeks at a time, they're like, week 1 is in doubt. Well, now, week 7 is in doubt. Okay, so when they jump beyond tomorrow, George, we'll see how he wakes up, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. That would have been positive. When they immediately on a Wednesday, they're like, we're not sure about week 1 availability, I feel like it's probably less than 50-50, especially because it's week 1.
Definitely lean toward Kittle not playing. Mentioned that yesterday when the news came out. That's
a big deal.
That plays as a Kittle more likely to not play.
It's a big deal. Yeah, Kyle.
It feels like the 49ers season has officially started, though. George Kittle, Dre Greenlaw, and Jimmy Garoppolo all showing up on the injury report.
Yeah, you leave Jimmy out of your mouth on this one. By the way,
he's literally on the injury report.
Literally had surgery in the offseason, and literally, who cares? He's not supposed to play. So, anyway, Jimmy. How come? I love George. George might be my favorite 49er. So, but I do want to know this. Interesting dynamic I've always wondered about. Which players do we assign the label injury prone to? And which ones do we not? Because, boy, it lost Jimmy his damn job, if you ask the 49ers. Oh, we just couldn't count on him being healthy. Oh, really? Because I feel like you can't count on any football player to be healthy. Trey Lance played 2.5 games, had 2 injuries already in his NFL career. George Kittle, I can't remember the last time we got through the season without multiple injury conversations, but I don't hear anybody want to fix that label to those guys.
I think a lot of it has to do with, if you're out, do you have the ability to come back? Like, season-ending injuries are one thing. Like Bosa coming into his career, I think was viewed as injury prone.
Big injury in college,
and then he played every game the first year, and then he was out for the year in the second year, early, and then he's played more than he hasn't aside from the 1 year. So I think, but if he had the nagging 2 games here, 3 games there, a couple games here, or if he had even had another season, he would have it at this point. To me, I think a lot of it is like Kittle, for example. Like, Kittle hasn't had he's every year had something where he's had to miss a couple, I think with the exception of maybe 1 year. But he, at the end of the year, he's there and he's ready and he's going to battle. And I think Debo, for the most part, same kind of thing. Like, but Debo, you can lock in Debo at some point. He's going to miss 4 or 5 games.
So violent. It's just like Debo won't run out of bounds. It's just like against his religion or something like that.
But if you miss weeks 5 through 9 and you're ready for 15, 16, 17, 18 in the playoffs, you don't get the label.
Okay, is that it?
Problem with Jimmy is he basically wrecked 2 seasons. His injuries did.
Yeah.
Not him.
Yeah. And then he played through one and went to the fourth quarter of the NFC title game.
I don't think Jimmy would get the injury prone had it, let's just say it was only 2018.
Okay.
Like, if he ends up playing most of the games in 20, I think it's probably a different conversation, but it wound up being 2 seasons where you felt like there was meat left on that bone.
The official number is in for our kickoff time, which is, for the purposes of this show, is right now. The spread is Bills minus 2.5 against the Los Angeles Rams, the host, the Super Bowl champions, tonight in the last Thursday night football game that you non-Amazon Prime people were going to see. JD?
Until Thanksgiving. You do get a couple on Thanksgiving.
Right. I forgot about that one. What's the selection?
Against my better judgment, against history, against everything that everybody teaches you in Betting for Dummies 101 class, I'm going with the Buffalo Bills. And I'm going to lay the points.
Lay the 2.5 with the Buffalo Bills.
Like Buffalo outright by a field goal.
I'm fascinated. They will have somebody else calling plays. I have no hesitation whatsoever about the play of Josh Allen. He's fantastic. I'm always curious about the way they structure their approach. I think they've been a little too pass-heavy in the past, and their run game this year is fascinating because it's like, what do you want to do? Devin Singletary, Zach Moss, they've got this young guy, James Woods. Like, what are you going to do? I think that needs to be a bigger part of their game this year, and as they figure that out, go ahead and give me my home dog. Give me that home dog. The 49er fan in me does not want to see it, so I'll go ahead and root for the Bills to win by 2, but I just cannot. I think there is such value in a home team, in an NFL opener, healthy at all their skill positions. I think the Rams are tremendous value tonight in what's going to be a difficult scenario for the Bills. Whose house? 49ers house, but forget that for a second. They will put on a nice face for tonight. Go ahead and give me the Rams plus the 2.5. All right. Kyle Spadone, you want to weigh in? What do you got?
Ditto.
Okay, thank you.
Just in general, kind of what you said.
Ditto to which one? Because JD talked too.
Ditto to you.
Okay, all right. You're going Rams.
Yeah, I got the Rams.
All right, Rams plus 2.5. Spadone.
Sean McVay as head coach of the Rams has never lost in week 1. 5 straight wins.
Wow.
So, going to the Rams.
Look at you.
There you go.
Okay. All right, there it is. That's very fancy. That sounds like you did some research. Good job out of you. So 3 Rams and 1 Bills tonight. Rams plus 2.5 hosting the Bills in the NFL opener, and I absolutely cannot wait. And I have been saying that all morning. I cannot wait for this moment when Guru would walk in here. And Whitey, hey, good afternoon. Good to see both of you guys jump in here. But I'm getting text this morning when I wake up. I'm getting text going, okay.
What happened?
Guru is all hot and bothered at who the 49ers named as captains. there's no Debo, there's no Trey, and we got a problem, and we're going to have to talk him off the ledge. So I told Kyle, like literally there's a text from maybe last night or this morning. I said 11:57. And now it's 11:58.
I hate to disappoint you.
I said we're gonna work this out. No, don't just give it to me. What do you got?
Okay, and Jay, you're my guy. Kobe, Shaq, and Kobe. Listen, the Trey Lance one, I understood, and I had my Pop's Navy shirt on. You have to earn it. There's nothing to see here, and I appreciate the culture that the Niners had in their vets by not voting for the kid.
Okay,
and it meant something of substance. The fact that they took a personal vote. So, Trey Lance, nothing to see here. But Debo. The dude that scrubbed Whitey, his Instagram, and this is what they do when they're mad, and he requested a trade, which we still don't know why he requested a trade. That one was odd, and then it became more odd to me when the coach says Debo number 4 of no Debo.
No way.
That was a shot, guys. So,
you thought Kyle did that on purpose?
Oh, there's no doubt he did it on purpose.
Here we go. Here we go. Kyle Shanahan. Here we go.
We got Trent. We got Kittle. We got Bosa. We got Debo. No, sorry, we don't have Debo. We have Armstead, Jimmy Ward, and Fred Warner.
Okay. So you don't think that is face value?
That takes me back to the 24-hour fitness days playing pickup. And I go, did you pick me, the captain? He's like, yeah. Oh, no, I forgot I didn't pick you. That's what that was, JD. So that part bothered me.
Gosh.
But again, it's not going to have any effect on the field. But for the people that expect, and I know Jay and E and Spadoni came up with the numbers about what's going on in other cities. To me, that this young man needs to earn it. That's all.
Okay, so 2 things,
right.
and Whitey, love to hear you weigh in on this too. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. I definitely did not take that as Kyle Shanahan taking a shot, but I do wonder, and I'll do it out loud because it wouldn't work silently. I wonder aloud if the experience Debo brought everybody through in this offseason did lead to that. And I don't mean that teammates want to hold it against him. What I mean is that it feels like each year this is kind of a brotherhood that builds, the bond, and Debo missed a lot of the bonding.
Yeah, JD said it best yesterday.
Wow.
When you guys were talking about this yesterday, and you were upset, and JD's like, I think I understand why Debo's not a captain. Yeah, right? I mean, it's kind of right there staring us in the face.
Yeah, like he was not on the field until 3.5 weeks ago.
But
and
Mark, what happened to where
they may have been going through times in July and August when they're on whatever, you call each other, you text each other. Is Debo even on this team?
Right. He tapped out. Like the truth is, like you can make the case he quit on him.
Yeah, but Jay, when you're doing your money, that falls under the umbrella of business. And I just from afar, I'm like, okay, they're not holding that against him.
I don't think they're holding it against him.
I don't either.
I just think that as the leadership builds on your brotherhood train, he wasn't on the train.
Right.
Both things can be
He
true.
wasn't there.
Yeah.
He is now. No one's holding it against him. But as they were building toward this, and there are, by the way, here's another side to this that maybe is a factor. We forget this because it was such a season. Debo was not a star until like week 6 of last year. For the first time in his life, Debo was a solid, we like him, NFL receiver. But if at this day last year, September 8th, we had said, is Debo a 1? People would have been like, nah, Debo, a 1?
Yeah, but
he's a 1.5.
But he saved their season.
No
You're
doubt.
right, but he saved the season.
There's no shade here, but what I'm saying is look at the people who did get voted.
It's incredible.
These people
Murders Row
are like stars. I mean, okay, Armstead, but he's kind of a big presence.
Why are
in
you
that
taking shots
room.
at people from the Valley?
Well,
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, what's that about?
I mean, if Trent Williams and George Kittle and Fred Warner.
Yeah,
these
I'm with
people walk in the room and they've been doing it year in and year out in this league.
But again, I have to credit JD because JD yesterday, I know everyone now is saying it's no big deal. No, both you guys, but JD
show
said,
was great yesterday, especially because of JD.
Thank you,
He said, I was surprised. Everyone's going, no, it's no big deal. And JD, you were surprised. And the thing that if it means anything to me, maybe not a lot, but this is significant. The fact that Kyle's saying, Trey was 7th. Well, last year they had 7 captains. So we're all saying, well, he wasn't voted. Well, if they had 7 captains like last year, he was voted captain.
So I just thought it was Kyle being a little clever. Well, we didn't want to keep 8. Well, why didn't you keep 7? It has to do with, I agree with you, Goo. It's a matter of Trey Lance not earning it yet. But let's not pretend, he wasn't. You had 7 captains last year, and this year only keeping 6 when Trey was 7th. What's going on there?
I just think, again, Jay, it's earn your stripes, and there's nothing to me wrong with that. And I'm going Steiny. Participation trophy.
Yeah, but that's not what this is.
If you want him to have it because everybody else in other locales have it because of the quarterback.
It's not you want to give it to. It's not you don't have to earn it. You earn it by being the CEO of the football team, by being essentially the face of the franchise. Like you earn, like Mitch Trubisky earned it, but because he's the starting quarterback. Now he may stink, but you're instilling a confidence in him. You're saying, hey, we believe you can hold up your end when all of the intangibles are in play. Like everything you hear the Niners talk about Trey Lance is they love his leadership, they love his intangibles. It's all gravy.
So JD,
make him a damn captain.
Willard, you got it. My brother's saying you
don't have to go play well to be a captain.
Now with this take, so what you're saying is there's a disconnect, or the players don't have confidence, some sort of confidence in Trey Lance because they didn't vote for him for.
But if you have 7 captains like last year, he did get voted
This is an important point because what we're making this sound way more strategic and concocted than it is. Like the idea of quote unquote make him a captain. Let's go through the process now. The players are given a piece of paper.
You did a lot of research on this, didn't you?
The players are given a piece of paper.
It's a vote.
Give me your top 5 or whatever.
There you go, coach. Go have lunch.
Yeah, okay.
It's not like anybody went, they're not going to make Trey a captain. They have no clue what this final tally is going to be.
But why wouldn't Trey be in your top 5? Why wouldn't Trey if you're not giving thought to it?
Because Trent Williams, George Kittle, Fred Warner, Jimmy Ward, and Nick Bosa are on my team.
And we've been here.
That's it. And again, he's played 2.5 football games in the NFL. And if you look at the way this usually works, it is that if you've just shown up to the program, or you haven't played a lot of NFL football,
or are the starting quarterback.
If you're a young team and you're all doing that together,
I would bet you.
Right?
I would bet you.
Like, why did the Steelers not vote for Pickett? He's going to be the starter by week 8.
Well, I'll bet you that Trey Lance. I bet Spadoni's money, not my own, but I bet you he will be a captain by the end of the year.
Well, I don't think it changes.
You can.
Well,
sure,
that's the other thing. You can do whatever the hell you want.
You can add captains.
You can do 20 captains if you want.
Mm-hmm. And Trey answered it like the guys that got it, Jay. Like he understood that.
Well, yeah,
it's not a demerit in my world that he didn't get.
He's 22 years old.
First they bring Jimmy back. No, I'm not a captain. I'm out.
Alex Smith was the exact same age when he was brought in as the number 1 overall pick. Now, I know he wasn't named the starter for week 1.
All right.
But number 1 overall pick, and literally the other quarterback was named a team captain.
Do you know what, Mark?
Trent Dilfer was a team captain. Alex Smith was not.
The whole issue of a captain of a team, it died in sports. When it died? When Brandon Belt was driving around the field, opening day on a boat.
I didn't like that either.
There is no such thing anymore as a captain of the team.
But you know what? Let's be honest. When he was taping that C on his jersey last year, it was cute as hell. Everybody loved it. It was part of their amazing culture fostered by Gabe Kapler.
Yep. Well,
his brilliance.
If you win, it's all good.
Yep.
And if you don't, everything's bad.
Right. And just again, my last thing on this. Trey is not coming to the Jags. He's coming to a team that was in a Super Bowl 19. You saw what happened last year. You just got to earn it, young man. And if you don't know how to earn it, you're going to learn. And Michael Irvin on with you and Ratto yesterday. I love the star. You guys know that. I never knew he was not voted a captain, but Willard, I had tears in my eyes watching that dude on the sideline yell at the defense and the off. So actions speak louder than labels, but man.
Again, JD, I heard him today say, I'm not surprised Michael Irvin wasn't a captain.
Go back and read about the stuff that Michael Irvin was doing in the offseason, and maybe you don't vote him a captain. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
you can be a hell of a player and not be a captain.
Go ahead and bet the minus 1,500 that Trey Lance is a captain next year.
Okay, there you go. I'm in that line.
Right?
Yeah.
Unless Jimmy's the quarterback.
I'm going to tell you.
What?
Now,
yeah.
Willard, you guys don't know this about me. I'm the guy that if you guys are going to the party and my mom said I couldn't go, I have some friends that be like, I hope you guys get a flat tire or they're sold out. I want everybody to have fun.
How come you can't go? Did you do something wrong?
Yeah, I got in trouble.
What's up with your mom?
The report card came, something.
happened?
But this morning I'm listening to the changeover. You, Bonte, listen to this, Whitey. I don't know if you know some 957 The Game host history. You, Bonte, and JD are going to be in Chi-Town, and I'm listening like, come on, this has to come up, and I didn't get enough of it, so I was disappointed. Who's going first? And is there a meet and greet? You guys going to meet up?
JD's going first.
Okay, right.
I'm going tonight.
I care about
He's
this
flying
stuff.
tonight.
I got a
Okay.
six
you're
something
off
flight.
tonight. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm flying tomorrow. I'm flying tomorrow around lunchtime. And I mean, I am definitely
Bonte told me when he was going. I forgot.
I don't even know when he's going.
I didn't hear
I think
enough
it's
of that.
after his show
he's
tomorrow.
doing his show tomorrow and then going.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hell, we might be on the same damn flight.
There you go.
That would be fun. I don't even know. So
That's dope.
I'm definitely going to hit everybody up. Are you on a credential or a ticket?
I'm on a credential for
the
Sunday.
Game, for Sunday. Okay, so I'm not going to see you Sunday because I'm going to let it loose on Sunday.
Well, maybe after.
Absolutely.
Jay.
No, everything. And by the way, when do you
And
fly
that's a
back?
noon kickoff.
When do you fly back?
Monday, but late
Not
Monday.
till Monday. Okay, so I'm flying back Sunday night.
Okay, look at you.
I'm not going to be here at 9
Gotcha.
o'clock. I'm going to be here at 9 o'clock on Monday morning.
Right.
So no, text will be sent.
Okay.
But full disclosure, for me, this was. Do you remember the day the NFL schedule came out?
It's like a holiday.
And it took about an hour for our listeners to go, oh my gosh, did you see? And this is when the Giants weren't. They hadn't gone sideways yet. Oh, the Giants are in Chicago that same weekend. And I immediately, like a shot went through my spine,
great, man.
where I'm like, okay. And then about a few weeks later is the time that groups of friends start talking about, hey, what are we going to do for our fantasy draft? Because I got high school friends, San Mateo Bearcats.
Bearcats.
The Bearcats, class of 93. Class of 93, these guys, we try to get as many of us together for our draft every year as possible, and we pick a site, and
I love it.
Maybe half of us can go. We're spread out all over the country. And so I started to put two and two together, and I go, should we try to do the draft in Chicago, go to a Giants game,
big time,
go to the Bears 49ers game,
veteran move.
Within minutes,
that's sick,
the whole group's like in.
Wow.
And obviously we've had some out as we get closer.
Right.
But like I've got a big crew
That's
of San
dope.
Mateo
That is dope.
Bearcats
Yeah.
all getting on planes tomorrow, and so I'm going to be knee deep in whatever they're doing.
I love it.
But
You know what, though, Mark?
I'm around.
You mentioned, of course, the Giants season hasn't gone the way we hoped. But, and I mentioned this earlier and didn't go over well with the occupier of the big office down the hallway, just compare where we are as Bay Area fans right now with where Chicago fans are right now, right? The Cubs are, you can't.
Yeah.
And the Bears
You
are
can
like.
do this with a lot of cities, by the way.
Yeah, and Chicago, and the Bulls they were almost good last year for a little bit. Yeah, so I know the Giants.
But the Cubs were going to be the Warriors not too long ago.
Yeah.
When they had Rizzo, they had. I mean, man,
but they won one.
Yeah, they got one,
and it was a big one.
You
But that's only
lost that
2
one.
years
I mean,
more recent than the Giants last one.
The Cubs, low-key, the last 5 years went Marlins on everyone, and no one noticed.
That is
no one noticed.
Theo Epstein is not walking through that door.
What market is Chicago? What are they?
Two, three. That's right.
And they went and had a fire sale last July.
Why?
Like they cried financial issues at Wrigley. I'm like,
it had squad.
Giant fans, you can be mad if the Giants did what the Cubs did last year. Turn your hat in.
It was like the A's.
I mean, it was unconscionable what they did. And by the way, real quick opportunity to promote, like literally 2 hours from now, I'm going to go record today's episode of Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. We're doing a crossover with the AM 670 Chicago Cubs guys.
It's going to get nasty.
And we're going to get into this.
Well, how can it?
Because like Chris Bryant and both teams stink, and so it'll be a bigger count. Like Chris Bryant ended up here, Rizzo, Baez. What the hell happened?
And they held on to the catcher who I love, Contreras. Let him go.
They held on to him again.
He's good.
He's good.
What's going on? Yeah. And
But they got Seiya Suzuki. So.
Well,
you're right.
That'll be in the conversation too.
Yeah.
That'll be in there too.
I heard this. I'm Russell Westbrook on the changeover because I like it.
No turnovers, please.
I heard Ohtani in the earlier changeover. If you really were to ask him, where do you want to play baseball at? bigger than just baseball reasons, San Fran to me's got to be in the top 3.
I think so.
Yeah, it's probably the Yankees, the Dodgers, and
I mean, from what, and we can only go based on go based on what we've heard. I've heard a lot of people say West Coast, like he wants to be on the West Coast. Okay, that's number one, and it was even back then. And I think the Angels kind of jumped to the front because of the DH.
Yep.
And now you don't have to worry about that. So that opens it up.
Yeah.
And so I hear a lot of people if they're handicapping it, they're like, this is just straight up a battle between the Giants and Dodgers. And some think the Giants
get used to them in Dodger blue then.
Well, but
that hurt.
But there are some who also believe because of his time with the Angels that he doesn't quite want to do that, like the LA hop that might, I don't know, turn back on Angels fans or whatever. Now, this is overthinking it. We're a year away from this maybe mattering, but Giants and Dodgers are probably 1 and 1A in the chase.
Don't count out the Padres because they'll probably trade Soto for him if they
Who got booed? Did they boo him?
They booed him.
Man, it was baseball is a hard. It's real.
Why would you assume? I heard you earlier. Why would you assume if you're the Giants that if you get Ohtani, it's just a rental? Because I mean, he might stick around.
You wouldn't assume that, but what my point was is rentals don't command that price. You don't give up your number one prospect for someone who you're going to have to negotiate with again. I'm not saying don't get him. Yes, get him. Use the year to make him feel great, but not for Kyle Harrison. Like a rental, someone who's a free agent in 8 months, that doesn't command that. You don't do that. That's just bad business.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody would give up their number one prospect for Shohei Ohtani, knowing that they're going to have to negotiate with him, 162 games later.
Let me guess, JD. I would guess that you have the Giants coming in second on Ohtani.
I do,
second
and
on
Aaron Judge.
That's got to stop, though. And I get it, Jay.
They got to win.
You got to close the deal for him.
My hypothetical scenario there is Farhan goes in, and Larry Bear and the Giants ownership, everything. We got to do something. We want to get Aaron Judge. We want to get Ohtani. Farhan, it says, well, yeah, I wouldn't do this. I just financially, let's just use Aaron Judge as the example. I wouldn't do this. It's too much money, $400 million, whatever. I wouldn't do it. And so at that point, if you're Larry Bear, you say, hey, do it if you want. But
Rob Dean says, do it.
Do it.
Do it now.
Rob Dean, Larry Bear, do it. If I'm Farhan, I want it ain't my job if it doesn't work out. You can't have it both ways.
Right.
Except for it will be.
Speaking of both, but not since Barry Bonds, to me, has there been a fish out there that if you acquire, you bolster your rotation and you bolster your everyday lineup. And he's not a guy with an ERA in the 5s.
Yeah.
So it's 2 for 1. Just spend it all.
It's also, I think, very easy for Giants ownership to use Farhan in essence as a fall guy because there's no way that the analytics in the baseball would say go sign Aaron Judge. Like there's just no way he would sign off on it. So to me, it's easy. If you want to come in second,
Ohtani, man.
Giants are awesome at leaking that they have these great meetings, Whitey, with everybody. I'm sure Aaron Judge and the Giants will have a spectacular meeting, and their offer is $350, whatever. He went with $380.
The scary thing about that is that's what bad teams do. And the Giants aren't a bad team, but that is something that bad teams do.
Well, bad teams also, though, throw millions and millions of dollars in long-term contracts at players that then don't produce. It's what the Angels have literally done for years now. And so I would bet, I'm with you, JD, the conversation goes something like this on Judge. I don't want to do Judge because, A, this is Farhan talking. A, this is going to be a bad contract on the back end. And B, it's going to take my flexibility away to go get Ohtani the next year. Give Ohtani the entire bag.
The
entire bag.
To me, if you could get Judge, that's worth giving up a chance to get Ohtani. Where they are now, I understand what the analytics say. You need help desperately, and if you heard what the Yankees just said a couple days ago,
no, I heard.
I don't think the Giants are in on Judge. But to me, the equation you just laid out, and I'm sure you're right. Farhan wouldn't see it this way, but to me, could get Judge, but it might cost me a shot at Ohtani. I would take Aaron Judge.
And I asked you this leaving the studio yesterday, Willard, and I mean it. And I know football is here. Do you think there are Ohtanis in the States at the local high schools, the JUCO level. Do you think because the success he's having, we're going to see more guys or no? I'm confused.
I actually say yes. I don't think you're going to see it at his level. It's not like you can just snap your fingers and play like that and have the skill set he has. Are we going to see more people try? Oh, yeah.
Man.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
When Tiger Woods hits at 350 and you've got a black man running golf, like, yes.
You saw what that was.
Yes.
Right.
18 years later, you're going to start getting that.
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
No,
Christian Bethencourt, he was with the A's this year, and then he went on. I think he's with the Tampa Bay now. Anyway, when he was with San Diego, he did that.
Okay.
He was a catcher, and he actually pitched on opening day in 2017, whatever it was.
Wow.
And it just didn't work. And I think the guy the Padres got, Cronenworth, there was another guy that could do that. But it's
wasn't
just
good
so
at it.
hard. They can't.
It's hard.
You
It's
have
hard.
to pick.
Watch
So
this,
I don't
dude.
think, I agree, other guys will try it, but I don't think we'll see it because Ohtani is just so unique.
That's amazing.
So good.
Dude, what a
He's
word.
so good.
Ohtani is, thing we forget about Ohtani, he's huge.
Yeah.
He's a big man.
Is it Bullock, Reggie, Crawford? Reggie Crawford? Giants first round draft pick this year.
Right.
Is a pitcher
Does
slash
both,
hitter.
dual.
Yeah. So they don't need Ohtani. They already got him.
Look at you.
That's all
And
done.
Prince.
All
Take it back.
Yeah.
You're right.
Bills or Rams tonight? Bills or Rams?
Rams.
Rams.
Okay. JD,
But
man,
Josh Allen,
so
5 touchdowns.
Bolo.
You and me, Willard Fantasy. Go down, baby.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Yeah.
Go Aaron Donald. Go get Josh.
I'll send you a text
Go
if
get
I
Josh.
win.
Yeah, send me a text. All right, here comes Guru and Whitey.
Rebuild my ass.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
In for Steiny today, an honor to be in for Steiny. Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Goo. It's always just a treat for me to be in with you. I hope you won't mind me saying this, but years ago, there was a TV show, long time ago, Kung Fu. Do you remember that show? I don't know if you ever watched that show. David Carradine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And he used to walk on the side of the road hitchhiking.
Yeah. There was a scene at the beginning where he's in the monastery, whatever, and at one point it snatched the pebble from my hand, and he can't. Then he goes through all the training, and then he snatches the pebble from the hand of the master, and the master says, the student has become the master. And every time I work with you, that's how I feel, because I remember years ago being on the radio up north, and you would call in, Guru, the Pirate fan, and here you are holding down the daily gig. It's a thrill to be with you, but clearly the student has become the master.
Now, that's too much pressure. What I want you and I to do is go on a trip like Willard and JD, where you get the 2-for-1 like Ohtani, football, baseball. But I appreciate the kind words. Whitey, we're finally here. And my question to you and the people, why is football, and I've said this, I got 3 kids. Oh, who's your favorite? People have actually, adults ask, I love them all the same, and I believe that.
Okay.
And I say that with my sports because it's seasonal, but something's happening. And I think football really just might be America's pastime.
Oh, it clearly is. Clearly is. I'm not sure why. I can guess why. What is it? 888-957-9570. What is it we love about football? To me, I think football is just, it's so in step more than any other sport with our daily lives. Baseball, some of us love baseball, some can't stand it. Baseball's hard to keep track of because they play all the time.
It hurts me. Here,
I got a lot. I'm with you, but I know for a lot of people, it's like, it's slow. They play all the time.
For you every day.
Every day, but some people just want one game a week that I can plan for every NFL game. For the most part, I know if your team is struggling, loses some of the luster, but every game's an event, right? So that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
The 49ers play on Sunday.
And it may rain. And what about the report? And we'll get into Captain Gate and all that good stuff, Whitey, but what about the report about Kittle?
Yeah.
I mean, again, he may be out there, but if 5 doesn't have 85 out there, and just from the optics Like that takes a lot of air out of Look at you, Steiny.
Twirly time.
I mean, man, where did this come from? And what did I hear Bonte say earlier on the changeover? A bonus practice is when he got injured, supposedly.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah. That's
I don't want to be. Am I being negative statement?
No.
He may not play.
That's potentially one of the issues for this team. There are more pressing issues, the offensive line, safety depth, right?
Okay.
But George Kittle, as phenomenal as he is, he tends to get hurt. I think he only missed, 2 or 3 games last year, but he has an injury history, and he's so phenomenal. And the 49ers are trying to keep that, I know it's cliche, but that Super Bowl window open and step through there when you've got players like Kittle at the peak, maybe approaching the point where they're beyond the peak, not there yet, but then you've got a quarterback who's like, we hope he's good. We think he's going to be pretty good. Isn't that unusual for a Super Bowl contending team to have this much uncertainty at the quarterback position?
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
It's peculiar. If you were Kyle, would you have pulled the trigger on the deal when he did
Kyle
to bring
Madsen
in
or Kyle Shanahan?
We love Kyle Madsen. Shout out to Niners Wire.
Yeah.
But Kyle Shanahan, would you have done would you have used the bravado to move mountains to draft something when you had a good thing going with the quarterback here in Jimmy Garoppolo when he was healthy? Would you, like, that bothers me that he did it when he did it.
Yeah.
And now I think there's a little regret or buyer's remorse.
Well, given where they are short term, you probably see this the same way. Looking at what their liabilities are and their assets right now, it's like, okay, we got Trey. He's had some issues with the accuracy. The backups, we love Purdy, but he's not ready to be a backup. So, hey, we might as well bring back Jimmy. Okay, that makes sense. Short term, that makes sense. Big picture, how in the world, when you have Kyle Shanahan, an offensive genius, calling the shots, not just the shots
Play
on
design
the field.
genius.
Yeah,
Okay.
play design genius, and he's running the show. And here we are, 4th year into your Super Bowl window, and you still don't know what you have at quarterback.
That is scary. We've heard Warren Moon, the Hall of Famer. It sounded like rerun, but he called it weird in reference to the 49ers quarterback situation. Steve Young, terrified. And you are right. So my question to you and the masses is, what does Trey Lance do for the window? Because how long do we expect it to stay open? We talked about the Cubs.
Yeah.
They got theirs, and then, they shot themselves in the foot. But how many chances are the Niners going to get? 19, they were in the Super Bowl, should have won that up 10. Last year, they were in NFC Championship with a different quarterback who's still on your team.
Right.
But yet you're telling and selling me and the masses that you got something better. So does that extend the window?
We just have to see.
I don't know. I'm confused.
That's what makes this week and this season so fascinating. The fact that Trey Lance could be really good, and he doesn't have to be a great quarterback starting Sunday, but he better be good this year, and he better get better throughout the course of the year.
No doubt.
Right? And if he does that, you're fine. But if he struggles, and if you have to at some point, oh, you know what, let's go back to the guy that in 2019 we decided wasn't good enough, then you got some issues. And it's not, if that happens, I think that'd be more on Shanahan than it would be on Trey Lance.
Well,
Shanahan's the one that's setting all this up. So fingers crossed that Trey is an excellent quarterback, very good to start at the very least. If he's not, wow, this whole thing could really ultimately be a disaster.
That was well said. You know what's irritating me about this week's game in the Chi is that everybody just has the Bears, and rightfully so, in the dumps.
Yeah.
But it's Al Pacino any given Sunday. And I'm just wondering, there's going to be the crowd's going to be in a frenzy. Nothing like week 1. Everybody's in first place.
Mm-hmm.
No blemishes. So this is going to be, to me, Whitey, the best version of the Chicago Bears. And when you go to that last year game, which I bet on the Niners, the Bears had, and they're a different team. They could be worse. They could be better. I just don't think it's going to be easy for the Niners as people think. And when you talk about Trey Lance and the glitz and glamour of this football team offensively, we're omitting outside of Trent Williams, the concern I have to protect and hold Trey Lance
Great
upright.
point. We got a lot to get to. A lot of great texts already rolling in. We'd love to hear from you. on the Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. Coming up on this opening day for the NFL, McVay got an extension. How is the job he's done compared to the job Kyle Shanahan has done? That more coming up here. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. To book your visit, that's BMWFairfield.com.
After a big win.
It was down the middle and good. 49ers win it.
Or a brutal loss.
They lost in worse fashion to a worse Cardinal team at home.
Take him out. You have to tune in on Monday.
Jerry Rice live on YouTube and Twitch via Zoom on the Morning Roast.
The guy that's really gonna have a breakout year is Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. There isn't a better place to be come Monday morning than 95.7 The Game.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Bart is turning 50, and we'd love to celebrate with you. Get 50% off your ride in honor of Bart's 50 years of service to the Bay Area when you pay with Clipper. That's 50% off Clipper Bart fares for the entire month of September. Add Clipper to your digital wallet for free. If you're eligible for other Clipper discounts like youth or senior fares, you get to take an additional 50% off those too. Details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate Bart's 50 years of service with us this September. Let's go.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Everyone, who's manning the front tonight?
Big E's nightclub needs a bouncer with a military background.
Dougie, I need you to keep eyes on the back.
Security who lays down the no-no when the uns get too intense.
That Swedish DJ duo is back tonight. Y'all remember last time?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It'll be holy hell.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And for Steiny today, pleasure to be here. Thank you for being with us. This is Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Always a pleasure to be with the great Guru, who is especially pumped today, and who's not. Opening day of the NFL season.
It's like no other. It's Christmas to sports fans. But I don't know if you have done this because you have my full undivided attention. But we got YouTube and we got Twitch now.
Yes.
So I'm doing the show with you, but I'm doing the show with them too. So the more the merrier.
Yeah.
But a couple guys are coming at me, and there's nothing worse than in radio and TV, long-winded takes. Where, you do a take and I could go take a shower, pay my parking, and come back, and you're still going. Somebody says, Guru, my guy Drew Down on YouTube, everything doesn't have to be a speech. That hurt. Wow. So I'm going to condense it. And then
I wouldn't
also
worry about it.
I said San Fran.
Yeah.
So
how about
I apologize to
this?
everybody.
From the 408, Guru would be named captain of 95.7 by the listeners. Not so much Whitey. Text of the day nominee. Absolutely.
Now, I'm going to say something
I'm
to
coming
that.
off the bench. I'm not.
I was hearing the guys have fun with that.
Yeah.
And then I kind of got out the shower and I heard Bonte say there was a poll up.
Yeah.
So, not that I wanted this or was yearning. I think Guru might have the lead. Dude, it was ugly for your boy.
Yeah.
And I think it bothered me. I shook it off Mariah Carey, but I was at 16%. Ray Ratto was in the lead.
Ray Ratto is captain.
You're
Good luck.
listening
Good
to
luck with that.
95.7 The Game.
That's a sinking ship.
That's my guy.
Right,
anyway,
we love you.
Yeah, on this opening day of the NFL season, we're trying to figure out, okay, everyone loves football. We know everyone loves football. Why do we love it so much? 888-957-9570. Let's talk to Jay in San Jose on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Jay, what do you say?
What's going on, fellas?
Week one.
What can't you say? I mean, you wake up in the morning, the day of the game. There is no other tailgating, right? You don't tailgate for baseball like you do football. You don't tailgate for the Warriors games. The build-up is insane, the camaraderie with your friends, and then the game itself is, even if it's a bad game, it's fun when you're there and you're in the moment. And every game matters. Doesn't matter if you are 0-16. You don't want to be 0-16, so every game matters. That's why we love it.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
I think that's it. I agree with that. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but right at the essence of it, every game matters. It seems like. Some people say, well, baseball's boring, basketball's boring, football's not boring. Football is boring when it's a bad game. Nothing's happening. Football can be boring, but the fact that you have one game a week, and if your team is any good at all, it matters so much. Every game is an event, like I said earlier, and that's why we love it. It's like, wow, this is fun. And you got more people, even people that aren't really big sports fans necessarily, get more excited about, the game's on, I'll watch the 49ers, right? It brings us all together.
Yeah, and
it's a happening.
No, it is. And also, too, the finality of it, that it's going to be another 6 days before you see. So, in essence, it's almost like a Super Bowl. And I hate taking you back to my dating days, but my brother used to tell me, make yourself more unavailable. And when I did it, Whitey would work. They would come more, So I would just say.
Queen Latifah actually asked Guru out once, by the way.
Well, she kissed me one time. Yeah. No, the amphitheater.
Yeah. You told me the story.
I did. People don't want to hear it. But anyway, her name's Dana Owens to me. So,
okay.
Yeah, from New Jersey.
Yeah.
But that's what happens with football. It's not baseball and basketball where it's every other night. You got back-to-back. It's that one game, and if you win or lose, Whitey, it stays with you. And then also, too, how it plays on TV, and I love the NBA. It's up and down, but nothing's just like the spectacle of the game.
You're right.
Of football.
You're right. And I think a big part of it here as we're talking, you're absolutely right. I agree with you completely. But now, especially when it comes to media, there's so many channels and podcasts and streaming choices, which is great. But there was a time way back when, Goo, where, everybody watched the same shows because there's only like 4 channels or whatever. But football is one of those rare things now where everybody watches it.
Yeah.
Just about. Or everybody you care about is really a fan. Hey, did you see the game? And chances are, yeah. Whereas, hey, did you see this show? No, I'm going to stream it later. But football brings us all together.
And that's what we got tonight. And I don't know about you, Whitey. You let me know what you think, but the commentators, I'm a big nerd. I like uniforms. I like the guys calling the game. They add something to a game.
Yeah.
I can watch high school game with Aikman, and we got Tirico tonight. So I'm fired up. But no, it's not Aikman. And we got Collinsworth, who's my favorite, and Tirico tonight on the call.
Yeah, you have
got a
to
few favorites,
convince me when you're doing the game that you care as much as I care. And if you do,
I'm
that's
hugging
great.
you over from over
right?
here, right?
Right?
Well said.
Yeah. Now, the not to make too much of this because it was just one game. It was a preseason game. That broadcast the 49ers had against Houston where it was on Amazon, and it seemed like Al Michaels and Herb Street, they're still
That wasn't
figuring
the
things
real
out.
Herb Street.
Yeah, that was
He's like a rapper in college. And he was tame, sedated.
They were just working through some things. But tonight, it starts for real. 888-957-9570. Fred's in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Fred?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, listen, I just wanted to chime in. You got going about this baseball versus football thing, and I just wanted to throw in there what I thought. I just thought that, once we lost the baseball stats in the newspaper, the sports section that we carry with us, it changed the cadence of how we follow baseball, and I don't think the Internet's ever really picked that up. And I just would let you guys weigh in on that. And I also wanted to jump in about the Trey Lance controversy. Can't decide whether he should be the captain, but I think he should, because the quarterback as captain is like a meme in the world, and I think he can handle it.
Thank you, Fred. Did you want to? I know you have some strong feelings about. Was Bonte the one that first called it Captain's Gate? I know you still have some strong
He
feelings
may have
about
dubbed it that. I didn't hear that. I just know JD was very thrown aback by the lack.
I was too initially. I was like, wait, what?
Okay, but what's it really equate to? What's it boil down to? I like the fact that the Niners got some seasoned veterans who've been there. They've done that, and Trey will learn under that culture.
Yeah.
I like the fact that the coach is not the one that assigned the captains. So why would I expect a rookie to get the scholarship and say, hey, you're the captain of something you've never seen? That doesn't work. I don't like that. So I'm just like, let Trey. He's in a captain type of position automatically by default.
Yeah.
Let him do that. And like you guys said, with Willard and JD doing the changeover next year, minus 1,500.
Yeah.
Trey's going to be a captain.
If he plays close to what they hope he'll play this year, he'll be a captain. And I still think it's possible. I don't pretend to know all the rules on captaincies in the NFL. I think it's possible they add you can have up to 8. I know Kyle Shanahan said we don't want 8. We're having 6 because we don't want to have 8. Okay, what about the number in between there? But I think it's possible that he becomes a captain later this year.
I'll tell you this. If he had a C on his jersey, doesn't mean he's going to throw for 4 touchdowns and 400 yards. If you're telling me that's what the C means, then it's a big deal. Like, is this what world we live in to like this? And I'm actually saying this, like, this is really like peculiar? Like, it's not to me.
Okay,
Let this kid go out there and be the best version of himself.
Yeah, I was on, doing the dance that Ray and I do yesterday, which I always enjoy. Yeah, and he helped me understand. Look, you got to earn it. I get that. Initially, I was thinking, well, wait a minute. Last year, Trevor Lawrence was a captain, and Fields eventually became a captain last year.
Of the Titanic. Yeah. Those teams didn't have anything at stake.
Zach Wilson was a captain last year.
The Titanic.
How come Trey's not a captain? And then, okay, I think there's a possibility for him to earn that letter C. So I understand that. It speaks to the 49er culture, which I think is going to be severely tested this year if things start to go sideways, right? If he plays great and they win, great. But if at some point, all right, they got to go to Jimmy, and then, okay, the next week, all right, is Jimmy coming off the bench again? Does he start? Then the culture will be sorely tested. But we'll just have to wait and see if it gets to that point.
Now, we text each other, so I hear you when you're on. I don't know if you hear me, but I don't know how you feel. What's in your gut? When you found out initially Jimmy was going to remain with the team, did Whitey say, you know what? That's an indictment on Trey, because to me, that's what side of the street I'm on. It's not a big indictment, but something's not happening at the pace that I feel like the coaches and the staff wanted to with Trey, and that's why Jimmy's still here.
I understand what you're saying, but to me, it was more an indictment of what was going on at the backup quarterback position. They looked at the fact that we've got an inexperienced quarterback, and hopefully he'll be great. And then who's going to back him up? Sudfeld's going to back him up? Well, A, Sudfeld had never started a game, and B, he got outplayed by Brock Purdy. Okay, so is Brock Purdy the backup? He's never seen an NFL defense, a real NFL defense. Never. They're very high
just
on
like
him.
Your starter. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, at least he's played a couple games. But you can't have Trey Lance as your starter, who's only, started 2 games, backed up by a guy who's never started. So I think they saw that and said, we got to do something about the backup situation, especially given that we have a starter who's inexperienced. Jimmy's still around. Hey, let's see if we can work that out. So that's the way I saw it.
Yeah.
Again, I think big picture, it is an indictment of all of them that they still have these questions 3+ years later into their reign as a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, and if you give a damn about what the pundits from a national standpoint think about the 49ers, everywhere I look, there are expectations, and rightfully so. They were almost in the Super Bowl. 1 game away, we saw that played out. Whitey, my question to you is, there are more questions that I don't like about this team headed into Chicago. The offensive line. We're assuming the running backs got Roger Craig's left and right, and Elijah Mitchell had a great rookie campaign. How's he going to follow that? How is the impact if the O-line gets off to a bad start, not just Trey Lance, that's going to affect the running game. I don't have to tell you about how the game of football works. My thing to you is, the most pressure on any San Francisco 49er going into Chi-Town is on Kyle Shanahan. And that clock actually started when he made the draft pick for Trey Lance. They set him on the bench last year. I didn't like that decision, but it worked out. Jimmy almost got him there. But, man, this guy, you look at that beard. It's going to be like Obama when he took office. Remember how he was good and that beard got Snow White like Santa Claus?
Yeah.
And then he looked like the same person.
He turned into Lovie Smith.
He's got to have sleepless nights, especially, and he won't share this intel, if Trey is not getting it as fast as he thought.
And when you look at the way they run their offense, you're right, it's football. You gotta run the ball. The 49ers are one of the teams, and they're at the forefront of this movement in the NFL towards this outside zone offense. The Rams do it. The 49ers do it. The Bengals do it. Look, those were 3 of the 4 final teams last year. The Bears are doing it this year. In fact, Green Bay does it.
Look at you.
So, right, and I think Minnesota's adopting it this year. Seattle went to it last year. So you have to run the ball to set up the shots downfield. If you don't get the blocking up front, you can't run the ball, and then you're in big trouble, right? You're in big trouble. And that's all. Kyle Shanahan's offense, McVay's offense, whoever's offense you want to call it, it's all based on the ability to run the ball. You know that stat about when they run the ball X number of times they win. Well, it doesn't mean you can just automatically run the ball and look, we ran the ball 30 times and we win. No, if you're running the ball that often, that shows that you're making yardage and you're setting up everything else downfield. And with this offensive line, it reminds me last year, Goo, of the way the 49ers went into the season with real questions at the cornerback position.
Right.
Remember? And then when we all knew it before camp even started, then Verrett got hurt. And it was like, oh, my goodness. They brought in Josh Norman. It was a real problem. I think everybody can look at this team now and go, I think they got some issues there, especially in the middle of the offensive line with the guard. So fingers crossed. That could be a huge stumbling block for this team getting off the type of start they need to get off to.
No, great point. And Whitey, I have no beverage in front of me. And if I did, you wouldn't have to check my cup with where I'm going here. That Texan game, they just jailhouse blitzed left and right. I would never sell anybody on what I saw in a preseason
some
game.
Some of that wasn't the whole the real offensive line, but some of it was.
But Trent wasn't out there. But I'm just like, when you got a rookie and you're feeding them to the they're going to test what's upstairs and how quick you can decipher what's going on. And I'll tell you this. They don't sell accuracy in the football Macy's. So I know you said, and I feel like that's the one real big concern about Trey. You just they don't sell that.
Especially if he's
I need some quarterback accuracy. Oh, that's on. No, it don't work that way.
Can you get it on the website?
No.
Macy's. Okay.
You're born with it. Yeah. So that's what concerns me about Trey.
Yeah, on the text line here from the 925. Makes me laugh every time you guys mention the offensive line being a problem when they haven't played a single game this season. Yeah, they haven't played, but you're just going to, once they play, they'll be fine. What was it? Banks and Burford, one of them allowed 5 pressures in the preseason, one of them allowed 3. That's in the preseason. That's not good.
And do we know if Banks is one of the 4 now, because we know Trent's out there? Tell me about Banks.
Right.
Is he starting?
I think he is.
Okay.
But we'll see. I really think the 49ers philosophy right now is we think these guys can do it, so fingers crossed. We'll see. They just don't have any better options.
Musical chairs in the State of the Union address.
Yes, that was the coach.
That doesn't mean just because they come out here and run 5 out here in Chi-Town that if, things don't go well, it won't be musical chairs in week 2, week 3. That's not good.
By the way, the Bears also have offensive line issues.
Yeah.
Although they don't, I think I said yesterday they have Jason Peters, but didn't your team pick up Peters?
Yeah, he's on Dallas.
And he's 40?
Yeah.
You see the theme there? There's like an offensive line crisis.
But when you're desperate, you do what you can.
There are
shortage.
There are not enough good offensive linemen to go around, so a lot of teams are having this problem.
Lincoln Kennedy is not walking through that door.
He might, but he's not going to play if he does. 888-957-9570. Rich and Hayward, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Rich, what's up? How are you?
Hey, I'm pretty good.
What can we do for you, Rich?
It's all on Shanahan. Hello?
Yep, you're on.
Yeah, it's Shanahan. He'll be as white, his beard will be as white as Lovie Smith for real. Because them not taking Trey Young as a captain, that's just the team. And Debo, too. I mean, come on. It's like he had leads in the Super Bowl and a championship game. I think it's more the players on Shanahan than the other thing. I'm like, come on.
Thank you.
That's the guy has the ball if you pick 6, who are you going to blame? Either it's the coach or Trey. There you go.
Thank you, Rich. Honestly, I think you have to say to this point, Kyle Shanahan's done a really good job. But this is the real test this year, maybe into next year.
Though, Whitey? Let's get into it.
Making the 49ers a team, an organization that's all about competing and winning Super Bowls. He's gotten them to 1 Super Bowl since he's been here and within a whisker of getting there last year. So, and that they still look like a Super Bowl contender. They're relevant. They matter. They play hard for him. But if he doesn't get the quarterback thing figured out, at some point you got to say, how can this offensive mastermind have a blind spot when it comes to the most important position? We're not there yet, but if this doesn't work out this year, that's going to be a fair question.
Now, you know what, Whitey? You're making me go use old ammo. But the ammo is important because when I hear things and I'm like, man, that floored me, they stay with me. Now, Kyle has proven to everybody in regard to play calling, play design, and I told Steiny this, he is a genius. But now I see an area that needs improvement, and that is situational play calling. 2019, you got a quarterback that was good enough to get the team a 10-point lead. Was Jimmy perfect? No. But the Honey Badger, after the game said, I wanted to send a gift basket to the Niners coaching staff and offensive coordinator every time they passed the ball because that meant they weren't running. We couldn't stop the run. That's on Kyle. And then again, we see some awkward 4th and 1s in Dallas where they got the false start and they had to punt the ball. All kind of little stuff. And the Rams, Jimmy, last play of the third, hits Kittle. What do we got? Another fourth quarter 10-point lead. We can't close. And to me, the situational play calling for Kyle is where it's a D- or F. Wow. And I could sell it to where that's why the team didn't win the Super Bowl and close it out. And that's why they didn't beat the Rams, who were done down 10. Like, that's legit. That ain't on the quarterback. That's on him in lemon booty time.
Did you see that Emmanuel Sanders is retiring?
I did see that. And who had the best? Was it you that said Chip? I was saving that before we got out of here. It was on my notes. I almost crashed the caddy when you said
Jimmy G's overthrowing him a retirement party.
How do you? Is that you're a modern Jay-Z, dude? I heard that yesterday, and I said he didn't write that.
Yeah,
that's off the top of the dome.
Oh man,
you're special.
888-957-9570. Kira joins us from San Bruno. How are you, Kira? Thanks for listening.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
What's up?
How you doing, buddy?
I look at the 49er quarterback situation. Like, they kept the best available quarterback. They just didn't want to throw Jimmy out like bathwater, and they kept the best available backup. He was going to be better than either of the two rookies that they have, so why not cut his pay and keep him? It's not about creating strife or doubting Trey. It's about doing what's best for your team.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. And that's one thing I think, if it comes to that tough decision time where, Trey's struggling, and maybe he won't. Okay, we all hope he won't. But if it gets to that point where we got to make a switch, I don't think Kyle will hesitate for a second to make that move, because if he believes he wants to win more than anything, and I know he's got a lot in terms of his reputation invested in Trey, but I do believe, I had this discussion with Ray yesterday, I understand Kyle Shanahan, like anybody successful as he is, has an ego, but if it's to a point where we got to win this game, I don't think he'll hesitate to make that move. I don't.
And JD and I got into it yesterday, and I believe Jay's number, I want to make sure, was 7. That was his number, to where if Trey did struggle, we don't want it.
Nope.
He could see a change. I put that bad boy at 12. Do you understand? Bringing Jimmy back, you invited the circus. The circus is here, whether you like it or not.
But aren't you a better team by having Jimmy back?
Yeah,
this
no
year?
doubt.
Yeah.
But then I could, on the flip side, are you starting a better quarterback? My answer's no. Are you starting the most experienced quarterback? My answers, we all know it's no.
But they're starting a quarterback who is able to help you diversify your offense in ways. He can do things with your offense that you haven't been able to do.
Okay.
You've had to scheme away from some of Jimmy's weaknesses.
Right.
And now you've got opportunities to do things that you just couldn't do with James Richard Garoppolo.
So you're saying, and I used the baseball analogy yesterday, you could see 60 pitches from Trey and they come yank him to go to Jimmy?
I don't know, because if you do that, then then all of a sudden it all starts to unravel.
I thought you were getting to that point, like it could be a quick hook.
Could be. Well, I don't think it'd be a quick hook, but I am saying if
JD had 7, I had 12 games.
12 games?
Yeah. That comes with the territory.
I'm just going to. I'm going with Trey's going to play well enough to hold down the job all year, and there are going to be problems.
I hope you're right.
There are going to be problems. There are going to be ups and downs. There's going to be pick 6 here or there, maybe even one that costs him the game. But I don't think he's going to be bad enough where they're going to have to go to Jimmy. I hope not. But if you do have to go to Jimmy, and then it's next game, well, does Jimmy come off the bench again or Trey starting? That's when the whole thing. Because remember last year, Goo? Last year, there was a question, Jimmy starting, but you got the Trey packages, the awkwardness in Detroit where Jimmy leads him down the field, then Trey comes in.
And what about preseason against the Raiders? And we thought that might be a thing.
Yeah.
You're bringing all that back up to me.
The team was playing poorly, and I don't think it's a coincidence that once Kyle came out and said, for the rest of the year, Jimmy is our guy, they started playing better. And now, at the very least, right now, you know who the starter is. Jimmy's in reserve. But if that gets muddled further, then I think you really run the risk of this whole season coming off the rails.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this. When you see Kyle at the post-game presser, during the Jimmy tenure, it looks like he played. And he'll never speak to the stress that it goes in putting in a game plan for Jimmy Garoppolo. And maybe behind the scenes, he was just tired of that.
Yeah.
But I need to know, and we need to know real quick here, Whitey, what you saw in this kid from North Dakota State who is an unknown, that he would be better than Jimmy.
Maybe he didn't play enough to show what his flaws are. I hate to look at it that way. And I think Kyle would be smart enough to avoid that. By the way, starting this Saturday at 9 a.m., airing every Saturday leading up to the Super Bowl, Odyssey presents Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, a 1-hour show with Boomer Esiason, breaking down the games each week, giving his unique perspective on the NFL on and off the field. How many for my Boomer Esiason? Hi, this is Boomer Esiason.
I'm going to give you a 0. Yeah, I didn't like that.
All right. How many did Evan give me? Evan gave me a couple out of sympathy.
Oh, my God.
That's 9 a.m. starting this Saturday right here on 95.7. The game coming up next. Who's in, who's out of the NFL playoffs in 22? Are you ready for that, Goo?
Can't wait, baby.
That and more next. Steiny and Guru, what are you in for? Steiny on 95.7 The Game.
Visit Total Wine and find your favorite Cabernet. And with their incredible selection and expert guides, you might even find yourself a new favorite. Always love what you find at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep. We have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Today on Hey Culligan, better water that cares. Jane's on the line.
Hey Culligan, how can I avoid using all those plastic water bottles that harm the sea turtles?
Jane, our always-on drinking water system helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year. So, you see, Culligan cares about sea turtles, too.
Aw, plastic pollutes and Culligan cures.
That's catchy, Jane, and totally true.
I'll take it, like now.
Jane, we're already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
You know what a booster shot can be like? Charging a cell phone. Just like a cell phone charger helps restore your battery, a booster is given after a primary series vaccination to enhance or restore protection against COVID-19, which wanes over time. Boosters are recommended for people 5 years and older. Schedule a booster appointment as soon as eligible. You can even make the appointment on your phone, as long as it's charged. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that?
Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper?
And you can get it online. Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
We are all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. September is World Ozone Month, so it's a great month to get rid of all your aerosol sprays and harsh cleaning products. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Everything. Our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, I don't do drugs, why?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Steiny. This segment brought to you by Twin USA. Goo, I asked Evan to play this track coming in. Thank you, Evan. Because yesterday I'm listening to you and JD, of course. And you guys played this, and I saw you kind of sway into it. And JD asked you something about Fleetwood Mac. And you're like, yeah, I like this track. And I thought, I got to ask him. When I'm on with Goo, you a Fleetwood Mac guy?
No.
Okay.
I couldn't name another track that he had. Yeah.
All right.
My bad.
No, it surprised me.
Whispers, Commodores, I got you.
He, Goo?
Evan, don't tell on me. I said he, the group, but yeah.
Oh, yeah. See, I was just going to let that go.
Yeah, right.
Fleetwood
you got to
Mac.
call me on that, though.
No, why? I mean, who
Less
cares?
is more when you don't know.
Fleetwood
you know what I mean?
Mac it was a long time ago. Why should you? Why should you know?
When I hear Fleetwood, I think of Cadillac.
Yeah. But I thought yesterday you said, it's a good track or something.
Yeah, they're all tracks that you hear.
Yeah.
You don't know who the artist is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I could play some rap stuff, and you'd be but you wouldn't name it.
Probably not. Yeah. 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from you on the Comcast business text line as we're sorting out the NFL on this opening day. What we love about football so much. And I think it's kind of therapy, Goo, to help people by letting them and as we to each other express our concerns about this 49ers season. On the text line here from the 408, this captain conversation is dumb. It's not a big deal. Stop it. The team voted for them. We also have this from the 510. You guys sound just like the Chiefs radio shows before they moved on from Alex Smith to Patrick Mahomes. Calm down. Trust it. Give it a few weeks.
We're giving it more than a few weeks. That's why my number was 12 if Trey was subpar.
I don't remember when Alex left and they handed it over to Mahomes, and then Alex came back as a backup. I don't remember when that happened.
You know what? Because it didn't happen.
Okay.
There's no comp for this at all.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you live your life, Whitey. I live my life like if I don't agree with something, I don't put my hands to my ears and not want to hear the other side. Nobody's telling you this is something that it's not. It's something. You got a guy that has done it, major success, i.e. Jimmy Garoppolo's win-loss record, his Super Bowl trip, his 2 trips to the NFC Championship game, his presser, which was a dog and pony show and pretty much a lie, but they didn't lie. They didn't know he was going to remain here. He was saying bye-bye.
Yep.
And Trey going to bed, waking up, throwing footballs, thinking, this is me. I'm Captain James T. Kirk. You're not even a captain. You're James T. Kirk. But this is crazy, as Rick Barry says. This is going to be the most exciting storyline in the NFL. And I said it weeks ago before we even knew Jimmy was coming back, because there was going to be the ghost of Garoppolo. And now it's not a ghost. It's the real person.
Did you ever play quarterback on any level?
7-on-7 Union City Flag Football League.
Okay, because I know you're quite an athlete.
Mormon League.
You had
to go to church on Sundays.
Pitcher.
Yeah.
Because you were talking about Trey Lance waking up throwing footballs. When you were a quarterback, did they ever? Because when I played Pop Warner, I remember the coach saying, "You go to sleep with football. Sleep with the football." Did you ever do that?
No, I just with my mitt baseball.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And I guess the idea was I'd get the feel of it. I
used to pitch, Whitey. I had an arm, but too afraid to get hit. Football.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were too afraid to get hit in baseball.
Well, nah.
Yeah.
Well, that too.
Yeah. You'd be a big. What do you think you'd be, linebacker?
You know
tight
what?
End?
The receiver.
Yeah.
E and I went. Robello was his baseball coach in college. Producer E. So we went to the Pirate game for the umpteenth time. I'm telling this story, and I got to tell you, I was looking around and at the players, Giants and Pirates. Your boy's a TFN. Tall for nothing. Whitey, I felt like Shaq out there. Like, these dudes ain't as big as you look on TV.
Wow.
I'm 6'4".
Yeah.
230. I could be a backer. And I still move.
Yeah. It's not too late. It's not too late.
It's the 24-hour fit, and I'm turning into Rick Mahorn at the 24-hour fitness. It's getting hard, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Kind of a big, just post people up.
The hips getting stuck. I used to be slippery hips. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you just give me the ball in the block and a jump
That's
hook.
what I do, and I'll swatch and play D. But if you shoot a 3, you're getting it off. I ain't getting hurt that way.
All right, Goose in drop coverage. So if he's guarding somebody who shoots 3s, he's toast.
Oh,
he's
man.
like Gobert. Tonight, the Rams are playing, of course, against the Bills. Did you see this, Scoot? Now, we knew this was going to happen with Sean McVay, but the Rams today, they made it official on McVay. They announced this, I think, last month. They've extended the contracts of Sean McVay and general manager Les Snead through the 2026 season. McVay, as I pointed out, he said in August that he'd signed an extension. So the Rams, led by McVay and Snead, coming off a Super Bowl win. So you look at what they've done there, and the Rams giving them the big extension. How does that reflect on what we've seen so far from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch?
I'll tell you what. If I'm going to the scorecard, we're going boxing. I mean, it's a TKO. It's McVay, who's been to 2 Super Bowls and won 1. Kyle almost had that under his belt, but let one get away and then couldn't get back. And now,
remember they had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter against McVay.
And I just think they were playing better than the Rams. That's why it kind of hurts. But now he has that same job security, which he should have with this new contract. And I'll tell you what, if you want to flush something down the toilet, it was the head-to-head matchup that Kyle had, the onage he had on McVay, and then that one that he got was the one that punched a ticket to the dance. And right now it's all McVay. And I'll tell you what, if you want to say, and I've given props to the boy genius, if we want to call him that, taking a quarterback like Jimmy Garoppolo to a Super Bowl, well, on line 2, he did the same with Marin Catholic's Jared Goff. They didn't get it done, didn't even have points at halftime. But then to come back and get it done with Matt Stafford, who I think, and I mean this, Whitey, you didn't ask, is one of the most disrespected quarterbacks maybe of all time.
Yeah.
And that's why I was happy he got it done. But damn, McVay's winning right now, and I got them in the Super Bowl again.
They figured out the quarterback situation. And hopefully the 49ers have, but we'll see. But that's one thing McVay did. It's like, we ain't going to do it with Goff. Get me this guy. Boom. They win a Super Bowl.
And they said, to hell with draft picks. We're throwing money at our problems. We're going to get proven commodities.
Right.
And that's, if I were if I ruled the world, that's what I would do. You know what I mean?
But those teams they're not necessarily built to last.
It don't matter. Tomorrow's not promised. Nobody's taking that Super Bowl away from them. that they won last year? Nobody.
Well, we'll see
how many does Kyle have?
Kyle does. His dad. Maybe his dad let
we
him.
got to stop that with the dad. Remember Ruben Drones and all the Orlando's Gary, all those running backs, the zone scheme we talked about.
Yeah.
They used to have backs.
See, I remember a couple years ago. I know we talked about the offense that these guys run a little while ago, but whatever it was, 4 years ago, and anybody who'd ever gotten a text from Sean McVay was like, "You want to be a head coach?" And I remember I made fun of that, right? Anybody, if you'd ever had a cup of coffee with him, okay, do you want to be our head coach? But here we are a few years later, and McVay has won a Super Bowl. Last year, 3 of the last 4 teams run versions of that offense, right?
Yeah.
And you got other teams, the Bears are trying it now. So it works. But, and Kyle, one of the things he does better than the other guys, the pre-snap motion and everything.
Yeah.
But he needs that quarterback to open it up even further. And Sean McVay's, I mean, that's the thing is I laughed at it, but no, this offense right now, it works in the NFL. It works for a lot of teams.
And I'll tell you this, I don't know what you think of Debo in his catch radius, because I was telling JD the other day, I think Ayuk, who I'm a big fan of, and I hated he was in the doghouse. I just think he has more of a natural catch radius
He's a
than
better
Debo.
receiver per se. But he's not as impactful as a football player.
And, we don't know if Debo was going to take all those hits and the impact over 17, because you're right. You mentioned it earlier. They kind of didn't do that to where it was dire, 3-5, and the Colts came in here.
Speaking of the outside run, we need somebody to stretch this. We don't have anybody. Well, it's Debo time.
And I
boom.
think, he saved the season. And, Trey Lance, what he represents to me is, okay, maybe I'm not 19 to 24 like Jimmy, but I'm 17 to 30, but 4 of those 17s were big whops down the field, chunk plays that got us in the end zone. How many 18-play drives did we see from the nine? And it ain't all Jimmy's fault, but a guy that can't throw outside the hashes. If I'm a defensive coordinator or player, I wanted to take on the Niners offense and Jimmy Garoppolo, because I knew I ain't got it. You ain't doing the thing they do in L.A. with what's the young stud, the quarterback for the Chargers. He'll tell me.
Oh, Herbert.
Yeah, one of my fantasy
Justin
football,
Herbert.
one of my 5 fantasy football.
By the way, you just mentioned, what'd you say theoretically about Trey, 17 for 30? I would bet that much more frequently he's going to throw fewer than 30 passes.
Okay.
Because that's the thing.
Not mad.
Run, and then the run sets up those shots.
And we saw this with Aaron Rodgers when he was a rookie. They brought him along slowly.
It's another team, by the way, that runs that offense.
Yeah, okay. They've had success. They just couldn't get it done.
Yes.
And Russell Wilson. So I'm not saying there are concerns about Trey, but the known with Jimmy and what he couldn't do was there was confidence in that. Like you knew what you were facing. Mm-hmm. And Kyle would come up with a game plan schemed around the do's and don'ts. With Trey, I'm like, again, I tell Steiny, can he even be Jimmy? And by that, I mean, when he makes his worst mistake, can he, and Jimmy, I can't tell, and I was late to the party appreciating this, Whitey. I said it. He would have the uncanny ability to come back after, he's done, he's finished, they get the ball again.
Yeah.
And Jimmy gets dude.
I was in for Damon a few weeks ago, and we had Kurt Warner on. I was on with Ray, of course.
I love Kurt.
And I asked Kurt Warner that. What do you think is the one thing about Jimmy? This was when we thought Jimmy was gone. The one thing about Jimmy that the 49ers would like to see in Trey, and that's what he mentioned. This is great, one of the great quarterbacks of all time. And he mentioned that. He said the way Jimmy could make a bad play and then
forget about it.
Yeah. Now, in a perfect world, you don't make the bad play in the first place, but still, it's going to happen to Trey. At least this year there's going to be those bumps.
As much as I love, I love everybody. Eisen on NFL Network. Kurt Warner, when he sold me on Mullins, when he said he could actually run the Niners offense when he was starting.
You notice it was
Jimmy,
right
that
after
was
that,
off.
Right after he said that about how Mullins going to make all that money, right after that, he had the worst game anyone's ever seen against the Eagles and his whole career.
That was the Sunday night game. Yeah.
He had
at home.
Terrible game.
And you know what? I'm a lump. Don't feel bad, Kurt, if you're listening. Jaworski said Cap could be the best quarterback he's ever played the game.
Yeah.
And after that, it kind of went the other way.
Yeah. That was interesting, as I remember Jaworski had something else going on
Jaws.
Maybe it was like he had been replaced in the booth, and it was almost like he said that to get people
Don't
to
forget
stop
about
paying
me.
attention to something else. It was like a distraction. But anyway, 888-957-9570. Carlito joins us from Alameda.
Carlito.
95.7 The Game. What's up, Carlito?
Hello, gentlemen. Number one, I couldn't name 2 Fleetwood Mac tracks, so
I feel better.
I'm going to get into this Trey Lance thing. You know what? The circus is in town because the media is pouncing on him. All the questions are very tough, and it's just going to be more difficult for him. And Whitey, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I asked before Steiny and Guru, what's the over-under on Jimmy Garoppolo starting? I set the bar at 3. Guru said 5. Steiny took the over. Whitey, how many games do you think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to start? Thank you, guys.
Jimmy is not going to start at all this year, so I'm going, ain't happening. Maybe.
That hurts me, the answer, the Allen Iverson from you, because you're not even – are you just saying he's not going to get hurt?
Yeah, I'm saying he's not going to get hurt, and he's going to play well enough to hold down the job. I'm going with
damn, you went goose egg. Yeah. Jimmy not going to see the field.
Jimmy's not. Well, he might play here or there.
In blowouts.
Maybe when they start him, if, late in the year you want to rest Trey. Maybe I would go under 3, definitely, to answer your question, Carlito. Definitely under 3. Because, you got, sometimes some situations late in the year where we don't need this game. So I'd definitely go under 3. And some of that is just, hoping against hope that it works out. Because I want to see it work out. And I want to see what he can do. Because if he does get comfortable in the offense and he's able to pass with a little more accuracy on the short stuff, then I just can't wait to see what he can do. He could be I was going to say he could be a dominant force, but yeah, he could be. And I'd love to see that with this offense.
I'll tell you what. A lot of us have egos and arrogance to us, and we do certain things to kind of prove, I have people in my life, they're like, look at me.
You don't have an ego or arrogance, though, do you?
No, how can I?
No, of course
I
not.
used to drive a 92 Cadillac. Yeah. Listen, I just think Kyle's showing the world, like, this is my baby. This is my puppy. I'm going to take an unknown commodity that was at North Dakota State. I'm going to put him on a team that's window is now, and I can be Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he can be my Luke Skywalker.
Yeah.
So when I hear that, it's sexy. It makes all the sense in the world. And again, what I've seen from Trey in the baseball windup, and when I say baseball windup, I'm like, what if that pocket is dirty and you got that ball dangling down because you think you're about right? And they did big hands come knock it out, stuff like that. Dave Craig, I'm not the guy that led the NFL
Tiny
history.
hands, by the way.
And you said that about Trey had big hands, right?
I think Trey has big hands.
Okay.
I have to double check on that. Yeah.
I think when I have big hands, I think of Kawhi, the claw, not the white claw.
By the way, I think Kyle Shanahan doesn't want to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. He wants to be Obi-Win the Bully. That's what he wants to be.
See, that's just natural to you.
That's what he wants to be.
Boy, my boy.
That's what he needs to be.
Open mic, I'm taking Whitey. Yeah.
I agree with you, though. I think that's part of the charm. I talked with the playmaker about this yesterday, and he said, you like to have a quarterback with experience, but the fact that Trey Lance is kind of unmolded clay, for Kyle, the chance to take a quarterback.
Oh, no, man.
And everything he learns about pro football is going to be through his eyes. That's got to be really attractive. That's got to be one of the reasons he wanted to pick him. Everything this guy learns about pro football is going to be through me and the way I teach it. And
no doubt about it. That was spot on. But when you're in Chicago and downtrodden, or you're in Jacksonville, you can do that. And it's okay, but not when you are captaining the ship of what the Niners and how close they are.
Not a captain, and you know it.
I'm going to be real. Forget the contract. I feel like in the court of 49er fan public opinion, if Trey Lance doesn't pop, and I'm not even putting years on it, if he's not the next, you're gone.
Yeah.
You know what? You have to fall on the sword for telling us I'm pulling the plug out on 10, spending all these draft picks on something I think can be great. Not good, great. If he don't pop, you're done.
You know, it's
I don't even want to hear from you.
A real possibility that we don't want to think about now, but it's a real possibility.
Oh, I'm plugging my ears.
If you do it over your headphones, you're going to hear.
And I really thought I was. You didn't say
How many years did Aaron Rodgers sit behind Favre?
I want to say 3. Help us out,
yeah.
All right.
So here's my point.
You need to fact check.
As impatient as we all are, and I'm including myself in this, it's possible Trey won't be really ready until next year. I mean, that's a possibility,
And that's
right?
okay.
Is it?
Well, before
Could we go through another year of this? Well, he's not quite ready. It's still
Did we
Jimmy
make the did they make the playoffs?
Oh, that's a good question.
How'd he look?
Yeah.
Did he go Mac Jones? And help me out. How's Mac Jones getting crucified? And even if they don't even make the offs this year, they made it in his rookie year.
Can't throw the deep ball, Goo.
Okay, but he still got to the playoffs.
Their offense in the preseason, terrible.
See? Okay, what are we going to be saying about Trey when it's after year one?
I don't know. As long as he is better throughout the season, if he plays better and better and better,
Then Garoppolo.
I think we're good. No, but just better than him as he's improving.
But how is the team performing?
They have to win.
Okay,
and he has to be improving.
Those are a lot of things going on with that.
Yeah,
though.
if that happens, then I'll be right about Jimmy and taking the under on 3 of Jimmy starts. If they win and Trey is coming along and improving, then it's his job. If not, and he struggles, and I just think that'd be really hard on the fan base and the team if they get to a point where they say, Trey's coming along, but he's not ready yet. We think maybe next year. So, Jimmy, here we go. That would be tough to belly, right, for a whole nother season.
But you do understand this is movie-like. We're already past do we got a script? This is movie-like, right?
Yeah.
This is awesome. And can I read this from the 415, Whitey? Damn, Guru, there's nothing you won't cry about. I've been in a good mood.
Yeah,
what have I cried about?
I saw that. I didn't know what that was.
Get a Q-tip and just click.
Yeah.
Like, I'm in a good mood.
Yes.
We got football tonight.
I'm excited.
You doing anything different? You got to go to? You order round table? I got round table.
Maybe tonight, maybe Sunday, Sheena makes naked nachos. So that's a thing that we have for the football season.
Naked nachos?
That's all
no
I'll say
cheese?
about it. Well, that's the thing. It's pretty much just the nachos and the cheese.
Oh, I'm there. I'm a big
right.
nacho guy.
Yeah, we'll have to have you over. Yeah.
I met the missus.
Yeah, that's right. A little toasty up there, though, as you well know.
Right, 100.
Last night,
They're playing with the weather, people.
Yeah. Had dinner with my daughter and her fine husband, and they
You
live
like
out
him?
in the Presidio. I do.
What's his
really
name?
good guy. Jack.
Okay.
Jack and Janelle. So in San Francisco, real quick, how rare is this? So let's eat outside and watch the sunset. Okay, and it was great. In San Francisco.
That's dope.
That doesn't happen.
I know, but the fact you were with your daughter and son-in-law, what did you order?
Oh, we had, was it Los Hermanos Mexican?
Look at my boy.
It's really good, really good. But I'm sitting there going, we're outside as the sun's going down, and it's San Francisco. This is
somebody's doing something. I ain't dumb.
This is unusual. All right, Goo, as you probably know here, for the last 10 years at least, we've seen an average of 5.8 teams per year make the playoffs that did not qualify for the postseason the prior year. That's over the last 10 years, an average of 5.8 teams per year in the NFL make the playoffs that didn't qualify for the postseason the prior year. And every year during that time, and I think it goes longer than 10 years according to what Mark Willard said today, but every year during those 10 years, at least 4 teams made the jump from non-playoff team to playoff team.
Wow.
And in years like 2017-18, we've seen that number as high as 8 teams. And now you have expanded playoffs, so that adds another element to it. So let's just assume, because we've seen it for at least 10 years,
okay.
4 teams that missed will be in, 4 teams that were in will be out. What do you got?
This is incredible.
4 out?
And before I get to them, I won't go reverend like that person said. Damn, Goose Long one day. This is probably why people love the NFL, because it is. You can go worst to first. We saw the Eagles when Nick Foles won. They didn't even make the playoffs the year before, so that's part of it too. But the first one is Russell Sierra Wilson.
Okay, is this in or
this is in?
Teams that missed that are in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Denver, who I got representing, and I mean this, the AFC at the Super Bowl, okay? So Denver's in. They didn't make it last year. Carolina.
What?
They got Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's took a team to the playoffs and beat Pittsburgh on its own turf in Pittsburgh, but he's now playing for his football reputation. They got some weapons. They can run the ball. Don't sleep on Carolina.
Carolina. All right, we're going to have to, I need a few moments to digest that.
I was just getting going.
I know.
I'll go back to my corner.
Carolina.
Yeah. I'm
all right,
throwing
so far, Goo's first 2 teams in that missed last year, Denver and Carolina.
Yep.
Yeah, and we're just getting warmed up here. 888-957-9570. 4 teams that missed the playoffs last year that'll be in. 4 teams that were in that will be out this year. What do you got? More of that coming up here with Steiny and Guru, Whitey in for Steiny, and that's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Welcome to week 1 of the NFL season.
Oh my God, what else is there to think about?
Oh, and Scott, Jimmy. Hypotheticals. It's Niners versus Bears all week.
The entire team flips over the team training table, runs on out, and tries to beat the Bears.
This is the Bay Area's sports station.
Oh my God.
95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day. Be sure to download the Golden State app, which provides access to hundreds of resources. Find it at goldenstatelumber.com. For 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month, with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses, with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution. DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Kentucky. Drink smart.
Today's Throwback Thought is brought to you by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Let's take some callers. Tony from Houston. Any throwbacks for us?
Yeah, hi. I remember when you could get a whole meal for just $6. But now?
You still can with KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo. Crispy chicken, mashed potatoes, a biscuit, and a drink for just $6.
Is this an ad?
Thanks, Tony. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo on the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good.
Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone. AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer, a big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
In for Steiny today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, thrilled to be with my longtime friend, the great Guru. And when's Steiny back? Steiny back?
Monday. Yeah, he's in London right now, taking his daughter to college, where there was a death.
Yeah.
The Quinn.
Yeah. Wow.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the start of the NFL season tonight.
Let's
NFL
go.
Games start for real tonight.
You
and
a gambler? That means yes.
I'm not, but I'm always like right there. Like I think I could win. You know what I mean?
You
I'm
don't
always
pull the
right
trigger
there. Like,
at all?
I think I could probably do this.
Yeah.
I have here or there. I've dabbled.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is always
You got it under control.
Start of a football season is always a good chance. You get back into it. You know, climb back in here. It seems so easy, especially week one. And obviously, week one is probably the worst time to bet on any sport ever.
Damn it.
Don't you think? Week one, because we all think we know.
Yeah. And tonight I took the over to 52 thinking, it's the Bills and Rams. Yeah, week 7, Goo, not week 1. So I backed up off that one, but watch it be 60 points scored.
Which way would you go on the over under for the Bears and 49ers? Because isn't it 40 something?
Yeah, I'm going under. I think it's going to be JD's 13-9, maybe 21-10, something like that, but I'm going under. Yep.
I would go over there. Obviously, we'll see what happens with the weather. But I just think the 49ers, given the fact that for all the talk of their quarterbacks and their offensive guru of a coach, the best unit on that team is what, Goo, on the 49ers? The best unit, the best group on that team.
Oh, defense.
Yeah, the defensive line.
It's not even close.
Right?
Yeah.
Against the Bears' offensive line that they have some of the same problems.
Well, last year.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's all we could judge on the last time we seen you.
Well, but they also, they have shaken it up. They spent a lot of draft capital on the offensive line. So they've got a lot of question marks along the offensive line too, just like the 49ers do. And so for that offensive line, and they've got a new scheme there. They're running again, that outside zone. They're implementing that this year against the 49er pass rush. That's why I don't think the Bears have a legitimate chance to win this game, because I think they'll be dominated up front.
And you know what? I'm with you, and I think the last time I left out of here yesterday, it was 7. Niners were -7. And just what you just specified, I'm with you. The D could I could see the Bears with 6 points.
Yeah.
Maybe not even in the end zone. I know there's no Jimmy Ward or whatnot, but you talk about the 3 levels of defense, the line, the linebackers. I mean, if these are the same Bears from last year, the
Bears are who we thought they were.
Look at you. Mr.
We let them off the hook.
That was great.
Yeah. All right. So you're with me on the 49ers easy win this week.
No doubt.
Easy win.
It should be. If Jimmy was quarterbacking, it would be.
Who knows?
Yeah, but they were a Final Four team.
Yes.
And from my vantage point, you got your hot shot rookie or first-year starter. You got guys coming back. Debo got paid. you should be a better version of yourself. So that's how I'm judging the Niners.
Do you think there's anything to any stock, any juice to this whole Fields against Trey Lance? And yeah, the 49ers beat Fields last year, but this is him against Trey Lance, the guy they picked instead of him. Because I think that's a big nothing burger.
Well, it's not like they're guarding each other like if it were Wiseman and Anthony Edwards coming together. You know, in basketball, I think
Anthony Edwards got the better of that matchup
right
by the way,
now. Yeah, to be continued. But this is other 10 guys on the field, so many things at play. But you can't ignore that they were the same, you know.
Yeah.
Dude, there's going to be a 30 for 30 on this draft class with the Trey Lance, Mac Jones.
Yeah, with Darnell Mooney saying, well, I know he's aware of it. I know that Justin's aware of this. The 49ers passed on him. Oh, have you talked to him about it? No, but I bet you he's aware of it. So that's a big zero, especially as Kyle Madsen pointed out, given the fact that the 49ers already beat Justin Fields last year. I just think that whole Lance Fields thing, no juice. A juice bottle's empty on that.
Yeah, and I'm holding out judgment on Fields just because of what you said. Their O-line was so bad last year, was so porous that he was running for his life. But that Niner game, again, late third, it was kind of close, and then the Niners broke away and won.
Mm-hmm. From the 925, there's no 30 for 30 for a bunch of scrubs. Ooh, coming down your road a little bit on that.
Well, we don't know if they're going to be scrubs. It's still early.
Yeah.
And like Trey Lance, even if he's bad this year through 17 – and he's bad, I'm not going to say he was a bust. I'm going at your coach because your coach sent the shot that he would have you ready, up and running, and you should have been playing, if it were up to me, Whitey, last year.
Before we get back to playoff predictions for this year, the 4 who'll be in, the 4 who'll be out. I know you got started on that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question, and this is a running question. I ask this a lot, and we update it. If I may, Goo, your opinion right now. If you're going to make an investment in one of these 3 players in their future, you're going to invest in what kind of superstar this player could become. Would you invest right now in Joey Bart, James Wiseman, or Trey Lance?
That's wow. You know what? And I'm being real.
Joey Bart's stock has risen quite a bit since the last time I asked that question.
Especially in my world, he's become my favorite Giant.
Really?
That's kind of like what's the awards they have? My friend used to go to them here in the Bay. Not the Tonys, but it would be a play on. I'll get back to you next segment.
Right,
but anyway, it's between Wiseman and Bart. And that's no shade at Lance. Lance has everything, at his disposal to prove to me. But the fact that he didn't do it at Penn State or Michigan or the U, that concerns me. And I could be wrong.
Sure.
I'm going with James Wiseman over Joey Bart. And
James Wiseman?
Man, he was thicker than a Snicker in the summer. I was on his neck. I was disappointed. And I'm telling you, what I saw with that new girth and that muscle and that silky little jumper,
James Wiseman,
15 to 20-footer he can hit and putting dudes on their ass. You ask me, I'm going with James Wiseman. What would your answer be?
I'd go Trey Lance just because everything is set up for him to be the quarterback on a team that could be the best team in the NFL.
Well, it was set up for Wiseman. He got hurt. It was set up for him. You're playing with Hall of Famers left and right, but he didn't do his part.
No, he got hurt. The Bammies? Somebody wants to know. Is that what you're talking about? Thank you on the text line.
That's the real Google is the text line. The Bammies.
That's on me.
Yeah.
I didn't think you up there.
Get it too.
Yeah, thank you from the
Did I misremember? Yeah, the Bammies. We go ahead.
That's on the Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. Gooey, it's got to be Trey Lance. I mean, I hope you're right about Wiseman. James Wiseman? That'd be the way you'd go?
Yeah, I like what I see. Yeah. And, there were some dark moments when he's 7'1", I'm going to say 260 now. You didn't watch him in Summer League? I'm not saying that's why.
No, I did.
He's thick. He had baby legs before. I saw what I needed to see for him to go, and now he's going to be a problem. I'm not saying he's going to be Wilt next year out. They don't even need him to be Wilt. He's going to block shots, and if he stays healthy, the lobs are going to be there, the JaVale McGee's, all the stuff that we miss, the Warriors throwing the ball to the big man. Watch out for Wiseman.
Okay.
Joey Bart, a close second, but I don't think he'll be as good at his position as James Wiseman at his position if both are good.
I hope you're right, but I don't see it with Wiseman yet. Maybe I will. And I saw him play Summer League, and he just hasn't played enough basketball, but we'll see. But Trey Lance is the quarterback. of the San Francisco 49ers, and he's got a great defense, and he's got a great tight end, assuming he can play. And by the way, Cam Inman's coming up top of the hour. We'll get the latest on George Kittle and his availability for this week. And he's got a great running game, we think, depending on the offensive line. It's all set up perfectly for Trey.
Okay, I know. I'm not taking that away from you, but it seems like you're disappointed that I said Wiseman. That was my answer.
I'm not disappointed at all. I was surprised.
You're going with the unknown.
Yeah, I thought you were going Joey Bart.
I do like.
You seem to be leaning that way.
You know what? I'm not a front runner, but sometimes I can get out of control. It was so bad for him that I can't forget how bad it was, but I love his poise now. But what about the glove? Little stuff with the glove concerns me with Joey Bart,
really?
Too. Yeah, just like it ain't natural Yadier. You know, I'm like, I see some things.
Only one Yachty.
Okay, dude, he is just, man, special.
That should be a movie, by the way. The next sports movie should be about 3 brothers who all become major league catchers. Isn't that incredible? The Molinas?
When people
3
watch it.
brothers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we're gonna make it.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to invest in my movie, do you?
Hey,
people gonna watch.
Things are a little tough around the Johnson household. Not a lot to allocate.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. It's an interesting story. Maybe a book. Maybe a documentary. Maybe not a feature movie. Back to the NFL opening night.
I'm getting killed for the Wiseman, by the way, on everywhere. Go ahead.
Well, you could be right. That's just
people don't think that.
It looks like a long shot right now. Over the last 10 years, every year during that time, at least 4 teams made the jump from non-playoff team to playoff team in the NFL. So, who are going to be the 4 out from last year's playoffs? Who are going to be the 4 in this year? So far, Goo, we've got your 2 teams in. Only got 2 of your teams. You got Denver, and you got Gone to Carolina in my mind. Carolina Panthers.
Wow. And that one, I feel real confident about.
Can I tell you this, by the way?
Go ahead.
I've been trying to figure out who's going to be the surprise team in the NFL this year. You know, like last year was Cincinnati. I was on them early. I wasn't on them beginning of the year, but I was on them early. This year, I'm not seeing it, but a lot of people are pointing to the team you just picked, the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, and I see why. Again, I think Baker Mayfield, he was a part of it. He became a joke. It was like the Russell Westbrook without aging thing that went on. Everywhere you looked up, he had been given and spoon-fed all these commercials, but he hadn't technically earned it, saying the wrong thing at the podium. But I got another one that will supersede what you're hearing in regard to the surprise team.
Okay.
Can I debut it?
Is this one of your teams?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And this quarterback I was down on, and then I said, you know what? Mr. Mike McDaniel, under Kyle Shanahan, is going to take those secrets, and now he has Tyreek Hill at his disposal. I was down on rag arm Tua, but I said it's another year away from that hip injury, which Bo Jackson, it killed his career.
Chronic hip, yeah.
So I'm looking at the Dolphins, and every time I watch the Dolphins play defensively, like they got some talent, and they got some hell of a lot of talent offensively. I think Tua, the light goes on. He knows he's on his 9th life. The Dolphins make the playoffs.
Wow.
McDaniel, and he qualifies as, they say that coaching tree. This would be a disciple of
Yes, it
Kyle.
would.
Okay.
It's that outside zone run. Yeah. Are the Dolphins going to make the playoffs?
Yeah.
I don't know. I had them on my list.
That was great. That's a 3.
I had him down there with a question mark. You got there first, so I'll give that to you. Yeah. I'm very interested to see how that works out. That, by the way,
you go.
There's a lot of people that say, if the 49ers get to a point before the deadline where they're comfortable with Trey, maybe Purdy's playing well, and given what's going on in Miami, maybe Jimmy ends up in Miami this year. I don't think so, but a lot of people see that.
Man,
as a possibility.
And I gotta be real. As down on Tua as I've been coming out of Bama, I was calling him the next Steve Young. Would you have called me crazy? Because his stock was
not to your face. I might have told Evan.
Even during the bowl game, if I said, "Hey, this guy has the makings to be the next Steve Young,"
yeah, we'll see.
But Miami's got some talent.
Okay,
well, all right, we'll see what McDaniel
Dolphins,
does.
Carolina, and Denver are 3 of your 4 teams that are going to be in the playoffs this year. The miss. So you got one more.
And this is the shocker.
Wait, you haven't even gotten to the shocker yet?
Well, this is the one, like, call me Brandon Belt. It's a bit of a stretch. But
Willie McCovey.
Willie McCovey, there you go. I'm going to the Bayou. And I think Dennis Allen, who I'm not big on, I'm telling you, I believe the Saints, I've seen it, have a top 5 defense in the NFL. And this has been the story for the last couple of seasons. They just, for whatever reason, can't get it done. Jameis, he has all the pressure, but also he has weaponry at his disposal. I don't know what's up with Michael Thomas. I'm looking at this, that he won't even be there. I've never seen anything like this. You come, you go, and you stay gone, you talk. I don't know what's happening, but Jameis seems to mentally, to me, taking that next step. I got the Saints going to the offs.
I could see that. I'm not with you, but I certainly could see that.
Well, you're not with me then. You can see it, but
I understand where you're going because of the three, the coach, the quarterback, and Kamara. Those are three of my big questions about Saints. But a lot of people have them make it. If, for example, from the 5-0, surprise team would be New Orleans. Good defense, solid offense. A lot of people aren't sure. A lot of Raider fans remember Dennis Allen as a head coach.
Oh, man.
And maybe he learned. Maybe give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he learned a lot from those difficult experiences.
I remember early on in our career here at 95.7 the game under different management. We went over to the Raiders locale. He was the head coach.
Yeah.
And I was like, this dude's the head coach. And this dude is like, hey, Dennis, I love you, but good Lord. I thought he would be wanting to. There was no fire.
Yeah.
You got to be a leader of men. But he get a second chance.
I think back then it was like he had the ownership saying, Terrell Pryor's got to be the quarterback.
Dude, Terrell. What if Lance ended up being that?
No.
Terrell Pryor? Oh, my God. No, I just thought of Terrell.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be good.
Yeah. All right, so
that's my 4. I'm proud of it.
Dolphins, Saints, Carolina, and Denver. On the text line here from the 510, I just said New Orleans. That's not a stretch at all. Carolina is a stretch.
All right, we'll see. They now have a quarterback that quarterbacked a team in Cleveland that went up to Pittsburgh and won a playoff game.
Before we continue, let's get to the phones. Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. Shaka in Berkeley, 95.7 the game. Shaka, how are you? What are we missing here?
Hey, man, I was gonna say one thing. I'm gonna say that for last, man. Well, first I want to. I talked to a trusted football guy, man. He said me and Guru had it all wrong, man. That Shanahan was a plug-and-place guy, and he wasn't going to adapt to anybody else's. They were going to have to adapt to his, and he's in his prime. He's the best play caller. This is what somebody told me last night. As he said, he heard me on the radio, and he said, but Shock, y'all got it wrong because he's in his prime. And this guy went to Nebraska in the '80s, back in the days, so in the '90s.
Okay,
and so he said he's in his prime. He's the best play caller in the league, and the young guy is in good hands because the way Shanahan is trying to orchestrate is going to be a win-win situation. So I wanted to give him a chance to see what's happening, man, because they say it's just a family thing with the Shanahan. So this is a trusted guy. So also, man, y'all know y'all wrong, man. How y'all gonna say them teams without saying Minnesota, man? We got Dalvin Cook, and they changed his number to number 4. We got the best wide receiver in the league, Justin Jefferson. We got Adam Thielen, KJ Allen. Got the boy from Philadelphia, Jalen Reagor. We got. Our defense. We got Z Thomas, the one from Green Bay. We got Hunter coming back. We got so many guys, man.
I'll say this, Shaka, before you hang up, Whitey, and I don't know if you heard the great Michael Irvin. He was on TV saying he thought if this was
talked to him about it yesterday.
Kirk Cousins was going to be MVP. And if you look at his numbers last year, I don't know where I was, but you bought Steiny here. You got to put some respect on those numbers.
He always puts up great
numbers.
And
a couple years ago, Minnesota played the 49ers in the playoffs.
By the way, Shaka, Minnesota is one of my 4 teams in.
You got them in?
Absolutely got them in. I got the Colts, the Ravens, the Chargers, and the Vikings.
Indy was a tough cut.
Yeah. Matt Ryan and the Ravens. It's surprising that they missed playoffs last year. They had some injuries. Chargers, I'm a big believer in Justin Herbert.
What about their coach Vikings, who cost him a playoff?
He's a really good defensive coach, and I think he's smart enough to learn from some of those.
You think? Okay.
Tactical bugaboos.
My dad said when people try to tell you who they are, listen.
Yeah. Tactical blunders. He'll iron all that out.
Those were big ones.
That team's too good.
We'll go for 2. Yeah. My gosh.
That's what the analytics told them.
Yeah. The hell with analytics. Yeah. When did that come up? Like when did like Farhan? When did baseball dugouts clubhouse say, you know what? they're better than the human.
Did you read the Joe Madden piece about analytics real quick? It relates to other sports too. He said that when he was, he used to be considered a guy at the forefront of analytics because he was with Tampa Bay. And then he kind of backed off it. He said, look, it would get to the point where we got an analytics guy in the dugout telling me what to do. And he said, that's just, you're getting in my way.
I heard. That was heavy.
He said, that's an imposition.
And an indictment.
I got coaches in there.
Ooh, man.
I've managed a long time, and you got a guy in there who's an analytics guy telling me what to do. He said, no.
He was letting it all out. Like, man, there's a lot of, Gabe, I love you to death, but I'm like, it's some politics going on. It might not even be politics. It's, hey, you need to do this, Whitey.
Yeah.
This is what,
I don't think we're to that point in football, but I know in baseball when we criticize Kapler did this or Dave Roberts, why I did that, sometimes it's like they got someone handing them the spreadsheet like, this is what you're doing. Okay. This is your starting lineup today based on the spin rates of the opposing pitcher. That's where it is.
Yeah, the 3-2 outcomes.
So football
consideration.
Dude, that is great.
Football, I don't know. By the way, real quick, we've talked a lot about captains and who the 49er captains are. When I played in Pop Warner Goo, I was on the Vallejo Vikings.
I love this. I was Logan Colts.
Okay. So we had just like, white helmet, and then you had to put your blue tape. You had to make your two stripes, and hopefully they were straight. But if you played well and you were, maybe captain the next week, you got to wear a Minnesota Vikings purple with a horn head.
That is sick.
And
Did you ever get one?
I think twice, at least
Look
once.
at my boy.
It was awesome.
What position?
Well, what do you think?
Quarterback.
Get running the show, baby.
Oh, my. Did you audible? Omaha. I can see Omaha.
No, I remember that. Hey, let's run this play. No, we got to do what the coaches say. That's what I was. No, we got to run the play the coaches say.
So are you like E and myself? Did you play with some talent? Even in high school, did you play football in high school?
I played just basketball, a little baseball.
Do you remember some like studs, athletes that you'll never forget? Like they were from V-Town. They were... Like, I got Corey Ransom. He didn't go pro, but he was from the Union.
Yeah.
I
faced a guy who ended up getting drafted, and he pitched for the Indians, and they're not the Indians anymore. And his career flamed out. But the first pitch, his name was John Bonet. First pitch he threw me, I swung, and I remember the coach going, you got to swing before the ball gets there. He threw hard.
That's great.
He threw hard.
Man.
Yeah.
Darren Lewis for me. He was a little older than me.
Really?
D. Lou was bad.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Anyway, Vikings and captains. I'll never forget wearing that actual Minnesota Vikings helmet. I told Lucas that story once, and he thought I meant that we wore actual Vikings helmets,
that's concerning.
Like Vikings.
Yeah, like Fred Flintstone in his little meetings. Yeah. Oh my God.
No, that wasn't the case. That was on me. I wasn't clear.
Better.
Yeah. All right, Goo. How about 4 teams that were in the playoffs last year?
It is this.
They will not make it this year.
The Dallas Cowboys.
What?
And there's no doubt. The Philadelphia Eagles' offensive, defensive lines are way better than Dallas. Dak Prescott has shown us who he is. He's not a winner. You can't count on him. And they lose Amari Cooper, Randy Gregory, because the fax machine did. This is all bad, and I've never gone into a season to where I said the sacrificial lamb is all 53 players. This is about Peyton, who will be the next Dallas Cowboy head coach. I'm telling you, they got a coach that can't implement discipline. 17 penalties in a preseason game, and you're saying stuff's changed. The Dallas Cowboys, this hurts. They will not make the playoffs.
I got to tell you, I had them down here with a question mark, so they didn't make my list.
Showing me people.
I considered it.
Yeah. Don't fall for it.
But I understand again where you're going.
I'm giving you the intel.
I didn't want to do that to you. I thought that wouldn't be nice to go.
Well, I don't play.
Yeah. But you know what I think their biggest issue is? The engine of that team for years has been the offensive line that makes the running game go, and it takes the pressure off the defense.
Okay.
And I know they got some really good playmakers, young playmakers on defense now, but that offensive line, it ain't what it used to be.
Can I give you a name?
Yeah.
Travis Frederick. He had some autoimmune disease and had to retire.
Yeah.
He was an all-pro center.
Yeah.
And once he left, a lot didn't get made that he had to retire and walk away from the game.
And Collins is gone to Cincinnati.
And they just gave him away, and now you got the 40-year-old.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Peter's my last gasp ever, but it's over. The Eagles are the class. This hurts of the NFC. So Dallas.
So Dallas is out. Who else you got?
Kyler, I don't like to study Murray. Something's going on. You got paid.
I'm with you.
Cliff
I
got
have them
paid.
as well.
There's a rat somewhere in that locker room, and I think they go the wrong way. That was so bizarre to say the face of your franchise, and that was an inside job. I'm going inside man, Denzel. We were talking about him earlier. So Arizona is the second team that doesn't.
They're going to
make
miss
it.
DeAndre Hopkins for a while, too.
Well, he did it to himself.
Yeah.
And then the New England Patriots. I'm up here telling you about Mac Jones, and last year was great.
They are not too.
What's going on and who's offensive coordinator? The hoodie, I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, but you may be at Sam Goody's before it's all over.
I'm with you on them. Arizona, New England, I'm with you.
And the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers.
I'm also with
They
you
don't
on
make
them.
it. And you were afraid to start the rookie. Aikman did it. Elway, Manning, and Pickett is better than Trubisky and Tomlin. I love you, but you want to run Omar Epps lookalike? You want to run him out there, Trubisky, for what? They're not making it.
I'm with you. I got 3 of the 4 you have. I got Arizona, New England, Pittsburgh for my 4th team that made the playoffs last year that won't this year. I got to tell you, I considered, didn't go here, but I was trying to figure out how to say Tampa Bay. And I'm not going there because Ryan Jensen got hurt. We know Tommy's got some things going on.
His wife said that
he's got some things going on.
She wants to leave.
Oh, my goodness. I saw a story today linking her perhaps to Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh,
that's
my
gotta,
God.
That's got to be
a
tough
good dude.
for Tommy to take, right?
Yeah.
Tommy. Yeah.
I don't know.
But ultimately, I didn't go that way. I kind of like this team, but they flamed out last year in the playoffs. And, Derrick Henry's going to break down eventually. I got Tennessee.
That's a great call.
Made the playoffs, is going to miss. Yeah. All right. 888-957-9570. Comcast Business text line if you want to play along. Coming up, though, Cam Inman is going to join us. Going to find out from Cam what the chances are that George Kittle actually plays this week, fingers crossed. And if you're looking for all the best 49ers content from 95.7 The Game, text 49ers to 20357. That's 49ers to 20357. Make sure to click the link, then hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Powered by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
If you don't know your numbers, you don't know your business. That's true when your business is growing fast, and even more true when there's a lot of uncertainty. Inflation is running rampant, supply chains are clogged, and the labor market is tight. What does that mean for margins? But not every business is in the dark. Over 31,000 businesses know their numbers because they use NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, planning, budgeting, and of course, inventory, so you can manage risk, get reliable forecasts, and improve margins. Everything you need, all in one place. In 2022, profit is the new growth. So NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your manual business processes, and see where to save money. Know your numbers, know your business, and get to know how NetSuite can be the source of truth for your entire company. NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah-chartered industrial bank, member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
You put it in your mouth and you chew it up real good.
I know how to chew gum, Dad.
Hurry up, we got leaks to fix.
What are you two up to? We're fixing our leaky pipes.
Yeah.
With gum? Yeah, it's a hack, Mom.
A what?
A hack.
You know.
A do-it-yourself trick.
No, the trick to fixing leaks and low water pressure is calling repipe specialists.
You mean professionals?
I mean, repipe specialists can repipe our whole house in 1 to 2 days. Fix the leaks and low water pressure, repair the holes in the walls if we want, and they guarantee their work for life.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call the professionals at Repipe Specialists, and in 1 to 2 days, they can repipe your whole house with new PEX tubing. With over 60,000 repipes completed, that's their specialty.
You really stepped in it.
I was just being...
The gum, Dad. You
What?
stepped in the gum.
Oh, great.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate. And ask about their 0% financing options. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Attention veterans, if you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Visit Friedman's Appliance Fall Clearance Sale event for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Nachos! Yeah, your nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
Great. And some Frank's Red Hot.
Oh, nah, I'm good.
Oh, you're just gonna eat these dry, plain, boring nachos with no Franks. What, seriously? Frank it up. Frank it up. Come on, lady. Frank it up. Frank it up. Frank it up. Yeah! Yeah, this guy finally gets it. Hey, look, we're on the Jumbotron.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I had a career.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
In for Steiny today, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Thanks for being with us, Guru. Having a blast. Thank you.
I'm having a blast, too.
Yeah.
It gets better now.
Yes, it does, because we're going to talk to somebody who actually knows what's going on with the 49ers. Nice enough to join us, our 95.7 The Game 49er insider, the one and only Cam Inman. Cam, are you still reeling from the aftershocks caused by the fact that Trey was not named a captain yesterday?
No, I'm just trying to get some hydration in me after being out in 99 degrees. I think that's got to be the hottest practice I've been at in forever here. So, and we weren't on there that long. But captainship-wise, I'm not reeling because, first of all, it is a surprise because he's a quarterback. And the only teams that have announced their captains that don't have a quarterback among them are the Seahawks, the Browns, and the Niners. But I thought Trey Lance put it in just a great way yesterday when he said, it's just, in the NFL, you have to earn things. And obviously he hasn't earned it yet. His position he's earned, but he's got to play and show his team he's going to lead that way.
Yeah, at the risk, Cam, of making too much of it, didn't they? The thing that's a little bit interesting to me is they had 7 captains last year, and so Trey is 7th in the voting, but they just don't have 7 captains this year. They only have 6 because Kyle said, well, we didn't want to have 8. So, I mean, they could have had 7 captains, right, if they wanted.
But I think it circles back to the point of he wants Lance to earn the captainship. Just like, look, Garoppolo didn't have it in 2018, right? And but he had just signed this massive contract. You knew he was the quarterback of the future, but it's kind of an ode to give it to somebody who's left. Now, I disagree with people that say, well, it goes to the older veterans that have been around. That's not true. George Kittle won it in his second year in 2018. Okay, that was like, hey, this guy's going to be a leader, and he was for a few years. And now everybody's freaking out that the 5-time captain's not on the practice field. But back to the captainship. I do think it's important because, these are your leaders. And when Nick Bosa is going to be up for Defensive Player of the Year in a few months, that you would all hope, and people are going to say, oh, yeah, he's a captain. That's something that he didn't have in past years, so he obviously stepped his game up this year. Where really did he? No, he's been he's been captainish the last few years by leading by the way he plays.
Cam, I'm so excited to talk to you. We've been talking to you, and we were so far from the season starting, and here we are, man, just 4 more days, and we got football tonight, and I'm part of it. I expect the Niners to blow Chicago out, but I'm like, you know what? It's a new quarterback. That's already excitement in itself. But on the Cam Inman computer, when you got yesterday's news about 85, maybe did that wreck your computer? Because now I'm worried about that more than the O-line and everything else that I was concerned with. Talk to us.
Let me talk you off the ledge here, because I don't think that this game is going to come down to Tyler Croft or Ross Dwelly or Charlie. Okay. I think that Kyle Shanahan has every other great all-star and piece of his puzzle ready to go. Not having the best tight end in the league obviously is nothing that you'd want going into the season opener. But I think it was stunning because I saw him on the practice field on Monday. He was George. George takes care of his body probably as good as anybody on this team outside of Nick Bosa, right? And I don't know how serious of an injury it is. I just know that when Shanahan announced it, there were as few words as possible to say so, which to me is, he likes to say, well, it could be day to day. Well, he's used that in the past, and the guy's been out for weeks or months. And I'm sure George is getting an MRI and has done all that. So, it's not great, but I think, in this game, it's going to be a lot of run. And George is a great run blocker. But, the Niners have enough capable blockers out there, and they're just going to, I think, and how Shanahan's going to scheme it up in ways where I'm pretty sure the Bears haven't seen.
Cam, speaking of the blocking, what's your best guess here? What is Kyle Shanahan's level of faith in the offensive line right now? What, based on what you've seen, should the level of faith 49er fans have in that offensive line be?
I'd have a lot more faith in Shanahan than the line. How about I put it that way? Because I think he's going to be able to cover for them as they kind of learn how to play together and get that cohesiveness. Look, in a few years, this could be the best line in the NFL because they've gone through growing pains together, right? It's a young group. Trent Williams probably has a few more years left. But even today at practice, I'm watching Trent in the offensive lineman drills, and as they're finishing up, he's got Aaron Banks off to the side, and he's doing one-on-one tutoring with him, and I love it. Everybody knows Banks is going to be new and raw to everything, but when you got Trent Williams right next to you in practice and in games, it's going to be a great opportunity for him to learn. And there's going to be so much, how do I say this without giving away what the Niners are doing? I just think they're a motion-based offense, right? We've known that for years, and I think there's going to be a lot of bodies moving where people aren't going to be just watching a guard or a center hold their block for 3 seconds. I think there's a lot of stuff going to get done before those 3 seconds eclipse.
Oh, I love it. Cam, we're fired up. We're ready to go. Talk to us about the running backs, because I go back to Mostert, and I used to tell Steiny, man, why don't they give it to him 30 times? I understand that's not the way Kyle does it. He disperses it, throughout the running back committee room. I'm looking at other guys like Jeff Wilson Jr. How many carries can we expect Elijah Mitchell to carry the load in Chicago? Like, what's that number, 15 to 20?
I think that's fair. You know what? Go back to a year ago, and Elijah Mitchell had his biggest output of the season was in Chicago. And remember that 5-yard go-ahead touchdown early in the fourth quarter when you had 10 guys pushing him into the end zone? I talked to him about that yesterday. He was fired up about it. He said the same mentality this year. He is healthy. You know, he sat out those preseason games. He had a hamstring. He looks healthy. He looks ready to go, but it's not all on him. There's going to be so many options back there. And he even said so yesterday in the locker room that there's going to be so many options the Bears aren't going to know, like, what's coming at them, right? And it's not just Mitchell. It's not just Trey Lance. It's not just Jeff Wilson Jr. You could go. There's Debo still around. There's other wide receivers that can get the ball. It's going to be fun to watch, I would think. I mean, I don't think this is going to all of a sudden be a 50-carry game and they pass 2 times. I don't think they're going to revert to that old style of offense, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be inventive. And this is what we've been waiting for from Shanahan, right? I mean, he's got the quarterback that has all these skills where he can open up his playbook. Now, he doesn't have to open it up all in week 1, and I don't think he will. But I think there'll be just a taste out there where people are going to go, oh, man, the Niners are going to be something to deal with, because you're not going against the most formidable defense. There's no Khalil Mack waiting in your path.
Cam Inman with us, of course, our 49er insider. I know that the Bears have a new coach, and he's a defensive-minded coach. He's had a lot of success, Coach Eberflus. So the Bears they should be a little more formidable defensively. But last year, they were bad, and their secondary was dreadful. So in a way, is this an almost ideal situation for Trey? You're making your debut. If the 49ers could handpick an opponent for him to face in his first game, wouldn't the Bears be at least on that list of teams you'd look at?
It's funny you say that, because I just had an instant flashback to 2012 when Colin Kaepernick made his first start on Monday Night Football against
the Bears,
Chicago Bears.
Yeah.
And before that game, Steve Young was telling us down on the field, the Niners are going to be real conservative. They're just going to run the ball a lot, not let the rookie or let Kaepernick Kaepernick, second-year quarterback, mind you, at the time, make too many mistakes. And Cap goes out there and throws these just like lasers downfield, and I mean, it was just, he put on a show, right? And Alden Smith, I think, had 5.5 sacks to help out defensively. So Bosa can get 5.5 sacks tomorrow. Trey Lance can throw it all over the field. Introduce everybody to Danny Gray, Brandon Ayuk, Debo, McLeod. That's definitely an option, and especially if you don't have George Kittle to throw little dink and dunks to over the middle. So it could be fascinating.
Cam, let me ask you about 54, man. Fred Warner, I believe one of the best backers in the game. And I won't dare tell you or anybody listening that he had a bad year last year. But if I used the word, just, it wasn't as dynamic. He didn't jump off the screen. Would you say that's fair? And what do you expect from him this season?
Well, I think Fred would say it's fair. Fred has said it. He just said he didn't start last year great. I mean, he finished so strong, though, and he rallied that defense up. And, going into the Packers playoff game, he demanded that somebody get the ball, and it turned out he was one that recovered a fumble that kind of helped set the tone and change the tide of that game. He has been a real ornery cuss on the field, I guess, all throughout camp. He has been getting under the offensive skin, and that was the camp Fred Warner. Now he can unleash that on opponents. Like just watching him today in practice, or just watching him do his warm-ups, and he always is the one that's kind of like leading the charge into the pre-practice huddle and just kind of high-fiving and just, running with his knees high and just super happy, and he is ready to go. He looks like he's back to all-pro Fred, and that's good. I mean, because the Bears have installed an offense that wants to be like Shanahan to run the wide zone scheme and rely on their running back David Montgomery and Justin Fields. So that's going to mean that the defensive ends are going to have to pinch and not allow them to bust on the outside, and try to funnel it right up the middle into Fred Warner's lap.
Cam, you mentioned the wide zone scheme, and Guru and I were discussing the fact that a few years ago, it's like anybody who ever had lunch with Sean McVay was offered a head coaching job, and I remember making fun of that. But then, I mean, it continues. Teams are having success with it, and it's all over the NFL. I know the Bears are implementing that now, a version of that. And Green Bay, of course, has had success, and the Bengals had success. Is there something that Shanahan does that's different from the way other teams, even teams that embrace this attack and have for years, something Shanahan does different than those other teams?
Besides the schemes, right? Because he likes to say you don't reinvent the wheel. It's just figuring out where the mismatch is.
Yeah.
But it's also your personnel. Like, what size are your offensive linemen? How fast are your running backs? Are they one cut and go guys? If they're these guys that want to sit around and wait for the hole to develop, it's not going to usually work out too well. And like you said, a lot of teams are kind of adapting to it. So what does that mean? That means Shanahan's probably going to do something a little bit different. I'd expect them to run a little bit more power football this season. They got some beef on that line. And you got some bigger running backs ready to carry the ball in Ty Davis-Price. J.P. Mason's kind of bigger, Jeff Wilson Jr., and then you have Mitchell's speed that he can find a nice little hole and get moving fast through it. So, I think it's also that unpredictability aspect, and that's really what Shanahan thrives on. It's not just, hey, they know we're coming with this. He's going to be, I think, a little bit more creative. He was really creative, I think, his first couple seasons, and everybody was digging it. And then it kind of seemed like he took the foot off the pedal the last few years with that offensive ingenuity, and I think now it's going to ramp right back up.
Awesome. Cam, thanks for your time. We appreciate it. We look forward to talking to you again soon.
It's go time.
Happy opening kickoff.
Yes, thank you. What's most interesting about that, did you hear him when he says, how can I say this without telling you too much? Because, the reporters see things, and there are certain things reporters see at practice, and you guys are not allowed to share that with them.
Yeah, no doubt. Speaking of which, because I haven't had a chance to ask you about, what did you make of the Albert Breer report, and then the backtrack, which I deem it backtracking, and then also Mike Silver about the Garoppolo not around. I didn't think those were low blows, but I wasn't a fan of them.
I think from what I've heard you say on whether Trey was annoyed or not, I think we're on the same page. Albert Breer said he was annoyed, and then it was our own Sterling Bennett, who called him out on Twitter. And said, hey, where'd you get this? And then Albert Breer walked it back a little bit. To me, if he was annoyed, of course he was. I was annoyed. I was like, wait, what? So, yeah, if he was annoyed, you'd almost want him to be, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's where I was
initially, at least. Yeah. And they'd be like, wait, what? Oh, all right, whatever. And as far as the story about Jimmy, I'm wondering whether that came from a coach who's not there anymore, who might have an axe to grind. That also, if that was an issue, obviously, guess what? The 49ers wouldn't have asked him back.
You go. That's all.
Right?
Yeah.
So that was a bunch of
Jimmy.
Bunch of nothing. But as far as with Trey Lance, and there's probably whoever the source went to Albert Breer and said, well, how can you say that? I'm not going to be your source if you're going to leak this stuff. And so he had to walk it back. But it's no big deal. Of course it was
it's
annoyed.
Natural. I want my young quarterback to feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
Not I hate Whitey, but just like, darn it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's how I feel about that. But I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Interesting what Cam said about can't tell you too much. It'd be a lot of motion, and when Kyle first got here, the offense was real creative, and he kind of backed off of that a little bit. So,
what does that mean?
Yeah,
we'll see in the shot.
The popcorn, right?
Look at us.
Yeah.
Because if I see you, we come in Monday, and somehow they get tripped up. And again, I'm taking JD's favorite phrase.
Yeah.
What's it look like? But I'm just like, man, this team has, do I dare say, Super Bowl aspirations. And I don't think that's ludicrous, especially after what they did and basically the collapse they had at the game before the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship against the Rams.
How good do you think Trey has to be for them to get where you said they could go and where they want to get to the Super Bowl? And I know Evan shared with us, and maybe you've seen this, NFL.com, whoever does those rankings.
A lot of rankings coming out.
Mark Sessler did it. And right now, for what it's worth, he has Trey Lance 24th rated quarterback in the league.
And how can you not?
Well, even he
should
says,
be happy he's not 32nd, 32.
But how much better than that does he have to be for the 49ers to have a shot?
Oh, you got to get to 10.
Do you?
Because that's where I would put Jimmy. Not what a quarterback would look like if I went into a lab. That would be Herbert. But I'm talking about just getting it done, the ability to bounce back after you make a bonehead. Because I think of Jay Schrader, and I'm not comparing him, all the sorry-ass quarterbacks that when things go bad, it's just
Quincy
Carter, it's going down the drain. Good stuff. We've seen it. Steve DeBerg on a bad day. They're not going to fix it. What if does Trey have that
do you know what Bill Walsh said supposedly about Steve DeBerg?
Tell me.
And then I think he tried to walk it back. I met Steve DeBerg once. Steve DeBerg's a great guy, and he played for a long time, San Jose State, legendary play fake. He was like a magician on the play fake, whereas the ball? But supposedly Bill Walsh said Steve DeBerg, who was his quarterback before Joe, he said Steve DeBerg's just good enough for you to lose with. And so that
there
you
it
can
is,
kind of
folks.
apply that to,
it's
I don't know if that's true. Steve DeBerg played a long time. He's a great guy.
You think Kyle thought about that with Jimmy? He would never say that. But damn, to go do what you did.
A variation of that, sure.
Hey, you know what? I want to exchange this for that.
But I think if Trey plays well and doesn't turn the ball over, that's what your guy Michael Irvin said yesterday when we asked, what does Trey have to do? If he doesn't turn the ball over, and he can minimize mistakes, and if he can avoid repeating mistakes, and as long as he's getting better, I don't think he has to be necessarily top 10 this year.
But
he has to be trending in that direction. But I think this team is good enough in other areas where they could actually get to and maybe win a Super Bowl, even with him not playing that well. Other teams, you need more from the quarterback. This team doesn't necessarily need as much from the quarterback, and I think they've proven that last year in 2019 with Jimmy playing a little iffy, and they still nearly won a Super Bowl.
Hey, I like what you're saying over there, but at the end of the day, why do you feel like if that's the case and you don't need but this or that, why did he go get Jimmy? Why did he go get Trey?
Because of the possibility that Trey is going to be able to do things at some point, hopefully this year, but maybe not, that Jimmy could only dream of doing. And then you're even better, but you got to let him get to that point. The ability, on the zone stretch, the bootleg to run the ball, design runs, the deep ball.
I'll tell you what.
Right? I mean, Jimmy just can't really. Jimmy, like he likes to tuck the ball under and run a little bit, but, he's just not going to make very much headway that way.
I'm thinking of the old adage, if I get it correct, help me out. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. It better not be 2 steps back and 1 step forward.
Yeah, I know.
If that's the case and he can't be, and when you say, Goo, what do you mean be Jimmy? Win. Like that's what we're talking about. Win.
Right.
And not be the reason they're losing games.
Yeah.
Oh, Niners got the ball on the 40. They're in the red zone. Oh, interception or fumble or just 3 and out. And he's not looking like all hell is going to break loose. I don't feel bad for anybody and for any fan that's out there feeling like we're fixated and we're being redundant. This is what the coaching staff and ownership have signed up for. And things are done that will come to light. And we will find out at some juncture, I believe, Whitey Gleason, why Jimmy Garoppolo was retained. And right now, it's safe, and you can say, we just needed the Geico. But there's something eating at me that makes me feel like it's bigger than that. And if Trey can't get there back and be the best version of himself and show that in year 1 as a starter, he's a capable guy, Jimmy's coming in, and then at that point, Kyle, you got hell to pay. And when I say hell to pay, hell to answer on what were you thinking when you thought this dude could be the next?
Here's a couple of answers to your question on the Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. Jimmy started roughly 60% of the 49er games since he became the starter. That's unacceptable, and that's a major reason we drafted
I'll give
Trey.
You that. You got that.
Jimmy G is just good enough to keep both teams in every game. Ooh.
He got you to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Dak hasn't got you to the Super Bowl. Baker hasn't got you.
You know what people say? That Jimmy didn't get him to the Super Bowl. They got there in spite of Jimmy.
You know what? With that, what do you think of the 1-loss record for the quarterbacks?
It's meaningless. Garbage. I'm not a big fan.
I want to say that bothers me.
What I think it's meaningless?
They're just like, oh, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Dude, who cares? He sucked.
I mean, it's nice.
Forget you went to the Super Bowl 2 NFC champions. Doesn't that mean something?
Here's the thing,
obviously
though,
not.
Boo.
There were no teams lined up to get his services, right?
You're a baseball fan.
Yeah.
You know that in baseball now, teams don't pay nearly as much attention as they used to pitchers' wins. How many games did the pitcher win? That used to be like, that's how you'd look at a guy. Is he any good? I don't know. How many games did he win? 20 games? Oh, he's great. And now they don't even look at that in baseball. It's like, what's his FIP? Whether he wins or not, it's out of his control. So if we don't even look at that anymore in baseball, how can we say it's significant in football?
I'm not one of these Johnny know-it-all. I'm going to give you that because you're right. We don't even look. That means nothing.
Yeah.
And that's basically what you equate the win-loss record for a quarterback. Yeah. And maybe that's why it was quiet. Well, he went under the knife, but maybe that's why it also was quiet on the set for Jimmy Garoppolo this offseason.
Yeah, what's interesting about those numbers to me is that they're so much better, dramatically better with Jimmy for the 49ers than they are with anybody else. Yeah, because they can't, without Jimmy, it's just, you look at it, it's like, wow. But to me, that speaks to the fact that Kyle's had kind of a blind spot when it comes to the backup. And he's had maybe what I call scheme arrogance, where he thinks, this guy knows the scheme, right?
I like that.
We're good. He knows the scheme. If we need him, he's got to play good. But I think they learned with what they went through with Nick Mullins, like, now we actually need a better player there. And maybe that's one of the reasons they decided, Sudfeld wasn't very good and Purdy hasn't played much. Get me Jimmy.
Forget Denzel. You are a man on fire. That's all A1. But I'm sitting here waiting
That's a
for
great movie, by the way.
Dude, he
That's a
was
great
phenomenal.
movie.
Did he go in his bag, his acting bag?
That was tremendous.
He was a drunk at the beginning.
Yeah.
You want me to do it now?
Yeah.
You didn't ask.
What is it again? What is it? I'm
Steve right. Ball outside.
Yeah.
That's how I do my son's game when the didn't show up and they need one.
Oh, okay.
You didn't like it. Oh, my.
Let me hear it again, please.
Steve right.
Why
Dude,
do you do
the parents hate me because they like, I'm enjoying it.
That's not even your voice. Why are
Ball
you doing
outside.
Why are you doing like someone else's voice?
That's my Steve right. That's how I do it. Dude, and I can tell the parents are mad. I'm like, hey, we needed a ball outside.
I like the umps that don't say anything when it's not a strike. Or just ball.
What is it? How do we proceed? Come on. Don't be a mute.
Steer right.
Yeah.
What is it? Steer right. It sounds like you're doing like, I don't know.
I like it. It's mine.
Steer right. All right. Coming up next, if the Niners trade Jimmy, that'd be a really bad thing, but not for the reasons that you think. That's coming up next. And we'll look ahead again to tonight's opening night, the Bills and the Rams. It's Steiny and Guru Whitey in for Steiny, and that's all sponsored by EE Nova International Incorporated.
After a big win.
Down the middle and good! 49ers win it!
Or a brutal loss.
They lost in worse fashion to a worse Cardinal team at home.
Take him out! You have to tune in on Monday.
Jerry Rice live on YouTube and Twitch via Zoom on the Morning Roast.
The guy that's really gonna have a breakout year is Brandon Ayuk.
There isn't a better place to be come Monday morning than 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Live on DAZN pay-per-view, September 17th, Part 3. Canelo versus Triple G to take the trilogy bad blood, a score to settle, controversy, brutality, pure hostility. For victory, for history, for the trilogy. Canelo Alvarez versus Gennady Golovkin. September 17th, live on DAZN pay-per-view. Visit DAZN.com.
Attention veterans, if you were stationed at Camp Lejeune between 1953 and 1987, you and your family may be victims of toxic water poisoning. You could be awarded financial compensation for your suffering. Cancers, birth defects, deadly illnesses have all been linked to the contaminated water. Congress is now holding the government accountable, but you must act now. Get your free case review. Call True Law at 877-560-8555, 877-560-8555, or visit sickvets.com. That's sickvets.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Triple digits again today in Fremont. Highs near 100.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And for Steiny, Kevin, Michael, Whitey Gleason, this segment brought to you by eNova International Incorporated. Did you have, not to put you on the spot, Goo, but a Steiny update at all for us?
Yeah, England's going crazy. You know, they're hurt. And he was just talking about how everybody was just despondent over this news about the Queen. And what are the chances you go take your daughter to college and then that happens?
Yeah.
And he was just, and getting some coffee and people are really upset.
Yeah. And Steiny will be back on Monday, right? To break down a crazy, whatever happens.
Give me a score forget Sunday.
27-13.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bears.
49.
Could you imagine if it's the other way?
I could. I mean,
you couldn't.
Well, I don't think so, but if it does, it's not going to matter. The season is so long now, 17 games. As I said earlier, with that matchup, the 49ers defensive front against that Bears offensive line, I think it's going to be really hard for the Bears to get any kind of traction in terms of having a chance to win the game. Real quick here, before we went to break.
What's the top one? Read the top one.
Who graced us with his... This is the actual voice you use when you're umpiring? Is that right? Yeah, you actually use his voice?
Right. All outside.
Yeah. From the 707, Guru, you sound like the 99-cent version of Kermit the Frog. Text of the day nominee from the 510. Goo turns into a white guy.
Oh, that's baseball talk. Speak. Come on. And Whitey, what's this from the 415 on the Comcast business text line? Parked on the corner across the street from the corner store. That must be the wrong number.
Yeah, I guess so.
Right. Now I got me looking over my shoulder.
Comcast business text line. Yeah. Right. I don't know. Well, you have the ball strike indicator and everything?
No, I don't have that. No. I just keep the amount of pitches because I can't throw more than 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The great.
Me and baseball.
Yeah,
I love
and the
it.
plate.
Yeah.
Yeah. You and Dibs, right? Because Dibs is umpired and
he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he does the diamond.
Everything.
Like I do.
So, what's your level of excitement here for tonight? The Bills against the Rams.
It's everything. We got 2 good games. Could be a Super Bowl preview. I think the Rams are going back to back. And if Stafford, his elbow holds up, and they're saying, I don't know if you saw the report, and this was after everybody started panicking. I was one of them when we found out it might be tennis elbow. He feels better after, I guess he got some
PRP, I think, didn't he?
He feels better at this point this year than he did last year. So for whatever that's worth. But I expect him to beat Buffalo. And I'm going to tell you, we are so trendy in sports that I'm getting bothered that everybody's giving Buffalo the pat. They lost.
Well, that's like working with Ray yesterday.
Buffalo's winning it.
Yeah.
And what the hell did I miss?
Yeah, I mentioned with Ray, everybody's picking Buffalo. Then he says, well, they're not going to then because everybody's not right all
Never
the time.
Go with the majority.
Yeah. Sean McVay has never started a season 0-1 as a head coach. Sean McVay has never started 0-1.
Damn, if I'm a gambling man, that's all I need to put it on the Rams.
He's a perfect 5-0 in week 1 with the Rams. Also helping the Rams cover the spread in each of those 5 games.
Wow.
Yeah, the Rams beat the Colts 46-9 in 2017, the Raiders 33-13 in 2018, the Panthers 30-27 in 2019, the Cowboys 20-17 in 2020, and last year 34-13 over the Bears.
Speaking of which, you mentioned the Raiders. You think they got some action this year with McDaniel? I think they do. They got weaponry now. Renfro, Waller, your boy Adams, Jacobs.
So you have the whole division making the playoffs, right? Because you had Denver in, right?
Yep, I had Denver.
Yeah, so you have the...
No, I didn't have the Chargers in. They didn't make it last year.
All right, okay. Yeah, and I do have them in.
That was a scholarship. Because you love the kid, the surfer. I love him too.
Yeah.
The dude throws the best ball I've ever seen.
Yeah. The Raiders just have so much upheaval and so many changes every year, it seems like now. You know, they were going this way with Gruden,
but
and
they
now
made the
they're going a different
last
way.
Year.
I know they did.
And got jobbed.
They had a chance to
beat. They got cheated.
Yeah.
What's new? Raiders in playoffs cheat, right?
Yeah. I just don't care about the Raiders anything close to what I used to.
You're not a Derek Carr fan?
It's not that. It's just,
I know
this is old news, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. But when they left Oakland, because my dad used to take me to
you holding grudges.
Yeah,
I ain't mad at you.
Originally, it was a grudge, and now it's just like, I don't care. It used to be like, I hope you lose every game ever.
I see. Wow.
But I see now that you've got so many fans who like Spadone and so many other people that are still Raider fans, and I respect that. It's just, I don't. Fine. I don't care. I still root against them a little bit because of that.
All right, I hear you. I ain't mad at you. Yeah, you're not by yourself. How about that?
Yeah, really?
Yeah. I just, like, if we could just look in a crystal ball and you could tell me what Trey Lance's numbers were going to be, I feel like I could tell you if they won or lost. Or, like you said, as the defense, which I really think this is going to be the story, could keep Chicago out of the end zone. It would be like a pick six from Trey Lance giving the Bears their points. That's how porous that O-line has been, and I expect this Niner defense to ball out. But no Jimmy Ward, but every time I mention that to somebody, it's kind of like, we're okay.
I'll tell you what Trey's numbers are going to be, and then you tell me if they win or not for week 1.
Let's do it.
All right? 15 for 24. 241 and a touch.
That's a blowout.
Really?
Yeah, that's a Niner blowout.
Yeah. And I think he's probably going to run for one more, and they're going to run for a lot. Yeah.
Speaking of which,
he's not going to be throwing the ball out.
You think, because I know nobody told me he was Mike Vick, and you tell me what you think here. I'm like, if this kid ends up being Donovan McNabb, Jeff Garcia, Air McNair, that you hit a home. Kyle got it right. But people just scoff when I throw those names out. But, I haven't been sold that he's Michael Vick, but when I see him leave the pocket like he did against Green Bay, I'm like, those are the things. There's nothing more demoralizing than a quarterback getting the first, keeping the chains moving Whitey with his legs. But, and this is going to sound crazy, it didn't look like supernatural like he's a runner. If that makes any, Josh Allen is, he's half and half, and he's more accurate when he's on the run. That's where I'm like, is Trey going to be one of those when he's on the run? Because Jimmy was terrible on the run. He would make some, but
he would duck it under. It's
put
like,
the kids
my
to bed.
goodness. Yeah. His spleen's going to fall out.
Oh my goodness.
Slide, Jimmy, slide.
Broken loose.
To me, you mentioned Michael Vick, who is such an elusive natural runner. I think Trey Lance is more of, I'm going to run somebody over. You know,
and
I think that's part of it.
I know. Do you remember the goal line
but he
one
will
against
try to
Arizona?
truck people more than he will try to evade them.
A hit Malachi crunch.
I know,
son. You can never do that again.
Welcome to the NFL. And Cap. Someone mentioned Cap. Cap was so fast. Yeah, but Trey is more of a I'm gonna truck you.
Oh, so wow!
What happened there?
The mouse.
Yeah, that's all right.
That was me. But you're right. But I just want to see that aspect of his game and how much he trusted. Like, are they telling them? And again, we'll never know this. It may come out. We can ask Cam when he joins us. But is it one of those things where he's on a run count, or is it no, kid? Just go out there, be your natural self. And I think Kyle spoke about that early on. Like, they're not going to program him to where running is bad, because if that's the case, why the hell'd you go get him? Then?
Yeah, but if we see a lot of read option, and it looks like maybe we will.
Remember that thing?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, but it's kind of back now. RPOs anyway. We see more of that. Then you have to have Jimmy as your backup, because you never know. Even if everything is going, swimmingly, but you have Trey running some RPOs or some, read option. You just never know, right? When something's going to pop or break. So you have to keep Jimmy. So that's why I know some people have said, they're keeping on to Jimmy for now, but at the deadline, they're going to trade him. To me, if they trade Jimmy, there's only one scenario in which you trade Jimmy Garoppolo this year. To me, that's if the whole thing goes sideways and your season is over before the deadline. Then it would be, you know what, we got to get something for him. Other than that, given what we think we know about how they're going to use Trey Lance, you need Jimmy. You got to have that backup. I don't think he's going to play much, but if Trey Lance is going to be running the ball, if he's going to be in harm's way, especially with his defense, maybe he's a little later getting the ball out as he learns, he's going to get blindsided. You've got to have Jimmy as a backup if you want to have a legitimate shot at winning a Super Bowl. If you're trading Jimmy at the deadline, to me, that means your season's already over. That's very unlikely, but to me, that'd be the only circumstances under which you'd trade Jimmy, because I don't think they're going to get a ton for him. And why would you trade him if you're good? You still need that backup this year.
Man, Whitey, you do. And it's the ultimate sign of insurance. And you can't give me a team now, starter and backup, better, and this is assuming Trey's going to be the man, than San Francisco. And I said it to you earlier that Kyle may not even be getting much sleep. I believe if you take away what is the TMZ, the Kardashians, that aspect of this, and Jimmy not being gone, from a football standpoint, Kyle may be sleeping with his thumb in his mouth, like, oh, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. But then this is where I go back to TMZ. If you do need Jimmy to come save the day out the bullpen,
is it because of just in your
the talking heads?
He played badly or got hurt?
He
I think
played
it's a huge
badly.
Difference. Okay,
then you got to answer the Jackals, which is the media, about Trey doesn't look good. Then that'll take away from the euphoria. At least I got my backup plan in Jimmy.
Yeah,
it's got to be injury for Kyle to kind of benefit in a crazy way of Jimmy coming back into play.
I thought last year the culture, I know that's overused, and Alan Stiles has a running bit in the evenings where he talks about
I listen to those.
I do too. Yeah. And those are really good guys too, and Chuck too. Alan talks a lot about overused terms, and culture's one of them. I was on with him this week.
I like it.
But given that the 49ers have this culture, I thought last year, and culture just is a team all on the same page. Last year it was tested, right, when they were struggling, and they found a way to keep it together, and they played well, and they nearly got back to the Super Bowl. If the scenario that you describe happens again, that culture will be tested. There will be a lot of outside noise, but I think all that's really going to matter is inside. Is the team going to be understanding what we're doing, why we're doing it, we on board with it? And I think they have a chance to do that. There's going to be, you mentioned the Jackals, they'll be howling if Trey is benched and Jimmy's back.
They should have rabbit ears,
howling.
right? A coach, he don't turn on 95.7 a game, Kerr, the Shanahan, or Gabe, and listen to what Whitey and Damon and everybody at Goo is saying.
He doesn't, but if the players don't, and someone says from the Geo in the 510, Jimmy has a no trade clause. Yes, but that can be waived.
Especially if it's a good location.
You can't trade me unless I want you to.
No doubt.
It doesn't mean you
I want to go there.
Yeah, you can't trade him without his permission.
What if your boy goes down in Indianapolis?
Or we mentioned Miami already, right? Yeah.
Somebody's saying Miami has they're running material. They might be serious. Quarterback room than the Niners with Tua and Bridgewater.
Okay. Yeah. See, I probably wouldn't have read that one.
Yeah, that's an F.
Well, you're the one that picked Miami to make the playoffs this year. I had them on my list, but I didn't quite put them in.
I wrote them down, too.
Yeah, I know. 888-957-9570. Mike in Benicia joins us, 95.7 The Game. Hello, Mike.
Hey, guys, what's going on?
Hey,
thanks for the call. Hey, here's the thing. Jimmy's 31-14 with the Niners. He's taken you to the NFC Championship twice, the Super Bowl once. Now, I'm a Kansas City guy, but man, the guy can win. Trey hasn't proven anything yet, and I'm as living in the Bay Area now for 12 years. I'm concerned that I'm not sure he's the guy.
Well,
he's a good.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
He's talking to you, Whitey, because you said win-loss record and what Jimmy's done, like he was a bus driver. And the more I'm thinking about that, it don't sit well with me because we know how hard it is to quarterback in the NFL. I think that's hogwash. You got to give, to his point, Jimmy some credit for getting it done.
Yeah, sure, but I'm taking my cue from the freaking coach of the team who's looked at this and seen it and sees more of Jimmy than we do and decided if we're going to get where we want to get to, we need somebody else. That's nothing against Jimmy. I think Jimmy's a good quarterback. I thought he should have been the guy last year.
But when you say somebody else, not to interrupt, I did.
You did.
Tom Brady, that's different, but not an unknown kid from North Dakota State.
You got
He's thrown how many, I think you said it to Ratto. How many passes in his college career?
Oh, not many.
It was under 60.
I don't remember.
I want to say 54 or 37. It's one of them.
But who was the caller? Who did we just talk to? What was the gentleman's name?
Answered.
Mike. It was Mike, yeah. Nobody knows yet. Mike, of course, you're right. I don't know if he's the guy. Nobody does. But the 49ers feel like he gives them their best chance to get to the next level.
Right, got you.
But even he doesn't know, right?
Well, he better know.
He may feel like, hey, I'm pretty confident. Maybe even gives it a little wink, but we'll find out. But if they're going to get to where they want to get to, Jimmy ain't going to get them there. And so they're not settling for that. It would be like, this is a rough comparison because I think Jimmy's better than Goff. But remember, Goff a few years ago, he had a really good year when they got to Super Bowl, right? Yeah. So
but then there was that day to where you're like, they ain't win. He's the reason they're not.
Yeah. But the big difference, of course, is they didn't go out and draft somebody and say, we think he's going to be better than Goff. They got freaking Stafford.
Man. And the Niners had a chance to get Tom Terrific, who by all accounts may be single here. That was foul. No, I just put this out there. I read it.
Yeah.
They all ain't happy.
Isn't he at some point, maybe this year?
They say something's going on, like he's down.
Yeah. It's going to end, right? I mean, he can't play forever.
He's 5 years from 50.
Yeah.
Joe or Brady? Joe for me. I'm Joe Montana.
I love Joe and always love Joe. It's just Brady.
Because
of what he did and did.
He lost
to
the same team with the same formula twice, which was his kryptonite, getting at his feet.
How many did he win, though? With how many different teams?
How many Super Bowls Joe lost?
Any, but he only won the 4. How many did he win with Kansas City? How many did he get to?
Hey, they knocked the snot out of you then and could hold up your receivers. It was tougher, and he was smarter.
By the way, in case you miss any of today's show, which you're not going to do that, right? Download, subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today. So as we head down the stretch here, Goo, wrapping things up, we began by celebrating kickoff tonight. Yeah. So why is it that everybody, or so many people, a vast majority of people, love football, especially the National Football League?
I believe because you only get one a week. I think that's it. It's almost like a playoff type of, it's a weekly type of playoff. And the importance of that game on that schedule means more than any other sport.
Yeah, I think that's one of the problems with baseball and basketball. There are so many regular season games. And then you have the playoffs. The more playoffs you have, the less important the regular season games are. But in the NFL, the regular season, more than any other sport, it still matters. Every game matters.
I know you're a diehard to sports. Would you want to live in a world where baseball didn't play 162 or the NBA didn't play 82?
No,
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either, but I could, especially in baseball, and I know this year is going to be exciting. I actually could live with fewer playoff games, but I don't know. They're never going.
My question
They're
to
never
you
going
is
the other way on that,
why?
so I understand
Why?
that. Why would I want fewer games?
They don't mean anything to you?
Because it waters down. To me, if you win your division by 7 games or whatever, and then you got to play the team you beat by 7 games in the playoffs, to me, it's like, you already proved you're better than them, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on that because I know no one cares, and everyone's excited about more teams in the playoffs, and they're never going back. But I'm just answering your question. I do think, forget about what's wrong with baseball. I think that's one of the things that football benefits from is that, to your point, every game, like this is a big game this week.
I get it.
You're
right.
In baseball, you got opening day, and then it's like,
But I feel like you're running from the smoke when you say, "Hey, we beat this team in we beat the Cardinals by 7 games in our division." Okay, but what about when the finality was? What about when you get them in a series?
Yeah,
show us it's real.
I know.
The lemon booty moments. That to me, and that's why I love the NCAA tournament. And Steiny hates us about college basketball. I love the college tournaments that they have at the end, because you give the scrub teams that last grass effort of, let's go out and shock the world and qualify, get on a run and get hot.
Yeah.
Just me.
John Wooden used to say that the NCAA tournament should be like the annual tournament they have in Indiana every year, which is everybody's in it.
Now I'm out on that.
Everybody's
in
in
a tournament.
Yeah, it is.
Then what's the other stuff for?
Well, that's kind of my point on some of the baseball
What do we
stuff,
do?
but
We lost 3 in a row. Don't matter. We'll all be at the tournament. Yeah, no, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah. UCLA against, Sac State in the first round.
So you're having what tonight? I'm having round table. Dude, round table is the best pie.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Have you had you a round table guy?
Actually, I am, and I know somebody on the
Get
text
the
line.
wings, blue cheese.
I haven't had the wings there yet.
What?
I did round table.
They come in increments of 6.
I'm
6,
sorry.
12, 18,
I feel like I let you down.
Dude, I mean, what are we doing here? Yeah. Get you some wings. I'll pay for them.
Yeah. All right.
I won't, but
somebody from the 816 Comcast Business Text line says, football's a playoff season each week. It kind of is.
And there you go.
Yeah.
And you talk about that win or loss for 6 days.
Remember a couple years ago when the 49ers in the pandemic year and they had so many injuries, and then it's like they're coming back and maybe they got a chance, and then they got blown out against Seattle up there, and it's like, and then Jimmy got hurt.
That's when they're playing in Arizona home game.
And it's like, the season's over already.
Yeah, because you had trusted Mullins and Beathard. Yeah. That's one thing we talk about is, do you trust his expertise when it comes to quarterbacks? C.J. Beathard, you traded to get him?
Well, that's why, to me, I think it's possible. We'll find out the way this goes. Kyle Shanahan may have a blind spot when it comes to quarterbacks.
Steve Kerr at 4:30.
Yeah, Steve Kerr.
Quietly, we got hoop too.
Coming up today on Damon and Ratto. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Goo. Thank you for listening. Damon and Ratto next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Number 80, Jerry Rice reacts to Niners-Bears with the morning roast on Monday.
Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, they felt like it was time to just give him complete control. Now it's up to Trey Lance to go out there and prove to everybody that, hey, look, I really deserve this starting job, and I'm going to lead my team.
Jerry Rice, Monday morning at 8:30 on 95.7 The Game.
Jaquaski chart on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
What was Trey and Jimmy's relationship like within the locker room when you were part of the team last year?
I mean, it was always a good relationship, man. I mean, everybody, and I mean, that's one thing about the culture there. Everybody treat each other like brothers, so it's never, I mean, what the media make things out to be, the media kind of, make things out to be a lot of different things, but it's always been like a brotherhood.
This is the Bay Area's sports station, 95.7 The Game.
We all know someone who's all work and no chill. Trust me, that used to be me. But then I found Galaxy Z Fold 4, which allows me to do more things at once. Much better. Now I can take video calls from my phone and use it to take notes at the same time.
Wait, are you at the spa?
Or check my shopping list while ordering more scented candles and face masks on the foldable, expansive screen. Don't take your to-do list one line at a time. Multitask so you can relax.
Get the new Galaxy Z Fold 4 at Samsung.com today.
Everyone knows how beneficial therapy can be, but traditional therapy can be overwhelming, confusing, and inconvenient. When scheduling in-person therapy, it can be difficult to find the right therapist near you, and it can take weeks to get on their calendar. We knew there had to be a better way, and that's where BetterHelp began. I'm Danny, co-founder of BetterHelp Online Therapy. When Alana and I started BetterHelp in 2013, our mission was simple: find a way to make professional therapy accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. BetterHelp works around your schedule and lifestyle. You can connect to a therapist by phone, video call, or even text message. You don't even have to turn on your camera if you don't feel comfortable. And if your therapist isn't the right fit, you can switch anytime with a click of a button, because BetterHelp is designed with you in mind. See why over 2 million members have trusted BetterHelp for online therapy. Go to betterhelp.com/youfirst and get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com/youfirst for 10% off your first month.
Take BART to Lake Merritt Station this Saturday, September 10th for a celebration 50 years in the making. BART is celebrating 50 years of service to the Bay Area with the Family Fun Festival. The big birthday party is free and open to the public from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Bring family and friends for food trucks, music, games, prizes, and more. Get details at bart.gov/50 years. That's bart.gov/50 years. Celebrate with BART at Lake Merritt Station this Saturday. Let's go.
Every search you make, every click you take, they'll be watching you.
Tired of companies like Google and Facebook watching everything you do online? There's actually a simple solution: DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with a push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day 100% satisfaction guarantee, serving Northern California golfers for over 30 years.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl? There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
I'm Listening reminds you that you are not alone and that talk saves lives. There's a new national hotline for mental health-related distress, 988. When you call or text 988 from any phone, you will be connected directly with trained counselors in over 200 crisis centers nationwide. They can get you the help you need anytime, anywhere. 988, the new National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. Talk saves lives. And with 988, talking is only 3 digits away. Find out more at imlistening.org.
You can't get much for $5 these days, unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT, plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink, all for just $5.
You got that bag, you got that Biggie Bag, you got that bag.
That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the it's, KBB.com.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New Gigabit Extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity Gateway.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
That's right. That's right. We're going flags to half-mast. I mean, it's about to be football season, and the whole point of being football season is to talk about dynasties. Ray, that old broad had one hell of a dynasty. 96 years old gal, married to duty above all else. And you got to turn your mic on, sweetheart.
Sorry, I was being patriotic. And remember, she was not killed by Reggie Jackson.
This was not Reggie Jackson's fault. If Enrico Palazzo could have saved her again today, I'm sure he would have.
Except that he's also dead, so.
Have we lost Leslie Nielsen?
Yes, we have. Well, we haven't lost him. We know where he is.
He's just not available.
He's room temperature, which is to say almost 98.6, given the room we're in.
Yeah, rest in peace to the air conditioner in this studio as well. What the hell is happening? I take one day off yesterday, and somebody tinkers with and throws a wrench at the gerbil that runs the actual air conditioner in this station, and it's gone. Ray, royalty is one of the oddest things we have ever allowed on this planet as a people. The fact that anyone got behind the very first notion of my family has deity properties that make it so much better than your family that you have to genuflect into the direction of my family. It's one of the weirdest things ever. And having said that, royalty is always strangely fascinated by me. Like unearned total cosmic roll of the dice power is fascinating to me.
Well, I mean, like, what is it, 6,500 years where that's been the mode of government. Whoever has the army gets to be the king. And not very many people can afford an army. So essentially we have our own royalty too. It's just that nobody wears a crown. They all wear business suits, and most of them own NFL football teams.
There are a few. NFL royalty is taking the field tonight down at SoFi Stadium, which for those of you who are already tired of the God Save the Queen opening monologue and want us to stick to sports, I can tell you right now that there will be a moment of silence tonight at SoFi Stadium as the NFL season kicks off for Queen Elizabeth, who died at her family castle of Balmoral in Scotland today. She was 96, a 70-year run at the top. That means they're going to go ahead and punt on the first two rounds of the BMW Championship at Wentworth. That has been suspended for today and tomorrow. And Ray, the Premier League, kind of all eyes on the Premier League and what it decides to do, how appropriate it is to take the pitch after the passing of the first fan.
I think she was I'm not sure. I think she was an Arsenal fan, as I recall. That said, I'd be shocked if they didn't knock off 2 weeks, even though the TV people will be furious. And
2 weeks? I thought they'd be back to regularly scheduled programming on Monday. I need the weekend. 2 weeks.
That's what I've heard from the people at Sky Sports. Well, I haven't heard. I mean, I watched Sky Sports this morning, and they're guessing it'll be 2 weeks, and they don't know how they're going to wedge in all those games because of the World Cup break that's going to take out most of December. So
nice timing, Queen.
You might have double headers.
Jeez. Well, I don't know who ascends the Iron Throne next, but
yes, you do.
Probably doesn't have dragons. Yeah. Oh no, is it done?
Charlie III, yeah.
Is it going to be Charles? Does he get to be like king for a day, and then he's going to pretty much like kind of abdicate and have his son take over? What's going on?
That I don't know. All I know is officially he became king, but they have to do a ceremony tomorrow.
Right.
They're not going to wait 8 months like they made her wait.
Well, she wasn't ready. Right.
She was ready.
Clearly. Seriously, like there's a lot of, shaking angry fists at history and how it all played out and how she sat at the top of a food chain that definitely made sure a lot of food didn't trickle down to where it should. And you know what I mean. Having said all that, she had a dignity about her that is so far and away foreign compared to the modern times that we now live in. I can't think of anyone who is going, there's never going to be another one of her. Like, that's for sure. And I don't mean just queens, but just like a queen that behaves like that, a true product of another time, the stiff upper-lipped royal steelied by the blitzkrieg of World War II. I mean, they just don't make human beings like that no mo.
Well, yeah, one, because of it being a constitutional monarchy, she was not basically allowed to have verbal opinions on stuff. So she made sure she never said anything.
But do you know how hard that is to remain?
Yes, but she believed in the duty part of the gig.
She did.
But she did come closest to mouthing off at Margaret Thatcher, which is the one thing I do like about her. A lot of it I can pass on, but she would sass back Maggie.
Well, Maggie,
and Maggie needed that.
Maggie needed a glove across the face, and Elizabeth had that for her.
A chainmail glove across the face.
So, look, it's a big moment in the world. The world is reacting to this. It is a headline on every single continent, and even though we beat those damn redcoats in the Spanish-American War, Ray? Is that it?
Yeah, that was the one.
Thank you. We're going to pay a little tribute tonight at SoFi Stadium. They will have a moment of silence.
And I guarantee you that most of the people at that stadium will wonder why they're paying a tribute to Freddie Mercury.
Right. I thought Freddie left us a while ago.
Yeah.
Like West Hollywood is all over that.
Brian May's still alive.
He is. Thank God, by the way. Can still
lay
down the licks.
This moment will be lost on most of the people in that building. Plus, it's going to be about 90 degrees, so they're not going to be in the mood to stand an extra minute for anything.
Hey, but if football fans like anything, it's dynasties, it's dominance. What a 70-year run. You'd love your football team to be like the Queen of England.
She was the Bill Belichick of Queens.
She was good in the trenches. Ultra conservative. She would just win that turnover battle in time of possession. Always had good guards, Ray. Always had good guard play.
Yeah, but, played old-fashioned. Kept the ball on the ground.
When you were watching Sky Sports today, did they have much on George Kittle with a groin injury that we all now have to stare at a man's groin between now and kickoff on Sunday? Thanks, George.
No, we don't, first of all. I'm not that interested in the man's groin to stare at it for even a moment. But, no, they did not get around to it. Because the only other story that they were talking about, other than the Queen, was why did Chelsea fire its coach? And that story is now 3 days old.
Clinton?
No, not Chelsea Clinton.
Okay. We're brought to you
I'm just telling you there were two stories. One was the Queen. One was a soccer coach being fired.
Okay.
That was it.
Fair enough.
Everything else, nothing.
Our eyes are agaze and affixed on a man's groin as he heads to Chicago. Right?
You're having pronoun trouble. Your eyes are affixed on his groin.
We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer. Don't take my word for it. Find out why for yourself. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit again. George Kittle has now not practiced in 2 days. Missing Thursday before week 1 is never a good sign. But I'll say this, there's no doubt that he is in that level of, if healthy, the player plays. Like, I don't think that there's any amount of missed practice time that Kyle Shanahan would hold against George Kittle and keep him out of a game just under the name of I'm stubborn and you miss practice on Thursday and we don't let that happen around here. Kittle hurt himself in Monday's practice, and Shanahan should be so unconcerned about how much practice time George Kittle misses. He shouldn't make George Kittle practice anymore this year. Like, there is a ridiculous amount of the Niners were just having a practice and that player got hurt in that practice stories attached to this team dating back weeks and seasons and coaches. And it doesn't happen like this really in any other NFL city, I swear to God. And they're saying that this Kittle injury could be more than just 1 week if he, does not go in Chicago, and might be leaning towards the side of serious. So, what the hell are they doing? I mean, just literally, this guy should have been sitting in a Barca-lounger with his feet up waiting for the Chicago game.
That's a lot to ask for a guy like Kittle, who wants to have contact with other people in that special football kind of way. The other thing is, we don't know how he heard it. He could have heard it climbing out of the tub. They haven't provided, all they said, it happened in practice. He could have stepped wrong on the ground. I mean, I don't know how many guys you could say we're not going to have. You don't have to practice, because then you can't run your offense eventually. I mean, he's got to do something. So until I find out, or we find out, or somebody finds out,
he should be thrown against air. He should be shadow blocking just to make sure everyone's reps are down. Like there should be no contact in. George Kittle should be in a non-contact jersey.
But if it's a groin pull, I'm pretty sure it was, the contact wasn't the issue, unless they're letting guys punch each other in the groin, in which case, yeah, that's probably impermissible contact. But a groin muscle sounds like he stepped the wrong way.
Well,
and I don't know that you could do anything about that.
Again, the off-injured George Kittle, this is a guy who hasn't played a full season in a very long time, and he might not play a full season this time around. How much will the 49ers miss him in Chicago? The good news is we don't have to talk about that much longer. We get to actually see for ourselves. Sunday football is back. Tonight, we get a game at SoFi. We have lost the Queen, but we gain the coach. Steve Kerr is joining us today for the first time since winning a title once again. Steve Kerr joins us at 4:30 this afternoon. We're looking forward to saying hello to him, and believe it or not, we are like 40 days away from Warriors basketball. This is a great time of the year. We got an awful lot to get into today. It is good to be with you. We're brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority, Sunshine Coastline Outdoor Adventures, all waiting for you. Plan your trip to San Diego today at sandiego.org.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you may be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to GetRefunds.com, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event, September 23rd through September 25th, for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
San Francisco weather tonight, 59 degrees and clear.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
As you know, sports teams plan well ahead of the next season. If you're thinking of remodeling your home, consider the same strategy. Talk with your designer or builder now about your next project. Golden State Window and Door has new inventory coming online. Milgard, Anderson, and Marvin. See Golden State Window and Door's wide variety of accessories at convenient showrooms across the Bay Area or goldenstatelumber.com. Since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
If you have a small business, Staples has your sign.
Banners for my bakery?
Staples has your sign.
Oh, posters for my new pet store.
Floor decals for a pharmacy.
Every day, Staples associates help every kind of small business create bold signs to make big impressions. And now get $10 off custom signs, banners, and posters when you spend $50 or more. This is your sign, so print it big at Staples. Ends 10/1. Visit staplesconnect.com/thisisyoursign for details.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer? A big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
At Churches, we put it all on the table for less. Get 10-piece legs and thighs, 2 large size, 5 honey butter biscuits, and 5 jalapeno peppers starting at just $20. Churches Texas Chicken. Welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
That's a whole lot of dude. It's pretty much what you're going to say when you turn on Twitch or YouTube to find Damon and Ratto, and you can find us on Twitch or YouTube. Everything that happens here on 95.7 The Game is on Twitch or YouTube. We are live. We are streaming. Enjoy it. don't enjoy it, hate watch it, love watch it, just watch it. Just consume whatever indeed the hell this is. And everyone will be happy. Everyone.
Except you.
Except maybe you. But the rest of us will be thrilled with it. Welcome back, Damon and Ratto. It's good to be here. Again, thanks so much to Whitey, who filled in for me yesterday. I had to have a quick at home to make sure everything went all right with the kids' day. Everything's all right with the kids. Said thank you to Whitey. Ray, you were nice to him, I hope?
No.
No? He seemed nice. He seemed pleasant.
He always is nice and pleasant. That's what I hate about him.
Well, I love that you can't even change that about him. Stay who you are, Whitey. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Did you ever see, what's the name of the movie with Roger Williams? Oh, God, I love it. It's one of my favorite clubs. Dead Poet Society. Did you ever see Dead Poet Society?
Do you have to ask?
Well, it's enough of like a acclaimed literary movie with a Bay Area tie to Robin Williams that I thought just maybe might have come across your limited viewing of all cinema in your lifetime. Like,
no, it failed.
It's a legit good movie. I mean, it's a really good one.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
I just, it evaded me.
Famous scene at the end of it, Ray, as he is, no spoilers here, but if you haven't seen it by now, it's on you. Robin Williams is back to claim his personal belongings from the classroom he has been fired from. And he was fired against the wishes of the students that he was teaching and inspiring. And Ethan Hawke, who was one of those students, gets up on the desk, and he was always the shy kid, and he says, "Oh, Captain, my Captain," which is a poem that was read earlier in the movie. And then all the boys in the private school get on their desks, "Oh, Captain, my Captain." It's a very, very moving, poignant, symbolism-ridden, symbolic. It's a symbolic ending. That's the word I guess I'm looking for. And when you think about it, the title of Captain is just a symbolic title. It really doesn't affect the outcome of any game. It's just a reflection of who the locker room respects and is chosen to represent it in captain status. Some teams take this incredibly seriously. Other teams, Brandon Belt, for example, was taping on a captain because it meant so nothing little to the Giants throughout their entire run that, they basically kind of mocked it. I'm sure you did this just a little bit yesterday, right?
Oh, we did it to death yesterday.
Did you hear, Ray, that the San Francisco 49ers have not named Trey Lance a captain?
Yes, and I applaud them for it.
So I understand why they did it, but it's the first story that, for those who want to wave the wand of total non-story over this, I think that crowd is actually getting just a little wrong. There is a little, not a kiss of death sign, but that's not a good start, because it is quite common and standard practice for a football team to take the next anointed, he's about to be our guy, quarterback, and whether they've got time served in the league or not, symbolically elevate him to the status of captain, because like all armies that march on their stomachs, many football teams march on the strength of their quarterback. And so, if anything, to just create a little more self-confidence in that quarterback, he is given the title of captain symbolically. That was not the case.
No, Kyle Shanahan went out of his way to make sure that he didn't get it. He named fewer captains than he did a year ago, and he made it clear that neither of his quarterbacks were going to be a captain. I think the issue...
What do you mean? When you say he made it clear, you think that he specifically told guys not to vote for either quarterback?
No, I think he picked who the captains were. They got a vote, but the final say was his, because the final say is his on everything. And I believe there are any number of reasons why he did this. All of them make sense. One, he hasn't done enough. Not his fault, but that's a fact. Two, one less thing for him to worry about. Three, he's got captains in that huddle already.
He does.
That frankly are more important to, the operation of the locker room than him. because it really doesn't matter who the captain is when you get in the huddle. The quarterback's the only one who gets to talk anyway. So however you want to interpret it, go ahead. But I think more than anything else, it's Kyle Shanahan saying our offense is not going to be dependent on our quarterback any more than it was for the last 3 years. And more importantly, the less he has to do other than become the best quarterback we can make him over time, the better it will be for him. So that's why I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's very simply, we're going to keep your plate as clean as we can.
Do you think Jimmy Garoppolo got any votes as captain?
He might have gotten a ton of them. But again, when the system's rigged, it's sort of like the Albanian election.
Are you reporting that this was a rigged system and not a free and fair election?
If he picked, if Trey Lance finished 6th, as was reported, and they took the 7th guy instead of the 6th guy, that's kind of a rigged election. It's, you can vote for whoever you want, but these are the ones I want.
Wait, so I've not read that Trey Lance finished in the captain's money and then Shanahan DQ'd him?
I believe so. Because Shanahan picked the captain.
Would you please cite your source?
We were talking about it yesterday. Whitey had all the information. So I don't know where he saw it.
I just think it's a little common and customary for teams to take under the name of, hey, look good, feel good, play good, and just elevate their soon-to-be the franchise as one of their captains. So when it didn't happen, what does that say? Does it say that the locker room is so chock full of other guys who are already more prepared for that leadership role than Trey Lance that they didn't have to bother to do it? I saw somebody here on our Comcast text line saying, this isn't the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, of course they had to take their young quarterback and name him a captain because there weren't any other leaders in that locker room. So they're, they're hoping that Trevor Lawrence will become this guy.
Well, yeah, I think Lucas said yesterday there were only 2 NFL teams that did not have their quarterback as a captain. But this is an unusual situation. And I think Kyle Shanahan, this is just my conjecture, said, I don't want you worrying about being the captain. I want you to be the quarterback. You can worry about being an inspiration to your fellow man later. Right now,
I don't think that's happening at all. I mean, I just don't think that if Trey Lance were where a captain see, it would so warp his mind. He'd become so drunk with power that he was.
It's not a question of being drunk.
Well, I mean, it's just, I don't think it's a question at all. I think it's, if the only question here is, did the team choose it and did they not choose him?
Since Kyle Shanahan's the one who named the captains, I believe that this was done.
But was Kyle Shanahan? Yeah, and Lucas is looking into this. Was Kyle Shanahan?
Well, here you have it on your board. The second Shanahan cut, you can go to that. But what he said is that Trey Lance finished 7th in team voting. Debo finished 8th, and he chose to keep 6 captains. Although they did have 7 last year, and NFL rules say, from what we could find, you can have up to 8. But he chose to keep 6, even though Trey Lance finished 7th in voting.
Okay, here's Kyle Shanahan.
Was 7th in the voting. I just don't want to put 7 on there. Debo was 8. That's why I mentioned his name on accident. We just wanted to go with 6. They don't allow 8 to the coin toss, I don't believe. So it's also his first year starting for us. I think guys do, there's not many rookies who end up being the captains. I know this is his second year, but he's a rookie for us in terms of his first time being our starting quarterback.
Makes sense, but at the same time, we basically have as many captains as we want. And we wanted to restrict it to the point where he wouldn't be named. That's just, there's a little something there that is less than normal, let's just call it. And I'm not saying it's sinister or it's dysfunctional or it's going to create a turbulence, but it's just a weird way to go about it, I think. I just, first of all, I've never really cared about who's the captain on a football team anyway. I know that this is something that Michael Irvin was talking about, saying that, look, I got a gold jacket. I never had a gold C.
Well, I was never a captain. I've never got named a captain. It doesn't mean that you're not a leader or that you can't lead. It's just, it's what it is. The guys understand. Hey, Trey Lance is a young guy. He's learning. He's coming through the ropes and everything. They want him to worry about him. Don't worry about captaining the whole team. You get yourself ready and get yourself right to play. He's a young quarterback. This has no bearing whatsoever.
All right. Okay, I hope he's right. Again, this was the first thing. And look, I am normally running in here to tell you that little something that the media is running a little too far with doesn't matter. This one sort of struck me the other way just a little bit. Just a little.
I think everything about this is weird, though. And I think Kyle Shanahan is managing the hell out of it. Because there's a lot at stake here. There's a high risk but high reward situation that he's trying to juggle, and so he's trying to make it as simple as possible.
But wouldn't the easiest thing to have done then would be just name him captain? Because essentially, if you're Kyle Shanahan, that's your dream. That's what you hope he becomes. And if there were enough consensus already in the locker room to have him among the favored 8, why not do him that favor and name him frickin' captain and spend a day where you don't have nonsense like this on Sports Talk Radio?
I don't think he cares about Sports Talk Radio because he recognizes that it's all nonsense. I think in his mind, it's one less complication that could get in Trey Lance's way. It might not. I think he's playing a percentage in his head, which is how much more do we want to put on him? He doesn't have to be a captain. He doesn't have to think about being a captain. He doesn't have to think about what he's going to say in the locker room. He's the quarterback.
Well, I'm not just attaching this to Trey Lance, too, because my follow-up question is, isn't it a little weird that Deebo Samuel's not a captain, considering all he did, the amount of hats that he wore for this team last year? And you went through that weird offseason to have him back. The players want him named, and he's still like, nope, not worthy of it.
Well, the players named him 8th, so I don't buy I just wanted 6 captains. Why? He did this, I think, specifically in the Lance case for the reasons I said. The Deebo thing confuses me a bit. Maybe this is his way of saying you can't ask for a trade and then get to be the captain. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But it's pretty clear that...
Oh, so there are rules to this. It does matter then.
I think to the extent that if it mattered, he'd just say, okay, the players get to decide. The players did not get to decide this. All right, if he was eliminating Lance, even though he could have kept up to 8, and then eliminated Samuel, what is the message here?
I'll tell you what I would do. I would just say we're going to have 2 captains or 3 captains. That's all I think there should be. There should be an offensive team captain, a defensive team captain, and a special teams captain. That's all it should be.
See, I think Kyle Shanahan is just being what a coach is, which is incredibly arbitrary. And he wanted, players get some vote, but they don't get the final vote. And I feel strongly about these 2 guys.
Everyone's equal, except some people are more equal than others.
Well, one person doesn't have to worry about equal because one person is all people.
God save the king. Kyle Shanahan says that he agrees with the team's choices.
I always get the final tally, and I could cheat if I wanted to. I actually didn't at all. I agreed with all their choices, and I just made the decision not to have 8 of them.
I guess maybe the most important thing is Trey Lance saying this.
Obviously, that's a goal of mine, but man, I don't think you can look at any 6 of those guys and be like, that guy's a bozo, because those guys have all played football at a very, very high level. So yeah, situations are different. I'm excited. I voted for every single one of those guys, so I think each and every one of them deserves it. But yeah, it's definitely a goal of mine moving forward. But those guys have all proved it. And that's what this league is all about.
And here's the deal. The guys that were named captain absolutely have earned it. Eric Armstead, worthy of it. Nick Bosa, quiet guy, but certainly his on-field presence is worthy of that. George Kittle, worthy. Jimmy Ward, longest tenured 49er, certainly worthy. Fred Warner, all-pro linebacker, worthy. And Trent Williams is obviously proof that they released this all in alphabetical order because he probably would have been first to the list of respect in that locker room just on its surface. So
I would imagine. I mean, I think Kyle Shanahan didn't want to put one more thing on his rookie's plate. That's it. And if it's nothing, then okay, I risked nothing. And if he thinks it's something, and I mean, Michael Irvin didn't think it was a big deal, and I tend to trust him on stuff like that. I think you said, well, if this is going to be a thing, I'm going to make sure it's not a thing before it becomes a thing.
Well, and a guy here named Rob on the text line says, don't you gents think that Lance is actually relieved to not have that on his shoulders as well? No, I mean, I don't think he's relieved. I don't think it would have been a burden that would have made this season harder for him to carry. He's going to worry about opposing defenses, not the letter on his chest. So I really don't think it would have been a situation where his level of not living up to expectations would have left anyone embarrassed by him being named captain, because eventually that's where you want this to go.
I don't think it weighs on his soul at all, because I think he's still in the position on this team that do what we tell you to do. You know, you'll get to be the intrepid play-creating maniac that we want you to be eventually, but you're not that yet. So just do the stuff we tell you to do. Because I think Kyle Shanahan is in that way a controlling coach.
More from Michael Irvin.
Trust me, whether he has a C on his chest or not, Trey Lance is captaining the team because he's the quarterback. He's the quarterback. We don't have to put a C on his chest. That's no indication that he's not a leader or his team didn't pick him to be a captain. That's just not the truth.
This is John in San Jose. John, thank you for listening. Thank you for holding. You're on with Damon and Ratto. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up?
So I feel like, and I don't think it's going to have any bearing on his play, but I feel like the Niners have handled this since they've drafted Trey. If they're doing everything to send him the message that maybe he's not exactly what they're looking for when it comes to, you know, how they handle the whole Jimmy situation, even this captain situation, right? In terms of, we don't want to put the pressure on him. It's another thing we're taking off his plate. Like, to me, if you look at the second-year quarterbacks that are out there, they're all captains. Davis Mills, for God's sakes, is the captain for the Texans. Zach Wilson's the captain. I just feel like he needs these things. Give this to him, or maybe he didn't earn it. So I think it says something. It may not have any effect on his play, but I definitely think it says something. The young man and how they feel about him, maybe.
Yeah, and John, I think you and I kind of read this thing the same way. We're looking at the tea leaves and we're seeing the same thing. This could either mean absolutely nothing, or there's a little something to it. It's a reflection of you're not quite ready for it. That was either reflected by the team itself, the votes themselves, Kyle Shanahan's choice to, you know, move the finish line of how many captains he would allow to be captains, to make sure that he wasn't included in that finish line. It's just, there's a little something that I'll tell you what would have been absolutely completely normal with all of that gravitas and respect and experience that still defines that locker room, and Trey Lance being named a captain. Like, that would have been totally normal. Had he been a captain, there wouldn't have been one person saying, well, man, they're trying to give him way too much, way too fast, and he's probably not ready to carry that burden yet. And it's really an inconvenience to young Trey Lance that the team would place upon him this heavy C, which will weigh him down. Like, no one would have reacted with anything that sounds like that. But when you don't do that, the reaction that you're hearing today is all this. It's a creation of an element of outside noise which they could have avoided creating. And I think that the best teams avoid the creation of outside noise when they can, and this seems to have courted more noise than it has avoided, I guess would be my point.
Okay, I just think Kyle Shanahan doesn't care about the noise. I think But
if you have a young quarterback, you have to care about that noise. Because as much as he wants to say it's not going to get to me and I only need to please the guys in this locker room, the world does not work like that.
Maybe the world doesn't work like that, but inside that cocoon, I think he believes it does.
He'd like it to. It's certainly his desire.
Sure, I honestly think he went to Trey Lance and says, you're not going to be a captain. Maybe at some point this season that changes, but for right now, I'm keeping it simple. And that's it. There's not going to be a long explanation involved. It's just going to be, that's what we're doing. Because everything about this from the moment he was drafted has been, I know better than everybody else. I know things about Trey Lance that make me want him instead of Mac Jones or name the other quarterback. I know that I want to slow play him for a year when everybody else thinks it's going to be his team. There's nothing about this that falls under normal barometers.
So here was an opportunity for that for that normal domino to finally insert itself into the line of falling abnormal dominoes, and it's like they just didn't do it. It's just it's a little bit weird. And someone on the text line says, "Look, is this an age issue? Like he's incredibly young. Yes, he is. This is an experience issue." Someone says, "What does a captain even do? Like, does he have extra responsibilities?" You go out for the coin toss and you shake the hand at the coin toss. It's really all you. That's all you do. A couple pictures. Maybe he doesn't want him distracted pregame.
Or maybe it's just a simple matter of you haven't been here long enough to earn it. Maybe it's a seniority thing.
Maybe it is.
I don't know what Kyle Shanahan thinks a captain ought to be. But, it's clear that Trey Lance hasn't done enough because his resume is his resume. And I think the other thing is he wants to keep Trey Lance's life as simple as possible for as long as possible. And maybe after 6 weeks, he goes, you know what? We're 5-1. You've done a hell of a job. You can be a captain too.
You've earned it now. You've earned your stripes. You get a battlefield promotion.
Yeah. I mean, I think the message here is just because you play a certain position does not imbue you with special rights. You have to earn those rights. So go out there and earn it. It might be a little bit of the same thing that the Warriors did with their young guys this year, is you'll get playing time when you show us you can handle playing time.
By the way, we'll be asking Steve Kerr all kinds of playing time questions. He'll be like the season never even stopped when he joins us for the first time in a long time, which almost isn't even accurate. I looked at this. We talked to Steve Kerr. It feels like, it's been a full off season since we've talked to Steve Kerr. It's been about 12 weeks since we talked to Steve Kerr. So,
why did he agree to this?
Yeah, we are going to say hello to him at 4:30 in less than an hour from now. We're going to catch up with Coach for the first time in a long time. I know we're also going to be catching up with Lawrence Holmes of 670 The Score in Chicago. Lucas, I hope he can join us sometime around 4 o'clock because I want to open it to the phones, and we got people on hold right now. Is this no big deal, a big deal? Where is it pinging on your, what do you think this means? Is there any symbolism to Trey Lance not being named captain going into week one? 888-957-9570. We are brought to you by our friends BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, and of course by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. San Francisco and their struggling offense won't get much relief Thursday as they face Corbin Burns and Milwaukee. In 2 starts this season, Burns has given up just 1 earned run to the Giants with 21 strikeouts and just 14 innings of work. The Brewers' offense has gone cold as well, hitting just .216 over the last month. So those 2 factors combine to make the BetQL 5-star play of the day, taking the under in the Giants-Brewers game.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep the facility running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, and Maria in Miami, Jules in Minneapolis, and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We see a lot of trash on our highways and in our waterways. This isn't what we want. Clean highways, clean water. Now that is what we want. You can help change this to that. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this. They can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NFL team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game. Our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NFL team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Hon, look, it's heartburn. How did he know we were at the beach?
No clue, but he's not ruining our vacation. I packed Prilosec OTC. With just 1 pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn, so we can enjoy ourselves.
Speaking of, time for our luau.
Aloha heartburn.
1 pill, 24 hours, 0 heartburn with Prilosec OTC.
It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
It all officially begins Sunday morning, 9 a.m., the first Red and Gold pregame show with our friends Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal kicks off Sunday morning, again, 9 a.m., presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. Look at that, steaks and whiskey. Pre-game show. Nice job, sales department. I smell trade out, Ray. I smell trade out.
It's the only right thing for them to do.
Steaks and whiskey for everyone. 888-957-9570. Big deal, no big deal, kind of a big deal. We're reading way too much into it. Overrated, underrated, properly rated. Trey Lance not being named a captain of the San Francisco 49ers. We go to John in Berkeley. John, thank you for holding. You're on 95.7 The Game. Are we making too much out of it, or is there something there, in your opinion?
You're making entirely too much out of it. First of all, Damon, I've been a fan since the solo show on 10:50 a.m.
Oh, my goodness.
Love your guys' show.
Thank you. It's going back a few years.
Many years. But look, I love the program. You guys can't keep talking about this. This is absolutely nothing. He's essentially a rookie quarterback coming off a year in which he started 2 games, played very few snaps. I don't know why we keep talking about this. The Niners have a solid roster. They have a great team. They have a great coach. Signing Jimmy to a backup deal was probably the smartest thing that's been done in a long, long time by John Lynch. Trey Lance is going to get hurt. He's going to get hurt at some point in the year for at least 3 to 4 weeks, and having Jimmy's going to probably save their season. Who cares if Trey Lance is a quarterback? I'm not even a 49ers fan. I love your guys' program. I remember when we had Silver and Black Blood at 95.7. Shout out to my Raiders, but we have to move off this topic, baby. Football starts tonight. I'm an NFL fan. I know all your listeners love the NFL. There's so many other directions we can go. We have this weekend. We have tonight. Football is back. That's all that matters. But please, it does not matter that Trey Lance is not a captain. He's going to have a great year, and with that, I'm out.
Thank you very much. By the way, do you see the price of the Raiders game? Opening up down in L.A. at SoFi Stadium. To get in there, you're talking about a nice chunk of change. The Raiders games are some of the most expensive games in the NFL. All of their home games are basically like the ultimate road trip for whoever is the visiting team. Raiders fans are so pumped about their team this season. Demand is very high and very real. I saw Mike Akers report that the Raiders and Chargers season opener at SoFi Stadium on Sunday is the most expensive Chargers home game against the Raiders ever. $339 average ticket price to get in. 93% of ticket purchases made in the state of California. 3% of ticket purchases bought by fans with Arizona addresses. Only 2% of ticket purchases come from the state of Nevada.
Well, who gouges better than Las Vegas? Let's be honest. Because if you're going to Las Vegas, cost is that's no barrier. You're going there prepared to lose a boatload of money. So
it's a feature, not a bug.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to charge through the eyelids until either the novelty wears off, the Raiders are so bad that it turns off the locals, or tourism dies.
Look, I tell you, any team that landed in Vegas would have worked well. You put the Chargers in Vegas, it works well for them based on all the out-of-town business. The Raiders should be the second team in SoFi Stadium. Still to this day and forever. Their presence in the state of California remains undeniable.
No question. But that's what the NFL gets for rigging their own game. Because they told the Chargers and Raiders all along, you're in. The last minute, no, you're not.
You're out.
Yeah. And then they did the second unbelievably stupid thing. They let the Chargers have an out. They said, we'll give you another year. If you can't get a stadium down there, you can come to L.A. too. They didn't want the Raiders in Los Angeles. They made that painfully clear. And they told Mark Davis, go figure out your own deal.
Kroenke didn't want it. He didn't want them turning that building, which he was building for his Rams, into more of their home identity.
No, but even before they settled on Kroenke, they didn't like the idea of the Chargers and Raiders in L.A. They didn't like the Raiders in L.A. at all. They would have preferred them to stay in Oakland, but they said, work your own deal. And to the amazement of every living human ever, Mark Davis, did a deal with Sheldon Adelson, got state money, got county money.
We know what happened.
Yeah, got a thing built, and then he stiffed Adelson. That was the thing that was amazing, because Sheldon Adelson was the most powerful man in Las Vegas. And he just stiffed him at the end. He says, "Oh, you're not getting a part of this team. You just helped me, move my team." And, in the end, Mark Davis will lose that team anyway because he doesn't have enough money to hang. But that's what happened there. He made the Raiders a profit center again when nobody thought he could. And all he had to do was schmooze Sheldon Adelson until the right moment when he could lie to him.
Nailed it. This is Tim in Dublin. Tim, thanks for the call. You're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got?
Thank you for taking my call. I was just curious. This could be an opportunity for Kyle Shanahan to give himself flexibility by not making him captain if he has to make a change at some point in the season.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if Trey Lance is struggling, it wouldn't matter if they had changed the name of the franchise to the San Francisco Lancers. They're still going to make a change. I mean, that's the thing. I don't think there's any amount of C on a chest or not on a chest that is going to trump reality of struggling. And there's going to be a little struggle built into this whole thing. So plan for some of that. And then Kyle better be prepared to be patient through it because, as Ray said, he probably doesn't care about the outside noise about as much as a coach can allow himself to not care about the outside noise. And that is a little bit of what makes Kyle Shanahan's tenure with the Niners unique. He is the rare guy who hasn't won the whole thing yet, but still has a level of bulletproof to him. But he even knows that should Trey Lance be struggling and 6 weeks in, there's a quarterback change not named out of injury, but out of effectiveness, you've basically just detonated the biggest quarterbacking controversy bomb this team has seen go off since Montana and Young. It would blow away any concept of, well, isn't Alex Smith getting screwed because this Kaepernick kid might look really good, but it was Alex's job before he got it taken from him due to injury. This would make that look like it never even happened.
Yeah, but I think Kyle Shanahan knows one other thing. If he wins in the end, and I don't mean the Super Bowl, I mean, if he gets back to the playoffs, they make another deep run, they get to the conference final, all will be forgiven.
But then you're right back to who's your starting quarterback next year.
Yes, you are. But you know what? He'll deal with next year.
Would you like to do that offseason? Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, I'll quit.
Bobby in Los Altos. You're on 95.7 The Game. Bobby, what do you got?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. So I got 3 quick points on this. First of all, I'm assuming like 95% of the other people, no one cared about this captaincy thing until he was not named a captain. So if Shanahan controls, I guess by all accounts, controls final personnel decisions, it's almost like he's going out of his way to keep down Lance when he traded so many assets in order to get him. So I find the decision very dubious. Number 2, I don't quite understand this idea of, I think Ray brought it up a couple of times, trying to keep things off of his plate. I'm not going to pretend to understand what is required of a captaincy, but I can't imagine there are hours of physical and mental extra preparation per week that are required in order to be a captain. So all you're doing is basically saying, I don't want to give you the stamp of approval, when it literally was, I can go from 6 to 7. And then finally, there's nothing, look, Lance is extremely well-spoken, and there's nothing about him that tells me he is arrogant or smug or needs to be brought back down to earth. So I don't really understand this idea of trying to keep him in check and calling him a rookie. If anything, if I had traded so many assets, and I feel like he has a humble personality, I would do everything in my power, deserve it or not, to build him up and to make him feel like he's a very valued part of the organization internally and externally. So I just find the decision so dubious, and sometimes, I feel like it's better to play checkers than chess. And Shanahan, I feel like he's just always trying to play chess. Thank you for the call.
I think that's a solid call, Bobby. I really do. I think it's solid. And look, this might mean nothing. Or it's a first telltale sign that there is a ripple of belief that he ain't the guy.
Or, not to jump your stuff, but that he's not the guy yet.
Or that's the thing. Where does the yet go?
Yeah, if he didn't think he was the guy, he wouldn't be starting Sunday.
Right. Would he be QB1 still?
Yeah. No, they just eat it. They just say, we screwed up. We spent draft choices. We got the wrong guy. And then they'd move on to the next guy. But I think it's more a matter of, we don't want you to have to think about anything else other than figuring out how to be my quarterback. That's it.
I just don't.
I don't
think
want you to walk
this
around
topic would
thinking,
take his mind off the goal. I don't think he would lose sight of the bullseye.
We don't know
with the captaincy.
Yeah, we don't know that though. Kyle Shanahan knows Trey Lance better than we do.
By the way, when you say a captaincy, are you saying a captain's plural C?
No,
or a captaincy?
Captaincy.
Okay. I just wanted to know how you interpreted it because I've heard two people create a pause in between captaincy and captaincy that makes me wonder how in your mind's eye, how are you saying it?
Yeah. No, I don't believe that the patch itself imbues anybody with either special powers or special burdens. The only thing that I can process here is if you believe in him enough to be the starting quarterback, but you don't want to name him a captain, it means that you are trying to keep things as simple as possible so that he's not even thinking about, well, what would a captain do in this crisis situation? You don't have to. You're not the guy who has to put your arm around somebody's shoulder and console them. Kyle Shanahan has said, this is what's on your menu. Fill that out. Then we can move on to the next thing.
Well, here's what's on everyone's menu. First, an invitation to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. And better be free.
To kick off our 4 o'clock hour, we bring in the captain of 670, The Score in Chicago. Lawrence Holmes is nice enough to join us as San Francisco is really invading Chicago this weekend. Giants games at Wrigley. Obviously, 49ers and Bears get going week 1 at Soldier Field. Lawrence, thank you for joining us here. Damon Bruce, Ray Ratto in just a moment. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's a Bay Area weekend for Chicago because the White Sox are also in Oakland.
That's right. And hey, how's Tony La Russa doing? Is he with them or not?
Oh my God! Don't get me started. now the report is that he wants to come back next week, and we put that report up on our Twitters, and it is 100% against him coming back. Fans' replies were 100% of him staying at home.
Well, that's the kind of year it's been for the Chicago White Sox, everybody.
And yet, there's still only 3 games out.
I know. There they are. And you got Dylan Cease, who's basically throwing, near no-hitters as close as you can come. But that's really not why we called Lawrence Holmes, because we got ourselves football. Thank goodness, for the first time in a long time. And look, I got to tell you, I grew up a card-carrying holder of being a Bears fan. I have since grown so, let's just say, apathetic with ownership and the way that team has been run through the decades that I've sort of renounced. I really have. I'm disgusted. I think that Justin Fields is among all of sports leaders and put in position to fail rather than to succeed. Or maybe, Lawrence, you're about to spread a little sunshine and tell me I've got it wrong, and Eberflus actually has a little fairy dust to sprinkle over this team as a first-time coach, and they're not going to be nearly as bad as everyone is indicating. Do you feel that way, or is this a dead-on-arrival football team in your mind?
No, there's not going to be any fairy dust. You can put that fantasy out of your mind. But I will say that it's been a pleasant surprise so far during the preseason that the Bears are competent. And that's kind of we have set such a low bar because of what's happened over the last 2 years with Matt Nagy, that the way that we view the Bears is that we wanted to see if they could get plays called and get out of the huddle and all of this stuff. And they were able to do that. Like, they looked like a much better coached team already with Matt Eberflus there. He seems to be on it and organized. The problem is he doesn't have any talent. And you can be as organized as you want. if you don't have at least something to hold your hat on from a talent standpoint, it's not going to matter. So it's a good beginning where the way that I've described it, guys, is they've raised the competency floor of the franchise. Like, I'll give you an example, and it may not work out for Sunday, but you know how Soldier Field's turf is awful?
Historically, yes.
Yeah, it's usually either the worst or the second worst in the league. Well, they had a Rammstein concert this.
Oh, no. I wanted to hear more about the concert.
Yeah, he said Rammstein, and now the phone just got angry at him.
What are you going to Rammstein shows for? I don't even know who Rammstein is.
I presume it's a lyrical folk band.
Big enough to sell out Soldier Field? There's not a lot of acts that are on stadium tour that I'm really not familiar with. Anyway,
we don't know if they sold that out.
Yeah, tell me more about who the hell's Rammstein? Am I that old now? I can't even identify stadium bands?
They're a German rock band, and they rock the house.
Okay.
Man. They're a lot of fun, and, that's part of the bigger problem that the Bears have had with the Chicago Park District, and it's why they're going to end up moving to Arlington Heights in the next 5 years. Anyway, Matt Eberflus is the first coach to make a request on changing the type of grass that is at Soldier Field, because the Bears don't control that. The Park District controls that. So they're moving to a new turf. They're using Bermuda grass because he thinks that it'll be a better and faster playing surface. Now, here's the bad news for Matt Eberflus. The forecast for Sunday is that it's going to rain all day.
With the rain notwithstanding, I mean, it'll make it more fun because everybody will be running in glop, but is the indication that he got his way on a new turf a sense that maybe ownership and management are just saying, here, you do it. We can't do it anymore. Just go ahead. Whatever you want, we'll pay for it. Or is this just the one bone they're going to throw him, and then they're going to be back to their old ways?
No, I think this was them acquiescing to what the coach wants. And also, I think that they've got so much leverage over the city right now because the city thinks that it can get them back, and they're not going to be able to, that the city was going to be willing and go ahead and do what Eberflus wants. I mean, I know this isn't the X and O breakdown that you guys were hoping for, but Chicago politics is involved in the Bears, and it's a thing. The Bears are hosting a town hall meeting as I speak at a high school in Arlington Heights to put their plan for their new stadium out there, and it looks like they're gonna do a closed roof stadium out in the suburbs, which is about 25-30 miles away from Soldier Field, and they're ready to kind of move on from the city of Chicago. But it'll still take them, obviously, a few years to get everything that they want done.
Right. Every NFL team... Yeah, every NFL team wants to now build its own kingdom. By the way, I've seen the designs. They need more ingress and egress and parking closer to the stadium. I can tell you that's a problem right now. But anyways, we got Lawrence Holmes of 670 The Score in Chicago. And you're right. Our fans that are listening right now want some X's and O's more than they want to hear about Bermuda grass and new stadiums being planned in the suburbs. Obviously, all 49ers fans went through that, leaving Candlestick down for Levi Stadium. It still left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, I'll tell you that right now. But Lawrence, is there anything that Justin Fields has on this game that can be described as a chip on his shoulder because, he was one of the few guys that was still on the board when the Niners chose Trey Lance ahead of Justin Fields, who has been put in, like we've already agreed to, about as bad of a situation as a young quarterback can be put in?
I don't think that he has a grudge against that. He spoke about it yesterday, and he was saying, "Look, this is the pros, so I got to kind of let all of that go. I just got to go out there and play." So I don't think that's it, but I do wonder, in the sliding doors universe, what Justin Fields would look like in a Kyle Shanahan offense. He seems like a perfect fit for what Shanahan does. And I hope that new offensive coordinator Luke Getsy for the Bears is going to use some of those elements. And from the preseason, we saw some of that. They actually did stuff that people were begging Matt Nagy to do with not just Justin Fields, but Mitch Trubisky. They moved the pocket. They cut the field in half, and he looked more comfortable. I think Fields has got incredible talent. Like, I think he's got top-notch arm talent. He's a big, strong dude that when he gets it moving, he's tough to bring down. There's still elements of the game that he's learning, but the problem is that he doesn't have a lot of talent around him. Darnell Mooney is a pretty good wide receiver, and David Montgomery, I think, is one of the better running backs in the league. But their offensive line is still in flux. Like, to this moment, it is still in flux, where they bring in Patrick to be their center. He's got a cast on his arm, and Matt Eberflus is out here playing games with the injury report because they're acting like he's going to be able to snap the ball and play center when maybe he ends up playing guard. Who knows? But the point is that there isn't a ton of talent. So it makes it feel like it's going to be very difficult for Justin Fields to succeed, and it's going to be difficult to evaluate where he is in his progress.
Lawrence, we got to wrap up pretty quickly here and get to break, but to me, the one clear advantage that the Niners have is a coaching advantage, Shanahan over a first-timer, and then to actually get into field advantages, Braxton Jones, a fifth-round pick out of Southern Utah, will be making his first career start at left tackle against Nick Bosa. And that, to me, could maybe be the sentence that puts the 49ers on top of this game big time.
I agree with you. I expect that they'll probably do some max protect and try to keep the tight end over there as much as possible and maybe boot Justin Fields out and run him away from Bosa. But this is going to be a problem for the Bears all year long. It doesn't really matter where the great pass rushers line up. And I know that San Francisco has a bunch of them, and they're all over that defensive line. They've got problems, and I think those problems are going to be more evident with a game plan against it. They were solid. Like, in preseason, the Bears were very solid. Now that you have guys game planning against your weaknesses, they're going to struggle to win games.
Lawrence, thank you for joining us. You were a last-minute addition to the show. I'm glad we were able to make it, man. Thank you so very much.
I appreciate you guys bumping me up from lieutenant commander to captain, too. Like, that's pretty awesome that you did that, so thank you.
Unfortunately, it does not come with any pay increase or perks to be seen.
Dang. All right, well, enjoy the rainy football game that happens, and shout out to all my people. Shout out to my homie Laura Britt over there who does all sorts of 49er stuff. That's my old partner, y'all.
Nice. Appreciate it, Lawrence. Thank you very much. Shout out Laura Britt, indeed. She's just doing Giants games. I don't think she's doing Niner stuff this year.
I think they've got her multiflexing.
Is he? Oh, okay, good for her then. So no days off. Well, actually, she's about to have a lot of days off because there aren't many days left for the Giants, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. There's not many days until we turn around and it's basketball season. That's why we're going to say hello to Steve Kerr for the first time in a long time in about 15 minutes from right now. Looking forward to saying hello to Coach Kerr. A couple of other things before we get back to football, of course, as we are getting closer and closer to kickoff for tonight and then kickoff of Week 1, which will be up on Sunday. We are brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures await. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums?
Honey, I need those pots to start dinner.
Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Pink Floyd's Roger Waters. This is not a drill.
We're doing a show in the round. It's something new. I'll look forward to the challenge.
Featuring his songs from the golden era of Pink Floyd. Friday and Saturday, September 23rd and 24th, Chase Center in San Francisco. Tickets on sale now at rogerwaters.com. Produced by AEG Presents.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo? The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so...
Order up!
You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and build that papier-mâché volcano.
I am not cleaning this up.
Ooh, yeah, I meant the kids. Staples will help them move forward. Right now, Crayola 10-count markers and 12-count colored pencils are just 99 cents each, and Staples 1-subject notebooks are only 35 cents. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. Ends 9/10, in-store only, limit 30.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. An oil change with quality oil like Castrol Edge Full Synthetic can help your engine get more out of every tank. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life oil filter for only $37.99. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Why choose proven quality sleep from Sleep Number? Because our Sleep Number 360 smart bed is really smart. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to help keep you both comfortable. Plus, it's temperature balancing so you stay cool. It's even smart enough to know exactly how long, how well, and when you slept. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Sleep Number takes care of the science. All you have to do is sleep. Don't miss the final days of the biggest sale of the year. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
San Francisco weather tonight, 59 degrees and clear.
Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. Your neighborhood Ashley store has all the styles, selection, and value you'll need to invite fall in this season. Find furniture you'll love by shopping locally or visit ashley.com today.
The John Mulaney contest, originally scheduled to end at 7 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday, September 2nd, 2022, has now ended immediately at 6 a.m. Pacific Time on Friday, September 2nd, 2022. More information and the complete rules for this contest are available at 957thegame.com/rules.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Again, thanks to Lawrence Holmes for joining us from 670 The Score in Chicago. As he said, it could be mucky at Soldier Field on Sunday. I don't know if that plays into an advantage for either team or a disadvantage for either team, because both these teams want to establish a ground game against each other and run the ball against each other with quarterbacks behind shaky offensive lines yet to have really proven themselves. And I think that when I think of the weather and how it's going to affect this weekend, what I think is all the people who are like today leaving from SFO to fly to Chicago for a couple of sunny days at Wrigley Field and hopefully a nice day at Soldier Field. And the weather might not be cooperating with the great San Francisco to Chicago migration after all. And that would stink. So I hope that doesn't happen. I hope it's not one of those the weather sucked in Chicago weekends, because there's a lot of people going to Chicago this weekend. And here's the thing. When the weather's nice in Chicago, it's about as good of a city gets in the world. It really is.
But the other 359 days, something's wrong.
I'm not saying it's always nice, but when you do catch a nice, warm summer night in Chicago, God, she's like one of the prettiest girls in the room.
Well, all right, here's what the Weather Channel says.
So give me the Weather Channel report, Ray.
70 degrees, light rain, a 70% chance. And
is that tomorrow or
this
Sunday?
This is Sunday.
Okay.
I don't care what's going to be tomorrow. I won't be there. But, and wind of about 12 miles an hour. So it won't be windy enough to affect the flight of the ball, and it won't be pouring so much the field will be a complete mess.
I will also tell you that take every single Midwestern weather report with a grain of salt, because things can change quickly.
That's true. A hurricane could come up, but they say the window for rain is Sunday and Monday and both days. And frankly, Monday looks like it's going to be worse than Sunday. So,
well, look, if you are heading out to Chicago, hopefully the weather cooperates with you. You enjoy a little fun. You enjoy some time at Wrigley Field. If you got there a day earlier and you went to the doubleheader in Milwaukee this afternoon, you've already experienced yet another San Francisco Giants loss. Ray, they are now 10 games back with, let's see, it's 10 games back with only 26 left to play. That's it. That's, doable. Here's what's totally inexcusable to me. And by the way, the second game in that doubleheader is now underway. There is just no reason to pay any attention to that whatsoever. And we have Steve Kerr joining us in about 9 minutes, so keep it right here. It'll be more interesting than anything that happens in the remainder of this Giants baseball season. I can promise you that. What's inexcusable to me, Ray, is that here you are, and it is September 8th, and you got Mike Yastrzemski and Lamont Wade Jr. hitting 1 and 2 in a lineup. Are you kidding me? It's September 8th, and you're going to let 209 and 199 be at the top of your lineup? On September 8th, you're going to continue to let that happen? What the hell is going on? I don't care if they're not ready to play. Call anyone else up to see if they can do it ahead of these guys who have proven intrinsically they can't. What the hell are you running out this late in September, a 209 and a 199 batting average at the top of your lineup for?
Well, they moved Flores up to the 2 spot for game 2, if that helps.
Well, then that should take care of everything.
Yeah. Oh, no, they don't have any players. I don't know who you put there. Just at this point, if the games don't matter anyway, and your minor leaguers have
What three
shown,
minor leaguers are carrying the best average in the minor leagues? Promote all three, regardless of service time, where they are, promote all three.
It's not a service time argument.
Get 'em
I
in
think
there.
the service time argument is always bogus. If they had somebody they needed to see, you'd have probably seen them by now. I don't think they have anybody to see. That's my point.
Well, what a massive indictment that is.
Well, yeah.
What a massive indictment on this front office that there's not even a let's take a looky-loo at a minor leaguer over trotting out a guy hitting 199.
Well, there you go. I mean, there's your indictment. I mean, that's why they didn't do anything at the trade deadline. They don't have anything yet.
San
Francisco, and I don't know if they
Giants,
ever will.
I indict thee.
I indict thee?
I indict thee. I indict.
When did you become a knight from the 11th century?
Look, I'm telling you, the Queen's passing affected me greatly this morning.
Evidently.
Sir Raymond.
David VR is their youngest guy. So there's your young guy.
Okay. And you know what? They took him, they plopped him in the lineup, and he's hit a couple of home runs, hasn't he?
And he's also hitting 222. So
222 is officially better than 209 or 199. A lot better.
But it's not as good as 234.
No. If you can get to 234, you can make cleanup in this lineup.
Oh, that's what you got Flores there for.
Dylan Cease on the mound tonight against J.P. Spears. Sears, excuse me, not Spears. I'm thinking of Brittany. The A's lost 2 straight from the Braves, and they turn around and face what is without a doubt the best of the White Sox. Cease flirted hard with a no-hitter his last time out. He went 8 2/3 before giving up a hit to the final hitter that he faced his last time out. He's got the second best ERA in baseball, the 5th most strikeouts, so the A's should be up against it tonight. And all you need to know how bad the A's are at this, and I say this as the royal this is how bad the A's are at everything related to making their fans happy and welcome and getting timing right. Do you realize, Ray, that they had the entire year of home dates to choose from to be the game in which they would retire Dave Stewart's 34? And the game that they chose is the Sunday that corresponds with the NFL's opening. I mean, what more do you need to know about these a-holes top to bottom? Top to bottom. I mean, like, who's the person who planned that? Identify them and fire them. That is ridiculous. Dave Stewart deserves, like all A's fans, so much better than the Oakland A's can muster to even present to him. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, Saturday would have been better. Sure, Cal's playing SC, but what kind of an idiot would go watch that?
Stanford's playing SC.
Cal's got... Who's got Cal?
UNLV? I think UNLV.
Oh, well, see, that's a much bigger draw anyway. No, Saturday would have been perfectly fine, but...
You're going to choose to go up against week 1 of the NFL schedule. Are you that thick? Are you that bad at your job, Dave Cavill? Because all of this comes out of his office, I'm guessing.
Either that or he didn't bother with it and it just comes out of the marketing people. I know John Fisher doesn't care enough to mind when Stewart's numbers retired. No, but it's a mild blunder in a series full of them.
I mean, mild, it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to Dave Stewart's entire career. Here, we're going to go ahead and put you up against the kickoff of America's single most popular sport. Good luck, Dave. We can't draw flies on a night against the New York Yankees. Actually, thanks to the Yankees, we can draw pretty against the Yankees. Yeah. But it wasn't until the weekend. Those first 2 games, sparsely attended. Then the weekends came around.
The Saturday game got 25, and the Sunday game, I think, got 39.
Yeah, and I think the Yankees played in front of like 12,000 people on the Thursday. That was a 4-game series, and it's one of the lowest attended Yankee games ever. Anyway.
Yeah, we're getting lost in the weeds.
It really does not matter. This is Gabe in Napa who wants to talk about the robust bouquet of Giants homegrown talent. What's going on, Gabe?
Well, loving the 106. The grapes are coming in for sure.
Oh, yeah, that's always good for Cab this time of year.
Yeah, well, it's a little too hot, to be honest. Most of the crews are struggling. Like everybody, Giants fan forever, got duped last year into saying, hey, I've got kids that are out of college. I'm going to spend some money. Got the 4-game or 22-game package, the Will Clark special. It's been fun to sit there, but man, it's such a boring team, and it just brings back this one issue. Maybe it's the heat, but I'm so frustrated. trivia question for you. I'll be shocked if Ray doesn't know this. Who was the last Giants outfielder that they developed in their own farm system who actually made the All-Star game and hit more than 20 home runs? I'll take your answer off the air. Stay cool, fellas.
Well, hold on. If we don't answer it correctly, who will get that right for us? The last Giant outfielder developed that became an all-star? Just off the top of my head, I can't even come up with that name.
I know it's been, it might have been Chili Davis.
Well, I was about to say, is it as old as Chili Davis?
It certainly could be. I mean, I don't know what the easy way to find that is, but it's been a long time.
It feels like Chili Davis is the right, because here's the thing. As soon as you said all-star, I mean, that just makes me flip my mental Rolodex way back to before when I was here.
Mays.
Yeah, not that far back.
Melott.
Little closer to Vietnam as opposed to World War II.
Yeah, I want to say Davis.
I do too.
But I'm not. But I don't hang me with this.
Hack Wilson.
Yeah, that's the one. Except he was a Cub.
That's right. There you go. I meant Leonard.
Yeah.
Not him
Jeffrey
either.
Leonard. I don't think he was homegrown. I'm not sure that he was homegrown.
I don't think he was either. Either way, it's a how about this? The fact that the two of us sitting here you just are like, maybe it was Chili Davis. That's enough of an indictment on the entire farm system going back decades as it is.
Yeah, it's not good.
Is that Lucas, Steve Kerr proving his mettle as the most dependable on-time guest we have ever had in the history of this entire show? I believe it is. This man is as punctual as anyone we've ever booked on this show. There are lots of reasons why we like talking to Steve Kerr. Punctuality, absolutely among them. The championships that he and his franchise and team keep stacking, certainly among them. The way they go about their business. It feels like it's been a really long time since we've said hello to Steve Kerr. But Steve, we're looking at the schedule. It's actually only been like 12 weeks. That is how quickly this is all gone past us here in this short, abbreviated offseason, thanks to you guys winning yet another NBA championship. Welcome back. It's wonderful to have you here. I know that you've got an event with SF Jazz coming up. I'm really interested in hearing about that and what you think of a ballet. We're gonna get into a lot of things. But thank you for joining us. How are you? Great title. What have you been up to?
Oh, man. Well, first of all, great to chat with you guys again. And if a short summer is the result of being in the finals, I'll take a short summer every year. So we're happy about this. But no, it's been a great summer, celebrating the championship and getting a little time off. Our daughter got married. We traveled in Europe, and my wife and I went to Cairo, Egypt for Basketball Without Borders last week, which was amazing. And so, yeah, it's been an amazing summer, and we're ready to kind of get back at it.
I have never seen the pyramids. Is this something that I have to see with my own two eyes?
Yes, 100%. I actually lived in Cairo when I was 14, 15 years old. My dad was teaching over there at the American University. And so back then, you could actually climb the pyramids. You could literally just, walk up at, in the first thing in the morning before anybody got there and just start climbing, and nobody would say anything. I don't think you can do that anymore.
Did you take any rocks or anything?
No souvenirs. Just climbed to the top and looked at the view. It was pretty spectacular. But we went back and. So it was really fun. I mean, I hadn't been in Cairo in 38 years or something, and
is it a place is it a place, Steve, that changes much in your mind's eye, or is it the same Cairo that you remember, basically?
Well, it's the same, but it's expanded by about 3 times. So if you go to the middle of the city, everything looks the same, but the city has grown. I think it's tripled in population. It's like 25 million people now. So the city has expanded way out into the desert on both sides of the Nile, and it was just remarkable seeing the development. How many hotels and housing developments were out there? Where when I lived there as a kid, it was literally nothing but sand. So it's changed dramatically.
What was the lure to see it again, and why now?
Well, the lure was Basketball Without Borders is just an awesome organization. The NBA runs an operation in Africa. They have offices in Senegal and Johannesburg, and every year, pandemics aside, every year they have a camp. They invite the best African players from all over the continent, and they play. And coaches and players from the league will go over and help coach and help assist the players and hang out together. And so it's really a fun way to travel, because you kind of have a built-in daily routine of coaching and teaching, but then you're going out to dinner and doing different things with all these people you already really enjoy being around. So it was the perfect opportunity to get back there.
Great to catch up with Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. How proud were you giving away your daughter?
Oh man, you just can't describe it unless you've been through it. And our son got married last summer, and that was wonderful. But daughters are different, so pretty emotional. But it was wonderful and kind of perfect, and the weather was great, and everybody was so happy, and my daughter was so happy, and
well, that's great.
So it was couldn't have gone any better.
So when you said earlier that it's a short off season, but it's great, when did you start getting the itch to get back to basketball, or do you have it yet? Because you still have some time.
No, I think for me it's usually maybe 6 weeks or so of getting away and not thinking about anything. And it's not after the season; it's really after the draft. Once the draft is done and free agency, then you can kind of take a breath. And so for me, I would say it was kind of mid-August where I just felt like, all right, I've had a great rest, and getting excited about the season, start thinking about the roster, start thinking about, things we might add, or, different schemes, different things we might throw in with this group, and start to get the plans in order. We've got a coaching retreat next week, and we'll really nail down our plans for training camp and get rolling on the 24th.
Did the first time you called Bob Myers, once the itch came back to you, did he hang up on you?
Bob and I talk almost every day, and so the good news is, we still really like each other. So, even if we don't talk basketball, we always enjoy each other's conversation and company.
Again, conversations will be picking up. We are 40 days away from the Warriors season opener against the Lakers. At least Juan Toscano-Anderson doesn't have to wait long to pick up his ring. He'll be here with the Lakers that night. It should be one heck of an opener. We're all looking forward to it. But your journey into the season officially begins in Japan. How much do you look forward to that trip? Do you start to almost, like you got buyer's remorse before you even go? Or is being an ambassador on that level so important to some of the guys, maybe yourself included, on the team that you can't wait to get going?
No, it's something that, it's not the ideal way to go through training camp. It's not how you draw it up, but it's an incredible opportunity. And to go to Tokyo, which is such a great city, and I was just there for the Olympics last summer, but didn't get to see anything because of COVID. So hopefully we'll be able to see more of the city this time, and it'll be an amazing experience for our players and coaches. And any sort of training camp disruption is far outweighed by the benefits of being in Tokyo with the team and growing the game and seeing the Japanese people cheer on Steph Curry and the team. I mean, it'll be a thrill.
Since the beginning to our conversation has such an international twist to it, Steve, I must ask, with all the rooms, with all the kings and queens and presidents that you may have supped with, have you ever met the Queen, who passed away today at the age of 96?
Never met the Queen, no. That was... reading that today was kind of strange. She's just been a constant in all of our lives because she's lived for so long and just been so prevalent in the news forever. And sad news, but what a life.
Royalty is one of the weirdest concepts ever sold to human beings. It really, truly is. But
did you ever watch the Crown, by the way?
Oh, yes, I did. On your recommendation. Jillian and I both loved it. And to the point where, the seasons that change, where they change the Queen as she ages, they're fantastic, how well they did that.
Pretty remarkable show. Yeah, my wife and I loved that show. Really a pretty good history lesson.
It is good.
Can I ask a mundane basketball question?
I guess. I mean, the season doesn't start for a few weeks, Ray. So
okay, all right, then fine. Who'd you like better, Claire Foy or Olivia Colman?
It's a tie. It's
No. Then we go to overtime. Somebody wins this.
I love Olivia Colman. I think she's fantastic. So I got to go with her. But Claire Foy was brilliant too.
Okay, now the mundane basketball question.
All right, here we go.
Do you have to do anything in the preseason to monitor your veterans' minutes? Or are you going to, is that just natural that you're not going to play much because you don't need to?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a balance. I think we only have 5 preseason games now. And so the guys need to, be in rhythm and be able to play, 30 minutes or so by opening night. But you also don't want to run them into the ground. So, we have the big picture in mind for our season, and we'll see where everybody is in terms of their conditioning and any maladies, any injuries or anything like that. But, we've got an entire performance team that really kind of determines the level that we push these guys. So my job has gotten a lot easier the last few years as we've gotten smarter and we've brought in brilliant people who do this for a living.
It felt like last year's collective motivation was to prove to the entire basketball world that when healthy, you guys still wore the crown. And indeed, that's what you went out and you actually proved. So now what? I mean, how hard is it to maintain a motivation where the motivation is, gentlemen, it's our responsibility to maintain a near consistent state of greatness at all times with guys whose career legacies get redefined by possessions, which is nuts, but that's the way it all works these days. It's just maintaining greatness a motivation.
Yeah, I don't remember if I've told you guys this before. I may have, but my experience is that the trying to repeat is actually really fun. It's if you're lucky enough to win 2 in a row, that third year is where it gets to be a real grind. So we're coming off last season. We won the championship 2 years straight without even being in the playoffs. A long 9-month layoff with COVID. I don't think we're going to be burned out by any means. In fact, I think we'll be really excited. I think all of our guys will be ready to roll and ramp it back up and try to repeat. Our guys love to play. They love to compete. This is what they do. They've had a good rest this summer. So I think everybody is excited and they don't have a ton to prove, if anything, but that's also a really good place to be, when you're playing with a little house money and, for our vets, Steph, Clay, Draymond, maybe Andre, depending on what he decides to do. Those guys have 4 rings. They've got nothing to prove, so they can go out and just let it rip and play for the joy of the game, and their natural competitiveness will take over. And I'm expecting for us to have a great season.
All right, Steve. So are we, and you said it first. You brought it up. I didn't bring it up. You brought it up. Andre Iguodala, the vision that you would have for him, should he be a part of this year's team, is what?
Well, he's still good enough to help us win games, and he proved that last year. And he also proved to be an irreplaceable leader in that locker room. He, even though he gets credit for it, it's not enough. When we talk about Andre's leadership, what he meant to Wiggs and Gary Payton and Jordan Poole, Draymond, Steph, Clay. I mean, Andre was so instrumental in just keeping us on the path to a championship last year. So if he decides to come back, he's going to have the exact same role. There's going to be times during the season where he'll be healthy and in the rotation and helping us win games, and there'll be times where he's not playing and either injured or resting but still patrolling that locker room and making sure our guys are learning how to win, how to be champions.
Is there a timeline on that decision? Because you might have roster decisions to make if Andre doesn't come back. As a matter of fact, you will. Is there a timeline that you and Bob would like to see met?
No, Bob and I talked to Andre early in the summer, and we just said, you have earned the right to do whatever you want and to take as much time as you want. And I probably talked to Andre about a month ago and reiterated that. I have not talked to him since. I just got back in the country, and I'll probably touch base with him here in the next couple of days. But Bob and I are giving him the space to make whatever decision he wants, and we'll support him either way. But we hope he comes back, I can tell you that.
I want to go back to something you said about how much fun it's going to be to defend the title. And then you said how hard it is to do it a third time. And I'm not trying to look ahead by a season, but since you've gone through this before, what is it that makes trying to win a third one in a row so incredibly difficult and so taxing, and trying to win a second one in a row so invigorating?
I just think that by the third year, everything catches up to you. The physical toll, the emotional toll, the spiritual toll. It's just hard. I mean, you got teams coming after you every single night. Great teams, great athletes, great coaches, plotting, scheming, and it is exhausting to be, on that mountaintop and having people trying to knock you off every single day. So, year 2, in my experience, is there's a lot of confidence, there's a lot of joy, there's a lot of energy, and then year 3, you're like a marathon runner, and in the last couple miles, you're just trying to get to the finish line, and it's tough to win that way.
Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, knows quite a bit about winning. They continue to do it. And I'll tell you, all the moving pieces and the parts and how they fit together this year is going to be fascinating. Jordan Poole, year 4. How much more of a step forward can he take? And what did you think of the year that he pretty much gave you guys last year?
Oh, man, Jordan was amazing. Had such a great year. I don't know that he can do anything more to step up offensively. So the area where he can still improve is at the defensive end. I thought last year in the playoffs, when he was fully engaged and really playing with physicality, he showed he can be a legit two-way player. But he knows he hasn't become that consistently, and so that's the next step for Jordan. But what he has given us offensively, that spark, that playmaking, the shooting, the passing, he is a really talented young guy, and a huge part of why we won the championship last year.
And toward that end, I mean, because the discussions about where you're going to be on the tax line and all that, are those discussions you want to be in on, or does it put you in a weird sort of compromised position where you'd rather know as little as possible when they start explaining how they're going to try to cut costs to get back in line with Joe Lacob's comfort zone?
No, Bob and I are always aligned, and he's so good at his job. He shares, all the information, every decision he makes, he's sharing his reasoning and ideas with me, and then I do the same for him in terms of the basketball on-court decisions that I make. So we're in concert all the time. We have the highest payroll in the history of the NBA. Joe has gone above and beyond for many years now, so we're lucky. We've got just a really, really great roster, and it gets harder and harder every year to keep this group together. But Bob and Joe have been able to do so, and so we'll keep rolling. And I'll do my part, but we're all aligned on everything in this organization.
How excited are you for a full season of Klay Thompson once again?
I'm thrilled. We texted the other day, and he is just having such a great summer. He's in such a wonderful place, now that he's back and he's healthy, and his brother Trace is hitting home runs for the Dodgers, and Klay is on cloud nine right now. So he can't wait for camp to start, and I think I would expect him to be more consistent this year, just having that conditioning base underneath him and the consistency of good health and being able to train all summer.
Speaking of big follow-up year, Andrew Wiggins did so much to reestablish himself in the NBA Finals as an elite player. It feels like the entire NBA finally caught on to how good he has been with the Golden State Warriors and how good he was. He took his rebounding game to another level. How much of your job this season is just holding him to that higher standard that he established in the NBA Finals and seemed incredibly proud to have found?
Yeah, Wiggs was so good and played such an important role. And I think what you saw last year was the culmination of, 2.5 years being with this organization, Klay being back, our team taking shape, and Wiggs really settling into the role that he's perfectly suited for, which is, lockdown defender, and be our secondary scorer. And he couldn't have played that role any better. In the finals especially, but really throughout the playoffs, the way he rebounded, the way he guarded the opponent's best players, he was just awesome. And for me as a coach, Wiggs is just a joy to be around every day, to coach, to see his engagement, to see the way his teammates revere him. It's just been a perfect marriage, and we're thrilled with him, and I know he's happy to be here. So excited to coach Wiggs again. I
want to give you plenty of time to promote what you've got going on with SF Jazz and tell people where they can get tickets if they want to come and see your first in-person interview since winning an NBA championship. I know you're going to be doing that, but before we get to the plug, I got to ask, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, your young pups, how much forward are you looking to get them back under your umbrella and to see their off-season improvement with, three guys who went through very unique experiences last year that should stack on top of what makes them a better basketball player? Like, here we go. It feels like Wiseman is healthy enough to where this is a monster year in this young man's career.
Yeah, we're excited for all three of them. They've all been doing individual training in our facility this summer. Wise is healthy, doing great. That's the main thing. That he's just feels good and looks good, and he just like J.K. and Moses. They all need to play. They're all so young. They just need to play, and so the more experience they can gain, the better. But health is the number one priority, and knock on wood, all three guys are doing really well, and I can't wait to see them in training camp.
So, Steve, you probably would safely assume that we don't have a huge ballet crowd in our audience. I don't know much about ballet. I don't know really anything other than you have to be in unbelievable peak physical condition to go out and do that. Tell us about Alonzo King, why you're going to be having a conversation a week from tomorrow with him, Friday, September 16th at SF Jazz.
Yeah, Alonzo runs Lines Ballet. He's a really, really talented artistic director, and we're going to have a conversation that will touch on dance and basketball and social justice and human rights and all kinds of topics, mindfulness, self-care. I think there are a lot of, and I'm not a ballet aficionado by any means, but there are so many parallels because you're talking about athletes, you're talking about people who, whether it's someone in dance or someone in basketball, you've got to find a way to connect your mind and your body and to create something really beautiful. And so I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a really fun event, and it's a great fundraiser, and that's going to help fund Alonso's ballet programs and educational programs, and that's coming up on September 16th. So really excited about that. It's at the Minor Auditorium, San Francisco Jazz.
And people can check out tickets, availability at sfjazz.org. Somebody once said, if you don't think these, ballet art, ballerina, what do you call it? What do you call a male ballet dancer?
Dancer.
Is he dancer? He's not a ballerina or something.
No.
Okay. Somebody once said, if you want to know what real strength is, try to pick someone up, not bending your arms, just straight out in front of you, and then dance with that person in your arms, straightly extended.
Yeah.
That is how strong you have to be. It's one of the all-time, like the ant is the strongest creature on earth in terms of being able to lift its body weight, the ratio there. So ballet has to involve itself somehow like that. Will you be pirouetting at any point in time during the presentation?
No chance. But I'm going to make sure that Alonzo actually does pirouette himself. Okay. And maybe teach me behind the scenes, but I will not be demonstrating any of that.
Will you just blame your back for that, or are you just going to say, I don't want to?
Yeah, no, I've got the built-in excuse, of the back. That's the lone bright spot of having, some back issues. You can always use it.
But just think if you could go home that night and have a perfect plie right before dinner time.
Margot would be thrilled.
She would be thrilled with you. By the way, someone says it's a ballerino. A male ballerina is a ballerino. I don't know if I trust the text line, but I want to. It feels right.
I wouldn't trust them with anything, including an opened can.
We know that. Steve, it was a real pleasure to catch up with you. Again, people on the text line saying it's just so good to hear your voice again. We have a listener actually from Cairo saying it's just so cool to hear you talk about his hometown. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back. We look forward to our conversations once they start up again, and we look forward to another season of Warriors basketball. They tend to err on the side of absolutely glorious. So we're looking forward to it once again, Steve. Thank you.
I am too, and great to visit with you guys again. And before we know it, it'll be a once a week thing. And who knows? We might even get tired of one another, but hopefully not.
Oh, that's not the way you should bet.
Steve, thank you so very, very much. We could never get tired of you. One of the best, one of the most generous with his time, thoughtful with his answers, guests we've ever had. We look forward to our conversations with Steve Kerr whenever we get them. And if you want to see Steve Kerr's conversation at SF Jazz one more time, go to sfjazz.org for all event details. When we come on back, we're hopping right back into the fact we got football. It's officially starting. It's Thursday night. We might achieve maximum football in the next 25 minutes.
There's no reason to do that.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Are you ready for your palm reading, my dear?
Yeah, let's do this.
I sense that you crave something.
More reliable.
Right. You know you deserve better and want out of a relationship.
Yes, with my big name wireless carrier.
You're who now?
My big name wireless carrier. That's why I switched to Xfinity Mobile. Now I get unlimited with 5G for $30 per month on the most reliable 5G network.
Let's talk about your aura. It's so...
And get this, they can even save you hundreds a year on your wireless bill over T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon.
Wow, that's actually really impressive.
Yep, but you already knew that, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I definitely saw this coming.
Start seeing savings today. Switch to the fastest mobile service, Xfinity Mobile. Now with the best price on 2 lines of unlimited, just $30 a line per month. Switch today. Xfinity Internet required. Price comparison for 2 unlimited lines under available 5G pricing plans of top 3 carriers. Taxes and fees extra. Reduced speeds up to 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Most reliable based on root metrics. US report. Comcast analysis of mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data from Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Q2 2022.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new laundry set with the latest technology for faster, more efficient cleaning and drying so you can get back to the sounds of fall. Making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. Final days to get up to 30% off select appliances, all finishes included, in September 14th. Offer valid August 25th through September 14th. See store or online for details.
Live entertainment is back at Cache Creek Casino Resort. In September, catch one of music's legendary groups, the Beach Boys, performing live and in concert at our beautiful state-of-the-art event space. Now is your time to see and hear your favorite performers. Get tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Come into Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill September 23rd through September 25th for their fall clearance sale event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. And save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sale event September 23rd through September 25th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money-back guarantee. All on the largest, fastest, reliable network for small businesses with the company that powers more businesses than anyone else. So if you're a small business owner, don't wait. Call and get started today. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Offer ends 9/21/22. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Requires EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Call or go online for details. After promo, regular rates apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
You know, the fact that it's actually ring night means that if you're a Rams fan in LA, I guess you show up tonight because they're going to hoist the banner, first game since winning a Super Bowl in the stadium. Where in the NFC title game, it felt like 49ers fans outnumbered Rams fans 2-1. Don't leave it to Bills fans to be crazy enough to fly across the country and make that a half home game for them. Bills fans are like cockroaches, right? They are everywhere. Everywhere. Tiny little town in upstate New York, and they scatter when the lights come on in the kitchen.
That may be, but they still are the best team in sports in throwing their fans through picnic tables.
They are. Folding tables.
Any table.
Card tables, folding tables.
Park tables.
Knights of the Round Table.
Iron ping pong tables.
It's what they're the best at. They really, truly are.
By the way, they'll certainly enjoy tonight's game because it's 97 right now.
Ooh, little hot one. They will be having a moment of silence for the Queen, who passed away today. Before this one kicks off down at SoFi Stadium. The entire world, to the point where you have to now bet against it, is picking the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl this year. I haven't seen general consensus like this across a spectrum of football talkers, writers, and so on and so forth. I don't think in my life, Ray. It's like if you... and I don't mean you specifically, but if anyone is officially picking any other team than the Buffalo Bills to win the Super Bowl, we'd frickin' love to hear from you because all precincts are reporting it's Buffalo's year, which means you have to fade the United States on that, of course.
Oh, no question.
There's no way.
I thought there was a graphic the other day from the NFL Network where all their analysts, however many they've got, they all picked the Bills to win it all. I mean, different opponents in the Super Bowl, but they all had the Bills, and at that point I knew there's not a chance in hell that Buffalo wins.
Sorry, Buffalo.
I mean, the theory basically is that, it's their turn because they're really good and they haven't done anything yet, and it's hard to repeat now that Bill Belichick is running a semi-pro operation up in New England. That's not good enough. If you're planning to wear the crown, you'd better stay healthy for all 18 weeks.
They might have the best team on paper. They might have the best quarterback on paper. They might be one of the best run organizations on paper and in reality.
There's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah.
Except that when everybody says you're the one, you're not the one.
You're usually not the one. This isn't like, it's safe to just pick Alabama and stick with it. It'll probably bear itself true. There are way too many moving parts to this season, to everyone's season, to just assume who is favored in week one is going to be favored in week Super Bowl. So we got a long way to go, and that's the understatement of the year. By the way, this game brought to you tonight by... Sunday Night Football. Even though it's Thursday Night Football, it's officially the Sunday Night Football production crew that is doing this game tonight, which means you're going to get that anthem in and out of breaks. And before the game even starts, Ray, we are going to get an expanded Carrie Underwood Sunday Night Football opener. It's going to become even more obnoxious and cringeworthy here in 2022, year of our Lord. Variety is reporting that NBC aims to boost Carrie Underwood's Sunday Night Football opener with real-world footage. In other words, B-roll from the stadium that the game's about to take place in.
So, in other words, crowd shots.
That's it. The show, one of TV's most watched programs each year, hopes to take new relevancy this season by incorporating scenes from each week's host city and activity from the stadium in the opening segment starring Carrie Underwood, which to me is among the more cringeworthy things on TV. The montage of waiting all day for Sunday night, I don't know why it so bothers me, but it does. To the point where, I can't stop watching it just for the cringeworthiness of it all.
See, there's a message. There's a message to you in that. Get some discipline. Get some self-control. Watch something else. Go to the kitchen. Get a snack. Avoid it.
I can't. I called Jillian and I'm like, isn't this weird? Isn't Carrie Underwood really oddly chosen for this? I don't know.
And so now you drag your wife into it.
Yeah, no, she goes through it with me each week, too.
You are a cruel bastard.
Yeah, no, everyone knew that.
No, but I mean, to your own wife, the only person who, when you are killed, she'll be the one with the alibi that's ironclad.
Fans have seen the famous singer belting out Waiting All Day for Sunday Night for years, and NBC hopes that dedicating a film crew to capture the action around the game on game day will boost the proceedings and get fans more engaged. Let me tell you what would even get fans more engaged if you canceled the Carrie Underwood 2-minute-long opening montage completely and talked a little more football in the pregame that was actually X's and O's and interesting, and you should just do that.
They're not going for the X's and O's crowd. They know they've already got them. Right. They think this is the thing that will pull in wives. So when you make your wife watch this, you are actually doing NBC a service.
The bidding.
That's why you should stop. Show some discipline here. Be a supportive husband.
But I've got your new favorite show to hate, Ray. I've got your new favorite show to hate. Amazon, when it does take over the Thursday night broadcast, right? Amazon's going to debut a new football comedy show before Thursday Night Football. Variety bills it as a new laugh lead-in for Amazon's exclusive Thursday Night Football NFL Games package, enlisting Saturday Night Live alum Taron Killam. And look, I watch an awful lot of Saturday Night Live still to this day. I don't even know who that is. I didn't even recognize him by the picture that came along with the press release. So he was as on Saturday Night Live as Ray was, basically. Ray, did you ever write for Saturday Night Live?
Oh, yeah, for about 52 years.
He is going to host a show called the NFL Pile-On. The NFL Pile-On will premiere September 14th on Prime Video, and the half-hour show, Killian will riff on funny or unexpected moments from across the NFL the week prior, from mic'd-up players during pregame warm-ups to postgame press conference zingers to epic fumbles to off-field blunders and derp. I mean, that's what this sounds. This literally sounds like one of the worst ideas for a show. Derp! Oh, isn't that funny?
No, it's not. It's not the worst idea. It's just an idea that's been done 100 different times with different. Yeah. Now we're going to call it a comedy show. No, it isn't.
Rob Riggle can't make these things funny. No one can.
No, and Rob Riggle's not that funny anyway. But the whole idea that you're being shown something that you shouldn't be able to see, that's just out and out nonsense. There's nothing the NFL shows you that it doesn't mean for you to see. So you're not getting taken, inside the game.
No one's going to try to position this as a documentary to take you behind the scene or anything.
But it's not even a question. It's also not funny because everybody's seen this 100 times.
It's going to be the chuckle.
You want to be funny, go hire Doug Stanhope, who loves the Arizona Cardinals, and just watch him drink and watch a game. But that's too edgy for the NFL. So you can pass on this too.
Everything from studio shows to social media to fashion faux pas, all fair game. Derp.
God. Derp. That's why when the meteor hits, I'll be the one standing on my roof holding up a parasol saying, "Come and aim for me." We're done as a society because of stuff like this. We're done.
NFL comedy show. I'll tell you what is planned for Soldier Field Sunday. It's Buckeye on Buckeye crime that could be committed on Sunday at Soldier Field. Braxton Jones is the Bears' starting left tackle for this game. He is a fifth-round pick from Southern Utah. He's going to be making his first career start against, we don't even have a nickname for Bosa. We don't need one. He's just state-of-the-art. That's who he is. That is, if you had to take a defensive end off the assembly line, then break the assembly line saying we can't have more than one of those, it would be unfair, it would be Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa is going to eat this young man alive. He should eat this young man alive. And just to be cruel, Ray, D'Amico Ryans should have either Dre Greenlaw or Drake Jackson just curling off of his hip throughout this game and just putting this young man in an absolute blender that he's never experienced when he was at Southern Utah.
But the Chicago guy we talked to earlier said they're not going to let Nick Bosa have a single one-on-one moment with this guy.
Oh no, the Bears are going to max protect.
They're going to put two tight ends on that side of the ball. They will run away from him. They will make him chase Justin Fields because Matt Eberflus understands how good Bosa is, so he's going to sort of tailor his offense to avoiding him. So I don't think it's a question of him against the left tackle. It's going to be him against about four different blockers as he's going across the field trying to chase where the ball is going. That's what they're going to do, because you don't just sit there and go, well, gee, I don't think we can block him. Well, then run away from him. And that's what I think every team's going to do.
Well, then that should make them quite one-dimensional, which makes D'Amico Ryans and that entire offensive or defensive line's day that easier.
Yeah, very, very true. But let's be honest. If the Bears are one-dimensional, that's one more dimension than they usually have. So, I mean, you can only play the guys you got.
Well, it's the thing. And the Bears got a couple guys who can run the ball. David Montgomery is a real NFL running back who gets real NFL running back yards, who they are going... Look, putting Chicago in third and long, any passing down, like that's advantageous to the 49ers. So that's going to be what they're trying to do, especially if it's inclement weather all afternoon long. And that is exactly, by the way, what the Bears are saying about the 49ers. We want to make them a run first, second, and third football team. We don't want this to be the Trey Lance razzle-dazzle game. We want to keep them as muted as possible.
Yeah, well, that's what they're... That's basically saying, gee, I hope Christmas lands on December 25th this year. Of course, the 49ers are going to be... They're not going to be one-dimensional, but they'll be damn close to it because they want to be. You know, it's essentially Matt Eberflus saying, we want the 49ers to do what the 49ers do. Great. I think the 49ers would agree with that. So everybody goes home happy.
Chicago's entire game plan is put Trey Lance in passing downs. Put Trey Lance in passing situations. And then, find your own running game that opens up enough play action, because that's where Chicago's shots are going to come from. If they don't have a running game to be respected, and if their play action isn't working for them, it's just going to be a long day for Justin Fields and company. It really is. If this is a low-scoring game, if this is 10-10 in the fourth quarter, that's exactly where the Chicago Bears want to find this game.
Oh, no question. If they can hold the 49er offense 10 points, they should consider it a untrammeled delight. Just, of course they want to do that. Because once the 49ers get to 21, the Bears are done. Because they're not putting up 3 touchdowns. That's not the offense they have. They're going to have to figure out a way where they have the ball for 36 minutes. And the 49ers want to figure out a way where they have the ball for 36 minutes. It's basically going to be two guys hitting each other over the head with skillets.
It all starts with the Red and Gold pregame show. Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal debut Sunday at 9 a.m. here on 95.7 The Game. The pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and by Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. So I'm ready. I know you're ready. not you, Ray. The audience. I know the audience is ready. And I would even suggest that you're ready. Jameis Winston, by the way, 100% ready to go because he trained his body symmetrically, which I never heard a way to go about training a body before, but that's what Jameis is sticking with.
Our body is so symmetrical, right? You got your wrists, and then what are your wrists on the bottom half? Your ankles, you got your shoulders up top. What are your shoulders? Your hips, you know what I'm saying? You got your elbows. What are your elbows? Your knees, right? It's symmetrical, and you just got to work different parts.
Did you ever think like that, Ray? Like your wrists are really the ankles of your arms?
Yeah, and I think about that a lot.
Your shoulders really are the hips of your upper torso, and
whoever is his trainer is telling him this stuff, and it makes sense to him, so he's repeating it.
It's good stuff. When I heard that Jameis Winston had something to say about the human body, I thought maybe he would talk about how it's built to digest the W's that he ate.
No, I mean, listen, he may know a lot. I'm not here to judge Jameis Winston, but this does sound like trainer speak to me.
Let's dive into it once again, shall we?
Our body is so symmetrical, right? You got your wrists, and then what are your wrists on the bottom half? Your ankles, you got your shoulders up top. What are your shoulders? Your hips, you know what I'm saying? You got your elbows. What are your elbows?
Your elbows.
Right? It's symmetrical, and you just got to work different parts.
I love this. He's got a call and response going on with the local beat writers. He's like, what are your elbows? Some guy's like, your knees.
Yeah. Like there were not. Yeah. They're like your pancreas.
All I can tell you is that some of the NFL body breakdowns that we've had this year are already amazing, and we haven't even started.
Doesn't matter if you have one ass cheek and 3 toes. I will beat your ass.
And you got Jameis's breakdown. I think with Jameis's breakdown, with us being this close to kickoff of Thursday Night Football, I think it's here, folks. I think we've actually reached it. Ray?
No.
Let me just tell you have to actually work 4 hours tomorrow. I wanted you to hear that before you heard this.
Maximum
You would have loved that. You missed it. I'm so sorry that you missed that, Ray.
I didn't miss it. I ran away from it.
Took his headphones off. I mean, you don't know.
And
I might have
clapped
played
them together so no sound could come out.
I might have played a really important soundbite there that I was hoping that you'd react to.
You might have, but you set it up wrong.
No, but
you walked me up to it. It's just, if you can't figure out what I'm about to do, you're an idiot. Well, I chose not to be an idiot.
But what if I went in another direction?
But you didn't.
Did you get a hold of him?
But you didn't.
But did you get a hold of him?
Did I get a hold of them?
Come on, D's. D's nuts.
It's too easy. Make it a little harder for me, would you?
Anytime I see your finger going toward that infernal machine, your phone's off. This is the thing. This is the reason why America will collapse as a culture.
There's a lot of reasons. This is maybe among them.
No, this is
the sole reason for America's collapse.
This is a strong bronze medalist improving by the day towards silver.
Mike Silver, who will help us reach maximum football. Don't make me do it, Ray. Don't make
you know what's going to happen.
You're going to miss.
Go ahead.
You're going to miss all the fun that happens once I push this button.
There's no fun has ever come out of that.
See, that's Kawhi Leonard's laugh. That wasn't even maximum football.
No, but it had no context. Whatever you press over there is going to irk me. So I just have to figure out a way to do it in such a way where you can no longer affect me in this way. But maximum football is the worst.
From the Comcast Business text line, do you think that Jameis Winston's pregame workout music is head, shoulders, knees, and toes?
If they redo it for the 21st century, sure, why not?
The remix of Head, Shoulders, Knees, and Toes for Jameis Winston?
I've heard worse songs be remixed.
For example?
The list goes on forever.
Oh, I'm ready. Look, we got football happening. Oh, the Rock is out at SoFi Stadium. Once again, he did this during the Super Bowl. We didn't really understand why he was doing it then. Not understanding why he's doing it now. That man has a man's arm, though. There's one thing about that arm.
That's a horse's thigh.
It really is. Did you just give everyone the people's elbow? Good for him. So we are getting closer and closer to kickoff tonight down at SoFi. Someone saying, is The Rock still a thing? Oh, very, very much so. Very much so. He's very much still a thing.
Given the fact that the NFL is usually 10 years behind any trend, the answer to that might also be no.
He's in a lot of stuff that's coming out.
Yeah, but a lot of it's not good.
No, but I think
he may have jumped the shark, is what I'm suggesting.
He may have.
He's still getting paid a lot of money to jump said shark.
There's no level of overexposure that has seemed to have taken him out of circulation. Not yet, anyways.
No, and the NFL is there to overexpose him even more.
That's what they do. I can't wait for him to appear on the new nightly show. Or not the nightly show, but the Thursday night show. The comedy show. Derp! NFL Derp is what they should call it.
Yeah, well, you'll have to tell me how it is, because it's never going to cross my eyelids.
I mean, there's a man who knows how to hit the mute button. By the way, do you know that we have a 4-hour show tomorrow? The rare return to a 4-hour broadcast. We are picking up the slack of some other show that is totally taking so much day off that we're just consolidating everyone's hours.
This was not explained to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we start at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Who is the bastard who thought of this?
Guess.
Get him in here.
His last name rhymes with Shanagian.
Get in here.
Yeah. You weren't told about this? You're going to actually, instead of paying you a little bit more, they're actually going to dock your pay for an extra hour of work.
Treacherous Armenian thug.
So, yeah, Dave, does Jameis's trainer have to tell him to cut the crab legs out of his diet? No, probably a good healthy snack. Probably good seafood on the diet of many an athlete. The drawn butter is where all that crab can get you.
Crab legs aren't worth it without the drawn butter.
Exactly. It's really the crab leg is just a vehicle to deliver butter.
Yeah, everything in the American diet is there to deliver one of three things: butter, salt, or sugar.
Yes.
That's it. In fact, if they just put butter, salt, and sugar on your plate, you'd get the same nutritional value as you would if you ate at a restaurant.
Those are our three main food groups.
There are only three food groups.
It's among the most real things you've ever said on this air. It's the truth.
It's the only real thing I've ever said on this air.
So it's like if you're trying to, and I'm trying to shed a few pounds, they say just don't eat anything that's white, which removes basically all dairy, all sugar, and all flour.
Except that there are non-white forms of sugar. There are non-white forms of flour. I mean, essentially, what we're going to find out is that everything is bad for you, and all you're doing is dying in slow motion.
But those are a touch better for you. Like whole wheat flour or whole grain flour is better for you than just...
But we're one study away from telling us, no, the white stuff is great. It's the brown stuff you got to avoid.
That's 3 years. What we should or shouldn't eat changes every 3 years.
Exactly. And eventually, it's going to be an Ouroboros that eats itself. And we're going to find out that anything you ingest will kill you. Have a nice day. Please, Meteor, come soon.
By the way, if you'd like a little job security, apparently no, this is in the larger scheme of football. Apparently, all you really need to do is win a Super Bowl. Did you see that the Los Angeles Rams signed Sean McVay and general manager Les Snead to contract extensions through the 2026 season, made all official this morning? No totals, because if we knew how much money they made, Ray, that would be gauche. So we don't know that.
We'll find out.
They are among the best paid duos in the history of football at either position. We're all absolutely certain of that. And when you think about it, like McVay really is flirting with one of the greatest starts to a NFL coaching career we've ever really seen. Like, first of all, he has a starting point that to this day has him as the youngest ever NFL head coach. He got hired at the age of 30. He has since won a Super Bowl, appeared in 2 Super Bowls, has a 55-36 record, and Grandpa McVay is now the ripe old age of 36 years old, and he is as entrenched with his team as any coach in any sport is as entrenched because of the success that he's had, the way that he's played the entire game in the public's eye, and the fact that, he's got a general manager that's in complete lockstep with him, and unlike the imbalance of the relationship between Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, where all the control is on the Shanahan side of the table. It really does look like these two guys have figured out a way to split the baby and make sure that everyone is on the same page, at least publicly, about the several dramatic roster choices that they've made.
Well, I think they're both philosophically compatible. But the funny thing about contracts in the NFL is they last as long as the boss wants them to last. Now, they'll get paid through 2026, but there's no guarantee they'll last that long. If things go weird for the Rams, and I'm not suggesting they are, they could be fired like anybody else, because I don't think Stan Kroenke's the sort of guy who's going to wait very long if the Rams go sour.
No,
pay them off.
But, I mean, what's the reason for them going sour? Would it be because Stafford got hurt and they didn't have enough of a backup and they're not deep enough?
It could be the fact that they don't have enough draft choices to replenish a team, that could get old.
See, I think
there's a lot of things that could go wrong in football.
That's where Snead kind of wears the blame more than McVay would.
Yeah, but you fire Snead, you bring in a new general manager. What does the general manager want to do? Bring in his own coach.
Hey, unless McVay remains state of the art, which there's, again, the man is 36 years old.
Well, if
he only has 25 more years ahead of him in the NFL as a head coach if he sets himself up for that.
Oh, no question. But what I'm saying is, if he's fine, then Snead is fine. I mean, if for some reason, and whatever the reason is, it doesn't matter. If they go 6-11, 5-12, that contract is only going to tell us how much they make, not how long they get to stay.
Having said that, that's not the way you talk about Kyle Shanahan, who hasn't won a Super Bowl, and you say that he is bulletproof to infinity. So
he is bulletproof to infinity because I don't think Jed York wants to be the guy who walks in and does that. I think Stan Kroenke would have pushed.
I mean, maybe.
I think Stan Kroenke is a completely different guy.
Sure. There's no doubt about that. He's a different guy than Jed York, but I don't know if they operate so dramatically differently that you would say the laws of physics apply to one and not the other.
Well, I can only go by the other things that Stan Kroenke owns, and he does turn coaches over pretty consistently.
Right, but have those teams ever won championships?
Well, Colorado Avalanche just did. They have not fired their coach. Not a but yet. They have fired ones in the very recent past. All I'm saying is, yes, on its face, it looks like those guys are golden for a long time, but they might end up being golden on another team in 3 years because the NFL is goofy that way.
Everything moves fast. We all know that.
Well, but it should be said nonetheless.
Let's hope it doesn't move fast, because what we have, as a caller I think brought up just the other day with us on Tuesday when I was in, again, thanks to Whitey for filling in yesterday for me. By the way, the whole day off and then 2 days off this week for me has so screwed up my week that I got a parking ticket for being in a street cleaning spot in my neighborhood, which I'm ever vigilant about, but my whole week was thrown so out of whack. I got to send the city of San Francisco like $68 for parking nonsense.
Send it to them in a jar of honey filled with nickels.
It sounds like a good idea. Yeah, no, I should. But you just can't send that online, and there's no way I'm going to take myself downtown to actually do that.
Oh, no, you absolutely go downtown for that, because the satisfaction of leaving it right there on the front door can't be beat. Just well worth the $68.
Smash my jar of honey nickels just right up against City Hall's door.
No, just put it there and leave it there with a note from your pal Damon. Now, your only problem is going to be trying to find 340 nickels. No, not 340 nickels. It's more than that. Well, I'm not going to do the math.
Do the math.
All right, I'll do the math.
Do the math. Rams and Niners has officially got some like dynastic levels that could apply.
1,320 nickels.
Nice, very good. And you didn't even look down to type. You did it in your head. That was a Cabeza solve.
Well, it's multiply 68 times 20.
I'd rather not. Rams and Niners, like I was saying, it's officially got like the thing that makes rivalry real is someone on either side of the rivalry could actually win. And that's what I think we're looking at here. Like Rams and Niners is going to be so interesting if these two teams remain built. You know, you got the same brain trust. You got the same level of almost universal respect being shown to both these head coaches. This is good for football. This is good for fans. This is good for the sport. Continuity is sport's biggest missing ingredient. You know, it used to be great to hate the Dodgers because you hated the same 9 dudes game in, game out, year in, year out, series in, series out, and they hated the same 9 Giants. Well, 8. You know, starting pitcher would be a difference that day. But you understand, what made the rivalry so good was the familiarity of the rivalry. And to have that as what looks to be an early built-in element to Rams and Niners in the several years ahead of us here, I like it, man. I really do. It's good for what it is we do, that's for sure.
They're one more conference title game away from having that.
Yeah.
Because you're going to have to play somebody if you get there. But if they become a roadblock to the 49ers and or vice versa, then you've got what you're talking about. They just have to do it again.
Good times. Good times.
I mean, that's how the rivalry with the Cowboys started, when they played each other 3 times in the early 70s.
By the way, who scored the first touchdown of the NFL season?
Gabe Davis.
Gabe Davis, baby. Was it a bomb? What was it?
It was 3rd and short, I think. The whole Rams defense bid on the play action. Gabe Davis, pretty much a walk-in touchdown.
There you go. So we don't have extra points attached to it. It's just a straight up, there we go. Anyone got Gabe Davis in the league? How are we doing? How's our fantasy league looking right now?
You're talking to him, baby.
Oh, the commish has got the first touchdown of the year?
That's right. It was like 25 yards, so nothing crazy, but you'll take 6 when you get 6.
I mean, at 20, if he ripped it up 25 yards, is it?
Or so, somewhere around there.
26.
All right, 26 yards, and you're not getting an extra point there?
Oh, we're full PPR, too, so that's, I think I'm 9.5 right there.
We got ridiculous scoring in our league. Ridiculous scoring. I mean, there's a reason why you're not invited, Ray. No one wants to have fun with you. But
I'm completely good with that.
Are you good with
That's
this?
my definition of fun.
Bask in it, honey. We got games underway. There it is. 7-0. Buffalo. See you in the Super Bowl, everybody. All the nation's pundits were right. It's obvious.
Every one of them.
It's obvious.
Based on 6.5 minutes of football, we don't need to see the other 271 games.
I've seen enough.
Yep.
I've seen enough. It's Buffalo's world. We're all living in it. It's Milwaukee's world. The Giants are living in it this day of a doubleheader where they're about to lose both games. Could be 10.5 back with 25 left to play by the end of this afternoon. Farhan's got the league exactly where he wants them.
Yep. No question. That's what happens when you call a guy a genius. At some point, he has to prove it.
So that applies for Kyle Shanahan as well. His proving ground begins Sunday in Chicago. George Kittle may not be going. We're all going to keep an eye on George Kittle's groin injury. Missing Thursday before week 1, never a good sign. He's one of those guys that you would think could miss a practice or 2, which he has now officially missed the last 2 practices, and still get the nod to play in the season opener. But, bad sign. Good sign, bad sign, no big deal. I don't know if it's a bad sign for the entire year, but George Kittle, we're still waiting for that second. He was uninjured throughout the season, and we might not even step into this season without him being injured. So keep an eye on the George Kittle groin situation. If I were Kyle Shanahan, I wouldn't have him participate in a single practice the rest of the year. He's just too valuable to what they do on game day to be used in any sort. Does George Kittle become a better blocker in practice week to week at this point in his career? I would say no. There's nothing left to discover about the way he run blocks. He's elite. He's one of the best in football as a blocking tight end and as a threat in the passing game tight end. So quit getting him hurt in meaningless practices. Well, practice is never meaningless. Yeah, it gets rendered meaningless when guys go down. And it feels like more 49ers get hurt in more 49er practices than any other group in the NFL coming out of their practices. And maybe that's just perception. Maybe that's just me concentrating a little bit too hard on one team and all the details of it. But it does feel that way. It does feel that way. That in a world of football that is designed to be safer in practice, the rewards that you reap of safer practices have yet to reach the 49ers.
Maybe they need Bermuda grass.
That could be it. I mean, you had to be listening earlier when we heard that Matt Eberflus said, I need new grass at Soldier Field. So they gave it to him. And it could still be a mud puddle come Sunday because of the way the weather might roll in.
Which would be hilarious. I mean, I'd be all for that. Among other things, I'd bet the under with confidence.
Oh, you got to bet the under with confidence, I think, in the game.
Numbers already dropped like a couple of points this week.
Well, it's real simple. Both teams' game plan has to be get an early lead and then try to sit on it as much as you can, burn as much clock as you can. I don't think either of these coaches want to put either quarterback in a situation where, we got to throw the ball 38 times today in order to win this football game. You just don't have, I think, either head coaching philosophies bending in that direction or the talent in week one to say it's really even going to go in that direction. So,
no, I think philosophically the Bears are that team because they've always been that team. And until they get people around Justin Fields to reward his abilities with other guys of his value, that's what they're going to be. You know, Matt Eberflus can be the offensive genius of the century, the way people thought Matt Nagy was going to be. If you don't have players, you're not a genius.
One of the things that keeps Sean McVay in his genius status is that Aaron Donald has decided to stick around for at least one more season. Was it some skullduggery that actually kept Aaron Donald around? Was this one of the best negotiating tactics we just learned about today? Or was he really about to retire? We'll share that story with you next. Our final segment here this afternoon on 95.7 The Game. And again, we will remind you one more time that we're on tomorrow from 2 to 6 o'clock. 4 hours.
Damn it.
Of Ray Ratto. Scintillating. That's how we're selling it. That's how we're selling it. Scintillating 4 hours of Ray coming up to get you ready for week one tomorrow.
An extra bucket of crap as you head into the weekend.
We are brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Whether you're buying a new car or used one, it's a big investment, which is why you should choose Pennzoil Platinum. It helps extend the life of your engine and protect it up to 15 years or 500,000 miles, whichever comes first, guaranteed. That's because Pennzoil's base oil is made from natural gas and 99.5% free from engine clogging impurities. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Enrollment required. Keep your receipts. Other conditions apply. See pennzoil.com/warranty for full details. Find it at Firestone Complete Auto Care.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Okay, you know those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like Square Pizza. That place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo. The spot for sweet and sour chicken that's anything but so-so. Order up! You know, with the Granch dressing. And all the other spots the real SF locals know without us even saying them. Yeah, they're on DoorDash. San Francisco gets it. DoorDash has it.
Are you looking for a rewarding new career? Join the United States Postal Service and apply for roles nationwide. Serve your community with pride and receive benefits including competitive pay and opportunities for advancement. Whether you are looking for full-time, part-time, or seasonal positions, we have options that may be perfect for you. The United States Postal Service is an equal opportunity employer. Apply now at USPS.com/careers.
Hey, Becky, what about this beat for your next song?
It's cool, but I'm into faster stuff lately. Like Xfinity that gives me beyond gig speeds.
Got it. What about this then?
It sounds powerful, just like Xfinity. Because its supersonic Wi-Fi has 3 times the bandwidth, you can connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's what I call power.
Unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get the Xfinity Supersonic Bundle with unlimited gig speed internet, Wi-Fi equipment included, and a free 4K streaming box. All for $50 a month with a 2-year internet rate guarantee and no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/gig, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New gigabit extra internet customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity internet. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes wireless usage. After 24 months, regular rates apply. Requires compatible Xfinity gateway.
Dell Technologies semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
I got Park Hill and West Valley covered on Tuesday.
At Marita's Pool Service, the current staffing plan doesn't hold water.
3 more neighborhood pools on the same day.
She needs more pool technicians to dive into work head first.
That's awesome, but now we're shorthanded.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Loyalty Lab Interview 6. Subject, grandmother's loyalty. Margie, what do you do when your grandson misbehaves?
Angels don't misbehave.
Here we study the most loyal, like you and... Oh, there goes the lamp.
You shouldn't have put it there.
Shell and the Fuel Rewards program has our members' backs too. It's super easy to save on every gallon. Loyal, just like how you acted like that wasn't his fault.
Someone should clean that up before he gets hurt.
Yes, loyal, just like that.
10 years of FR.com. Terms and conditions apply.
You might not have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
I'm just looking at this Bears roster compared to the 49ers right now, and I just don't see there being any chance that the Bears can win this game, even if George Kittle is out.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
We've set up a scenario now where we're going to want to assess Trey way too fast. And that's a fact.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
The most pressure on any San Francisco 49er going into Chi-Town is on Kyle Shanahan.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
Trying to repeat is actually really fun. That third year is where it gets to be a real grind.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So, Sunday morning, pour yourself a cup of coffee and turn the radio on because at 9 a.m. it's the Red and Gold Pregame Show with our pals Larry Kruger and Lorenzo Neal. Again, 9 a.m. Sunday here on 95.7 The Game. They're going to get you ready for all the NFL action that the 49ers are going to be bringing you later that afternoon from Soldier Field, that are brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and by Jim Beam, bourbon whiskey, the world's #1 bourbon. So
drop some of that in your coffee instead.
That totally. Irish it up if you don't mind me using the parlance of our times.
Knock yourself out.
Was Aaron Donald actually close to retiring? I saw a story from NFL Network's Ian Rappaport that said on May 9th, he had written a letter addressed to Roger Goodell and read by the team that informed them of his decision to retire. The letter has been an unreported secret since then, but the letter said that his retirement would be effective on May 9th, the day that the letter was actually dated. So he gives the Rams a letter to give to Roger Goodell saying that his retirement would be effective immediately of receiving this letter. Well, the letter came with instructions for the Rams to forward it to the league office, but the very next day, the Rams front office set up a Zoom call with Donald to discuss his contract. He had 3 years remaining on his current deal, and then a month later, boom, what do you know? He's got a brand new deal that guarantees him $95 million through the 2024 season, which is a $40 million raise over the previous contract. So I ask you, Ray, was this a man who wanted to retire and then was confronted by so much cash that he decided, I'm coming back instead of exiting this vehicle at its mountaintop peak, having just won a Super Bowl? Or is this Aaron Donald's opening gambit and skullduggery that got him paid, and he's brilliant, and what a negotiating tactic this is?
Well, I have several questions that I don't know the answers to. One, if you're going to retire, why do you have to tell the league? Why can't you just tell your team, I don't want to play anymore? I think
you start, if you're a player of real ilk, you tell the league, and so begins your countdown clock to a first ballot Hall of Fame induction eventually. I don't know if it's required of everyone, but telling the league I'm retiring to get your paperwork going is pretty standard operating procedure.
Then if he's serious about it, wouldn't he just send it to the league directly?
Yeah, it felt like when he involved...
We'll have the Rams do it.
Right.
I think he was showing the Rams that he wasn't going to play the contract he was being paid. He just said, well, sweeten the deal, without saying sweeten the deal. And I think the Rams panicked because they knew they're not the same team without him.
No.
So I don't think it was skullduggery. I think he just sort of played his cards face up. Said, here, if I don't get what I want, I'm not playing.
The old
And the Rams said, well then, let's figure out a way that we can give you what you want.
The open face sandwich of negotiations.
Yeah. I can play for the money I want, or I can take the career off. And I think, the Rams did what you think teams should do, which is, we need you more than we need to save the money.
Yeah, let's pay one of the best players at any position over the last 25 years of football to stay.
Yeah, so if you want to call it skullduggery, fine. I just think it was not negotiation. It was just a binary choice that he gave the team. Pay me or lose me.
There you go. By the way, we got one official, all right, that's significant enough to where it makes today's show, note from Major League Baseball. Earlier this afternoon, St. Louis Cardinal pitcher Adam Wainwright and catcher Yadier Molina made their 324th career start together, which ties the Major League mark set by Detroit's Mickey Lolich and Bill Freehan from 63 to 75. Essentially, one more start together, and they will have been a Major League battery more often than any other duo in Major League history. And that is officially significant.
And they lost to Washington 11-6.
Oh, so get rid of them.
I think they're tired of each other.
Well, here's the deal. This is Yadier's last year by all accounts. I don't know how much more Adam Wainwright has in front of him. So, whatever this does come to an end this year, it probably brings this battery to an end. But, man, if you had said, have these guys actually done this enough in their careers, all of which happened in front of your eyes, Damon, enough to rank as the number one battery ever? I would have said no, probably not. But sure enough, 324 starts is a lot of starts for a major league pitcher.
Well, the most amazing thing about that stat is that Wainwright has stayed healthy for all of it. Pitchers don't stay healthy.
Right.
I mean, that's the most notable thing here.
Well, and catchers don't have the knees to do it that long.
No, that's also true. But, they get more days. They get days off. And they've been very careful about how they use Molina the last few years. But when Wainwright starts, he's in. So, to me, the Wainwright part of the equation is a little more remarkable. And the last I saw about it was Wainwright would like to come back and pitch some more. So, he might be, his total starts, period. I don't know how many times he's started without Molina, but he's essentially modern baseball's version of the Iron Horse. He never misses a go.
By the way, that would be an interesting thing to look up. How many starts has he had without Yadier Molina?
They've got 2 seconds. Time's up. It's 54.
There you go. So, given the fact that we're going to bring you in here an hour early tomorrow, Ray, we're not going to keep you for another millisecond. Thank you for your effort today. We're so appreciative of it.
You liar.
We learned so much. Thank you for being here.
Just get to the...
What a gift.
Hey, sports doesn't build characters.
Maximum football?
No, we don't want that.
We don't want that. But we do want to thank Steve Kerr. Lucas, thank you very much. Grandy, I can tell you that Shamari Block and Alan Stiles are coming up next. For Ray, I'm Damon. Welcome to football season. It's officially here. Oh, yeah.
Maximum football!
And please remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can